Chapter 1. These was not the first time she had come in last in an exam. Beep beep beep, a mechanical, cold voice ever berate heavily within the confined softy hospital room. The nurse cautiously glanced at the tall figure a shrouded in darkness beside her. Miss Wen has passed away. Fu Jin's gaze remained fixed on the pallid woman lying in the hospital bed, his rigid shoulders gradually slumped, as if a sudden wave of exhaustion had washed over him. Leave. Before the nurse could respond, his demeanor softened slightly. Sheikh no hamak he'd spies it full of fella's expression you were. Leave. The nurse hurriedly exited, and Fu Jin lowly settled himself beside the bed, his bony fingers clasping the increasingly cold hand with a firm grip. He held it until the warmth had completely faded, leaving not trace of life behind. Leaning down, he pressed like his to the pull back of her hand, then buried his face against it, tears streaming down his cheeks. In a voice hoarse from restraint, he murmured wanly. Lu Katum. Kyoto, where a gentle drizzle had persisted for 3 days, ushered away the last remnants of summer suppressivia. In the villa district, the Wen residence. I can face the meeting after coming in last in the exam you'll have to go misted, said the midly a jedman when Rong, clutching the report card thought bereth a dismal result off his daughter, his sanger flared a shigler datiuger lounging on the sofa. One no one reached out tajid lip at the visibly fatigued only, offering a soothing interjection, Dad, my sister simply didn't perform well this time, shall surely achieve first place next time. Don't be harsh on her, she's not feeling well, do yin committing from the side, lightly patting one list back and admonishing, what's the big deal, I go, it will be just fine, don't scare that child. When Rong persisted, it's precisely because he will indulge her that she has become like Kathy's, how will she manage the company in the future? One new one reassured him, Dad, I will help Mr. Thrug out their exchange, one learman excellent, Kurgazekis downward gradually, Kurfagimin began to clear and she lifted her hands, their Poleskin unblemished. In her first year of university, she had burned her left hand, leaving Gaskar that servade remainder. The familiar conversation and surroundings brought her a fleeting sense of clarity regarding Harwich. She was 18, entering her senior year of high school. When Rong had always placed a dread emphasis in her studies, yether consistent last place results never failed to ignite his fury. But no nuff that mattered anymore. She was no longer a vegetable. At that moment, the housekeeper hurried in with a reminder, Sir, young Master Fu was arrived. Instantly, when Rong Sanger dissipated, replaced by a hint of obsequiousness. Healy and closer to one lie and whispered, Be sure to appacy our uncle. The few family was currently at the pinnacle of success. If it weren't for the closer relationship between one list biological mother and Fu's sister, they would never have been able to forge such a connection. Their relationship had been relatively amicable in childhood, but since entering middle school, when Li had grown to dislike Fu Zheng, she would always shy away whenever he visited. Just a few days ago, she had openly expressed her disdain for him in his presence. She had thought that would no longer come into Thwen household, yether he was. In the past, upon hearing that Fu Zheng had arrived, Wanli would have certainly turned and fled upstairs, for she could not stand the formality of Fu Zheng like an antiquated relic. When no one had done knowing lie settled beside her, softly reminding her as usual, Sister, I fort you're comfortable, you can just go upstairs. However, one lip ate her no mind, her gaze fixed on the man who had just entered, his tall figure, clad in a somber black suit, exuded a and bloom and handsomeness. In an instant, Harrius brimmed with tears. During the 3 years she had spent in agitative estate, the anything she longed foremost was as a tupend embrace him. Thrughout the seers, her so-called sister, stepmother, and biological father had shown her no concern only Fu Jin had cared for her day and night. Thought she couldn't open her eyes, she had always sensed his distress. Seeing her remain unmoved, one no gently urged again, Please, go upstairs, I'll cover for you. In the next moment, when listed up, Dute instead of retreating upstairs, Shara shed to Worthman, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Feeling the warmth of her embrace, a tremor of emotion surged within Yaris. He called out, Fu Zheng. It had been years since they had shared so intimate a contact. Themon stiffened, his hands frozen midair. His cold gaze fell upon the soft figure in his arms, and for a fleeting moment, it softened, only to return to its usual indifference. His voice, this frigid acer, cut through the air like a blade. What's wrong? Ash spoke, his stern edge sharp like toward one Rong, carrying gun under Tanaf protection. Though one Rong was of his generation, he was considerable Fu Jin guast the latte born sonoft few family. Even so, there was an undeniable chill in the air. One wrong quickly explained, she came in last in the fly exam, and is scold eterabit. Thajerlin his arms could no longer suppress her subs, her body trembling as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Fujin grazed Shandon let Toliti fall back behind him. In a low voice, here marked, it's not the first time Eshiska main last whistled her? When Rong was momentarily at a loss for words, unable toward you back. One realizing the gravity of the situation, stepped forward to comfort Twanla softly, sister, don't cry, I'll help you out with the meeting. It's alright not doing well in school is nothing doft world mom can spend a lit minutos and do abroad to study. Yet, words intended to Scythian lie intensified when listers, prompting her to clinge even tighter to Fuzheng, burying her head against the schist. These was no dream she had truly turned to Bain 18. Fuzheng's breath caught and had glanced down at her, instinctively taking a half step back. When Limero read his movement resembling a man pendant and young conscious like tightened his grip behind his back. His prominent tatum sapple bobbed slowly asha turn this gaze elsewhere. Sister, let go, one Nuan urged, grasping one-less wrist in an attempt to pull hair away. Unyielding, when Lashen's sunlight tightened their hold, her mind consumed with a single thought. Embrace him. Fugensia's flickered ashanata said thirdness and harems from where Simeonaj rasped her. Silently heroized a hand to Patwanwan's but when Theriasmit shepalet ethichil in his gaze, instinctive lyre treating gastep. When Lyra remained oblivious, gradually Kulman gasped the familiar sentendlep at her. After a few minutes, Shebling Kedthruffer ter Philidias and looked dupat festil handsome before her, will you help me with the parent-teacher meeting? Fuzheng replied with the curtain, his as he voicing it with a hint of hoarseness, let go. When Lai obediently released her grip and Fujin secretly exhaled in relief just to show us a buto speak, Hekatsegoffer standing beside him like he at a midrabit. In that fleeting moment of dependence, Hishard felt a heavy blow. His eyes flickered ashatuga datism what stifty idoyo want to come home with him? Winley, still glistening with tears, nodded slightly. Fujin's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds, let's go. I'll grab me backpack. When Liwasuna wero of Tyriasons behind Herexident in her past life, but Shara membered that on that fateful day, Asha had just arrived, an unmarked car had crashed into her. After she had narrowly avoided the first time, the same car had struck her again, knocking her to the ground. If Fuzheng hadn't arrived in time, perhaps wouldn't they've even had Thichencito Becco meditative estate. That day, one Nuan had invited her out, yet after the accident, the so-called sister hadn't cared for Hirvanans. She was determined to uncover the truth behind the incident. Now she needed to catch up on her studies. As ascended Thesters, one Nuan followed closely beyond, observing her sister, who hadn't CD tested Fuzheng just days ago, now seemingly transformed. She appeared to dependin. Sister, dad wasn't like scolding juverbally he wanted you don't go to few family you'll stay home and play with you. Didn't you when Togo simavi, illa companion? When le focus on packing air backpack, only turning to look at thereafter she was done, searching for any hint of abnormality in her sister's gentle face, but finding none. Indeed, if it were truly her, the pretensa would have reached an unparalleled level skill. I don't want Togo. Dear sister, please don't bupsit with dad, let's just ignore him. One Nuanjan lightiged with her hand, attempting to soothe the hernger. When Lehodonse cherished the chef sister, for they had treated her with genuine kindness, indulging her in every, after more than 20 years of familial bonds, she found it difficult to comprehend why, during her 3 years in agitative estate, none of them had ever visited her. In retrospect, something felt amiss. They had always medrelic tanto acknowledge any connection between her and few family. Lowering her gazeta mascara wariness, she murmured, Inito hide for a while. Seeing her stubbornness, one Nuan adopted a slightly intimidating tone. Fujin can be quite fierce. Danti our member Hian said Simeon, I'm afraid Hamig 30. When Lei continued to pack her bag, momentarily pausing at this remark. If Fuzheng were a striker, she would accept it after all. She had said many hurtful things to him in her past life. He was, in fact, Fiona who had the mysteries on to abandon her. Shouldering her backpack, she lifted her head to meet one Nuan's gaze, her tone irresolute, I don't want to stay off the right now. At this moment, Shinli wished to be closer to Fuzheng, just as she had been by her side during those 3 years. One Nuan sighed, conceding, Vanilla companion I'm worried you might be bullied, and I can't stand up for you. Uncle doest like you and no getting too closet to him. When Light had long been aware that Fu Jing preferred the company of men, with her being the only exception, reflecting in it no, she realized that her demise in her previous life was not without reason. She had been blind to the truth. One knew and hesitated, recalling Fu Jing's demeanor, and ultimate lit aside deterrent. As one Light ascended the stairs with her backpack, she found Fu Jing waiting for her in the same spot, his well-tailored accentuating his already impressive efficacy, his indifferent expression was accompanied big as if it followed her remove. He stood still, while it went from a liar mainly spectators. As the exited one household, Fu Jing took a few steps before suddenly stopping, gone, turning to her. Did one wrong get you? When Li Su carried no. Fu Jing responded with a curtum, his large hand skillfully king out to grab her backpack, signaling her to relinquish it. In elementary school, Heathen helped her carry her bag. Yint Ruth, one called say that one lie had been raised by him. His lungthiba over his shoulder, third juxtaposition off to formal swit and the pastel pink backpack appearing some weight incongruous, walk ahead. Just as she finished speaking, Hekatsate off her red and eyes, wikinti date impending tears. Fu Jing paused, retrieving the tissue from his pocket and offering to her. It's not the first time I have a main last isit? Isit realith the top setting? Before one lickled respond, head, next time, if I'll write a bit more for hour say, you want be the bottom. One lick couldn't lie their insolence, she to walk the tissue, wiped her tears, and softly implored, could I you please not mention Mirren King? Fu Jing replied with an then don't cree. The residence was just next door, a short walk away. One would expect such oil the family to have moved to Amor extravaganthome, yet remained where they were. Duetto hermothers connections, the few family hate always treat her well. Upon seeing her, Fu you be madandast, littly, what's wrong, Havio bein crying, did Somion bully ya? Fu Jing placed the backpack in the sofa, his voice destiny. She didn't doll on her examen dressy of a few words from one wrong. It's alright, just do better next time. You have to head to the facado day and can't look after her. Littly, if you want anything, just ask your uncle to buy the hasty means. Fu you a hurried licelip into her heels and rush it out. With unlighted time left in the living room, Fu Jing retrieved some effort from the fridge, washed it, and sat on the table before sitting beside her on the sofa. When Lay rummaged through her backpack for rare books, butte after searching for a while, she realized that she couldn't find Dapen. She glanced at Fu Jing and awkwardly admitted, I don't the Viapan. Fu Jing regarded her for a few seconds before racing on heading upstairs. After a moment, he returned with a rather expensive fountain pen, handing it to her. If you have questions, just ask 'em. Although one had managed to enter university in her past life, it was largely due to her family's financial support, and she hadn't truly studied anything seriously afterward. She glanced at Themouth paper, then pulled off English paper, quickly switching to Chinese paper, which she found somewhat manageable. Fu Jing's gaze followed her movements, lingering for a while before returning to his own thoughts. After a lengthy pause, his Fanerang has to dan walk it a bit farther away before answering succinctly, not going, busy, yes, she's doing her homework. On Seth the calendar, had her net to find one like Chewingonthapan cap, Luke and Gastoff she was struggling to write. Don't bite Othepan cap. When Ly immediately released it, and Dathrament, Sheloki dupathim, Coldio help me find a tutor, I seem to be struggling. Fu Jing approached her, standing beside Hera. She examined the test paper, reading comprehension connect the context. Seeing her gaze directed upward, Satham had decided to squat beside her. Look here, just as was about to point to specific line in the text, one turned her head to face him, clearly attentive. Fu Jing's expression shifted, a flicker of unidentifiable emotion crossing his eyes. He cleared his throat softly and said in a calm tone, focus on the test paper, my face to isn't they the answers. When Liz gaze lingered on his face for a few seconds before she finally looked away. After half an hour of tutoring, usually composed Fu Jing did lose and disojeki tand unbutton twa buttons, yet this demeanor remained patient. 3 hours later, when Ly finally complete her assignments for the week, after sitting for a few minutes, shested to pack her bag. Fu Jing said her, straightening his posture, are you going back? When Ly instinctively shook her head, her ponytail swaying with emotion, she raised a hand to take a loose strand off hair behind her, I'll cook for you. He stood a man raised any brow in skepticism. One lismo letteth him, her beautifully sparkling like clear wells, I can McKeek Friedrich. Winning a man's heart begins from the stomach. At that moment, elderly Mr. Fu, dressed in traditional attire, walked in. Upon seeing Wunli, his expression softened immediately. Littly, just in time, I have a favor to ask of you. Help I owe your uncle Kusishu with a band, he handed Haristako photographs. Suddenly, when la recollet during the timeo fair accident, Fujin gadsi amedant the Virgio fein engagement. Indeed, Fujin gadna versionen a romantic interest in her, aside from those 3 years when she was in agitative estate, he had never considered being with Haratel. Chapter 2 Selecting a match for arranged marriage. One la casually selected 2 photos from Thestac, saying these two. Literally, yordistes impeccable, if casenthes atoiden ladies as well. Fujang, take a look if them suitable, il arrange a meeting. Now retired old master Fohadla delilsa to occupe his time was particularly concerned about the matrimonial prospects of his grandchildren. Fujin din to venglansat the photos. Hariched for Theanas and one lashandan toss them onto the coffee table, indifferent dos uwish. What do you meandois, you should at least chusio womania like, mutual affection is paramount, istit, literally, old master Fu insisted, glaring at him. When Li showed a glancy at Fuzeng gan naditernesly, it's very important. Realizing Fuzeng's disinterest, Shalos the Ropatai for Ku Kingford Rysand went to grab her backpack, grandpa, I'm heading home. Shetternet to Fuzeng, adding, next time, il triati out of Friedris, with that, she slung airbag over her shoulder and left. The Farisidens was right next door, and it didn't take long for one Li to arrive. Upon entering, she found the house seemed to presumably everyona jonatothefus. One Li understood the thermos pressing task was to study, especially with listana year until the college entrance exams. If she didn't buckle dono, it would be too late. At least, after run covering, shwould have the strength to confronti. She cooldi a silly seek Fuzeng shelp, but she didn't want to manipulate him in any way. After spending a few minutes locating her first year textbooks and devising a study plan, one Li immersed herself in her studies for several hours, when she finally looked up, Theski Haderkind. Perhaps the 3 years of being in agitative estate had instilled a certain fear of tonight in her, prompting her to instinctively withdraw her gaze. She walked out her phone and stumbled upon photos of Fujin dining with the daughter of Shen family. The young woman was strikingly beautiful, with an alluring figure. When Leglin said on herself, noting her plain short-sleeved shirt and unremarkable physique. For a fleeting moment, she felt as if her ordinariness had somehow allowed her to stand to Tan Fuzeng's size. In the pitch-black night, to figure submerged beneath the streetlights, palpable distance between them the tinty Dayton familiarity. Thuo man spoke cautiously, attempting to find common ground. The foot today was good, doyef tenia there? Themon replied coolly and succinctly, no, it was go send be my assistant. Oh, Thuo man responded, then where a doyusual lilikitoa, im quite fond of an cuisine. Themon's steps momentarily faltered, and Thuoman followed his gaze. Not far away, illuminated Bithalite stood a 17 or 18-year-old girl in a simple piri white, her hair neatly tucked behind her ears. Shoreparov black cartooned him at flip-flops. The coldness around Fujin softened slightly as she walked along her strides toward the girl, soon standing before her. In the night, his voice carried a Kiliat Bori an undercurrent of warmth. Why aren't you mesylate? When Li was about to respond when the woman behind Fuzeng caught up, her radiant face brimming with enthusiasm. Fuzhang, wusties? Shesminis, Fuzeng replied. The woman's face lit up with a smile. No undershas a beautiful, I didn't bring gift till Makup for tomorrow. Ash spoke, she reached out a pat one Li said. Before one Li cold react, a large hand pulled her slight light of the side, and Fujin cold voice go through him moment, sparing her from embarrassment. You should go home imbikno. Fwomanchin froze before she quickly tracted. Then Nilta leave. Thesan doff her heels gradually faded until it was gone. Fuzeng turned to one Li, let's go home. One Li obediently noted and handed him the bikes who was holding fried rice. Other words Fuzeng Shen's, which had been resting ethicities, twitched slightly, and disgaze lingered on her face for a moment before he looked away. Are you waiting for me? One line-ed. Fuzeng reached forth a bag, his attention clearly fixated on it. After a moment's hesitation, when Li mustered the courage to say, Fuzhang, could I wait until after my colleague entrance exam stogen blind dates? Perhaps distracted with Ebajan Hishand, Fuzeng skied in response, why? Because. One leak Lansadata man continued, because I want a gun blinded testu. As soon as words left Thermuth, Themon's gaze sharpened, Heise's probing. After a pause, Heffanella spoke, Are you in a relationship? No. One Leshukar had Dan then honestly added, has not interested. Fujin felt a pang of discomfort in his brow on Drubadite light lib before finally saying with a touch of sternness, no early relationships, you can discuss it after you enter university. Ivy already hired a tutor who'll arrange classes according to your schedule. Fine, I want to tearly beauty you must promise me not a gun blind dates. Seeing him nid, shuavat her hand and smiled gently. Fuzheng, good night. It wasn't until white figure even issued into the darkness that Fuzheng turned his gaze back. Asha stepped into the living room. Old Master Fu scrutinized him from Tedo. How did it go? Not bad, right? Fuzheng remained silent, walking direct light of Thedinintable to retrieve the lunchbox from Thebug. Seeing this, Old Master Fu approached, a satisfied expression on his face, and exclaimed, "Thysis good, very thoughtful. One limidite." Fuzheng jignered Old Master Fu's expression and sat down to eat the fried rice, which surprisingly tasted quite good, although soon his brow furrowed slightly. Old Master Fu's look of delight diminished a bit. Well, Fisonito isn't cute it. Curiosity piqued, he then asked, how is the frigris one limade? Let Mahavia taste, fat girl in linoshoto befili el toyuin natom. Gout, turn left, Fuzheng replied blandly. Old Master Fu. Before Heckled say anything, Fuzheng added, I won't be going in blind dates for the next 2 years. I don't have the time. I'll get married before he turn 30. Old Master Fu, who had initially intended to voice his discontent, found himself a telash for words after that last statement. He spoke gravely. You know, in getting old, if I don't marry, I won't be able to die in peace. Fuzheng paused, his spoon halting midair, and raised any brow. Fortis the egg for having children. What do you feel sold? Old Master Fu coughed lightly and walked away with his shins behind his back. In his youth, after discovering he was infertile, he had adopted Fuiwa, and then, Athea Joffrey, unexpectedly, Fuzheng's mother became pregnant. At the time, the entire Fu family placed immense importance on Themeter. Fuzheng's mother didn't leave the house for an entire year for the sake of Heftus. Fuzheng was older than most children in the circle, which often led people to call him Uncle Ace. A child, he found it quite a unappealing Gondoff and Hidathome. Later, when one le washborn and call a dutin kaline her baby voice for the first time, Fuzheng no longer minded and frequently visiteth when famolito help care for the child. When Fuyu was shaving breakfast, Fuzheng finally came down from upstairs. The sibling shadel was shade a good relationship, and she scrutinized his expression. Didn't sleep well, you have dark circles under your eyes. Fuzheng pura dimsel fagla sof water and replied coolly Fuyu handed him sticks, then suddenly recalled something. I forgot oiscuthis the past few days. What happened in little I's 18th birthday? Why did he leave us suddenly? Fuzheng paused for a moment before regaining his composure and sitting down in a chair. I had something to attend to. Fuyu didn't believe who was genuine libusa he'lways participate in matters related to only. Especially her 18th birthday celebration. Did little Loop set you? Shek knew thought over the past few years, when Li had harbored some resentment toward Fuzheng, like alleged to a rebellious phase. No. Fuzheng clearly didn't want to discuss it. Fuyu wisely dropped the subject and changed it. My husband said a scook in Gathama tonight and wants you all to come over. Fuyu would return home for a few days to spend time with Old Master Fu and Old Madam Fu. I'll come over after the parent-teacher meeting, Fuzheng replied. Fuyu naturally knew for whom he was attending the meeting. Sasha didn't say anything further. When Li had studied until 3:00 morning the previous night and woke up at 10 day, the show required students to arrive been in a 30. After all, thwere clothed for the third day or washivi. Shekwa kliga tukto packer bag and hurried downstairs, where Du Ying and Wan Nuan were arranging flowers in the living room. They glanced over there. Wan Nuan said, Sister, don't rush, Mama shall padate kaliva can sleep a bit longer. Du Ying and Wan Nuan were genuinely good to her, so much as that they had no expectations of her. If it had been before, Wan Li would have hop a liar turned upstairs to sleep until she felt trysted. Noth of their mind was clear, such kindness felt misguided. She couldn't help but recall how, in her past life, Fuzheng had been Tian Leono Hokareta bother, while she had spoken to him with harsh words. Shetrali deserved it. Lowering her gaze, she said, From no one make Sarita wake me upon time. With that, she ran out the door with their backpack. In the living room, Du Ying watched her leave and quiet liest. What's going in? Wan deep and hot shook her head. Maybe Dad was too harsh yesterday. Wan Liwanteta got at the amusement park a few days ago. Mom, can you take her tomorrow? Anito prepare for the debate competition and I'm a bit busy. Sure, focus on your studies. After graduation, you can enter Namwen family. Du Ying imply patted her hand, giving Garami an ingfuluk. At school. After arriving late, when Li found era maroon teacher turning Gablinde after all, the prince didn't care about her child's grades, so ishold? With a wavy officiand, Heletha renter the self-study room. Mr. Pan one lick ledit obedient li before shouldering airbag and stepping into the classroom. Pan Ming in opened his eyes and looked at the girls in the classroom. Oh, he exclaimed. Although when li was the type to cause a trouble, she wasn't particularly obedient either. When li had a poor reputation at school, she didn't live on campus and wasn't keen in studying, resulting in few friends. Her diskma tended to sit Hara Rivalan lower at her voice as slightly while reciting, but the next moment, Chef Razia's one-less voice rang out loudly. In the quiet self-stood, it didn't feel out of place. The master said, in ancient times, scholars mustavia teacher. Theta crescenu one parts Tao, teaches skills and resolves doubts. The students in the front and back row sterned to look at Twanli, howled typically as li pat the shower. When la naturally noticed said Thirgazis and smiled at them, she was already quite beautiful, and her smile made Haraven Marezo momentarily dispelling Ghana dislike. Throughout Gizel study session, one la recited classical Chinese texts, and Pan Ming and couldn't help but notice, then didn't get quite remarkable. After 2 o'clock in the afternoon, parents began to arrive only after another. When Lillian ate in the balcony, watching for Fuzhang, after waiting for several minutes, she finally so isker drive into the shul. Shariri downstairs, and just as she reached the first floor, she spotted Fuzhang coming up. He wore a simple white t-shirt, black trousers, and casual shoes. Though Fuzhang held the hightestes, he was in la 26 years old and appeared to be in his early 20s. Fuzhang. At the same time, Fuzhang noticed her, before heckled say anything, a man behind him remarked, "White-eyed wolf, you're quite politidae." This man was Fuzhang's friend, Baisi Yuan, Alphathates, there was Seda Ferenc Saint here generation. Baisi Yuan had always disliked Twanli, as it was evident that Fuzhang cared for her, while she treated him with disdain, earning her the nickname Whitey-eyed wolf. Previously, one lie would have written, but no she remained silent, acknowledging the truth. She was indeed a whitey-eyed wolf. Uncle Bai. Sincerity was her secret weapon. Baisi Yuaniar Lyslip done thestairs, his eyes wooden Gasha looked at Twanli. At that moment, Fuzhang kicked Baisi Yuan lightly and said cartly, "Apologize." Baisi Yuan felt awkward but looked at Twanli with a hint of suspicion, noting the changes in her since the last minute. Emma spoke. When Lil That went to the classroom and Fuzhang naturally took her seat, while Baisi Yuan found Estolto sit beside him. Once a homeroom teacher arrived, the students filed out, on one lefelotsut, not like Teothers will lingered by the window. In a corner, she quietly recited classical texts until she could recite a complete piece, and soon the parents began to merge from the classroom. Baisi Yuan waste the first to come out and walk over to one leaf feigning seriousness. Asha said, "Yori and Big Trouble, our homeroom teacher is talking about you. You're quite impressive, scoring in the teens across keyboard, I could do better with my eyes closed." One leak Lansadata man stated matter-of-factly, "This isn't my first time scoring in the teens." Baisi Yuan. Her regarded her with interest, "You, the stingion, CM quite generate." When la didn't retort, Baisi Yuan was not arias for a sharp tongue, capable of leaving Gothers speechless. Seeing her ignore him, Baisi Yuan glanced to Thurfus, noting her delicate features and fair skin, tsk, no wonder. After a while Fuzhang emerged from the classroom following the homeroom teacher, and upon spotting Wanli Hestrodever, fixing his gaze on her for a few seconds. "Ino you don't want to doit." Wanli's eyes brightened slightly, although she hadn't been serious about their studies, she certainly didn't intend to come in last. She simply didn't want to engage. Others studied for a better future she could achieve just without much effort. Thus, she had grown complacent about their studies. "I will study diligently." Thence headed, please keep a tassicrity want to make here markable come back. She called Lituan Nuan and Theothers know about their change in attitude toward studying. Nor did she wish to doubt him, but the truth seemed to be evident. Baisi Yuan chuckled at make a remarkable comeback, coming in last would indeed be remarkable for the college entrance exams. Wenli, unable to hold her frustration, bared her teeth at Tim and annoyancy and fenternet to Fuzhang im going back to the classroom. She paused and added, "Can you pick me up tonight, I'm a bit afraid of the dark." Shintan did to create an opportunity to connect with Fuzhang, but she'll saw genuinely felt a bit fearful of the dark. Fuzhang replied with a simple and in Sethe entered the classroom, they headed downstairs to the car. Bai Sayuan volunteered to drive Andesthi left the school Hekazale glanced a verithicide, actually, you two have no blood relation natal. A few days earlier, on one Lai's 18th birthday, Fujin Gad suddenly approached them, Hazayas filled with conflict and reluctance, ultimately transforming into an awkward acceptance of an unchangeable reality. He had confessed that they had suddenly realized it Heffel romantic flutter for onely. The youthful stirring of affection had camelity and had breached his moral boundaries. When he first heard that, Bicey Yuan thought world was ending, but then he realized it was alright after all, Fuzing and when li had no familialities whatsoever. It was second to few familibi and legitimate a royal lineage while it when family was merely asmal, nameless household. Thema 9th passenger seat or nevish to look out window, histonia skulasever, let's not discuss this matter again. Atons Bicey Yuan understood as meaning there would been a crossing thought boundary, not even a little. Thetwa had grown up together, and Henya Fujin Gad Navirer borden romantic thoughts initially had hot Fujin Gad resigna themselves to Benga father to son, feeling hopeless about life. But hot wasn't the case. Chapter 3, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something strange. When Li's unusual behavior drew the keen attention of her homeroom teacher, Pan Mingyan, during evening study sessions, he deliberately approached her several times. Only to find her diligently studying each time. The peculiar nature of her actions was unmistakably suspicious to I. In the final minutes before class ended, he once again stood beside Li, swiftly reaching for her book. Instinctively glancing down at her desk, expecting to find novels or similar literature, he was surprised to see a pristine high school textbook, its pages half filled with notes. Indeed, after years of teaching, one encounters all sorts of oddities. When Li's beautiful eyes met his gaze, and Pan Mingyan felt an awkward pang of misunderstanding towards his student, he set the book down, cleared his throat, and continued speaking. Mr. Pan, when Li seized the opportunity to call after him. She then pulled out a physics workbook, opened it, and handed it to him. Could you explain this problem? I can't figure it out. Pan Mingyan hesitated for a moment, then quickly nodded, bending down to examine the workbook. Soon, he began to explain, noticing that when Li was able to grasp the concepts rapidly. To his astonishment, he praised her, saying, "It seems you're not lacking in intelligence. I thought you might have some issues with your IQ." When Li and Pan Mingyan inadvertently voiced his thoughts, only to realize his blunder afterward, he hastily amended, "You are quite clever, after all." At this moment, the dismissal bell rang, and Pan Mingyan clapped his hands, saying, "Class is over. Hurry back to get some rest. Stop reading for now, you need to maintain ample sleep to study better tomorrow." After packing her bag, when Li navigated through the throngs of students as she exited the classroom. Just as she reached the door, a few boys in the corridor started teasing her. When Li was renowned in school for her beauty, and it was not uncommon for boys to wait for her in the hall. Exchanging a few words, instantly, others turned to look. When Li glanced over but ignored the boys, shouldering her bag and walking away. In the midst of playful shoving, one of the boys bumped into her, causing her to stumble slightly. Had it been her former self, she would have been furious, but now she merely steadied herself and regarded them. The boys, grinning foolishly, offered insincere apologies. Sorry. Suddenly, a large hand pulled Li back slightly. Just as she was preparing to get angry, she turned her head to see Fu Zhang. He casually assessed the group of boys, who were still lingering, and Li felt a surge of confidence. With a firm push, she confronted the boys, stating, "I'm sorry, but I won't forgive you." The boys, undeterred by her defiance, immediately backed off upon seeing Fu Zhang, a figure of authority. Fu Zhang and Li descended the stairs, with Fu Zhang opening the rear door of his car for her. After she climbed in, he closed the door and took his seat in the passenger seat. Li glanced at him. Sensing his desire to avoid any implications, she chose not to comment. At this moment, she felt she had no words to say. She switched on the rear seat light and took out her workbook to study. The journey was quiet, and as the car entered a residential area, it finally stopped in front of the Wen family home. When Li looked up to see the brightly lit villa shrouded in darkness. Feeling momentarily trapped within an iron cage, desperately seeking an escape, she was now somewhat hesitant about returning to the home where she had grown up. Her gaze quickly shifted back to the man in the passenger seat. "Can I go to your place to study?" Fu Zhang glanced at her through the rearview mirror and responded with a simple mm. The driver promptly started the engine, driving them to the Fu residence, where only Grandpa Fu was watching television on the sofa. Grandma Fu was unwell and had gone to the mountain villa to escape the heat for a while. Hearing the door open, he turned to look. "Shelly is here. Have you eaten?" "I have," Li replied obediently with a nod. Fu Zhang slightly raised his chin, signaling her to head upstairs. "Go right in my room." Li nodded and ascended the stairs with her bag. After a while, Grandpa Fu gently inquired, "What is wrong with this child? Has the Wen family said anything to her?" Wen Li rarely visited the Fu household, let alone stay there. "Not much," Fu Zhang replied. Retrieving some fruit from the refrigerator, washing it, and bringing it upstairs. He knocked on the bedroom door, then opened it. Under Wen Li's watchful gaze, he placed the fruit platter on the table. "I'll be downstairs. If you need anything, just call." As he prepared to leave, Wen Li turned to him and said, "Could you stay with me for a bit? I'm afraid of the dark." Upon hearing this, Fu Zhang paused, hesitating for a moment before responding with a soft and took a seat on the edge of the bed. Wen Li cast a quick glance at him, then retrieved her assignments from her bag. An hour later, she declared, "I'm done. Let's go." Fu Zhang shifted his gaze from his phone and stood up to lead the way. Yet Grandpa Fu was still in the living room watching television. Engrossed in a war film. As they descended, the battle on screen was intense. Fu Zhang silently took the remote control, abruptly halting the scene. "It's time for bed." Grandpa Fu immediately glared at him, attempting to protest. "I just want to finish this episode before sleeping." Fu Zhang said nothing, merely holding the remote, signaling to Wen Li to go ahead. Just before they exited, Wen Li caught Grandpa Fu muttering under his breath, "Am I the elder, or are you the elder?" Her peripheral vision instinctively turned to the man behind her, whose handsome yet solemn demeanor made her reflect. She had never understood why he seemed so mature for his age. Now, it became clear, although youth is precious, the burdens one carries are heavier than most. Fu Zhang had taken over the Fu family business early on, and it was evident he had faced considerable hardships. Naturally, he appeared much more mature than his peers. "Fu Zhang will wait for me. I will help you shoulder some burdens in the future." She had barely uttered the first two words when she halted, realizing she had yet to sort out her own matters. "Just wait a bit longer, and once I'm capable, I will definitely share some of your load," she quickly rephrased, "once I have a break. I'll treat you to a meal." "Is the Wen family treating you poorly?" Fu Zhang asked, his gaze filled with curiosity as he scrutinized her expression. Wen Li's eyes dimmed momentarily, yet she shook her head. "No, they treat me very well." At the entrance of the Wen family home, Wen Li waved at Fu Zhang. "Good night, Fu Zhang. See you tomorrow." After saying this, she dashed into the Wen residence. Upon entering the living room, Duing rose from the sofa, a look of affection on her face as she tentatively asked, "Did your uncle come to pick you up?" Wen Li knew that Duing was already aware and nodded before attempting to head upstairs. Duing smiled and said, "I spoke with your homeroom teacher and got a leave for you. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the amusement park." She picked up something from the table and handed it to her. "A new gaming console, bought secretly without your dad knowing. You can play in your room. Don't be angry with your father. All he thinks about is the company. Once your sister helps out, your studies won't matter as much. After the college entrance examination, I'll arrange for you to study abroad, and you can continue dancing." Chapter 4, He retreats. She advances. Wen Li had studied dance since childhood and had won several medals. But after discovering video games in middle school, she had ceased her dance practice. Duing's words reminded her that she still possessed a skill, one she could continue to cultivate, regardless of the Wen family's situation. She needed to ensure her own survival. She looked at Duing and followed her lead. "Mom, could you help me find a dance teacher? I want to start learning again," seemingly anticipating Wen Li's request. Duing nodded, and Wen Li was not surprised. At this critical juncture in her senior year, as long as she wasn't studying, Duing would likely agree. "I'm going upstairs to play games. Don't disturb me." With that, she shouldered her bag and made her way upstairs. Once in her room, Wen Li locked the door, then turned on her gaming console, cranking the volume to the maximum to create the illusion of being engrossed in gameplay. In the living room, Duing heard the sounds of the game and contentedly diverted her gaze. After a while, when Rong returned from his social engagements, hearing the gaming sounds, he frowned and remarked, "It's already the senior year. Why is she still allowed to play games? There's nothing I can do if she wants to play. Let her enjoy it for a while. The recent academic pressure has been intense." Duing replied, taking his coat, "You say that, but it's useless. It only disrupts the harmony of the household." When Rong replied, rubbing his temples, "What academic pressure does she have? She always ranks last in her exams. How is she supposed to take over the company? If it weren't for the promise made to Wen Li's grandfather, he wouldn't care about whether Wen Li studied or not." Duing had been his college girlfriend, and after a brief breakup, they had reconnected when he married Wen Li's mother. Shortly after Wen Li's mother passed away during childbirth, he learned that Duing had also given birth to a daughter. Slightly older than Wen Li, out of obligation and reason, he felt responsible, but Wen Li's grandfather was aware of his infidelity during marriage and was concerned that he would neglect Wen Li in the future. After negotiations, it was determined that Wen Li would be the sole heir to the Wen family business, and Wen Rong could marry Duing only if she ensured that they would care for Wen Li. Moreover, Nuan, while she may lack in other areas, her studies are decent, she can help Xiaoli without issue, Duing stated. When Rong's expression softened a bit, Nuan was indeed obedient, and with her around, he felt more at ease. A few days ago, Nuan had mentioned that she would not be going abroad for further studies, citing his poor health, and that she would help him manage work after graduation. Duing sighed and gently added, she has always wanted to study literature abroad. When Rong's expression turned regretful, I have neglected Nuan, although she cannot inherit the company, I will not treat her poorly. A harmonious family is more important than anything else, Duing said with understanding. When Rong embraced her, kissing her forehead, then turned his attention back to the upstairs, exclaiming in annoyance, "It's so late, and she is still playing games." "Alright, don't be angry, let her play for a while," Duing gently reassured him, patting his chest. Around 1 in the morning, when Rong still heard the sounds of the game, he sat up, intending to head upstairs. But Duing wrapped her arms around his waist. "You have a meeting tomorrow, get some sleep. Today's children just love gaming. A little playtime is no big deal." At the stroke of 2 in the morning, Wen Li completed her studies, rose to turn off the gaming console, and after freshening up, collapsed onto her bed to sleep. Having learned from the previous day's experience, she had set an alarm for 7 o'clock. Rising was a painful endeavor, yet the alternative of being a vegetable was far worse. At this moment, when Rong had already descended the stairs, upon seeing her, he remarked, "If you continue playing games, I will smash everything." Wen Li had never held any affection for him, and even in this new life, her feelings remained unchanged, for Wen Rong had always regarded her merely as a tool for managing the family business. Had he fathered a son with Duing, he would undoubtedly be scheming for his son to inherit the company. However, she was acutely aware that Wen Rong would not dare to act against her. Not out of loyalty to the Wen family, but rather due to Fu Zhang. Many of the Wen family's current projects were intentionally overlooked by Fu Zhang for his benefit, noticing that she was engrossed in her breakfast. Wen Rong slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "What are you eating for? No breakfast." Obediently, Wen Li stood up, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and declared, "I'm going to the Fu residence for breakfast." Wen Rong's expression shifted dramatically before he could react. Wen Li had already exited the house, prompting him to hastily pursue her, calling out, "Come back." Wen Li feigned ignorance, jogging into the Fu residence, where she unexpectedly encountered Fu Zhang emerging from the living room. Their eyes met, and Wen Li quietly complained, "Fu Zhang, when Rong want tea, let me have breakfast. Go inside and eat." Fu Zhang replied, his gaze darkening as he stepped aside to allow her entry. He then instructed the driver, "No need to take me, please see her to school later." "You should take me." Wen Li pressed her advantage, dressed in her school uniform, consisting of a short-sleeved shirt and a black pleated skirt. Paired with white sneakers, her thick black hair was tied back, with a few stray strands framing her face. Her voice was soft, making it difficult for anyone to refuse her requests. Fu Zhang's gaze lingered for a moment longer before he averted his eyes. Declining, "I have matters to attend to." "Alright," Wen Li responded, fiddling with the strap of her backpack. Though she remained rooted in place, her eyes fixed on Fu Zhang. He had no pressing obligations, he was merely avoiding any implications of impropriety. If he retreated, she would advance, otherwise, they would truly have no opportunity. He merely needed to take a single step and she would follow. Fu Zhang swallowed hard, his throat tightening as he glanced at his watch. His previously frosty demeanor softened slightly as he said, "We'll have breakfast in the car." Get in. Shortly thereafter, Wen Li climbed into the spacious vehicle, greeted by a faint scent of masculine woodsy cologne. The very fragrance that had comforted her during her 3 years of vegetative existence, as it signified Fu Zhang's presence by her side. She inhaled deeply, savoring the scent. After a while, Fu Zhang entered the car with breakfast in hand, while Wen Li resumed her studies in the back seat, occasionally stealing glances at the man in the passenger seat. Not long after arriving at school, Duing came to fetch her. Wen Li had already prepared her excuse, saying, "I stayed up too late playing games last night and decided not to come. I'll just sleep in the classroom." Seeing the dark circles under her eyes, Duing refrained from pressing her further. Gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and advising, "Make sure to rest well in the classroom." After a moment's contemplation, she added, "This weekend there's a banquet at home. I know you're not fond of such events, so why not spend a couple of days at your grandfather's house or invite some friends to go out?" Wen Li immediately recalled that Wen Nuan was set to be engaged to the sole heir of the Qin family, which, while not as prestigious as the Fu family, surpassed the Wen family by several magnitudes. Duing and Wen Nuan had always projected an air of indifference toward wealth and status, yet now The authenticity of such sentiments came into question. If they truly were unconcerned, why would they engage in a match with the heir of the Chin family, notorious in Kyoto for his romantic escapades? The fact that the Chin family consented to the engagement with Wen Nuan was also quite surprising. I'll just stay home and play games, not coming downstairs, Wenli asserted. Doing hesitated, urging, it's too noisy at home. I'm worried it might disrupt your gaming. Then I'll go to the Fu residence to play, Wenli countered, strategically retreating to advance. Doing immediately shook her head, saying, that's not appropriate, just play games upstairs. I'll make sure no one disturbs you. Chapter 5. Growing up, the school in Beijing is considerably more humane than others, likely due to its strong faculty. As it does not encroach upon students' vacation time, the high school seniors have weekends off as usual, yet the workload remains heavy. On Friday afternoon, after school, her deskmate Zhou Qin finished packing her backpack and, after a moment's hesitation, turned to Wenli, who was also gathering her things, and said for the first time, Wenli, are you coming with us to the library to study? Wenli was aware of her unpopularity and, after a brief pause, responded, they probably don't like me very much. You can go ahead. You're quite nice, Zhou Qin remarked, having paid attention to Wenli over the past few days as she quietly studied and even occasionally helped collect her homework. Having had few friends in her previous life, Wenli hesitated before nodding in agreement. Sure. Seeing her consent, Zhou Qin got up to inform the other girls. Wenli noticed that the girls glanced her way. Seemingly reluctant, uncertain of what Zhou Qin had said, they approached to wait for her to finish packing. As they stepped out of the classroom, Wenli spotted Wen Nuan not far away, carrying an array of snacks. She had a bright and cheerful appearance, enhanced by her attire, drawing the attention of several boys as they passed by. Zhou Qin and the others recognized Wen Nuan, as she often visited and occasionally reminded them not to bully Wenli, which was somewhat uncomfortable to hear. Over time, this had led to a distancing from Wenli. Zhou Qin looked at Wenli and softly asked, are you still going? Wenli nodded, then turned to Wen Nuan, saying, I've made plans with some classmates to hang out. I'll be home later. As usual, she gently tugged at Wen Nuan's hand, adding a hint of playfulness. Wen Nuan indulgently nodded, all right, go have fun. She then turned to Zhou Qin and the others, warmly reminding them, don't bully Wenli, okay? Instantly Zhou Qin and her friends bristled at this, one girl about to retort when Wenli interjected earnestly. The only one who gets to bully them is me. Sister, you should leave quickly, Wen Nuan urged. All right, I'll be off, stay safe. With that, Wen Nuan departed, her arms laden with snacks. Wenli turned back to Zhou Qin and her friends. Noticing their expressions darken, she boldly asked, are you still willing to let me join you? Though they were initially put off, her straightforwardness made them laugh. Lin Baozhu looked at her and said, I thought you only listened to your sister. She then stuck out her tongue playfully. Wenli replied with utmost seriousness, people must grow up. If she did not mature, she would face death once more. Lin Baozhu, with her cheerful disposition, laughed heartily and linked arms with her. I think I'm starting to like you. I must indeed be quite likable. Wenli blinked in surprise. Wow, you're very confident. Generally speaking, I'm the best in the nation. A group of girls chatted and laughed as they exited the school. The library, located just a short walk away, compared to them, Wenli's academic prowess was slightly inferior. After 2 hours, Zhou Qin and the others gradually finished their assignments, while Wenli had only completed half. Zhou Qin looked at the others and whispered, you all can head back. The others nodded, and Lin Baozhu, being much closer to Wenli, declared, I'll stay with you. Once the others departed, Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin settled beside Wenli. After a while, they understood why Wenli was slower. When faced with questions she couldn't answer, she would flip through her books to find the relevant knowledge points, demonstrating her intelligence as she adeptly applied what she learned. 2 more hours passed before Wenli finally completed all her assignments. Turning her head, she noticed Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu reading beside her and quietly suggested, let me treat you to dinner. Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu hesitated, not wanting to take advantage of her generosity, saying, let us go. Wenli smiled, and the three of them exited the library, leading them into an old alley. Soon, she pointed to a quaint aged shop, saying, can we eat here? The food is quite good. While unaware of Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu's family circumstances, most students at Beijing schools came from well-off backgrounds. Zhou Qin hesitated, asking, is it clean? I really want to try it. Lin Baozhu chimed in eagerly. After a couple more glances, Zhou Qin also felt tempted, saying, then let us eat. Wenli was fond of this eatery. And upon taking her first bite, Lin Baozhu exclaimed softly, wow, this is delicious. How did you find this street vendor? Wenli swallowed her food before replying, I just have a craving. My mom and brother never let me eat street food. Claiming it's unhygienic, Lin Baozhu pouted. Zhou Qin nodded in agreement, while Wenli lowered her gaze, acknowledging, indeed street food can be unsanitary, but Duing and Wen Nuan never discouraged me, and even indulged my cravings. She didn't harbor resentment or blame anyone. Those who truly care for your well-being will impose appropriate restrictions. Occasional indulgence is permissible, but it shouldn't become a habit. After finishing their meal, Lin Baoju seemed to have adopted Wenli as her close friend. Whispering conspiratorially, "Wenli, shall we sneak into a bar later? My brother often goes to bars but never takes me, saying I'm not allowed. However, my cousin claims there are many handsome guys there. And I'm curious." Qin is timid. "I'm somewhat brave, but you surely have the courage." Wenli remains silent, observing her lack of response. Lin Baoju clasped her hands together, pleading, "I really want to go." Wenli glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock. After a moment's hesitation, she agreed, "All right, but if I get grounded when I return home, don't blame me. Deal? I promise not to hold you responsible." "Wenli, you're the best," Lin Baoju exclaimed as she immediately hugged her. For safety's sake, they decided to visit a bar operated under the Fu Group's name. Before entering, Wenli stowed her backpack and changed into more casual clothing, ensuring she didn't look like a student. Thankfully, they were all of legal age and managed to gain entry. In the midst of the gathering, Wenli stood at the center, flanked closely by Zhou Qin and Lin Baoju. If she were a man, others might assume she was quite adept at charming the ladies. Throughout the journey, Lin Baoju occasionally exclaimed in delight, catching the attention of the waitstaff several times. They were led to their seats, where the waiter handed Wenli a tablet, indicating she should order drinks. Casually, she selected 3 cocktails, settling the bill with Du Ying's supplementary card. Once the waiter departed, Zhou Qin exhaled in relief, visibly shaken. Lin Baoju chuckled a couple of times, glancing around, remarking that the bar was not chaotic at all. Her brother had deceived her. "Wenli, have you been here before? You seem like a regular," she inquired. "I have ordered male models before," Wenli teased, but upon meeting the serious gazes of her companions, she laughed and added, "In the future, don't come here on your own. It's too easy to be fooled." Lin Baoju lamented, "I wanted to ask if the male models were handsome. If we don't order them, we're really doomed," she concluded with a self-satisfied expression. When the drinks arrived, Wenli forbade them from drinking, leaving them only to observe. Both Zhou Qin and Lin Baoju possessed a sense of caution and refrained from touching the alcohol, choosing instead to curiously survey their surroundings. On the second floor, in the corridor, Bai Siyuan leaned against the balcony while on the phone. His gaze drifted downward, pausing momentarily as he recognized Wenli, lingering for several seconds before confirming her identity. He turned and made his way toward the private room, where several men were engaged in casual conversation. Wenli remained downstairs. Chapter 6. He is not her uncle. In an instant, all eyes shifted to Fu Zhang, who lifted his gaze from his phone. Momentarily bewildered, his cool voice carried an air of disbelief. "What? Wenli was downstairs, and there was also your sister." Bai Siyuan glanced at another man. Lin Yichen's brow twitched, and he instinctively rose, hastily descending the stairs. Lin Baoju, eager to see handsome men, sought Wenli's help in the search with her discerning eye. It took her a while before she spotted a somewhat attractive man, pointing, "How about this one?" Lin Baoju looked over excitedly, only to quickly transform into shock, stammering, "My brother, Wenli, what terrible luck this is." Lin Yichen flicked Lin Baoju's forehead, admonishing, "You have quite the nerve, coming to a bar." Lin Baoju shielded her head, retracting her neck. "I just came to take a look." Lin Yichen grasped her hand, then turned to Zhou Qin. "Does your sister know you're at a bar?" Zhou Qin cautiously shook her head, not recognizing him. Wenli attempted to salvage the situation. "We're here for social practice, an assignment from school. We haven't drunk any alcohol." Lin Baoju's eyes lit up, eagerly nodding. "We're just here for social practice." "Haven't drunk a drop?" Lin Yichen found it hard to believe, scoffing softly, "You must be joking." He turned to the shadow behind him. "Fu Zhang, your niece claims she is here for social practice at a bar. Do you believe her?" Upon hearing this, Wenli tilted her head slightly, finally noticing Fu Zhang, dressed in a black shirt, his brows knitting together. Instantly, she felt a bit more restrained upon realizing he was Wenli's uncle. Lin Baoju quickly interjected, "It was my idea to bring Wenli and Zhou Qin along. It's not their fault, rest assured, you're in for it tonight." Lin Yichen gestured for Zhou Qin to follow him, then addressed Fu Zhang, "I'll take them back now." As Lin Baoju departed, she kept her gaze on Wenli, her eyes filled with regret. Wenli, however, was preoccupied, meeting Fu Zhang's gaze. Fu Zhang glanced at the 3 glasses of alcohol on the table, then back at Wenli, his tone icy as he commanded, "Follow me." With that, he turned and walked ahead, his pace deliberately slow to ensure Wenli could keep up. They entered a pristine private room, where Fu Zhang switched on all the lights and settled into a booth, his jaw tense. "What are you doing at a bar?" he inquired. "Social practice." Wenli attempted to defend herself. Fu Zhang repeated the question, his tone as frigid as ice, sending a shiver down her spine. "Toc handsome men," Wenli replied honestly. Fu Zhang's expression remained devoid of warmth as he crossed one leg over the other, reclining against the booth. Have you seen enough? If not, I can summon a group of men for you to admire. Wenli, she nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Despite her response, Fu Zheng's demeanor did not soften. After a moment he said, "Right, what should I write? A 1,000-word report on social practice. You can go home once it's completed." Half an hour later, Bai Siyuan entered the room, noticing Wenli writing something. He whispered to Fu Zhang, "Yang Mingyi has arrived." Fu Zhang acknowledged this with a nod, rising to Wenli. "Wait here for me." Wenli obediently nodded. After the two departed, she shook her cramped hands and continued her writing. Half an hour later, Fu Zhang returned reeking of alcohol. Upon seeing her glance in his direction, his voice, tinged with the remnants of inebriation, lazily asked, "Have you finished?" "Yes," Wenli replied, handing him her notebook. Fu Zhang sat beside her, reviewing her work on social practice, his brow slightly relaxing. "I'll have the driver take you home. Can I wait here for you?" Wenli asked. Fu Zhang shot her a sidelong glance, attempting to discern her intentions. "You want to stay here for fun?" "No, I just want to wait for you to go home together," Wenli said earnestly. The man's dark pupils constricted sharply, his thick eyelashes fluttering. After a long pause, he replied coolly, "I still have an hour or two. All right, I'll read here," Wenli stated. After a while, Fu Zhang exited again. Moments later, Bai Siyuan knocked and entered, carrying a plate of fruit, placing it beside Wenli. "Yang Mingyi is stalling your family's project. Your uncle is drinking with him," he observed Wenli's expression as he spoke. When he saw she merely gazed at him, he added meaningfully, "If you don't want to upset your uncle, don't come to bars anymore." As Bai Siyuan was about to leave, Wenli spoke earnestly, "He is not my uncle." Bai Siyuan looked at her in surprise. Wenli offered no explanation, instead returning her focus to her assignment. After he exited, Bai Siyuan pondered her words, inadvertently bumping into a post, letting out a hiss of discomfort. "What's on your mind that has you so engrossed?" a friend teased as he passed by. "Yang Mingyi can't hold his liquor. He is having a rough time now. Let him mess with the Wen family, and Fu Zhang will see to it that he is done for." Bai Siyuan rubbed his aching forehead, glancing at his friend, wanting to say something but holding back. Yang Mingyi ultimately surrendered after a night of drinking, allowing Fu Zhang to send him home once the others had dispersed. Bai Siyuan looked at Fu Zhang, hesitating on what to say. After all, this was not the first time when Li had insisted Fu Zhang was not her uncle. If there was a misunderstanding, it could cause trouble for Fu Zhang. Fu Zhang took the suit jacket beside him and draped it over his arm. "I'm leaving." "Alright, I want to see you off since Li is here." Bai Siyuan replied. Fu Zhang pushed open the door to the private room, the light revealing that Li was no longer inside, causing his gaze to dim slightly. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Fu Zhang. He turned to see a girl in the dimly lit corridor, her bright almond eyes sparkling, holding something in her hand. "Where have you been?" "I went to buy juice." "After drinking, a little juice will help ease things." Wenli produced a juice box from her bag, inserted a straw, and handed it to him. Fu Zhang, appearing somewhat inebriated, took a moment to accept it. The slightly sour grape juice sent a tingling sensation through his chest. He tugged at his collar before swiftly buttoning his open shirt, restoring its neatness. After taking a few sips, he said, "Let us go." As midnight approached, the bar grew busier. Wenli gazed out from the transparent glass elevator, overwhelmed by the intoxicating ambience. Suddenly, a hand reached out, obscuring her view for half a minute before retracting. When her vision cleared, Fu Zhang's distinct features came into focus, his prominent nose, amber eyes, and skin fairer than the average man. 3 years ago, the seeds of romantic feelings had already begun to sprout. When Li's heart raced, and she quickly averted her gaze, the mechanical voice of the elevator announcing, "Level B1." Instinctively she stepped out, only to discover the bar's elevator seemed to be inebriated itself. Delaying its opening, with an unexpected thud, she bumped into the elevator door. Clutching her head, she winced as the doors finally opened, accompanied by a mechanical voice, "We look forward to your next visit." Fu Zhang instinctively bent down to check on her. Noticing her flushed forehead, frowning, he guided her out of the elevator, signaling her to wait in the car. "Stay here. I'll go get some medicine." Chapter 7. She is merely upon the man's figure quickly vanished into the parking lot. When Li exhaled, replaying the earlier moments in her mind, and suddenly felt her heart flutter once more. Minutes later, Fu Zhang reappeared by the car, handing her an ointment. His voice remained as cold as ever. "Apply this." When Li did not take it. Instead, she lifted her delicate face, trust evident in her expression. "You help me apply it." As his fingers brushed against her cheek, Fu Zhang felt a tightness in his throat. Averting his gaze, dipping his fingers into the ointment, he gently applied it to her forehead. Both froze momentarily, and Fu Zhang meticulously spread the ointment before sitting beside her, his fingers radiating heat as he crossed his arms. When Li stowed the ointment in her backpack and glanced at the man beside her. "Fu Zhang, don't concern yourself with the Wen family anymore, nor with me. I will take care of myself." Fu Zheng turned to her, and after a long silence, he nodded, all right. As they neared the Wen family residence, Wen Li retrieved a pen from her backpack, offering it to him. This is a gift for your birthday. Pausing slightly, her voice softened. Fu Zhang, happy birthday. Fu Zhang's birthday falls in the first half of her birthday month. For many years, she has not bestowed upon him a birthday gift, even when she did. It was merely sent through Wen Rong in her name. Perhaps the changes have been too profound. Just a few days prior, she had been rather aloof. Fu Zhang raised his gaze towards her. An inquisitive glimmer in his eyes. He reached for a pen, his thin lips parting slightly, yet no words escaped. Wen Li clasped her hands around her bag, aware that belated concern is worth less than grass. But she yearned to indulge in that worthlessness just once, regardless of how he might reject her. She would continue to approach him. From now on, I shall be a part of your birthday celebrations every year. Fu Zhang, good night. The girl vanished from view, and Fu Zhang's eyes dulled slightly as he finally instructed the driver, take me home. At the Fu residence, grandfather Fu and Fu Yu were still in the living room, engrossed in a television show, when they simultaneously turned to Fu Zhang. Upon noticing his long fingers holding a half-finished glass of juice, both understood that he had never been fond of juices or fruits since childhood. Clearly, something was amiss. Fu Yu leaned on the sofa, blinking playfully, and teased, have you a date tonight? Upon hearing this, grandfather Fu hastily interjected, if you like her, bring her home. You know I'm quite easygoing. It was not that he was picky, but rather that Fu Zhang had no interest in the women he had previously deemed suitable, hence he had no demands now, of course, only regarding women. Fu Zhang tossed his suit jacket onto the sofa, raised the glass to finish the remaining juice, and discarded the plastic cup into the trash purchased by Wen Li. The mere mention of Wen Li caused grandfather Fu to exhibit disappointment, his lips pressing into a thin line as he recollected. The Wen family informed us that there will be a banquet tomorrow. See who among you is available to attend. Typically, whenever the Wen family had matters to discuss, the Fu family would extend a modicum of deference to Wen Li, at least to affirm that she had support. Fu Yu sighed, I must go abroad tomorrow. Fu Zhang, do you have anything planned? If you do, I can postpone my trip. No, it is fine, I will go. Fu Zhang replied as he ascended the stairs. Grandfather Fu cast a glance at Fu Yu, murmuring, your brother has been acting mysteriously lately, always using Wen Li as an excuse. A few days ago, he brought back a box of fried rice. I refuse to believe that Xiaoli would make him fried rice. The child is still in her rebellious phase. Dad, let the young ones handle their affairs. When the time is right, he will surely wish to bring her home. Fu Yu supported her brother upstairs. Upon entering his bedroom, Fu Zhang locked the door behind him and retrieved a simple black pen from his pocket. Devoid of any distinguishing features, his large fingers brushed it lightly before placing it inside a drawer, where a photograph became faintly visible, a little girl with two ponytails, a round face, and crescent-shaped eyes. He swiftly closed the drawer. Meanwhile, at the Wen residence, as soon as Wen Li stepped through the door, Wen Rong erupted into a tirade, evidently having discovered her excursion to the bar. This further confirmed the suspicion she had long harbored. In the past, she could never comprehend how Wen Rong always seemed to know her every move. Now it was clear that someone was reporting her every action back to him. You reckless child, at such a young age you indulge in such behavior, you truly have some nerve. I wonder who you take after? Wen Nuan immediately stepped in front of Wen Li, adopting a guilty demeanor. Dad, please don't scold my sister. It was my fault for not picking her up in the afternoon. She wouldn't have gone to the bar if not for someone else. I went on my own. Wen Li spoke up instantly. Wen Rong's fury escalated as he raised his hand and struck her across the face with a resounding smack, his voice laced with anger. Do you not understand that you are to inherit the Wen family? If others learn that you frequented bars during high school, who would dare to marry you? The sting on her cheek was sharp, but Wen Li's heart felt an icy chill. This family had never genuinely cared for her. Wen Nuan rushed to embrace her. Dad, if you must hit someone, strike me instead. Please do not harm my sister. Do not strike her, she will only continue to go. Wen Rong roared. Wen Nuan quickly gestured for Wen Li to head upstairs, whispering, Sister, you must go up now. Wen Li stood still, observing the dynamics among the three. Determined to witness their true faces, she felt like an inconsequential pawn easily manipulated by each of them. Doing pulled Wen Rong aside, defending, Why are you hitting a child? What's wrong with going to a bar? Young people enjoy such places nowadays. Matters of marriage can be addressed later. Xiaoli is sweet and sensible. Anyone who cannot appreciate her is simply blind. Had I known, I wouldn't have let you see my phone. You always explode with anger at the slightest provocation. Xiaoli, go upstairs. Nuan, take your sister up. When Nuan led Wen Li upstairs, entering the bedroom before fetching medicine to treat Wen Li's wounds, her eyes brimming with compassion. Next time you want to go to a bar, just tell me. I will keep it a secret. For a fleeting moment, Wen Li pondered, asking if there was any true affection for her. But it was evident that there was none. She discarded those foolish thoughts, lowering her gaze. How did he know I went to the bar? Mom was in the kitchen preparing food, and Dad saw your spending information on his phone. When Nguyen explained, casting a glance at her, Dad is an old-fashioned man. Going to a bar isn't a crime, but his reaction was too harsh. Your face is swollen. I'm just unlucky, Wenli muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. When Nguyen, unable to see her expression, comfortingly patted her back. Be more careful next time. You should rest. I will go talk to Dad. Before closing the door, she glanced back at the dejected Wenli. Then descended the stairs. Doing was currently attempting to reason with Wenrong, stating that it was normal for children to enjoy themselves and that if Nguyen disliked such things, she wouldn't participate either. You're always angry at the children. Be careful, they won't want to be close to you. Wenrong, unable to reconcile his emotions, retorted, if it weren't for the Wen family, I wouldn't care at all. If Nguyen could inherit the company, I wouldn't be bothered. Dad, I will support my sister. We are family, Nguyen stated maturely. Wenrong's mood softened slightly as he regarded her, expressing, the Wen family will have to rely on you in the future. On the second floor, Wenli turned back to her room, locked the door, and sat silently on the edge of her bed for quite some time before finally rising to read. The following day, around 10 o'clock, a knock echoed through the house. Wenli, her hair tousled, went to answer the door. Finding Doing on the other side, she carried a substantial amount of food, wearing a maternal expression. You haven't gotten up yet, eat your meal before going back to sleep. If you need anything, call me, and I will bring it to you. Alright, thank you, Mom, Wenli replied, leaning against the door, skillfully adopting a charming demeanor. Doing playfully chided her, what do you mean thank you? Your dad won't be coming upstairs today. Feel free to play your games. Okay. Wenli closed the door, set the food down, and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Looking in the mirror, she saw half of her face swollen and slightly bruised. She poked at it, wincing in pain as she muttered to herself, deserved it. For over 20 years, she had been blind to her own situation. She deserved it. After finishing her meal, she resumed her studies, searching for her second-year high school math book for quite some time without success. Ultimately, she decided to venture to the storage room on the second floor to find it. Recalling that she had tossed it there earlier upon entering, she instinctively closed the door to the darkroom behind her. After locating the math book, she attempted to open the door only to discover it wouldn't budge. Pulling at it with all her might, she found the quality of the door frustratingly good. She stood there for a moment, inadvertently catching a glimpse of Fu Zheng among the crowd below through the window. She quickly pulled out her phone to call him. Soon Fu Zheng rose from the throng and made his way to a quieter spot. What is it? Fu Zheng, I'm stuck in the dark room of the storage area on the second floor. The door has closed behind me, and I can't get out. Wenli's voice softened unconsciously as she spoke with him. Understood, Fu Zheng replied. Not long after hanging up, footsteps sounded outside the room, followed by the door swinging open. Fu Zheng entered, clad in a sleek black V-neck suit, making the small darkroom feel even more cramped. Wenli quickly stood up, having previously faced away from him. Now meeting his gaze, only then did Fu Zheng notice her swollen face, his pupils narrowing instinctively as he reached out to touch her cheek, only to retract his hand sharply. Who hit you? He asked coldly. Wenli answered honestly. Fu Zheng's eyes narrowed further, his tone filled with hostility. Has he lost his mind? Before Wenli could respond, more footsteps approached, followed by the sound of the door locking again. She watched as two figures outside kissed, one of whom was Wen Nguyen, who had always maintained a sensible demeanor. They appeared engrossed in each other, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the two in the darkroom. Suddenly, something was placed over her head, a faint pleasant fragrance filling her senses. She raised her hand to brush aside the edge of the garment, glancing at the man beside her, before she could utter a word. A large hand pulled down the fabric, resting it atop her head. Fu Zheng stepped back slightly, raising his hand to gently close the door, leaving only a narrow gap. Sounds from outside intermittently reached their ears, continuing for several minutes until the door suddenly swung open, followed by a voice from one of the housemaids. Wenli felt an urge to peek, but the hand atop her head held firm, preventing her from glimpsing the inappropriate scene unfolding outside. Moments later, Doing arrived, her voice tinged with panic. Wan, Qin Feng, what on earth is happening here? You. Then came the voice of another middle-aged woman, noticeably calmer, who shut the door behind her. Clearly, it was Qin Feng's mother. After a moment, Doing lamented, it's one thing to lose face for the Wen family, but to tarnish the Fu family's reputation is far worse. With those words, the Qin family was compelled to take the matter seriously. Qin's mother shot a disapproving glare at Qin Feng, having no desire for Wen Nguyen to become her daughter-in-law. However, given the circumstances that had unfolded within the Wen family, It could not be handled lightly, sister. We shall handle this matter privately later. Rest assured, we will provide you with an explanation. I have watched Xiaonuan grow since childhood, and she is perfectly suitable to be my daughter-in-law. This situation is not entirely your fault. Young people are impulsive. We must not let Xiaoli know, for if she speaks a few words to Fu Zhang, this issue may escalate. Doing ever reasonable, stated Qin Ma. Wary of offending the Fu family, quickly added, let us keep this matter from others. It would not be beneficial for the two children. Later, we will visit to propose marriage. Alas, it seems this is the only course we can take. Doing sighed. After half an hour, the visitors finally departed. As the sound of the door closing echoed, when Li felt the pressure above her head ease, she removed her suit jacket, her hair slightly disheveled, and her pair of crystalline eyes bore an air of innocence. Fu Zhang took the clothes, donned them, lightly patted them down, and caught a fleeting glimpse of her before averting his gaze. Do you enjoy long needles? When Li obediently shook her head, Fu Zhang said nothing, his eyes resting on her face, and after a few moments he opened the door and stepped outside. Upon returning to the bedroom, when Li took out her phone to search for information about the Qin family's assets, discovering numerous projects aligned with the Wen families. Indeed, a union between the two families would be advantageous. If it were solely for the sake of the Wen family's business, there would be no need for Xiaonuan and Duing to marry into the Qin family. They could simply render her ineffectual, or perhaps make her disappear entirely. What value did she possess that warranted their scheming? The Wen family, oh, and her maternal grandfather's family. She was the sole heir of the Lu family. Her grandfather's family, while slightly less affluent than the Fu family, far surpassed the Qin and Wen families. Suddenly she recalled that shortly before the car accident, she had inherited the Lu family's assets during a time when her grandfather's health was declining. It seemed that their ambitions reached far beyond her expectations, even when Rong was merely a tool for their purposes. As for her mother's death, just then, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. She tidied her assignments, stowed them in the drawer, and powered on her gaming console. Standing up to open the door, she froze momentarily, as it was the fastidious Fu Zhang at the entrance. He handed her a bag of medication. Following the doctor's instructions, take one anti-inflammatory pill at a time, twice a day. Apply cream to your face 3 times daily. When Li's heart, which had sunk to the depths, surged back with warmth, stirring a desire to embrace him. In fact, she did just that. Fu Zhang glanced down, his body stiffening. He raised his right hand, and after several seconds, gently placed it on her head, stroking it twice. He assured her, when Rome will not hit you again. When Li released him, tilting her head slightly to meet his gaze, I will not allow him to hit me again. Fu Zhang acknowledged with a murmured agreement but did not linger at the bedroom door. Quickly descending the stairs. As Fu Zhang entered the throng below, several individuals instinctively gravitated toward him. However, today he wore an indifferent expression, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. These individuals, perceptive enough, refrained from provoking him. When Rome, however, lacking such discernment, approached with a few business associates to greet him. Fu Zhang, this is General Manager Yi from Liangsheng, General Manager Li from Tianyi, and General Manager Bai from the Bai family. Fu Zhang did not even lift his eyelids, showing them no courtesy, causing Wen Rong's expression to shift awkwardly as he stood frozen. General Manager Bai attempted to diffuse the tension. General Manager 1. We are heading to General Manager Yang's place, please carry on with your business. Once they departed, Fu Zhang turned his attention back to Wen Rong, his gaze landing squarely on his hands as he issued a direct warning. Wen Rong, if you strike Wen Li again, I will ensure the Wen family goes bankrupt. Wen Rong immediately understood that Wen Li had reported him, and he hastily explained, she went to a bar yesterday. And then you hit her. Fu Zhang's tone grew somber as he coldly remarked, is your method of education to resort to violence? If so, I too can educate you. Chapter 9. Fu Zhang went on a date. Wen Rong, now in his 40s or 50s, felt humiliated as Fu Zhang reprimanded him publicly like a child, yet he did not lose his composure. He nodded, I will not lay a hand on her again. Fu Zhang cast him a cold glance, I will be taking her to the Fu residence for a few days. Very well. Wen Rong acquiesced, secretly hoping that Wen Li would strengthen her ties with the Fu family. A good relationship with the Fu family would elevate the Wen family's status. Over the years, the Wen family had endeavored to cultivate a good rapport with the Fu family, yet they only seemed concerned about Wen Li's affairs, neglecting all other matters. As the banquet concluded, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Wen Li had just completed a set of papers and stood to stretch when a knock at the door interrupted her. Judging by the impatient tone, she knew it was Wen Rong. After a brief delay, she slowly opened the door, and Wen Rong's voice boomed, why are you so slow, still playing games? Wen Li, disinterested in his explosive demeanor, Instinctively attempted to close the door when Rong frowned, initially inclined to anger, but then remembered something and suppressed his irritation. Your uncle is waiting for you downstairs to take you to stay for a few days. You should behave. If your uncle gets angry, you need not return that. He paused before continuing. You know well that Fu Zhang is not your biological uncle. If you offend him, he will show no mercy. Without the Fu family's support, the Wen family would struggle to maintain its standing in the capital. Observing the middle-aged man's calculating expression, Wen Li had no doubt that he had married her mother for the Lu family's status. Had it not been for Du Ying's emergence, her grandfather would have undoubtedly supported Wen Rong. This villa is under my name. It was a gift from my grandfather. You should leave, she asserted. Wen Rong, now in a position to purchase several villas, found it challenging to sever ties with the Fu family, especially as they resided there. He disliked hearing her speak in such a manner, instinctively raising his hand. Wen Rong, should you dare to strike me again, I will sever your hand with a knife, Wen Li declared, meeting his gaze with unwavering resolve. Wen Rong was undeterred by her threat. Fu Zhang was downstairs, and should he harm her, he would face dire consequences. Reluctantly, he lowered his hand and hurried down the stairs. Wen Li found it difficult to focus on her studies at the Wen family home. But it was somewhat better at the Fu residence. She closed the door and began packing her backpack. A few minutes later, with her heavy bag slung over her shoulder, she descended the stairs to find Fu Zhang standing at the foot of the staircase. Engaged in a phone call, she lightened her steps. Fu Zhang naturally noticed her, gave a brief acknowledgement, and ended the call. Pocketing his phone, he extended his hand toward her, and Wen Li handed him her backpack. Fu Zhang swung it over his shoulder, tilting his chin slightly to indicate she should lead the way. Xianwan and Du Ying, likely preoccupied with their own matters or reluctant to have her linger in the Wen household, made no effort to retain Wen Li. Once outside the Wen residence, she inhaled deeply. Fu Zhang cast a sidelong glance at her, yet said nothing. The Fu family had always maintained a room for Wen Li. Located directly across from Fu Zhang's bedroom, it had been years since Wen Li had stayed at the Fu residence, and the bedroom was impeccably clean, with even her childhood favorite stuffed toy still resting on the bed. Fu Zhang set down her backpack. I will have someone bring in a desk shortly. As he spoke, he surveyed the room. Wen Li, wishing to avoid any inconvenience, pointed to the princess desk from her childhood. That will suffice. Very well, Fu Zhang replied, exiting the bedroom and closing the door behind him. Downstairs, the elder Fu turned his head to inquire, a hint of irritation in his voice. Who struck Shelley? Wen Rong. Fu Zhang replied, removing his suit jacket, leaving only a black v-neck shirt. He unfastened his watch and tossed it onto the coffee table. I cannot believe he is so deranged, such a young child. And he resorts to violence, especially against a girl. How will others perceive her at school? The elder Fu rose. I shall pay a visit to the Wen family. The Wen family is currently occupied preparing for a union with the Qin family, Fu Zhang stated in a dismissive tone, showing no concern for the matter. The elder Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. What is Qin Feng like? Does Wen Rong not understand? He seems young enough to be senile. If he dares to meddle in Xiaoli's marriage, I will ensure he meets his demise first. Fu Zhang's expression remained cold, as Wen Rong was well aware of the consequences. The elder Fu, though aging, was still sharp-witted. Upon reflection, he grasped Fu Zhang's meaning. The audacity to align with the Qin family was indeed considerable. And why Xiaoli does not require such fortune. She should find a man she genuinely likes. The elder Fu sincerely cared for Wen Li, having watched her grow up in his household. Despite some tensions with Fu Zhang over the years, Wen Li had always treated him and Fu Yu well. At this point, he glanced at her again. You should also seek someone you favor. As for beauty or ugliness, that is entirely up to you. I truly do not discriminate and will not harbor any disdain. Having heard enough, Fu Zhang naturally tuned out the conversation. His gaze lowered to his phone. The elder Fu glared at him until his eyes ached, ultimately abandoning the effort to engage, preferring to keep his distance. By 5 or 6 in the evening, the housekeeper came upstairs to summon Wen Li for dinner. Upon descending, she found only the elder Fu. Having not seen Fu Zhang, she instinctively asked, Grandfather, where did Fu Uncle go? He has gone out on a date, the elder Fu replied, blinking playfully as he joined in teasing Fu Zhang. Wen Li paused mid-motion as she reached for her chopsticks. The elder Fu continued with his gossip. Your uncle has been acting mysteriously these past few days. He has never done this before. Feeling too shy to tell me, you should take the opportunity to ask him to introduce you to your aunt. Upon hearing the last 3 words, Wen Li bit her tongue inadvertently, wincing in pain and tearing up. The elder Fu quickly inquired, Are you all right? Should I call the family doctor? Grandfather, that's unnecessary. Wen Li shook her head. Indicating she was fine, concerned she might bite her tongue again, the elder Fu fell silent. After dinner, Wenli accompanied the elder Fu for a brief stroll before returning to her room, retrieving her phone to scroll through Fu Zhang's contact. After hesitating for half a minute, she set her phone down. She resumed her studies as the sky outside darkened, rising to turn on the bedroom lights, followed by the small desk lamp. By the time Fu Zhang returned, it was already 10 at night, and the elder Fu had long since retired. Throughout the entire villa, only one room remained illuminated. The dim yellow light cascaded from the upper floor to the lower, subtly illuminating the textures of the ground. He lifted his gaze slightly to glance at the upper floor, stood for a few minutes, and then finally stepped inside. As he pushed the door open, the opposite door suddenly swung wide, revealing the delicate yet refined visage of Wenli. In the stillness of the night, a ripple stirred. Fu Zhang instinctively tightened his grip on the doorknob before withdrawing his hand to let it rest at his side. Tilting his head to look at her, he spoke softly, still awake. "I'm working on my homework," Wenli replied, walking towards him and stopping just a step away, her expression earnest. "Fu Zhang, you wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Fu Zhang's eyelids flickered slightly. No, Wenli broke into a smile, her crescent-shaped eyes radiating warmth. "All right, I'll get back to studying then." With that, she dashed into her bedroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Time was of the essence for her. If she couldn't excel in university, she had no capacity to entertain other thoughts. Fu Zhang remained silent in place, and after a moment his hand fell to his chest, the corners of his lips finally curving into a faint smile. Chapter 10. Calling uncle. The next day, on a Sunday, Wenli went to the library before anyone in the Fu family had risen. Purchasing several reference books for her first and second years of high school, she arrived at school promptly at 9 o'clock, and when Pan Mingyan spotted her at the classroom door, he couldn't help but adjust his glasses and quickly glance into the classroom. Confirming it was indeed Wenli, he felt a mixture of disbelief. She had been much more compliant lately. Zhou Qin immediately noticed the marks on Wenli's face, while the redness had faded. The bruising still lingered, even appearing somewhat dark. "Did your uncle hit you?" she whispered. "No, he's not my uncle," Wenli replied, pulling out her Chinese textbook and flipping to the section she needed to memorize. "I accidentally bumped into something Guanguan Jujiu on the banks of the river." Zhou Qin remained skeptical, clearly seeing the fingerprints, but this wasn't the time for discussion, so she joined Wenli in reciting classical Chinese. When the last student arrived, Pan Mingyan stood at the podium and clapped his hands. "Next week is National Day, and we still don't have a program for our class. Is there anyone willing to volunteer to participate? If not, we will have to select someone at random." Such matters were typically met with reluctance. Compared to the sports day display, the atmosphere in the classroom was notably subdued. After a moment of silence, seeing no hands raised, Pan Mingyan had no choice but to activate the multimedia projector, stating, "Let's see who this time this brave soul will be." Instantly, the entire class focused on the projection as Pan Mingyan clicked the mouse. The names of the students scrolling past. With another click, the scrolling ceased, and all eyes turned to a specific direction. Zhou Qin glanced at Wenli's name, silently looking to the side where the girl was still reciting her classical lines. Seemingly oblivious to the situation, unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Wenli, it's you." Wenli remembered that in her 3 years of high school her name had never been drawn in such a manner, so she had felt secure in her recitation. Upon hearing this, she lifted her head to face the screen, which displayed only her name. Pan Mingyan clapped his hands and announced, "Congratulations to our class's brave warrior. Wenli, just prepare a recitation. Participation is what matters most." Wenli nodded reluctantly and resumed her memorization. When class ended, Lin Baozhu approached her. "Wenli, what happened to your face?" "I accidentally bumped into something," she replied, noting the concern etched on their faces. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she winked and added, "Stop staring. I still need my face." "It's nothing," Lin Baozhu said, feeling even more guilty. After a moment of thought, she offered, "I'll join you for the program." Wenli had already decided on her performance. Achieving a top 3 finish in the National Day Gala would add a significant touch of prestige to her resume. "No need, I already have it figured out." She produced a math paper from her first year and held it out to them. "Do you understand this?" "Yes, I can help you with it," Lin Baozhu responded enthusiastically. Meanwhile, at the Fu residence, after finishing dinner, Fu Zhang accompanied the elderly Mr. Fu as they awaited the family doctor for a checkup. Mr. Fu was accustomed to reading the newspaper every morning. People nowadays have no sense of propriety. "My nephew likes his niece. If I were his father, I would rise from the grave just to slap him a few times." Fu Zhang's eyelids twitched twice. After a brief silence, he spoke coldly. "Why hasn't he arrived yet? If you have something urgent, you can leave. I'm not a child in need of company." Mr. Fu waved him off, soon returning his attention to the newspaper. What a disgrace! The living room fell into silence. Having stayed at the Fu residence for several days, Wenli had only seen Fu Zhang when she first arrived. The rest of the time, he had been absent, with the National Day Gala approaching. She deliberately left her bedroom door ajar, hoping to catch a glimpse of him upon his return. After a long wait, fatigue began to set in, rubbing her eyes. She glanced at her phone. It was nearly 1 in the morning. After waiting for another half hour with no sign of him, she resigned herself to sleep. Just as she stood to head to the door, she heard the sound of shoes clicking on the staircase. Deliberately subdued, standing at the doorway, she waited a few seconds before a tall figure appeared at the top of the stairs, clad in a white shirt with an irregularly open collar and sleeves rolled up. His handsome features were tinged with a hint of color, the scent of red wine wafting through the air. Fu Zhang seemed surprised to find her still awake. His steps faltered, and he quickly buttoned up his collar and lowered his sleeves. "Why aren't you asleep yet? I was waiting for you," Wenli replied, dashing across to turn on the bedroom light, gesturing for him to enter. In an instant Fu Zhang's demeanor softened, and he raised a hand to feign rubbing his brow. His tone somewhat stiff. "What is it? Tomorrow, the school has a National Day Gala. I'll be performing on stage. Will you be able to come?" Wenli inquired. At her words, Fu Zhang's lips parted slightly before closing again. After a long pause, he replied coolly, "I'll see about tomorrow's schedule. I probably won't have time." His aloofness was evident, and Wenli surmised that he was intentionally avoiding contact with her. No wonder she hadn't seen him in the past few days. She didn't dare to press him too hard, fearing it might push him further away. "All right, good night." Fu Zhang strode into the bedroom, and as he closed the door, the sight of her fair face, slightly flushed from the wine, unexpectedly quickened his heart. After locking the door, he tugged at his collar in frustration. "Fu Zhang, you damned fool. The gala in the capital was always a grand affair." When it was time for Wenli to perform, Fu Zhang had still not arrived. Wenli, who had already gained notoriety at school for her looks, now appeared radiant in a classical white gauze dress, her dark, flowing hair cascading down her back without adornment. Under the lights, she resembled a butterfly glowing in the night. Initially, her movements were simple, gradually becoming more intricate, yet she remained graceful, drawing gasps of admiration from the audience. During a lull in her performance, Wenli searched for Fu Zhang's figure. He seemed to blend into the darkness, much like his thoughts, impossible to decipher. After completing her routine, she steeled herself and feigned a stumble, twisting her ankle and falling to the ground. She refused to believe Fu Zhang would not come. He was simply too afraid to show himself. Gasps erupted from the crowd as someone rushed to help her, but it was not Fu Zhang. As Wenli stood, she fell again, this time more heavily, the pain in her foot reddening her cheeks. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps reached her ears, and a pair of gleaming black shoes appeared before her. Looking up, Wenli saw Fu Zhang's outline, slightly blurred by the backlight, his striking features pronounced. He had indeed come. Reaching out to him, her voice soft, she called, "Fu Zhang." In the next moment, Fu Zhang crouched down, lifting her into his arms, striding purposefully toward the edge of the stage. Hospital. After the doctor examined her, it was confirmed that there was no significant injury, just a sprain, which would heal with a few days of medication. Fu Zhang murmured in acknowledgement, and once the doctor left, his gaze fell on Wenli's swollen ankle. "Does it hurt?" "Yes," Wenli replied obediently, nodding. He remained silent for a few moments, then turned his back to her and crouched down. Wenli wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his broad shoulder, her lips curving slightly upward. Unable to resist, her gaze kept drifting to him, her grip tightening. Fu Zhang, looking down at her pale arms. Fu Zhang's expression softened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, his gaze fixed ahead. Chapter 11. He shouldn't care for her, he should cast her aside. It seemed he was attempting to draw a clearer boundary between them. But Wenli rejected the notion of a boundary devoid of blood ties, opting instead to close her eyes. After a long while without hearing her voice, Fu Zhang stole a glance at her resting figure. She had her eyes shut, her lips pressed together, reminiscent of how she used to act when she didn't want to engage with him in their childhood. As the sounds around them gradually diminished, Wenli finally opened her eyes, finding herself seated comfortably in the car, with Fu Zhang still in the passenger seat. He never showed any hint of romantic interest in her. What a coward! Wenli playfully kicked the back of his seat, and in the next moment, Fu Zhang instinctively turned to look at her. She quickly closed her eyes again, pressing her lips together. "I accidentally kicked it." On the way, Fu Zhang's phone rang, and he spoke in low tones, clearly quite busy, yet he always made time for her. After dropping her off at home, he exchanged a few words with the housekeeper before leaving. It was evident he was trying to avoid any implication, as Wenli stayed at the Fu residence, his visits home would only decrease. Not wanting to disrupt his life, she pondered for a moment before packing her backpack and informing Mr. Fu. "Grandpa, I'm going home, please tell uncle for me, stay a few more days. Your uncle has been very busy lately and hasn't had time to spend with you, old Master Fu advised. Wait until your uncle is done with his business before coming back. My dear grandfather, do try to sleep early tonight. When Li genuinely cared for old Master Fu. He chuckled. Girls are always so considerate. Your uncle only knows how to commandeer my remote control. He accompanied Wen Li home, which was a way to show the Wen family that they were looking out for her. Otherwise, the Fu family would certainly support her. Thank you, Grandpa. Wen Li accepted graciously. At this moment, only Wen Rong and Du Ying were resting in the living room. Upon seeing old Master Fu enter, both stood up. Wen Rong greeted him warmly. Uncle Fu, supporting Wen Li. Old Master Fu helped her to the sofa, cautioning, I've brought the little girl back. She sprained her ankle, so please take good care of her. Hearing this, Du Ying immediately approached, squatting down to examine Wen Li's foot. What happened? It's so swollen. You can't go to school tomorrow. Old Master Fu placed great importance on the children's education and disagreed. A sprain is nothing, just apply some medicine. It's the 3rd year of high school now. We can't afford to delay her studies. By the way, I have plans for Xiaoli's marriage. You need not worry about that. Naturally, a union with the Fu family would be advantageous, and Wen Rong had no reason to decline, nodding in agreement. All right. After old Master Fu departed, she assisted Wen Li upstairs and inquired once more. How did you sprain your ankle? During the National Day Gala, I performed a dance and twisted it because I wasn't very familiar with the routine. Wen Li set down her backpack and playfully added, Mom, could you please bring me my gaming console? You need to rest more, Du Ying reminded her, handing her the gaming console. Du Ying watched as Wen Li quickly became engrossed in the game, and after a while, she stepped out of the bedroom. Downstairs, she remarked to Wen Rong, this child plays games the moment she gets home. Then she added, let her play. What else can she do if not play games? Wen Rong scoffed, already viewing Wen Li as a liability. At this rate, the Wen family will be ruined because of her. Look at you, always saying such things. If outsiders hear, they might think Xiaoli is incapable. In what way is she capable? If it weren't for her grandfather, would the Wen family allow her to inherit anything? Enough, wasn't there a mention of Nuan Nuan? She's now marrying into the Qin family. They will surely support Nuan Nuan in the future. Du Ying patted Wen Rong's arm, adding, it's best to meddle less in the children's affairs. It's not good for your health. Though Wen Li ultimately stumbled, it did not detract from the overall performance, as they still secured first place in the gala, earning a reward of 3,000 yuan from the school. During this time, Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu took care of her at school, fetching water, meals, and accompanying her to the restroom. Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu were well liked, which led Wen Li to interact with many classmates. While relationships were not particularly close, they were cordial enough to exchange greetings. A certain man continued to be evasive but arranged for the driver to pick her up every day. Wen Li did not contact him and focused solely on studying and practicing her dance. Her once round face gradually became more delicate and refined, embodying a youthful grace. The simple school uniform exuded a pure beauty. More boys began to gaze at her at the classroom door. Yet Wen Li remained singularly focused on her studies, her only perception being that the classroom was growing increasingly chilly. One evening, during self-study, a sudden flash of lightning and the rumble of thunder ensued, followed by torrential rain. Wen Li despised such weather, having once gotten lost here as a child, leaving her with a lingering shadow of fear. Instinctively, she glanced out the window, observing the wildly swaying branches and the torrential downpour. The sky darkened, the streetlights glow blurred. Zhou Qin's voice reached her ears. Oh no, I forgot my umbrella. Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu were boarding at school, which was a good 15 minutes away from the classroom. Wen Li rummaged through her drawer for an umbrella and handed it to her, saying before she could respond, I'll have my family come pick me up shortly. Zhou Qin, aware that she had someone coming, did not insist further, replying, all right. By the time evening study ended, the rain had intensified. Wen Li packed her bag and took out her phone to call Uncle Jiang. The call connected swiftly. Uncle Jiang, I don't have an umbrella. Could you please come pick me up? Be careful, Uncle Jiang replied promptly. Sure, I'll wait for you downstairs. Wen Li hung up and made her way downstairs. The crowd was large, likely waiting for those in the dorms to fetch umbrellas. She stood at the edge, and after a few minutes without sight of Uncle Jiang, she was about to check her phone when she caught a glimpse of a tall figure in the crowd, holding a large black umbrella. Half of his black leather shoes were soaked in the rain, and as he walked, water droplets dampened his trousers. She stood in the shadows, watching as the man's gaze swept through the crowd in search of her. How many times had she overlooked him? How many times had Fu Zhang faced her disregard without feeling disappointment? She pushed through the crowd, rushing into the shelter of the large black umbrella. Calling out Fu Zheng, her voice, filled with evident excitement amidst the rain, made Fu Zheng tighten his grip on the umbrella handle. In the next moment, the black umbrella silently tilted towards her. Fu Zheng reached out to take her backpack. Signaling for her to walk ahead, the light reflected off the ground, shimmering on the puddles. Their shoes splashed through the water, sending droplets cascading onto each other's footwear. When Lee glanced at him and playfully asked, "What brings you to pick me up today?" "Just passing by." Fu Zhang tilted the umbrella slightly more, ensuring it fully covered her before returning his gaze to the front. Upon hearing this, Wen Li redirected her attention to the ground, replying, "Oh, are you conducting business nearby?" Aside from the school, the area consisted of residential neighborhoods lacking commercial zones or restaurants, with the Fu group situated in the opposite direction. The man's footsteps faltered momentarily before regaining their rhythm. The sound of raindrops intensifying, his voice, slightly husky, replied, "No, by Cyan just dropped me off here." "Alright, keeping it under wraps," she mused. The thunder roared, startling Wen Li, and suddenly, a large hand wrapped around her back, gently patting her arm as a gesture of comfort. Almost instinctively, Wen Li looked up, resting her head against his chest. Fu Zhang's eyelashes fluttered, and he tightened his embrace around her. Seeing them approach, Uncle Jiang quickly opened the back door of the car. After Wen Li and Fu Zhang settled inside, he returned to the driver's seat. Uncle Jiang started the car and glanced at Wen Li through the rearview mirror, casually commenting, "It's thundering and raining. Young Master Fu specifically came to pick you up." Wen Li shot a glance at the front seat and replied earnestly, "He said it was on the way." Uncle Jiang, having worked for the Fu family for many years since Fu Zhang was a child, spoke with a casual familiarity. He chuckled, "He's just trying to charm you. He called me as soon as the thunder started. Do you charm me as well?" Wen Li suddenly leaned her head out from between the front seats, turning to look at Fu Zhang, her eyes sparkling in the dim light. Perhaps taken aback by her sudden action, Fu Zhang's pupils contracted momentarily. After a few seconds, he turned his gaze back to the window. "Uncle Jiang, drive carefully." "Got it," Uncle Jiang responded, focusing his attention a little more. Satisfied with the exchange, Wen Li settled back into her seat, retrieving her exam papers from her backpack and beginning to write. The car stopped at the Wen family's door. Wen Li took out her latest report card and handed it to Fu Zhang. "This is my score from the recent monthly exam. Why now?" The rain outside had lessened considerably, and Wen Li opted not to use an umbrella. She dashed into the Wen home with her backpack. Today, when Nuan had returned dressed in a pure white Chanel outfit with her hair half tied up, sitting on the sofa and discussing business matters with Wenron, she called out, "Mom, sis." As usual, she omitted calling out to Wenron, a habit they had all grown accustomed to. When Nuan immediately got up and rushed over, patting her head with concern. "You've lost weight. Your chin is so sharp. The school meals are terrible." Wen Li complained. "From now on, I'll have Auntie deliver meals to you." When Nuan helped her take off her backpack and placed it on the sofa, glancing at her, "Teacher Pan praised you for being diligent in your studies lately. I just don't want to be scolded," Wen Li replied while sitting on the sofa. Upon hearing this, Doing shot Wenrong a disapproving look. "Look what you've done to the child. Studying is important, but health is even more so. Tomorrow I'll make soup to help you recuperate. By the way, your brother-in-law is coming over for dinner tomorrow." Wenrong chimed in, "You should invite the Fu family to join us." It was merely an attempt to gain face for Wen Nuan through the Fu family or for the Wen family itself. Wen Li leaned back on the sofa, her tone indifferent. "I haven't seen Fu Zhang for many days. He won't be back." "Strengthen your ties with the Fu family," Wenrong admonished. "What kind of name is that?" "Call him uncle." Doing lightly tugged at his arm, displeased. "The child is still young. She knows nothing of these social niceties." "Xiaoli is tired. Go upstairs and rest." Wen Li stood up, shouldered her backpack, and headed upstairs. After a while, when Nuan entered with warm water, placing it on the table, praising, "Your grades this time were quite impressive." Wen Li got up to lock her door, speaking conspiratorially, "I cheated. I copied my deskmate's paper." She pouted, "I really don't want to be scolded again." "Cheating?" When Nuan chuckled, gently pinching her cheek. "Clever girl. I won't tell anyone. Do you want to sleep with me tonight?" "No, I want to play games for a while." Wen Li shook her head with a smile. When Nuan had no choice but to agree. "Alright, you play, and I'll keep Dad at BYAS." She stepped out, the sounds of gaming filled the room behind her. Half an hour later, in Wen Nuan's room, Duing closed the door, asking, "Did she do this exam herself?" "No, she copied." Wen Nuan gently patted her back, adding, "She's still playing games in her room. There's no need to worry too much about her." Duing felt somewhat reassured. "How does Qin Feng treat you?" "He's tolerable. Considering the Fu family's standing, he won't go too far with me." When Nuan replied, In the dead of night, thunder roared and rain lashed against the windows, casting reflections of a girl diligently working on her assignments. She wore earplugs, oblivious to the storm outside. In another villa, a man stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his gaze fixed on the distant flashes of lightning, his fingers gripping his phone, turning pale with tension. The next day, when Li descended at 11 o'clock, The dining table was already set, but Qin Feng had yet to arrive. It seemed the previous incident had left him rather displeased. In her past life, after the engagement, Qin Feng seldom visited the Wen family, and even after marriage, his absences persisted as he indulged in a lavish lifestyle. He likely knew of Wen Nuan and Du Ying's schemes. However, during that time, Wen Nuan had already ascended to the position of general manager in the Wen family, even managing certain affairs of the Qin family. Wen Rong held her in high esteem. Never shying away from involving her in decisions, even her grandfather had praised Wen Nuan's capabilities. In stark contrast, the one with the inheritance right, she was mediocre and inept, lacking any cunning. If she didn't perish, who would? Wen Rong was currently too preoccupied to attend to her. Seizing a rare moment of tranquility, Wen Li ventured into the kitchen to fetch some milk when Qin Feng entered, surrounded by the Wen family. His gaze lingered on her for a few seconds, not with the lustful eyes of a man, but with curiosity and scrutiny. With an air of nonchalance, he inquired, "Wen Li?" Wen Rong responded, "She is Wen Nuan's sister." "Here to greet you." Brother-in-law, Wen Li greeted before heading upstairs. Doing smiled and explained, she has never been fond of socializing. Qin Feng took a seat on the sofa, murmuring an acknowledgement. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Wen Li intended to visit the library to study. After organizing her backpack, she descended and coincidentally encountered Qin Feng as he was about to leave. He glanced at her and asked, "Where are you headed?" "I'll give you a ride, I'm going to the library," she replied, casting a fleeting glance at Wen Rong, seemingly feeling a bit guilty. "Alright, let's go." Qin Feng gestured for her to lead the way. Wen Nuan didn't say much, merely sending the two off in the car, quietly advising Wen Li, "Come back early." Wen Li nodded. Once the vehicle had exited the villa area, she spoke up, "Please drop me off just ahead, thank you." Qin Feng shot her a sidelong glance. "What are you afraid of? Fu Zhang is your uncle. I won't harm you. I'm merely curious why Fu Zhang would forsake a project worth billions for a niece he has no ties to." At his words, Wen Li instinctively looked at him, whispering, "What do you mean?" Leaning back in his seat, his legs positioned at a right angle, he continued, "Fu Zhang approached me and made a deal, requesting that I take care of you as your brother-in-law. The Fu family relinquished a decade's worth of overseas export projects. You might not grasp its significance, but to put it plainly, it's akin to being the top student in the city and opting out of the college entrance exam." A small pebble stirred ripples in her heart, and Wen Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lowered her gaze. Fu Zhang shouldn't be looking after her, he should have abandoned her. Stop the car. Chapter 12. Have we met the second to last? At the Fu Group in the lobby, Assistant Su, while passing by with documents in hand, caught a glimpse of Wen Li seated on the sofa. Engrossed in her assignments. He paused, as he handled many matters concerning her school progress and thus recognized her. After ascending to the president's office, he knocked and entered, stating, "President Fu, a document from the former assistant. Please take a look." Fu Zhang gestured for him to place it aside, handing over another file, instructing, "Deliver this to the marketing department." "Understood." Assistant Su replied, then added, "President Fu, Miss Wen is downstairs." The man, who had previously not lifted his gaze, raised his chin slightly, revealing a stern visage, his voice shedding its businesslike gravity. "What is she doing downstairs?" "She is studying. Miss Wen might be waiting for you," Assistant Su informed him. Fu Zhang fell silent for a few moments, setting down the documents to check his phone. Finding no missed calls or messages, he stood, donned his suit, and made his way out of the office. The exclusive elevator descended smoothly to the first floor. Upon stepping out, his gaze instinctively fell upon the girl on the sofa, who had no place to set her assignments, resting them on her lap, her toes barely grazing the ground to aid her writing. Her face had shed its youthful innocence, now bearing a touch of refinement. He acutely realized he could no longer regard her as a mere child. His sordid thoughts held him back, just as he lifted his foot to step forward. A boy appeared in the frame, playfully tapping the girl on the shoulder. She turned her head, a smile gracing her lips, her crescent-like eyes sparkling. He averted his gaze and swiftly retreated into the elevator. Song Yuan hadn't anticipated encountering Wen Li there, his expression one of surprise. "Wen Li, what are you doing here?" They had shared a class in middle school, one the second to last, the other the last, naturally forming a bond of camaraderie. Their relationship had been quite amicable. Later, Song Yuan had gone abroad for his studies in high school, initially keeping in touch, but eventually their communication dwindled. Wen Li replied, slightly taken aback, "I'm waiting for someone." "You've returned to the country. I came back in my first year of high school. I sent you a few emails, but you never replied," Song Yuan remarked, a hint of reproach in his tone. He then added with a smirk, "So you've met the second to last again in high school?" Wen Li replied. She had no recollection of receiving his emails regarding his return. "That's impossible. I even visited your home." And your sister said you were out with a male friend. I thought you had made a second male friend, Song Yuan said, settling onto the sofa across from her, stealing glances while quickly looking away. He lounged with his legs crossed, playfully declaring, "What did I do to provoke you? Just say it. I despise being blocked without clarity. I didn't receive them." When Li finally understood why only Fu Zhang had come to visit her during her vegetative state. Others had been dealt with unbeknownst to her, or perhaps Fu Zhang was similar, yet he still chose her. Seeing her sincerity, Song Yuan asked in confusion, "You truly didn't receive them?" When Li shook her head. He pulled out his phone, unlocked it, and said, "Let us add each other again." When Li naturally had no objection. Once added, she noted his name. Song Yuan glanced at it, resting his hands on his thighs. Rubbing them together, "Shall I treat you to a meal?" "Not today. I have something on. Let's do it another day." When Li responded, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Fu Zhang. After a moment of hesitation, Song Yuan stood. "All right, but when is that other day?" He paused. "I'm rather particular about such things." When Li pondered for a moment, "How about tomorrow?" Song Yuan readily nodded. "Great, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow." With that, he stood and left. Within half a minute, when Li received a message from Song Yuan, merely a comma, which she quickly retracted, assuming it was a mistake. She paid it no mind. By 5 o'clock. Employees of the Fu Group began to leave in droves, and by 6 or 7, the numbers dwindled significantly, leaving only the luxurious crystal chandelier illuminating the lobby. When Li twisted her neck, gathered her completed papers, rubbed her slightly chilled arms, and stood to glance toward the elevator. Checking the time, she noted it was just past 7. At that moment, her phone rang from her backpack. Glancing at it, she saw it was Wen Muan. Rising, she answered with a hint of affection, "Sister, what's up? I'm gaming. Are you not coming back? Dad is asking about you." Wen Muan replied, her voice equally hushed. When Li whined, "I won't be back just yet. I'll return later. Please keep him occupied." "Alright, who are you gaming with?" Wen Muan inquired. A group, both guys and girls. "Don't tell Dad. I'll definitely get scolded." When Li whispered, "Okay, be careful," after ending the call. When Li rubbed her stiffened face and then looked up at the towering building, its dark silhouette punctuated by a few illuminated windows, including the topmost floor. Returning to the lobby, she seated herself on the sofa. Checking her phone, Lin Baozhu had sent her a message. "Some classmates in the group mentioned you cheated on the exam. Teacher Pan said you'll have to retake it on Monday." From the moment she spoke with Wen Muan, Li had anticipated this development, so the message brought no surprise, yet it chilled her further as she unraveled the facade that had been built around her. The two individuals who cared for her most were, in truth, those who wished for her demise. She felt a twinge of gratitude that her 3 years of being a vegetable had laid the groundwork, otherwise she would be utterly unprepared for this. When Li replied to the message, "Okay," Lin Baozhu sent some words of comfort. "I don't believe you cheated. You're clearly very diligent in your studies." When Li felt a warmth bloom within her, "I might disappoint you." Lin Baozhu replied, "Then I still believe in you. You wouldn't copy assignments, so how could you cheat on an exam? Even if you did, it shows your boldness and skill." Upon reading the last sentence, when Li couldn't help but smile softly. "Thank you for your compliment." At that moment, the sound of the elevator doors opening reached her ears. It was subtle, but the lobby was quiet enough for Wen Li to hear. She turned to see not Fu Zhang, but Assistant Su. She stood up. "Assistant Su, is President Fu still busy?" A figure emerged from the shadows, startling Assistant Su momentarily. Once he regained his composure, he replied, "President Fu is still attending to matters. It should be a while longer. You can wait for him upstairs." When Li slung her backpack over her shoulder and inquired, pointing towards the elevator, "Is it alright if I go up? I'll help you press the button." Assistant Su said, leading her to the exclusive elevator. After scanning his work ID, the doors slid open automatically. When Li entered, reaching out to press the button for her floor, she hesitated. "Assistant Su, could you please order 2 meals of President Fu's favorite dishes for me? I'll transfer you the money." Upon hearing this, Assistant Su nodded in response, saying, "Alright, I will deliver it shortly." When Li felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, "I appreciate your help." As she entered the elevator, she transferred 1,000 yuan to Assistant Su as a token for his overtime paid. In the president's office. Upon hearing a knock, Fu Zhang did not lift his head. His voice was flat and unyielding. "Come in immediately," he added. "Please brew me a cup of coffee before you leave. Thank you for your efforts." Chapter 12. Maintaining boundaries. Upon hearing this, Wen Li set down her backpack and walked over to his side. The desk was cluttered with documents, and he appeared to be engrossed in his work, oblivious to her presence. She picked up a black coffee cup and turned to exit, feeling somewhat familiar with the Fu Group. In her childhood, she often ran around the company, with Fu Zhang frequently trailing behind her. After preparing the coffee, she re-entered the office without knocking this time, placing the coffee cup beside Fu Zhang. She quietly stepped aside. Fu Zhang took a sip of the unfamiliar flavor, catching him off guard. Suddenly, he looked up and was met with the sight of the young woman's delicate face, momentarily lost in thought. It took him a few seconds to set the coffee cup down. Wen Li flashed him a smile and then pointed to the sofa, saying, "You continue with your work, I will wait for you over there." Fu Zhang, regaining his composure, adjusted his collar and asked, "When did you arrive?" "Just now," Wen Li replied, turning to sit on the sofa. Out of the corner of her eye, she couldn't help but glance at the man at the desk. Compared to his usual demeanor, he wore a simple pair of half-black framed glasses while working, his cold features taking on an air of mature restraint. His previously unbuttoned black shirt was now neatly fastened, and he had even donned a suit jacket, perhaps mindful of his role as her uncle, wanting to appear composed in her presence. If not for the fear of startling Fu Zhang, she would have liked to say that the more clothes one wore, the more intriguing one became. After all, a bare man was far less captivating than a well-dressed gentleman shrouded in mystery. She patiently sat on the sofa, waiting. Fu Zhang's gaze shifted from the documents to the sofa, only to return swiftly to the text, which failed to capture his attention. A few minutes later, he removed his glasses with one hand and placed them aside, gently pinching the bridge of his nose. "I'll have Uncle Jiang come to pick you up." Under his watchful gaze, Wen Li covered her ears with both hands and earnestly stated, "I will wait for you." Fu Zhang's movements froze momentarily, a flicker of tenderness passing through his expression as he remained silent, returning to his work. Although his efficiency noticeably waned, half an hour later, Assistant Su brought in 2 meals. Wen Li expressed her gratitude, and Assistant Su exchanged a few words before leaving for the day. After opening her meal, she turned to Fu Zhang, suggesting, "You should eat first." Fu Zhang nodded, standing up to join her at the table. In the warm lighting, his tall frame sat across from Wen Li. She offered him a pair of chopsticks, but he bypassed her hand and took the ones on the table, casually instructing, "Go ahead and eat." Wen Li, undeterred, withdrew her hand and quietly began her meal. Fu Zhang ate rapidly, finishing in 10 minutes, after which he returned to his desk to handle more tasks. Wen Li remained on the sofa for a while, feeling drowsy, and decided to close her eyes for a brief nap. Once he completed his work, Fu Zhang rubbed his aching temples but found his gaze inexplicably drawn to the sofa. Wen Li was reclining, one hand cradling her face, the strand of hair cascading over her cheek. His expression softened, revealing a hint of unacknowledged affection, yet, in a sudden motion, he averted his gaze and shut his eyes. When he opened them again, clarity returned. He stood and approached Wen Li, looking down at her. Recently, due to her alarm clock, Wen Li had become adept at waking instantly at any sound. As she opened her eyes, she sprang to her feet, only to stumble forward and collide solidly against Fu Zhang's chest. He instinctively raised his hand but then tucked it behind his back. "Are you hurt?" Wen Li straightened herself, shaking her head as she turned to retrieve her backpack and followed him. As they entered the car, with Uncle Jiang absent, Fu Zhang took the wheel while Wen Li naturally settled into the passenger seat. The vehicle glided along the main road, cool air seeping through the window. After a couple of minutes of enjoying the breeze, she reached over to close the window. Just as they approached home, when Rong's call came through, the moment she answered, his furious voice erupted, "Wen Li, at your young age, you've already learned to fool around with men." Before she could utter a word, a large hand snatched the phone from her grasp, his tone icy. "She is with me." When Rong, likely taken aback by Fu Zhang's identity, momentarily fell silent before ultimately hanging up the call. Fu Zhang's brow remained furrowed, clearly displeased, as he was particularly protective. "Does Wen Rong speak like this at home?" Wen Li nodded, pretty much. Fu Zhang's brow tightened, yet he refrained from further comment, personally escorting her into the Wen household. He watched her ascend the stairs before departing. When Nuan entered the bedroom, concerned for her, "Someone just called Dad, saying you were playing games with a boy." Wen Li rubbed her face with both hands, her eyes drooping as she pouted, "I'm so unlucky, my classmate discovered I cheated. Don't worry, I'll be home these days to help smooth things over with Dad." When Nuan reassured, patting her back, "How did you end up with your uncle? I was afraid Dad would scold me, so I asked him to pick me up." Wen Li explained, "Next time, try not to trouble outsiders, alright?" "Okay sister, you're the best." "At 7 in the morning, huh? Are we eating now?" "Sure." Song Yuan sprang out of bed with a fish-like leap, hurriedly dashing into the bathroom before racing downstairs. Just as Song Qi descended, she encountered the flustered Song Yuan. "What is happening? A collision of stars?" Song Yuan immediately grabbed her arm. "Sister, take me to Wen Li's house quickly." "Wen Li, the one you had a crush on in middle school, is there a rekindling of romance?" Song Qi inquired, curiosity piqued. "I told you, it's not that. Stop making wild assumptions, alright? I was just heading to the Fu residence." Upon receiving Song Yuan's message, Wen Li descended the stairs. As she exited the front door, Song Yuan waved from the back seat, "Wen Li, over here." as she approached to open the door, she caught sight of Fu Zhang on the other side. His dark eyes inscrutable, her movement paused momentarily. In the passenger seat, Song Qi greeted warmly. When Li once Song Yuan closed the door, she realized it was a bit awkward for Wen Li to sit in the middle. Wen Li, why don't you switch to my side? No need, Wen Li replied, casting a sidelong glance at the silent man. Song Yuan chose not to press further and instead pulled out her phone. I remember you like breakfast from Lao Wangji, shall we go there? Sounds good, Wen Li agreed. Just as she was about to call out to Fu Zhang, Song Qi, catching on, introduced Uncle Fu. This is Song Yuan. My classmate, Wen Li, this is Uncle Fu. Wen Li hesitated, not wanting to address Fu Zhang as her uncle, but also feeling it inappropriate to call him by name. She fell silent for a moment, prompting Song Yuan to think she was nervous. Uncle Fu, my classmate is just shy, Song Yuan remarked. Fu Zhang's gaze shifted from Wen Li to Song Yuan, before coldly stating, what is there to be shy about? I am her uncle. Instantly, the car fell into an awkward silence, and Song Yuan stuttered, unsure of how to respond, especially given the societal expectations surrounding their age and interactions with the opposite sex. Hello, uncle. The atmosphere in the car grew tense, and Fu Zhang lifted his eyelids slightly, correcting, you should call me uncle. Yes, Uncle Fu, Song Yuan quickly amended. Sitting in the passenger seat, Song Qi found it hard to watch the unfolding scene. And soon the four of them set off to enjoy breakfast. During the ordering process, Song Yuan pulled Song Qi along to place their orders, leaving only Wen Li and Fu Zhang at the table. Fu Zhang poured a glass of warm water and pushed it toward Wen Li, adopting a tone of an adult. You don't have to hide early relationships from me. Normal interactions are fine. Just be mindful of your boundaries. Chapter 13, a possessive urge attempting to suppress his rationality. Realizing he had misunderstood, Wen Li instinctively clarified, I'm not in a romantic relationship, we are just friends. Truly just friends, she added, nodding earnestly to emphasize her sincerity. Fu Zhang merely responded with a non-committal revealing little about whether he believed her, just as Wen Li was about to say something more. Song Yuan returned, eager to please Uncle Fu. Do you have any food restrictions? Fu Zhang remained silent for several seconds before responding, none. Song Yuan then turned to Wen Li, clearly familiar with her preferences. You don't eat cilantro or scallions? And you prefer half sugar, right? Fu Zhang's gaze fell on Wen Li before swiftly looking away. Upon seeing her nod, Song Yuan dashed off to the service counter. Wen Li attempted to speak again, but at that moment, Fu Zhang stood up and walked toward a nearby tree, holding his phone with one hand, his fingers lightly tapping. If anyone approached, they would see the screen displaying only the default wallpaper. When breakfast finally arrived, he strode back over, taking a seat beside Wen Li. With elders present, Song Yuan felt restrained from speaking freely but occasionally glanced at Wen Li, noticing a bit of milk foam at the corner of her mouth. He promptly handed her a napkin. Simultaneously, Fu Zhang's fingers brushed against the napkin as he pulled out 2 sheets to wipe his mouth, discarding them into the trash. Song Qi glanced at Song Yuan and then at the time. Realizing it was getting late, she ventured to speak. Uncle Fu, should we be leaving now? Time is running short. Originally, Fu Yu was supposed to accompany her for an out-of-town project inspection, but she had fallen ill with a cold, leaving Fu Zhang to take her place. He responded, as usual, with a simple standing up to head toward the business car. Just as he was about to get in, he paused momentarily, then bent down to enter the vehicle. Outside the tinted glass, a boy leaned close to a girl, speaking softly. He closed his eyes, fingers resting on his thigh, tightening imperceptibly. An inexplicable urge for possession attempted to subdue his rationality. As the bus departed, Song Yuan tense as a drawn bow, exhaled deeply, his previously crossed legs now straightening. He incredulously exclaimed, Fu Zhang is your uncle? No, Wen Li replied, sipping her milk. Song Yuan uttered a soft ah, but Wen Li offered no further explanation. After finishing her milk, she stated, I must head to school, I'm going to be late. Upon seeing her rise, Song Yuan quickly stood following her with the words, I'll walk you. He reached out to take her backpack. Jingzhong was nearby, merely a 10-minute stroll away. Wen Li grasped the straps of her bag with both hands, refusing his offer, and queried, aren't you going? We only have classes in the afternoon at Yuliang High School. Song Yuan explained, unlike Jingzhong, which was a prestigious institution demanding both wealth and academic prowess, Yuliang High School was a completely elite academy, affording students a more relaxed schedule. Wen Li was an exception, having been forcibly enrolled in Jingzhong by Fu Zhang years ago, a catalyst that later froze their relationship. Initially, Wen Li intended to continue her studies at a private school, which suited her perfectly. There is no need for you to walk me, I can manage on my own. At 20-something years of age, she had finally discerned Song Yuan's feelings, which she had overlooked the day before. She turned her head and said bluntly, Song Yuan, we are merely friends. Song Yuan's expression stiffened momentarily before he scratched his head, responding, of course, what else could we be? I'll tell you, I've dated 2 girls. And I'll send you their photos tomorrow. The next moment, when Lee spoke up, I have someone I like. Song Yuan's face contorted into a grimace, and he feigned indifference. That's normal. Who is it? Seeing his reaction, Wen Li felt a pang of sympathy and gently patted his shoulder in consolation, keeping her secret for now. At school, Wen Li arrived just as the bell rang, the classroom now filled with students. All eyes turning to her with expressions that hinted at disbelief over her alleged cheating. Accepting their gazes with composure, she sat down, and Zhou Qin quietly reassured her, don't mind them. Wen Li signaled that she was fine. A few minutes later, Pan Mingyan entered, clapping his hands to urge the students to recite classical texts. Then he called out, Wen Li, could you step outside? Wen Li stood and followed him to the office. After a brief hesitation, Pan Mingyan spoke, a student has reported that you cheated on the exam. You know how strictly the school deals with cheating. If the accusation is true, it could result in a severe penalty. However, we will not accuse you without just cause. He handed her a test paper, stating, this is a similar set of questions to the monthly exam. You can complete it here. Wen Li paused for a few seconds, contemplating. If I didn't cheat, shouldn't the person who accused me apologize publicly? Shouldn't there be corresponding consequences for them? If there is no appropriate course of action, I won't complete this test. Who has the evidence to prove my guilt? Pan Mingyan seemed taken aback by her response. After a moment of thought, he stepped out to make a phone call, returning shortly with the principal's agreement. Very well, Wen Li accepted the paper and settled down to work. During class break, several students gathered at the door to watch. Pan Mingyan stood up, shooing them away with a stern, focus on your own work. There is nothing to see here. He partially closed the door, glancing at the girl diligently working at her desk. Don't be nervous, take your time. Without lifting her head, Wen Li calmly replied, Pan teacher, I am not nervous. By noon, Assistant Su had learned of the situation and immediately called Fu Zhang, reaching him after 2 attempts. Fu Zhang's voice was cold. What is it, Mr. Fu? The school just informed me that someone reported Miss Wen for cheating, and she is currently in the office taking the test. Assistant Su continued, do you need me to handle it? Upon hearing this, Fu Zhang furrowed his brow, his tone growing even chillier. Book the earliest flight. After a brief pause, he added, keep a close watch on matters at the school. Contact me immediately if anything arises. Mr. Fu, didn't you just arrive in D-City? Assistant Su quickly interjected, you focus on your work. I'll head to the school right away. No need, just secure the earliest flight. Fu Jing ended the call and turned to Song Qi, stating, I have an urgent matter. We'll discuss this tomorrow. Though younger than her, Song Qi held her tongue, aware that this project relied on Fu Yu's connections. I'll head to the hotel to rest, and we can reconnect tomorrow. Fu Jing turned and left, his pace noticeably more hurried than before. In the afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, Pan Mingyan, having sat for most of the day, stood to stretch, his peripheral vision catching sight of Wen Li once she completed the first 2 papers. He was convinced that she had not cheated, and he finally relaxed. Otherwise, his teaching career would carry the dubious honor of being marked by a student's cheating incident. Noticing Wen Li's water cup was empty, he filled it for her as she continued working. After a few minutes, a knock echoed through the office. Instinctively, he looked up to see a tall figure standing at the door, unable to immediately recognize him. He instinctively rose to inquire, which teacher are you looking for? Chapter 14, Should she be wronged? The man's gaze fell upon the petite girl quietly seated, appearing even smaller in her chair. He stepped closer, standing beside her, and spoke in a tone that was neither too soft nor too harsh. I am Wen Li's uncle. I heard that someone reported her for cheating. Recognizing the familiar voice, Wen Li abruptly turned her head, her eyes sparkling with a hint of joy as she instinctively called out Fu Zhang. Fu Zhang's tone softened slightly as he glanced at Pan Mingyan, his demeanor firm yet calm. She can retake the test, but only if she is innocent. He paused, his voice growing as cold as ice shards. I will sue the school. To suspect my niece without evidence is unacceptable. If this is the case, should I not also claim that the principal is embezzling? Does that not require someone to investigate? It was inherently unjust to subject Wen Li to another test based solely on rumors. Pan Mingyan, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately felt a pang of regret. If we don't address this, the rumors will only proliferate. You know it's a rumor. Are we to force her to prove her innocence based on mere speculation? The young handsome man scoffed lightly, his intent to protect evident in his tone. Leaning heavily on the desk, his voice grew more forceful. Should she endure such injustice? Does he think she has no family? Wen Li's pen dropped a dot on the paper, her eyelashes fluttering as emotion stirred within her. In the next moment, she gently tugged at Fu Zhang's sleeve. Wait for me to finish. She yearned to ask him why he had never doubted her integrity, why it was so typical for someone like her to cheat, why had he consistently stood by her side. Fu Zheng fell silent, watching her from behind as she focused on her exam. By 9 o'clock that evening, all papers were completed, 6 of which had already been graded, leaving only one subject remaining. Pan Mingyan handed the test paper to the math teacher. Li Laoshi, please grade this. The math teacher finished grading within minutes and returned the paper to Pan Mingyan, who then handed all the papers back to Wen Li, noting that her scores were roughly on par with her monthly exam results. The school will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Wen Li rubbed her sore lower back and asked, Pan teacher, may I know who reported me? After a moment's hesitation, Pan Mingyan revealed. It was Qiu Yi. Wen Li was taken aback. Qiu Yi was fairly popular in class and was one of the few classmates who treated her kindly. Pan Mingyan nodded. She wrote the report. I advise you not to handle this privately. The school will give you an official response. For now, go home and rest. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Wen Li said nothing further as she gathered her belongings and followed Fu Zheng downstairs. Just as classes were letting out, causing the stairwell to become quite crowded, several times, she was jostled against Fu Zheng, and once again, she bumped into his arm when suddenly an arm draped over her shoulder. The palm facing outwards, resting only at her wrist, it was a gesture of care while maintaining a respectful distance. Stealing a glance, she turned her head in the opposite direction. From this angle, Fu Zheng's jawline was sharply defined, his nose prominent, and his eyelashes thick and long. Realizing she was watching, Fu Zheng lowered his eyelids. Once they reached the bottom, he withdrew his arm, asking, What would you like to eat? I want to have the pineapple buns from Changbei. Wen Li chose a distant location, hoping to prolong their time together. After today, he would likely revert to keeping his distance. Fu Zheng seldom declined her requests. This time, Fu Zheng unexpectedly did not sit in the passenger seat. Perhaps to offer her some comfort, remembering something, Wen Li rummaged through her bag and produced a paper crane to hand to him. This is a paper crane I folded. It's just one. And it's a bit ugly, but I did my best. Her craft skills were always lacking, and this one had taken her quite some time to perfect. The red paper crane rested quietly in her palm. Fu Zheng's fingers twitched slightly before he placed it in his pocket, his expression not particularly fond. At 10 o'clock in Changbei, most shops had closed, but fortunately the pineapple bun shop remained open. Fu Zheng went inside to buy a few, and Wen Li ate one or two before dozing off in the car. The exhaustion from her early mornings and late nights had finally caught up with her. Upon reaching the entrance of the Wen residence, she finally stirred awake. After alighting from the vehicle, she gazed through the car window at Fu Zheng, offering him a smile. Fu Zheng, good night. As she witnessed the silhouette of the girl fade into the darkness, he withdrew his gaze, his hand instinctively plunging into his pocket. There should have been a paper crane nestled there, but now it lay empty. Almost reflexively, he rasped, head to the north of the city. An hour later, the understated black luxury car once again halted before the pineapple shop in the northern part of the city. By this time, the shop had already shuttered, leaving the streets desolate. Standing at the entrance, Fu Zheng noticed a flattened paper crane, bent and trodden upon. He bent down to retrieve it, gently brushing away the marks with his fingers. With furrowed brows, he attempted to restore the crane to its former glory. But the creases refused to smooth out. After a prolonged moment, he cradled it as if it were a treasured possession, holding it delicately in his palm. The Wen family, Wen Rong and others, had gone to the Qin family for a banquet that day. Leaving the house empty, Wen Li exhaled in relief and ascended the stairs to retrieve her phone and contact Lin Baozhu. Do you have Qiu Yi's number? She inquired. I do. I'll send it to you. Lin Baozhu replied. After a while, Wen Li received Qiu Yi's number and dialed it. The call connected shortly. Hello, came Qiu Yi's voice. Wen Li stated, This is Wen Li. Teacher Pan said you reported me for cheating. Is that true? Instantly, silence enveloped the other end of the line. After a few seconds, the nurse's voice could be faintly heard. Bed 29, checking blood sugar. The call abruptly ended, and Wen Li refrained from redialing. Moments later, her phone rang again. It was Qiu Yi. She seemed to be by the roadside, the sound of car horns in the background. It's me. Who made you do this? Wen Li's tone was devoid of curiosity, for she already knew the answer. It felt as if she were a criminal awaiting judgment. Qiu Yi remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. Tomorrow, the school will have you apologize to me in front of everyone. I can persuade the school to overlook this, but you must tell me the truth. The line was filled with a persistent silence, lasting half a minute. Qiu Yi inhaled sharply, her voice tinged with emotion. Though barely perceptible. It's your sister. Back in first year of high school, she approached me and asked me to divulge your matters to the classmates. I'm sorry, my mother is ill, and I need the money. Upon receiving this confirmation, Wen Li's emotions stabilized. Xiao Yi, I do not require your apology, just continue with the plan. As for today's incident, inform her that a man has resolved the cheating issue on my behalf. After ending the call, Wen Li's gaze fell upon the family portrait on the table, where all four members wore smiles. No one would believe it was merely a facade. She reached out to cover the frame. Rubbing her slightly sore eyes, how could she not feel sorrow? In the 20-plus years of her previous life, she had lived within a loving family, yet, it turned out, it was all for the sake of money. Chapter 15. He wants to steal at 1 o'clock in the morning. Wen Li completed a set of exam papers, yawning as she packed her bag. Habitually, before rising, she stood before the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze out. The night felt different, with a shadowy figure standing under the street lamp, chin lifted, clearly observing her direction. Though the face remained obscured, she was certain it was Fu Zhang. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly turned and dashed down the stairs. Plunging into the suffocating darkness as she exited the yard, the streets lay deserted, save for the solitary street lamp standing guard in the night. She lightly kicked the ground with her toes, muttering, engaging in guerrilla warfare. Are we once again? The villa's gate closed behind her, and only then did the figure concealed in the shadows step out. Fu Zhang instinctively touched his chest, feeling the vigorous rhythm of his heart. Something seemed to claw its way out through the tiniest of fissures, tenacious and stubborn, perhaps due to the increasing frequency of interactions between Fu Zhang and Wen Li Duing, and Wen Wan began to sense a looming crisis and started to take the situation seriously. The following day, Wen Li rose early and headed downstairs, where Wen Wan had already prepared breakfast for her. I'll drive you to school today, sister, you're too good to me, I'm nearly dead from exhaustion. Wen Li cooed, then devoured her breakfast with a hint of ravenousness. When Wan chuckled and feigning concern said, why don't you skip the morning self-study? I can have mom call your teacher. Forget it, I'm afraid the ducks will quack. Wen Li playfully gestured with her hands. As for who the duck was, Wen Wan understood perfectly, laughing softly several times. Keep your voice down, don't let dad hear you. Wen Wan sat in the driver's seat while Wen Li occupied the passenger seat. Taking a bite of her sandwich, Wen Li asked, sister, how did you end up engaged to the Qin family? He seems rather flirtatious. Wen Wan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and started the car. A marriage alliance is beneficial for the family, however, you can choose to marry someone you genuinely like in the future, Wen Li responded with a nonchalant "oh," leaning against the window, seizing a moment at a red light. When Wan glanced at her, how did the school handle the cheating matter? Wen Li explained, my uncle came to school. When Wan appeared relieved, just don't cheat again, no need to cover for it. I couldn't even solve the first question. What are sets? Who even invented math? It's useless in life, Wen Li complained. When Wan laughed in agreement, I think so too. By the way, I heard someone say my uncle fired a pregnant woman. One of his secretaries. As she continued, her voice lowered, hinting at underlying secrets. In the past, Wen Li would have automatically assumed Fu Zhang had slept with the secretary and dismissed her upon discovering the pregnancy. But not now. She feigned indignation. There aren't any good men these days. You're 18 now. Be cautious. You and Fu Zhang are publicly uncle and niece, but you share no blood relation, Wen Wan said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Wen Li feigned fright, clutching her chest. Then I should keep my distance from him. After that, the two fell into silence. Upon arriving at school, Wen Li went to speak with Pan Mingyan. Stating she no longer required Xiao Yi to apologize before the entire school for several consecutive days, whenever Xiao Yi encountered Wen Li, she would automatically lower her head and avoid her gaze. Which Wen Li paid no mind. On Friday, just as Wen Li left school, she was called out by Song Yuan, who was riding a bicycle. Wen Li was Song Yuan, handsome and clad in a black hoodie. With his hair cut in a stylish manner, rode his black bicycle with one hand, naturally drawing attention. Wen Li approached him, asking, "What's up? There's a circus performance at Zhongyuan featuring tigers you like. Hurry, hop on." Song Yuan patted the back seat. Before Wen Li could respond, he exclaimed, "What? Afraid your crush might misunderstand. Who is it? Let me see." With that, he scanned the vicinity of the school gate for anyone more handsome than himself. "He is not here, then that's fine. Hurry up and get on." Wen Li, why are you being so indecisive? Left with no choice, Wen Li climbed onto the back seat. Song Yuan glanced back at her. "Hold on to my shirt." Once Wen Li secured her grip, he pushed off the pedals, exuberantly shouting, "Let us go." In the distance, from his white luxury car, Fu Zhang watched as the bicycle faded into the crowd. Growing increasingly distant, he pressed the window button, obscuring his cold expression. At around 5 or 6 that afternoon, at the clubhouse, when Bai Siyuan arrived, Fu Zhang had already consumed a considerable amount of red wine. Dressed in a white shirt with the collar unbuttoned, revealing the perfect lines sculpted by his workouts, his brows were knitted in a cold demeanor. "What's wrong? Feeling down? Who could possibly upset you?" "Wen Li, Did she say she dislikes you again? Only Wenli had the power to stir his emotions. No one else possessed that ability. Upon hearing her name, Fu Zheng's movements noticeably paused. Quickly, he raised his glass and downed its contents, placing it on the table. The alcohol flushed his face, and the usually composed Fu Zhang now exuded a hint of irrationality. She's in a relationship. I can hardly control myself. I want to take her. Bai Siyuan, startled by his admission, eyed him with concern, sighing before offering encouragement. If you like her, then seize the opportunity. Life is but a few decades. Don T wasted, hesitating. If you propose to the Wen family, they would likely agree immediately. A union with the Fu family would have the Wen family smiling in their sleep. The man at the booth remained silent. Merely lifting a hand to rub his temples, Bai Siyuan, seeing Fu Zhang in such a dejected state, felt a pang of frustration. What are you so apprehensive about? You're only 8 years older than Wenli. It's not your fault that you're of a higher generation. Besides, Wenli doesn't regard you as her uncle. When has she ever called you that? She always refers to you simply as Fu Zhang. It is true, you two are childhood sweethearts. Suddenly Fu Zhang snapped to attention. Indeed, just 8 years older. Bai Siyuan assumed he had come to a realization and poured him another glass of red wine. Adding, yes, only 8 years. Men being 8 years older is quite advantageous and mature and steady. I'm about to go abroad. Please keep an eye on Wenli's situation for me. After saying this, Fu Zhang closed his eyes and leaned back against the booth. As if he had exhausted his last ounce of strength. Are you really going to be a coward? Bai Siyuan began to speak, but, upon seeing Fu Zhang's demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. Having not seen Fu Zhang for several days, Wenli felt a sense of longing. The next morning, she brought some fruit to the Fu residence. Old Master Fu and Old Madame Fu were in the courtyard feeding the fish, which, as expected of a wealthy family, had become so plump they bore little resemblance to their species, their bellies swollen as if pregnant. Upon spotting Wenli, old Madame Fu lovingly rose to her feet. Little Li, you've lost weight. Your cheeks are so gaunt. Being slimmer is prettier, Wenli replied softly. Old Master Fu shot her a disapproving glance, countering, being a bit plumper is better. It's healthier. I'll have Auntie prepare some delicious food for you to eat more. Alright. After Wenli handed the fruit to her aunt, she glanced around and asked, is uncle not home? Old Master Fu immediately pouted, displaying a rather displeased expression. Your uncle dislikes my urging him to marry. So he left for abroad early in the morning. By the time that troublesome project overseas is completed, he will be aged. He would rather toil for a meager amount than commit to marriage. Just look at how irresponsible your uncle is. Wenli was taken aback, perhaps not anticipating that Fu Zhang would choose to evade her by going abroad. In her previous life, their encounters had been few. And Fu Zhang had not traveled abroad. Naturally, he would not have fled overseas due to Old Master Fu's marriage pressures. Old Master Fu, still unable to swallow his frustration, continued, your uncle is 26 and has yet to even have a woman by his side. I worry his sexual orientation may not be normal. He sounded somewhat despondent towards the end. If Fu Zhang wishes to be the third party, Wenli remarked, he is quite normal. She quickly added, Grandpa and Grandma, I just remembered I have some homework left to do, so I will return to finish it and join you for dinner later. She dashed back to the Wen household, passing through the living room without acknowledging Duing, and hurried upstairs. Once in her room, she took out her phone and dialed Fu Zhang's number. For the first time, he did not answer her call. And after a few seconds he sent a message, working. Wenli pouted and poked the screen of her phone in frustration, then jabbed it several more times. Old man, coward, she chose not to reply. Glancing at the countdown to the college entrance exam, time was running short. Perhaps longing to see Fu Zhang had made the grueling review period of her senior year pass in the blink of an eye. A heavy snowfall blanketed Kyoto in winter, followed by several days of drizzling rain in spring. As June approached, summer arrived, yet Kyoto was still not overly warm, although the atmosphere in the classroom reached a peak of intensity. Out of the corner of her eye, Wenli noticed Zhou Qin slumped over her desk, battling sleepiness. She gently nudged her. Zhou Qin immediately sat up, patting her face. I'm so tired, but I must persevere for a few more days. Wenli chuckled softly and retrieved a mint from her drawer, offering it to her. Zhou Qin had tried it before and found it overwhelmingly refreshing, immediately shaking her head and retreating, exclaiming, I'm awake now. Just then, Pan Mingyan entered through the back door, clapping his hands with vigor. Let's perk up, just a couple of days left. Give it one last push. We'll take class photos this afternoon so we can relax a bit. Wenli was also feeling the strain. The continuous high-intensity studying was exhausting. She unwrapped 2 mints and popped them into her mouth, instantly revitalized. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all senior classes gathered on the playground for their class photos. After taking her class photo, Wenli spotted Bai Siyuan, who was holding an exquisite cake and waving at her. Just as she was about to approach, Song Yuan suddenly appeared from nowhere, exclaiming, Wenli, Congratulations on your graduation. She then handed her a bouquet of pink roses. How did you get here? Wenli asked, taking the flowers. Song Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. I climbed over the wall. As she spoke, her gaze couldn't help but linger on Wenli. The girl was simply dressed in a white-collared long dress, her hair cascading down her back with strands tucked behind her ears, her delicate oval face radiating striking beauty. At that moment, Bai Siyuan approached. Casting a glance at Song Yuan, then back at Wenli. Though handsome, he paled in comparison to Fu Zheng. If Fu Zheng desired to be the third party, he stood no chance. He then turned to Wenli and said, Congratulations on your graduation. Upon hearing this, Wenli realized Fu Zhang would not be appearing today. She asked, Could you take a photo of me to send to Fu Zhang? Bai Siyuan pulled out his phone and waved his hand at Song Yuan. Could you please step a little further away? Once she stood back, he snapped several pictures and sent them to the man who refused to be the third party. After putting his phone away, he decided not to intrude on Wenli's romantic moment. I'll take my leave now. As soon as he departed, Song Yuan took out her phone. Wenli, let me take a few pictures of you. Since he had already climbed over the wall, Wenli obliged, allowing her to take several shots, culminating in a quick selfie of the two. Alright, I'm off, Song Yuan declared, sneaking away like a thief when Bai Siyuan drove out. He happened to catch a glimpse of Song Yuan walking away, grinning foolishly at her phone. He honked deliberately, enjoying the sight of her startled expression as her phone fell to the ground. Satisfied, he drove away. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, located on the top floor with panoramic glass windows overlooking the playground, a man stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his gaze fixed on the playground for a long while before retracting it. I would like a copy of Wenli's report card, he said coldly. The principal nodded and soon handed him a sheet. Wenli's grades were quite commendable. If she performed normally, admission to Kyoto University was assured. Alright. Fu Zheng neatly folded the report card and added, Thank you. In the spacious back seat of his car, the man took out his phone and tapped a few times, causing a solo photo to appear on the screen. After a few seconds, he raised his finger, almost touching the screen before pulling back and shutting off the phone. Take me to the airport, he instructed in a voice laced with restraint. On the eve of the college entrance exam, Wenli chose not to return home but instead went to the Fu residence. In her previous life, she had almost been late for the exam due to a car malfunction, likely influenced by their meddling. Staying at the Fu residence, she felt warmth, yet both Du Ying and the others refrained from overstepping, probably not concerned about her performance. In the past 6 months, the school had implemented a policy of grade confidentiality for the sake of student health, leaving Du Ying and the others unaware of her exact grades. Throughout the 3 days of the college entrance exam, Old Master Fu, perhaps due to Fu Zheng's instructions, personally picked her up and dropped her off. A few times, Du Ying attempted to come along but was swiftly rebuffed by Old Master Fu. Wenli successfully navigated the 3 days of exams, exhaling a long sigh of relief on the final day. She promptly packed her bags and booked a flight to Country L, having learned Fu Zheng's address from Old Master Fu days prior. As she descended the stairs, she encountered Du Ying at home, who instinctively asked upon seeing her drag a suitcase, Xiaoli, where are you going? Wenli stretched lazily and replied, finally free from confinement, Mom, I'm going to stroll for a few days. It's too late today. You should leave tomorrow, Du Ying chided playfully. Wenli shook her head, pouting, I made plans with my classmates. Alright, just be careful. Du Ying relented indulgently, just as she was about to step out, when Rong returned. Glancing at Wenli with a frown, where are you going? Wenli remained silent as Du Ying explained, she just finished her college entrance exams and is going out to relax for a few days. She can't go anywhere, she has a meeting with the Gu family tomorrow. When Rong insisted sternly, clearly it was an attempt to arrange a blind date for Wenli. Du Ying shot Wenli a look, urging her to leave quickly. Wenli grabbed her suitcase and headed for the door, but when Rong immediately called out, stop right there, let her go, she wants to have some time out. Meeting someone can happen any day. Du Ying interjected. In Country L, city, a black business car drove into a residential complex and stopped in front of a standalone villa. The headlights illuminated a petite figure, and the driver glanced at the man through the rearview mirror, saying, Mr. Fu, there's a woman at the door. Fu Zheng merely responded with a quiet before opening the door and stepping out. His gaze inadvertently caught sight of a figure nearby, causing him to halt abruptly. After not having seen Fu Zheng for a long time, he appeared largely unchanged, though his demeanor seemed more composed. Wenli dropped her suitcase and walked towards him, breaking into a run before launching herself into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Fu Zheng, I missed you. Chapter 17, Fu Zheng, will you marry me? She unexpectedly pounced on him, leaving Fu Zheng nearly unprepared. He took half a step back to steady himself.
Looking down, he could see her long, silky black hair flowing, swaying gently in the wind, brushing against him before settling back in place. A tingling sensation coursed through his heart, his dark eyes flickered, and he eventually placed his hand on her back. Allowing her to hold him, he raised his gaze towards the distance, his voice cool yet tinged with something more. Have you been wronged? Wen-li looked up, her brows curving into a smile like a crescent moon shimmering in the night sky. No, I just missed you. These words, light yet profound, struck him like a heavy hammer against his chest, sending tremors through him. Fu Zhang swallowed hard, his fingers clenched tightly behind him, his chin lifting slightly before he finally replied in a flat tone. Let's go inside. Wen-li released him and softly said, I'm hungry. As soon as the exams were over, I came here. Fu Zhang nodded and walked over to grab her suitcase. The two entered the villa, one after the other. Before they could step into the living room, a woman's voice interjected. Oh, who is this? Wen-li turned to follow the voice and saw a woman in a chic black tweed outfit lounging on the sofa. Her long, dyed golden curls exuding maturity and sophistication. She instinctively glanced at Fu Zhang, who seemed entirely unfazed, clearly permitting this woman to stay, while she was aware that Fu Zhang did not harbor feelings for others. She also recognized that he held traditional views on marriage. However, he had never considered marrying her. She is my niece, Fu Zhang succinctly explained, and then turned to Wen-li, adding coolly, have a seat on the sofa. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and headed into the kitchen. Jin Jingxue looked at the kitchen in surprise, then turned her curious gaze back to Wen-li, speaking to herself, this is the first time I've seen him in the kitchen. I thought he couldn't cook. I'm a former classmate of your uncle, temporarily staying here, she added. Wen-li let out a soft hum, and thereafter fell silent, pondering what advantages she might possess over the woman before her. After a lengthy pause, she could discern not a single one. Half an hour later, Fu Zhang emerged from the kitchen holding a bowl of fried rice, gesturing for Wen-li to join him for a meal. She approached and began to eat, but soon found herself unable to continue, a sense of unease settling within her as she speculated on the status of Fu Zhang and Jin Ningxue's relationship. The fact that they were living together suggested an intention for closer contact. Was she to become an unwelcome third party? Distractedly, she poked at her rice with her spoon until Fu Zhang glanced her way and, pursing his lips, inquired, do you not like it? Startled, Wen-li shook her head and quickly finished the fried rice in her bowl. Fu Zhang then led her upstairs, opening the door to one of the bedrooms. Its decor cold and grey, unmistakably his own. You will stay here for the time being. I'll have someone prepare the adjacent room for you tomorrow. And where will you sleep? Wen-li asked instinctively. Fu Zhang picked up his pajamas from the bed and replied, on the sofa downstairs. As he spoke, he noticed her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him, and his gaze flickered, his eyelids involuntarily lowering. If you need anything, just call me. Do you sleep with her? Wen-li asked, her eyes unwavering. The question seemed to strike a nerve. Fu Zhang's brow furrowed as he realized the implication and explained. Bai Siyuan's ex-girlfriend just arrived here and hasn't found a place to stay yet. She'll be moving out in a few days. I'll be sleeping on the sofa. Wen-li's anxious heart finally settled. But in the next moment, she swiftly closed the door and locked it, leaning against it. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly and looked at Fu Zhang, saying, Fu Zhang, you are not my uncle. Silence enveloped the bedroom. Perhaps due to the frequency with which this had been uttered, Fu Zhang's eyes dimmed slightly, yet he revealed no emotion. All right, let us sleep, he murmured, reaching for the door handle, just as his hand landed on it. Wen-li's voice rang out, Fu Zhang, will you marry me? His eyes widened in shock, an expression of disbelief clouding his features despite his experience with tumultuous situations. After a long silence, he straightened, his voice hoarse yet restrained. Wen-li, do you know what you were saying? I do, she replied. Fu Zhang, I like you. Wen-li herself felt uncertain, her heart racing after uttering those words, yet she did not retreat. If she did, their relationship would forever remain that of uncle and niece. Fu Zhang could maintain that distance, but she could not, for her feelings for him were genuine. The room fell silent once more, the air nearly palpable with tension as the man's breathing grew heavier. After a minute or two of standoff, Wen-li felt her legs weaken, leaning against the door as she straightened herself, her gaze fixed upon him. In the soft light, half of his face was shadowed while the other half was illuminated. His voice low and gravelly, let us pretend you didn't say that today, please do not bring it up again. I will have someone take you back tomorrow, accepting his rejection without sorrow. Wen-li softly replied, this year one do. I'll ask again next year, until you agree. Another silence fell, but it was brief. With a note of sternness in his voice, Fu Zhang admonished, I am your uncle. And that will not change regardless of any blood ties. If you need anything, you can ask me directly. He believed Wen-li had been influenced by some external stimulus, or was after something. which prompted such reckless words, yet when Li persisted, "You are not my uncle. I am merely informing you. I will not change my feelings. If you do not return to the country, neither will I. With that." She stepped aside from the door. Fu Zhang, remaining silent, opened the door and left, seemingly lost in thought. When Li exhaled a sigh of relief, sinking onto the bed, pressing her hand against her chest, then covering her flushed face with both hands. It was her first confession of love, and naturally, it came with a wave of nerves. Meanwhile, Fu Zhang drove away, eventually stopping at a secluded roadside. Rolling down the window, he retrieved a cigarette from his pack. And soon the car was filled with smoke. He seldom smoked, only indulging in the habit during moments of irrationality as a means to numb his thoughts, with the cigarette pinched between his fingers. His half-exposed hand rested outside the window, his face obscured in the swirling smoke. His eyes narrowed, revealing a complexity of emotions, restraint, possessiveness, and moral dilemmas intertwining. An inexplicable possessiveness surged within him, reaching a peak. He inhaled deeply, a cough escaping him as he struggled to adapt to the sensation, taking a while to regain his composure. After a time, he discarded the cigarette and leaned back in his seat, eyes shut tight. When Li's delicate face invading his thoughts, suddenly he opened his eyes wide, bloodshot with a hint of distress. The following morning, when Li expected Fu Zhang to avoid her for a few days, yet he acted as if nothing had occurred. Sitting beside her at the breakfast table, Jian Ningxue was also present, but after hastily finishing her meal, she departed for work. When Li was the last to finish, and as Fu Zhang cleared the dishes, he casually remarked, "The flight is at 3 this afternoon. I'll take you to the airport." Under his gaze, when Li covered her ears with her hands, her expression earnest, "Unless you carry me to the airport, I will not go." With a loud crash, the bowl in Fu Zhang's hands shattered on the floor. He closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them, his voice icy as he retorted, "Do you even realize the nonsense you are speaking?" This marked the first time he had spoken harshly to Wen Li. Pouting slightly, she replied, "I do." With that, she bent down to gather the broken pieces. Just as her fingers brushed against the shards, a large hand grasped her wrist, pulling her aside before quickly releasing her. Without uttering another word, the man finished cleaning up the fragments and departed in his suit. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, Fu Zhang arranged for a driver to take her to the airport, but when Li feigned ignorance, knowing the driver could not forcibly take her, she brought some local currency and went to the supermarket instead. When Jian Ningxue returned from work, she found Wen Li had prepared a tableful of dishes, lacking in color but rich in aroma. Noticing the flour smudged across Wen Li's face, she couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Niece, you have flour on your face." Wen Li instinctively rubbed at it, only to smear oil across her cheeks. She eventually gave up. "When will Fu Zhang be back?" "I don't know, he is usually not home at this hour." Jian Ningxue replied, pulling out her phone. "Let me give him a call." She dialed and soon connected. "Your niece has made dinner and is waiting for you. When will you be back?" "Not returning. You are wasting a child's good intentions." After hanging up, she turned to Wen Li, offering some consolation. "Your uncle has business to attend to. He likely won't be back until very late. Shall I join you for dinner? It smells enticing." Wen Li retrieved 2 sets of chopsticks, sitting down and clarifying, "He is not my uncle." Before Jian Ningxue could respond, she added, "I am pursuing him." Jian Ningxue was taken aback, coughing lightly. After a moment, she regarded Wen Li, her dirty little face earnest. "I've never heard of a girl pursuing him before. He is not the easiest to court, but you never know. I pursued by Siyuan for 6 months before I finally won him over." Wen Li picked up a piece of food and declared resolutely, "I'm prepared. Not bad. It tastes good." Jian Ningxue praised, then, drawing upon her own experiences, advised, "A man like Fu Zhang won't be swayed by a mere meal. He has dined at countless upscale restaurants and won't be touched by something so trivial." Wen Li looked up at her. "How did you manage to win over by Siyuan? He seems difficult to approach." Jian Ningxue nodded in agreement. "Yes, he can be quite the challenge. I once picked him up off the roadside when he was at his lowest point." Wen Li responded with an "oh," and after they finished their meal, she left some food in the kitchen and waited in the bedroom until 2 in the morning. Fu Zhang still had not returned. She eventually succumbed to sleep. The bedroom lights had been off for half an hour when a car finally drove into the villa, a tall figure appearing in the living room before making their way to the kitchen. He paused at the sight of several plates of food on the counter, Fu Zhang's gaze lingering before he grabbed a pair of chopsticks and bowed his head to eat a few bites. He barely touched the food, leaving no visible trace of his presence. Setting down the chopsticks, he leaned against the counter, tugging at his collar, his peripheral vision catching the dishes, a faint, barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Days passed without Wen Li catching sight of Fu Zhang. The weather in Country L fluctuated between cold and warm. She found herself unaccustomed and, as expected, fell ill with a fever. One day, she attempted to rise from bed but stumbled back, Feeling dizzy, she reached up to check her forehead, noting an unusual warmth. Sniffling, she took out her phone to call Fu Zhang, but after a lengthy wait with no connection, she ultimately gave up and wrapped herself in her blanket. Drifting back to sleep, when Jian Ningxue noticed Wen Li's absence that afternoon, she instinctively searched for her, calling out a few times at the bedroom door without receiving a response, assuming she had gone out. She thought nothing more of it. By 10 o'clock that evening, with still no sign of Wen Li, she grew concerned and called Fu Zhang. "Wen Li isn't home, should you come back to check on her?" Before he could respond, she hung up, glancing at her phone with a growing sense of unease. In no time, Fu Zhang rushed home, skipping any delay as he ascended the stairs, opening the bedroom door as the lights flickered on. The bed was a chaotic tangle of blankets, with a furry head peeking out. His anxious heart settled as he was about to turn and leave, but a glimpse of her flushed cheeks caught his eye. He strode over, bending down to touch her, the heat emanating from her body astonishingly intense. He swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed for assistance. Meanwhile, Jian Ningxue rushed downstairs to fetch a fever-reducing patch. After applying it to Wen Li, she expressed her concern. "I wonder how long she has been burning with fever." Fu Zhang gazed at the now slumbering Wen Li, then turned to hand Jian Ningxue a set of her clothes. Assisting her in changing. With that, he strode out of the room. An hour later, the doctor checked her temperature again. It had finally decreased. He advised, "If she has another fever in the middle of the night, administer her medicine, and if her temperature does not drop by morning, take her to the hospital." Fu Zhang nodded in acknowledgement, and once the doctor left, Jian Ningxue also descended the stairs. Only the two of them remained in the bedroom. Wen Li continued to sleep deeply, while Fu Zhang reached out to turn off the main lights, leaving only the bedside lamp aglow. He then sat at the edge of the bed, keeping watch over her. In the dim light, her face still bore a rosy hue, her lips redder than usual, with a few strands of hair obscuring her eyes. He hesitated for several seconds, but then gently brushed the hair behind her ear. Revealing her delicate features, his fingers, which should have retracted, lingered on her face, his hand softly caressing her with a hint of tenderness. In the dead of night, when Wen Li awoke, her eyes immediately found Fu Zhang by the bed. Her gaze brightened in an instant, and she instinctively reached out to grasp his hand, pulling it to her chest and comfortably closing her eyes once more, murmuring, "It must be a dream." The soft sensation of her fingers startled Fu Zhang, who had been half asleep. His eyes snapped open and he inhaled sharply, his breath hitching. He instinctively withdrew his hand. Wen Li blinked, her vision slightly blurry, and after a moment, she recognized him, her voice sounding like that of a little duckling. Fu Zhang, Chapter 18. To put it plainly, she wished to become his aunt. Fu Zhang responded with a familiar rising to pour some water. As he lifted the cup, his fingers tilted slightly, spilling water onto the table. Betraying a hint of emotion, he switched hands to pour again and then handed it to her, asking as usual, "What would you like to eat?" After taking a few sips, Wen Li felt her throat ease up. Shaking her head, "I don't want to eat." As she spoke, she quietly observed him, but his gaze remained steadfastly averted. Fu Zhang said nothing, taking the cup from her hands and heading downstairs. Moments later, he returned with a bowl of clear noodle soup. Wen Li stole a glance at him, mustering the strength to sit up against the headboard, and boldly whispered, "Feed me." Fu Zhang paused, his expression as placid as ever, devoid of any emotion. Lacking appetite, Wen Li managed to eat only half of what he offered before feeling nauseous and declaring, "I can't eat anymore." Her head still felt heavy, her eyes instinctively wanting to close, but she feared that if she did, Fu Zhang might leave. This was a rare moment for them to be together. "Fu Zhang, can you stay?" Her sickly visage, combined with her soft voice, caused Fu Zhang's throat to constrict slightly. After a long pause, he replied, "All right." Upon hearing this, Wen Li lay back down, casting a glance beside her, then reached out to grasp the hem of his shirt. Within moments, she fell asleep. Fu Zhang gazed at the spot where her delicate fingers had clutched, his pale fingers gradually loosening their grip before tightening once more, and finally releasing completely. Her soft hand hung over the edge of the bed, slender and graceful. A few minutes later, his large knuckly hand reached out to gently hold her delicate wrist, carefully placing it back on the bed before retracting his hand. The warmth from their brief contact lingered in his palm, and he stared at it for a long while before leaning against the bedside table to rest. The next day, a gray light filtered through the window, gradually revealing a hint of white. Wen Li opened her eyes, immediately spotting the man close by, his eyes shadowed with fatigue, clearly having watched over her all night. During those 3 years she was in a vegetative state. He must have sat there waiting for her to awaken, looking even more haggard than now. 3 years. He had endured more than she had. She rose quietly, still barefoot, when his cool voice broke the silence. "Are you awake?" Wen Li was about to respond, but her throat felt scratchy. She coughed a few times and said, "I need to use the bathroom." Fu Zhang stood, retrieving a pair of slippers and placing them before her. Watching as she entered the bathroom moments later, a loud thud echoed from within, prompting him to instinctively rush to the door, his voice betraying a hint of worry. Wenli. A few seconds later, the door swung open to reveal Wenli. Her face pale and sickly, she tilted her head slightly, confidently asserting, "Fu Zhang, you actually like me." Her candid revelation pierced through his concealed feelings, and Fu Zhang's expression shifted momentarily before returning to his usual frigid demeanor. "Wenli, we can only be considered uncle and niece. Oh, Wenli pouted, reaching out to close the door. Fu Zhang leaned against the wall, placing a hand over his heart, feeling an unusual rhythm, taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling. It was clear that he could not resist Wenli's charm. He remained at the door until she emerged safely from the bathroom. Wenli, feeling overheated and sweaty, found her clothes and headed back to the bathroom. Casting a glance at the man standing in the bedroom, she said, "I'm fine now, you can go to work." Without waiting for his response, she shut the bathroom door again. When she emerged, Fu Zhang was still at the door. The room was filled with a faint fragrance, and Fu Zhang glanced at his watch. It was just past 8. He looked at Wenli in silence for several seconds before reaching out to feel her forehead. Noting that her temperature had returned to normal. Tomorrow's flight. Outside, the rain began to fall again, and soon the window was covered in a myriad of droplets, bringing a chill into the bedroom. Wenli turned her head and sneezed several times. Suddenly, she felt a heavy sensation draped over her. Glancing down, she found a black suit jacket. It fit Fu Zhang perfectly but seemed oversized on her, as if a child had stolen an adult's clothing. At that moment, Fu Zhang spoke again. "I will be leaving too." Upon hearing this, Wenli looked up at him, rubbing her nose and displaying a victorious expression. "Okay." Her mischievous demeanor resembled that of a pampered cat. Prompting Fu Zhang to avert his gaze, pursing his lips, and swiftly exiting the bedroom. As they departed El Country, the rain continued to pour, the penetrating chill signaling the onset of winter. Wenli wore another of Fu Zhang's oversized suits, the hem reaching her thighs, making her appear exceptionally petite. At the airport, many turned to look at her, and she silently pulled her scarf up, revealing only her eyes. In first class, Fu Zhang indicated a seat for Wenli. And as she settled in, her peripheral vision caught sight of him sitting in the left rear position. It was evident he had arranged it intentionally, as if believing this would create a barrier between them, or shield his own emotions. She turned her gaze to the window, covering her eyes with the scarf, and resumed her rest, intermittently dozing until the plane landed. She felt the temperature noticeably warm, prompting her to remove her scarf and jacket. Exiting through the VIP passage, she spotted Bai Siyuan dressed in a white suit, waving at them. But he was still somewhat surprised that Wenli had gone to find Fu Zhang the day before. Stealing a few glances at her, teasing, "Little niece, you're quite bold." Seeing Wenli shake her head, he chuckled, "Isn't this quite bold? When I was 18, I didn't even dare to leave the province." Wenli corrected him. "I am not your little niece." To put it plainly, she wished to become his aunt. She glanced at Fu Zhang, about to say something, but he interrupted. "Let's go to in the parking garage." Bai Siyuan instinctively moved towards the passenger seat, but just a few steps in, Fu Zhang abruptly blocked him. "You sit in the back." Bai Siyuan had no choice but to join Wenli in the back seat. The atmosphere in the car grew strangely tense. Although it was typically quiet, it felt more suffocating than usual. He couldn't help but glance back and forth between them, wondering why they seemed like a young couple in a Cold War. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Wenli, what made you think to visit your uncle?" "I'm pursuing him," Wenli replied softly, her words detonating like a ticking time bomb. Bai Siyuan was momentarily stunned. He was clearly taken aback. Struggling to comprehend her meaning, Wenli continued, "From now on, don't call me your little niece. I don't want to engage in incest." Now understanding her words, Bai Siyuan exclaimed. Wenli. Fu Zhang's tone was low and icy, unmistakably tinged with anger. He took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and added, "Pull over, you'll go back with her." The car came to a steady stop at the roadside, and Fu Zhang exited abruptly, quickly disappearing from view. After a long moment, Bai Siyuan gave Wenli a thumbs up. "When did you start having feelings for your uncle?" "No." For Fu Zhang, Wenli fell silent, her shoulders slumping, her head resting against the seat, her delicate face showing signs of dejection. Fu Zhang's attitude was a clear rejection of her feelings. Noticing her prolonged silence, Bai Siyuan crossed his legs, advising, "Be more charming, show some vulnerability. Fu Zhang can't resist you." He glanced at her seriously, then added, "Wenli, don't toy with Fu Zhang, or I won't let the Wen family have an easy time of it." He understood better than anyone that while Fu Zhang appeared aloof, he was deeply emotional. If Wenli was merely toying with him for some ulterior motive, it could be disastrous for her. "I would never deceive him," Wenli responded firmly. At that moment, in Kyoto, It was already 8 in the morning when Lee entered the living room, her suitcase in tow, as when Nguyen, dressed in formal attire, prepared to leave. With a mix of surprise and delight, she exclaimed, "You're back? Why didn't you stay a few more days?" "I'm exhausted," when Lee replied. When Nguyen approached, wrapping her arms around her sister and gently fixing her hair, "I've started an internship at the company, and I'll be working late for the next few days. I'll have Mom keep you company while you explore. By the way, I've shortlisted a few foreign schools for you. Their management is more relaxed, and I believe you will like them. I'll email you the details shortly. Let me know once you've made your choice." When Lee nodded, "All right, sis, I'm heading upstairs now. I am utterly drained." She dragged her suitcase upstairs, changed into a fresh outfit, and planned to visit the library. An older gentleman was pursuing her, and she couldn't afford to neglect her studies. In her recollection, when Nguyen had only recently joined the company and was set to sign a multi-billion project with the Phong Group following this, when Rong had placed immense trust in Nguyen's capabilities. She intended to dismantle Nguyen's schemes from the onset, much like the machinations they had orchestrated against her throughout her upbringing. However, before acting, she needed to clarify one matter: the cause of her biological mother's death. This issue was somewhat delicate. The Liu family must have investigated it thoroughly in the past, allowing the Nguyen family to escape unscathed. Contemplating this, she picked up the phone and dialed a number. The call connected, yet silence prevailed on the other end. Her eyes reddened as she uttered softly, "Grandfather." At this age, not only had her relationship with Fu Zheng soured, but even her grandfather, Liu Zongwei, had become estranged. Perhaps it was due to the indulgent upbringing from Nguyen and Du Ying. She instinctively resented Liu Zongwei's strictness and believed he harbored a dislike for her. The two people she should trust the most had turned into the ones she least wished to engage with. Liu Zongwei broke the silence on the other end, asking, "What's wrong? Is someone bullying you in the Nguyen family? I'll come to pick you up." "No," when Lee paused before adding, "Grandfather, I'll come to see you in a few days." Liu Zongwei, who had lost his wife early on and his daughter in middle age, had only Wen Li left as his blood relative. How could he bear to neglect her? "All right, if you wish to come, then come. By the way, are you interested in attending Jing University?" Though he was irritated that she wasn't studying diligently, he still plotted the best path for her future. When Lee wiped her tear-streaked eyes and sniffled, "I can get in on my own." Taken aback by her response, Liu Zongwei replied, "I believe in you." Acknowledging her academic prowess, he chose to trust her. Tears streamed down when Leah's face silently. She feigned a light-hearted tone. "Okay, I'll bring my report card to show you in a few days." Meanwhile, Bai Xian found Fu Zheng at a private club, having been brothers for over 20 years. He could tell without asking that Fu Zheng's mind was more tangled than a ball of yarn. He patted Fu Zheng on the shoulder and sat beside him, advising, "The more you think about it, the more complicated it gets. Wen Li likes you, and you like Wen Li. Everything else is secondary. You two share no blood relation, and there hasn't even been a formal recognition ceremony. If we were to think along those lines, we'd be like uncle and nephew. And should I be calling you uncle?" he noted. Wen Li seems quite serious. Fu Zhang remained silent, lighting a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "She is only 18 and naive. Does that mean I should be as well?" Before Bai Xian could respond, Fu Zheng's handsome face bore a hint of despair and exhaustion through the smoke. "She is 52, and I'm 60. Who will take care of her? If I were just a few years younger, I would pursue her, regardless of the means." Unfortunately, he was 8 years her senior. Bai Xian reflected on Fu Zheng's words. Age was inconsequential when one was young, but it became a significant issue in later years. "You raised her, and she'll care for you until death. I find it rather fair." The day after Wen Li returned, when Rong proposed setting her up on blind dates, but Fu Zheng's actions were swifter than when Rong's. In the morning, Wen Li saw news on her phone about Fu Zheng dating a woman. The headlines inundated her, with several articles detailing the affair. Before she could confront Fu Zhang, the elder Fu called her first, his voice cheerful. "Shall come over for lunch? Your uncle has finally brought your aunt back. Will you come and help me assess her?" Upon hearing this, Wen Li felt her anxious heart finally settle. She had suspected this scenario from the start. All right. Before visiting the Fu residence, she dressed up a bit. Donning a slightly more mature dress and curling her hair upon arrival, she found Fu Zhang and her aunt already there, feeding the plump fish in the yard. Qinhuani sat on the stone railing, several fish eagerly crowding around her. "Fu Zhang, your fish are so fat." Fu Zhang stole a glance at a certain spot before quickly averting his gaze, cautioning, "Be careful." Fortunately, Wen Li had mentally prepared herself. Fu Zhang would likely put on a show to dissuade her. She chose not to approach them and instead went over to greet Elder Fu and Elder Madame Fu, perhaps buoyed by the joy of the occasion. Elder Fu appeared particularly vibrant. He whispered to Wen Li, "What do you think of this aunt? I think she is quite nice. Oh, whatever I choose doesn't matter."
as long as your uncle can find a woman. I'll be satisfied. Wen Li would never express her feelings for Fu Zheng in front of Elder Fu and Elder Madame Fu. She replied earnestly, she seems good. If Fu Zheng genuinely liked another woman, she would consider it acceptable. However, as long as he had feelings for her, she would never let go. During lunch, under the watchful eyes of the family, Fu Zheng served some dishes to Qin Huani, while Elder Fu beamed with delight, consuming 2 bowls instead of his usual one. Wen Li paid no attention to Fu Zhang, even avoiding eye contact, yet she felt a twinge of disturbance. Suddenly Qin Huani spoke up. Fu Zhang, serve some food to your niece. Only then did Wen Li lift her head to look at them. Fu Zhang replied tersely, she can help herself. He then proceeded to serve more dishes to Qin Huani. Chapter 19, Fu Zhang is gay. He was clearly putting on a show for her. Within that brief moment, Wen Li noticed that the woman opposite had no love for green peppers, yet Fu Zhang remained oblivious, continuing to serve the plate of green pepper stir-fry before him, unwilling to serve anything further. "And, do you like green peppers? I can serve you some," she said sweetly, using the serving chopsticks to add a generous portion. Elder Fu, not understanding the situation, merely regarded Wen Li as polite and well-mannered, chuckling, "My Xiaoli is truly considerate." Wen Li smiled sweetly, then served Elder Fu and Elder Madame Fu their favorite dishes. Finally, she served Fu Zhang, biting her lip and mischievously saying, "Uncle, let me help you." As if he wouldn't know how to serve food himself, old man. After that, she turned away and continued eating. Only when Elder Fu set down his chopsticks did she do the same, politely saying, "Grandfather, I'm heading back, stay a bit longer. Your uncle and the others are going out to see a movie. You should join them." Elder Fu clearly wanted Wen Li to help assess Qin Huani, as he was too old to accompany them, having a child go wouldn't pose any issues and wouldn't interfere with their date. Fu Zhang's sudden return and the unexpected appearance of a woman raised her suspicions, but she could never have guessed that the root cause of the predicament was Wen Li herself. Fu Zhang set down his chopsticks and, without hesitation, refused. "She's not going. We wouldn't be back tonight." Upon hearing this, Elder Fu couldn't help but cough, signaling Fu Zhang to temper his words. After all, Wen Li was still a child. He said, "Then we'll take Xiaoli to the movies." Wen Li was no longer interested in anything Fu Zhang had to say. None of it was what she wanted to hear. "Grandfather, I have homework to do this afternoon. I'll go when I have time." Elder Fu instinctively asked, "Is there still homework after the college entrance exams?" "I'm preparing ahead of time." Wen Li was not lying. Her major had already been decided, as she had to inherit the Wen family legacy, which her grandfather and mother had fought to leave her. Whatever Wen Yuan and Duing desired, she would claim for herself. Elder Fu nodded in approval. "All right, there's a dog in the yard. Fu Zhang, you take Xiaoli out." The Fu family had a large wolf dog that had been recovering at a pet hospital after being hit by a car, and it had only recently returned home. Wen Li wasn't afraid of dogs, but she had been chased by the Fu family's dog, which always liked to run around her, jumping up to lick her face, leaving her with a slight psychological scar. Fu Zhang did not refuse this time, simply responding with a grunt and standing up to lead the way while Wen Li trailed behind. The leashed wolf dog stood up, wagging its tail, and Wen Li finally mustered the courage to approach and gently stroke its head. When it jumped up, she quickly dodged, looking back at Fu Zhang and playfully sticking out her tongue, making a face. "Old man." With that, she walked away without looking back. As her petite figure disappeared at the villa's entrance, Fu Zhang's lips, pressed straight, unconsciously curved slightly at the corners. Upon returning to the living room, he addressed Elder Fu, "Let the dog stay in the backyard." Elder Fu had the same thought, nodding, "Have someone take it to the backyard later. You all should head out to watch the movie. Huani, come visit often when you have the chance." Qin Huani smiled and nodded. "All right, grandfather and grandmother, we're off now." As the luxury car departed from the villa, Fu Zhang's demeanor turned cold once more, adopting an official tone. "I'll have my assistant handle matters regarding the Qin family this afternoon." Qin Huani expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Fu. If you require anything further, please feel free to reach out to me." Fu Zhang remarked. Not long after Wen Li arrived home, when Rong ascended the stairs and knocked on the door, this time unexpectedly employing a remarkably cordial tone. Mentioning a meeting with Gu Lianming in the afternoon, concerned that she might be unaware of the implications, he added, "The Gu family is the largest partner of the Wen family. A union could be advantageous for you." Wen Li was not inclined to provoke Wen Rong at this moment. It was still too early, and she lacked the capacity to contend with her. "Very well, send me the address." Initially she anticipated a rebuttal, but to her surprise, Wen Rong readily acquiesced, her demeanor softening somewhat. "Rong Usaf, choose your words carefully and strive to speak pleasingly." "Understood." Wen Li closed the door and retrieved a photograph from a book in the drawer.
Revealing Fu Zhang's austere visage, she poked it with her finger and huffed. Old man. After a few seconds, she gently brushed the spot she had just poked, letting out a soft sigh. She muttered, "Wait until I marry you." An hour later, at Rong USEAF, when Wenli arrived at her seat, Gu Lianming had yet to appear, so she leisurely sipped on her coffee, consuming nearly half a cup as she noticed the coffee nearing its end. She contemplated leaving. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her, and someone sat across from her. She glanced up, surprised to find a man whose beauty surpassed expectations. His features were softer than Fu Zhang's, exuding a non-threatening, scholarly charm, yet his upward-turned eyes hinted at a certain languor. He seemed somewhat familiar, but she could not place him immediately. Gu Lianming regarded her with an expression that felt oddly familiar, teasingly asking, "Does your uncle know you're here for a blind date?" Upon hearing this, Wenli deduced he was part of Fu Zhang's circle of friends. She stirred her coffee with a spoon, refraining from answering. "You know I'm Fu Zhang's niece. Why would you agree to Wenrong's request?" Gu Lianming chuckled softly, raising his coffee cup for a sip. "My family has been pressing me to marry. Running into an acquaintance makes it easy to placate them." "Is the Wen family truly in such a hurry, sending you out to meet potential suitors right after your college entrance exams? If your uncle finds out, he might just skin him alive." Mentioning Fu Zhang made Wenli's eyes flicker momentarily, and an idea struck her. "Since you don't wish to go on a blind date, how about we make a deal? We assist each other in evading responsibilities." Fu Zhan, that antiquated relic, clearly required some provocation, otherwise, he would never breach the boundaries. Gu Lianming raised an eyebrow, contemplating before a smile graced his lips. "Are you sure your uncle won't cause me trouble?" "He won't. You must keep this confidential. Only the two of us must know, and Fu Zhan cannot find out." Wenli considered that if Fu Zhan could hire someone to act, she could do the same. Let the two of them see who would yield first. After years of urging from her family, this was indeed a fine choice for Gu Lianming, though her identity as Fu Zhang's niece gave him pause. Others might be oblivious, but he and Bai Siyuan were well aware that Fu Zhang cared about the lack of blood relation with the Wen family as niece. Seeing his hesitation, Wenli pressed, "Are you really afraid of my uncle? That tactic won't work on me, but I have agreed." Gu Lianming shot her a sidelong glance, adding, "If feelings develop, I won't be responsible." Lime Gay had she not been Fu Zhang's niece, he would never have been so candid, for he had never disclosed this within their circles. The revelation left Wenli momentarily taken aback, and Gu Lianming, arms crossed and smirking, remarked, "Is it that surprising? Isn't your uncle also gay?" Chapter 20. The old man, both ancient and stubborn. Wenli nearly spat out her coffee, looking up at him in disbelief. "Where did you hear such rumors? There had never been a woman by his side, and it was inconceivable that a man had no needs." Gu Lianming raised an eyebrow and replied, "A fake gay." Wenli, drained of her coffee, declared, "I'm full, I'm leaving now." Gu Lianming lightly tapped his fingers on the table and stood. "Accompany me to the Jin family's gala. It's fortuitous." Wenli had no grounds to refuse him, glancing down at her attire. "Is this outfit acceptable? It works." Gu Lianming stood, signaling for her to walk ahead. The gala was at a nearby hotel, where Gu Lianming led her into the banquet hall. Many approached them, inquiring, "Gu Xiao, who is this?" "My companion." Gu Lianming raised his hand, but seeing Wenli remain still, he turned to her and asked, "Are you shy? I fear your male companion might mind." Wenli replied, tugging on his sleeve, speaking just loud enough for them to hear. Gu Lianming glanced at her. "I never engage with people from the circle. I'll introduce you to some." Wenli was about to agree when a voice interrupted. Shaoli. Turning towards the sound, she saw Wen Muan in a black slip dress, arm in arm with Qin Feng. Wen Muan glanced at Gu Lianming, then at Wenli, before pulling her aside to whisper, "What's going on?" "Wenrong arranged for me to meet someone. He seems quite suitable." Wenli replied, pouting, "Suitable? He is 9 years older than you. Listen, tell him it's not a match, and I'll have a word with Dad." Wen Muan's gentle expression took on a serious tone. Wenli shook her head. "Let's keep it as it is for now." As they spoke, Wenli caught a glimpse of Wen Muan, who had not displayed such a demeanor even during her illness. "Shaoli, you must heed my words." Wen Muan's tone grew firmer, then softened as she realized her approach was too intense. "Shaoli, please, I won't harm you. I genuinely like Gu Lianming. He is handsome and comes from a good family." Wenli wore a serious expression. At that moment, Qin Feng approached and reminded Wen Muan, "President Wang has arrived. Let us go greet him." Only then did Wen Muan refrain from further protest, lightly patting Wenli's hand. "I'll fetch you home later." After Wen Muan and Qin Feng departed, Gu Lianming returned, assessing her with a few glances. "Shall we continue?" Wenli nodded, and the two intermittently mingled with various individuals from the social scene. marking Wen Li's inaugural appearance as a member of the Wen family. Among those present was Fu Zheng's friend, who promptly excused himself to call Fu Zhengwold. Fu Gu has brought your niece to the gala as his companion. On the other end, there was a prolonged silence before Fu Zhang finally responded. Has Gu Lianming gone mad? His friend chuckled. This isn't entirely his fault. His family is pressing him to marry. And he likely has taken a liking to your niece. I think it's acceptable. With your connection, Wen Li and Gu Lianming's union would certainly be advantageous. The call abruptly ceased, clearly disapproving of the match. Wen Li met several individuals, then Gu Lianming suggested she take a seat in a nearby lounge area to enjoy some refreshments. Seizing the opportunity, she glanced at Wen Nuan, who was busy leveraging her connection with the Qin family to network with others. Her beauty served as a significant advantage, complemented by her competence. Qin Feng was indeed well connected and did not hesitate to introduce her. It appeared that while Wen Nuan might have been momentarily confused, her choice of Qin Feng was undoubtedly the best option. Though Qin Feng had a reputation for being fickle, the most crucial aspect was that he was the sole heir, the undisputed successor of the Qin family. However, the Qin family was slightly less prestigious than the Guofu, and by families, otherwise Wen Nuan would not have exhibited such a countenance earlier, fearing she might be overshadowed by the Gu family's support. After a while, Gu Lianming returned, red wineglass in hand, and casually conversed. I heard you often rank last in exams. Is that illegal? Wen Li bit into a small cake. Is it a crime? At this, Gu Lianming gazed at her with interest. Not illegal, it's just that people say, compared to your sister, you seem like a waste. Let us go. I'll drive you home. He set down his wineglass, preparing to rise, when his gaze caught sight of a man in a navy blue suit striding toward them. I thought you weren't coming. Fu Zhang, not sparing a glance at him, fixated his deep-set eyes on Wen Li, a flicker of anger glimmering before his expression settled into calm. Should I report this to you? Gu Lianming chuckled. Looks like someone has been shot. Why the heavy atmosphere? He shot a glance at Wen Li and continued. Will your uncle be driving you home, or shall I? You will. Wen Li replied decisively. She quickly glanced back at Fu Zhang before averting her gaze and walking outside. Gu Lianming, adjusting his suit, raised an eyebrow at Fu Zhang. I am leaving first. Let us meet later. As she approached the car, Wen Li glanced back, still not spotting Fu Zhang. Unable to contain herself, she lightly kicked the car door. Let the old man play the role of a ninja turtle. He can endure. Gu Lianming entered the car behind her, and once the door closed, he looked at her. What's wrong? Did your uncle intimidate you? Forget about the collaboration. Wen Li turned to him. What does that mean? Are men unreliable? Oh, it seems you're just like your uncle, speaking with such fervor. Fine, if you're not afraid, neither am I. Gu Lianming appeared amused, chuckling several times. Wen Li glanced at her phone, finding no messages or calls, and decided to close her eyes. Old man, may you suffocate. At the entrance of the Wen family estate, Wen Li disembarked from the car, waiting for it to depart symbolically. As soon as the vehicle left, she turned and spotted Fu Zhang not far away. His hoarse, cold voice cut through the air. Wen Li, do you know what you are doing? I do. I'm on a blind date. Wen Li pressed her finger against the fingerprint lock, and the door slowly opened. Suddenly, her wrist was tightly grasped, a powerful force pulling her away from the entrance, and she was swiftly ushered into a car, the door locking with a click. Fu Zhang released her hand, his voice restrained yet insistent. You're only 18 and already going on blind dates. Do you take responsibility for yourself? If you don't wish to marry me, then do not concern yourself with my affairs. Wen Li found Fu Zhang's demeanor rather intimidating, yet she steeled herself and continued. If you agree to my request, I shall never seek blind dates again. Fu Zhang's gaze darkened, almost brimming with palpable tension. After a prolonged silence, his expression returned to normal. Gu Lianming is quite commendable. Ensure he comes to see me. Wen Li, genuinely incensed, fixed her striking almond-shaped eyes on him, pushed open the car door, and exited. Fu Zhang, you old man, so antiquated and rigid. With that, she slammed the door shut, and perhaps still feeling aggrieved, kicked it once before striding towards the Wen residence. In the living room, Wen Rong, taking a day off, noticed Wen Li's return and instinctively inquired, how did it go? However, Wen Li, in no mood to entertain him, dashed upstairs, locked her door, and flopped onto her bed, rolling about in frustration. Old man, Chapter 21. His gaze towards Wen Li was anything but innocent at 8 in the evening. In a private bar's second-floor booth, the interplay of lights exuded an air of extravagant indulgence. It was the first time Fu Zhang had taken the initiative to invite someone for drinks. Bai Siyuan was slightly bemused. Upon arrival, he found Fu Zhang and Gu Lianming already deep into their cups. The table was littered with several empty wine bottles, indicating they were not merely indulging casually. He loosened his suit jacket and tossed it onto the sofa. What's the matter? Are you two drowning your sorrows? What could possibly trouble you both so? Gu Lianming tilted his head, his voice tinged with a magnetic quality from the wine, and responded candidly, my blind date is his niece, and she is currently seeking trouble with me. No wonder the usually composed Fu Zhang appeared utterly irrational. Bai Siyuan coughed lightly. He instinctively glanced at Fu Zhang, whose half-shadowed face concealed any discernible emotion. Do you really intend to continue with the blind dates? It's evident that you are inviting trouble. The pressure from home is unbearable. A little distraction from that girl won't hurt. Gu Lianming took a sip of red wine, casting a meaningful glance at Fu Zhang. To be fair, when Li has blossomed, she fits my aesthetic quite well. At that moment, the man beside them suddenly stood up, crossing over to grab Gu Lianming by the collar. The typically composed individual now had bloodshot eyes filled with a fierce intensity. Retaining some semblance of control, he spoke in a dangerously low tone. Anyone is acceptable, but not Wen Li. Having never exchanged harsh words since childhood, it was clear how significant Wen Li was to Fu Zhang. Bai Siyuan quickly positioned himself between the two, urging calmness. Let us talk this out rationally. However, Gu Lianming, undeterred by the palpable tension, met Fu Zhang's fierce glare with a nonchalant demeanor, retorting sharply, do you truly believe Wen Li is just your niece? No other implications. Fu Zhang regained his composure, releasing Gu Lianming and returning to his seat, coolly stating, what does it matter to you? Gu Lianming raised an eyebrow. I initially thought you had feelings for Wen Li, so I would have yielded. Since you don't, then I won. Back down. The booth fell silent as Fu Zhang drained the remaining wine in his glass and scoffed, from now on, when we meet, call me uncle. Gu Lianming. After that, the two exchanged no further words, each downing drink after drink, neither willing to concede. Ultimately, both succumbed to intoxication. Bai Siyuan, observing their antics, pulled out his phone, initially considering calling their assistants, but then decided to contact Wen Li directly. The issue lay with her, so she should handle it. Once the call connected, he stepped out of the booth. Fu Zhang is drunk. Please come pick him up. Before Wen Li could respond, he added, if you're too busy, I can send someone else. I'm free. I'll be there shortly. Wen Li hung up and quickly tidied up before heading downstairs. At that moment, Wen Rong and Du Ying were conversing in the living room. Hearing the commotion, they turned to look at her. Wen Rong instinctively frowned. Where are you off to at this hour? Du Ying tugged at Wen Rong's hand, signaling that Wen Li was old enough to go wherever she pleased. Little Li be safe out there. Wen Li dashed out of the Wen household. By this hour, the family driver had already turned in for the night, so she had no choice but to hail a cab. Half an hour later, at the bar, the booth door swung open, and only Bai Siyuan looked up. The other two had either fallen asleep or were deliberately ignoring one another. He clapped his thigh and stood. Who do you want to take home? Wen Li's gaze fixed on Fu Zhang, whose pallid face bore traces of inebriation. His eyes slightly reddened. She instinctively called out Fu Zhang. In an instant, the man jolted awake, his eyes snapping open, only to quickly revert to a dazed state, clearly having overindulged. After a few moments, his gaze shifted to Bai Siyuan, issuing a warning devoid of menace. Bai Siyuan cleared his throat, pretending not to notice. At that moment, Gu Lianming also opened his eyes, chuckling softly. Wen Li, take me home. Wen Li should have played along to annoy Fu Zhang, but instead, she approached him, offering her support to help him stand. Her small hand rested lightly on his arm, causing Fu Zhang's pupils to contract slightly. His fingers twitched before he closed his eyes again. The next moment, he swayed and, leaning on Wen Li for support, exited the booth. Bai Siyuan observed, realizing that Fu Zhang was wholly unable to resist Wen Li's assistance. Sitting beside Gu Lianming, he remarked, did you see? They are clearly enamored with each other. Curious, Gu Lianming asked, how do you discern Fu Zhang's feelings? Bai Siyuan smirked, tilting his head back slightly to reveal his prominent Adam's apple. His gaze towards Wen Li is anything but innocent. Though I may not surpass him in business, when it comes to women, I have the upper hand. If I don't provoke him, he may never admit it in this lifetime. If they were to marry, I must secure the seat of honor at the main table. Bai Siyuan patted Gu Lianming on the shoulder, praising, you're quite astute. Let us go. I'll drive you home. Wen Li supported Fu Zhang as they exited, the June breeze carrying a chill that lowered the warmth on her cheeks. Her small hand slipped around his waist, attempting to pull his jacket tighter around him. Fu Zhang, are you cold? Fu Zhang's eyes flickered momentarily before he straightened, gently pushing her hand away, his voice devoid of inflection. There is no need to assist me. As he spoke, he removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, then closed his eyes once more, catching sight of the jacket draped on her. Wen Li let out a small hum, wrapping her arms around his. If you're drunk, don't be stubborn. I want to take advantage of you. As Fu Zhang opened his eyes briefly before closing them again in the darkness, the warmth of his ear was unmistakable. His left hand, he attempted to retract it, but Wen Li held on tightly. even resting her head against it, causing his breath to hitch. Taxi, Wen Li called out, waving at the roadside. Once the car came to a halt, she helped the man inside. Fortunately, Fu Zhang retained some awareness, making it relatively easy for him to board. Even so, Wen Li found herself slightly out of breath as she instructed the driver to Chen Yanjing, please. Alright. The driver, presumably on the night shift, seemed eager to chat. Through the rearview mirror, he glanced back and asked, little sister, are you here to pick up your brother? At his words, the car fell silent. Fu Zhang's eyes, still closed, shifted slightly, the previously restless heart now cooling at the implication. What is he thinking? Wen Li quickly clarified, he is not my brother, your uncle. Then, he certainly looks young, the driver remarked in surprise. No, he is my future boyfriend, Wen Li replied. The driver coughed, unsure of how to respond. Sensing that despite Fu Zhang's age, their dynamic did not convey the essence of a romantic couple, he awkwardly added, you both seem quite suited for each other. After that, silence enveloped them until they arrived at Fu's residence. Before Wen Li could open the door, Fu Zhang had already pushed it open and exited. As Wen Li fished out her phone to settle the fare, the driver glanced at the man outside. Kindly warning, no matter how wealthy a man may be, if he doesn't pay, he is not worth having. Wen Li responded earnestly, I prefer men who don't pay. Uncle, drive safely. With that, she exited and closed the door behind her. As the taxi drove away, only the two of them remained. For the first time, Fu Zhang loosened his collar in her presence, whether due to intoxication or another reason. He found himself unable to control his actions. Tugging at his collar again, let us go back, I'll take you to your room first, Wen Li insisted. No need, Fu Zhang replied in a low tone. Wen Li stood her ground, their gazes locked in a silent standoff. I will. Chapter 22. She kissed him. After a tense half-minute, Fu Zhang turned and walked towards the Fu residence, with Wen Li hurriedly trailing beside him. The living room was shrouded in darkness, and the hallway lacked illumination, indicating that Fu's elderly couple were not home. Wen Li, familiar with the layout, switched on the lights, and they ascended the stairs directly into the bedroom. As Fu Zhang crossed the threshold, he turned to Wen Li and insisted, you should leave. Without uttering a word, Wen Li slipped into the bathroom and quickly emerged with a slightly damp washcloth, gesturing towards the bed. You sit here, I'll help you wash your face. If you don't let me, I won't leave. Fu Zhang took a deep breath, rubbing his temples, before finally conceding and sitting on the edge of the bed. Tilting his head back and closing his eyes tightly, his hands braced against the mattress, leaving imprints on the satin sheets, exuding an aura of restrained purity. Wen Li's heart raced unexpectedly. She found herself stealing glances at him. In his sober state, he often exuded a frigid maturity, yet the intoxicating effect of alcohol rendered him undeniably more alluring. As the cloth fell across his face, his eyelashes fluttered before returning to stillness. Wen Li carefully wiped his face, and once finished, she retreated to the bathroom again, returning shortly with a basin of warm water to wash his feet. The aftertaste of the red wine was quite strong, and Fu Zhang felt a bit dizzy. His Adam's apple rolled several times before he decided to head back. You wash up and I'll leave, Wen Li assured him, raising her hand. The man remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly at a loss with her, and soon finished soaking his feet. Wen Li carried the basin back to the bathroom and, after a while, emerged to remind him, you should lie down and sleep. You can take a shower tomorrow. Fu Zhang responded, his voice tinged with a hint of unidentifiable restraint. Wen Li glanced at him once, then again, her gaze lingering for a few seconds on his cheek. Suddenly she leaned in and kissed the side of Fu Zhang's face, prompting him to turn sharply towards her. She turned and dashed away, calling out, Fu Zhang, good night. She realized that mere words were ineffective with someone as rigid as him. A more audacious approach was necessary. As her footsteps faded, Fu Zhang's handsome face flushed a deep crimson, and he stood frozen in place for a long while, eventually lifting his large hand to rest on the warm spot where she had kissed him. Feeling as if he had become half paralyzed, devoid of any sensation, Wen Li, having mustered her courage in that moment, felt timid. Upon returning to her bedroom, she touched her lips and buried herself in the covers of her bed. Suddenly a knock echoed at the door, prompting her to spring from the bed and rub her face in an effort to appear composed. Who is it? She called. It's me, came the warm voice from outside. After a brief pause, Wen Li opened the door and gestured for her sister to enter, yawning as she said, I'm so sleepy, sis, I just want to ask a few questions. Do you really like Gu Lianming? When Nuan gently patted her back, offering comfort, Wen Li sat at the edge of the bed, a look of weariness on her face. Isn't that what dating is about? If you don't like someone, you simply don't choose them. Pick someone you do like. When Nuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice growing hoarse, Wen Li sensed something was amiss and turned to her, asking, Sis, what's wrong? It's nothing, I just don't want you to follow my path. Look at me and Qin's family, it's just a blind date without any feelings or shared interests. When Nuan wiped the corner of her eye, she took Wen Li's hand and added softly, In our family, I will bear the brunt of things, you should choose what you like and who you like. Gu Lianming is a good choice, but he's 9 years older than you, it doesn't seem appropriate. After a few days abroad, you can date a handsome boyfriend there, and dad won't be able to control you from afar. For now, I'll shield you. If dad insists on setting up a blind date for you, just let us know in secret. If it weren't for Wen Li's reincarnation, she would have likely believed these words. Indeed, if it weren't for her second chance at life, how could she accept being merely a pawn in a game of interests? Wen Li suddenly embraced Wen Muan, resting her head on her shoulder, her eyelids concealing her gaze as she whined. Sis, you're so wonderful, have you looked into schools abroad? Wen Muan inquired. Wen Li nodded. I've checked, but I haven't decided on which one yet. I want to choose a school that's more fun. Alright, take your time. There's no rush. After exchanging a few more words, Wen Muan stood up to leave. Wen Li locked the door again, rubbing her stiff face. She wondered how long this act would continue. In the deep of night, the man tossed and turned, eventually rising to the balcony. The cigarette glowed in the darkness like stars. Flickering on and off of the dense smoke made him cough involuntarily. The night breeze chilled him until he felt numb. Only then did he mechanically lift his hand to his cheek. 8 years, how could he be 8 years older? As expected, Fu Zhang began to avoid her, even refusing to return to the Fu residence. Old Master Fu cheerfully mentioned that it wouldn't be long before they welcomed younger siblings. Wen Li dared not push him too hard. A cornered monkey would still bite, and if Fu Zhang felt cornered, he might just marry someone at random. She could not bear that outcome. Coincidentally, these days, Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin invited her to go shopping together. Having just finished their college entrance exams, their families had given them additional cards, so spending was in order. Wen Li took the opportunity to swap out all her school uniforms from the cabinet. She bought clothes without glancing at the price, and even Du Ying, who usually supported her spending, couldn't help but comment, "Little Li, why didn't you ask Mom to accompany you while shopping for clothes?" Despite the Wen family's wealth, they couldn't splurge without consideration, especially since Du Ying's card had limited funds. After all, the family's finances were still under Wen Rong's control. I have classmates, Wen Li replied, seated on the sofa while watching television. Du Ying chuckled softly. Some clothes aren't suitable for you. Tomorrow, we'll return them, and I'll go with you to buy some that suit you better. Wen Li feigned exhaustion. Mom, I don't want to go anymore. I'm fine with what I have. She discreetly glanced at Du Ying and added, Mom, isn't my graduation gift up to me to choose? Go ahead. Du Ying naturally wouldn't refuse her. Wen Li immediately pulled out her phone and showed her a picture, eagerly saying, Mom, please buy me this. Alright, bye. Du Ying's words trailed off as she noticed the image was of a limited edition necklace valued at over 10 million. She could afford it, but hesitated, pretending not to notice her mother's expression. Wen Li smiled brightly. Mom, you're the best, thank you. Du Ying hesitated before speaking. Little Li, that necklace isn't suitable for you, it's too old-fashioned. If you like necklaces, go to your sister's room and pick one, she has plenty. No, I want this one. Wen Li pouted and stood up, displeased. I'm going upstairs. With that, she dashed upstairs. As she neared the second floor, she caught a glimpse of Du Ying's stunned expression below, likely taken aback by her request for such an expensive item. It was only when one crossed their boundaries that their true nature would reveal itself. If they were to pamper her, they should do so fully. Chapter 23, Fu Zhang. I'm in pain at noon. When Muan returned home and asked Du Ying in the living room, haven't you eaten? Du Ying shook her head, glancing upstairs with a worried look. She hasn't come down since, when the maid went to call her for lunch. She didn't respond. Lowering her voice, she added, she wants a necklace. When Muan looked upstairs and inquired softly, which necklace? The KF's collectible version, over 10 million. Du Ying sighed, realizing how difficult it was to casually produce such an expensive item. Upon hearing this, when Muan's expression turned incredulous, why does she suddenly want something so pricey? She never really cared for these things. Wen Li had never been fond of clothes or jewelry, she simply wore whatever the family bought. The only high expenditure was on gaming consoles, which Du Ying found manageable. Maybe it's because she's grown up and feels the need to compare herself. A few days ago, she bought clothes worth millions, which shocked me, Du Ying said softly. When Muan fell silent for a moment and then declared, I'll give her the necklace from my bedroom. No way, that was a gift from the Qin family to you. Du Ying instinctively protested. We can't let her stay angry forever, can we? When Muan replied, heading upstairs, she soon knocked on Wen Li's door. Usually, a single knock would suffice, but today she had to wait a long time before it finally opened. Wen Li sulked, lying on her bed as if uninterested in anyone. When Muan sat at the edge of the bed, leaned in to look at her, and then pulled out a box from behind her, offering, what do you think of this? Wen Li's eyes lit up as she sat up to open the box, only to feel disappointment wash over her. She quickly closed it and pushed it away. saying, I don't like this necklace, I want that one. Sis, does mom not like me? She won't even buy me a necklace. As she spoke, she turned her head to gaze out the window. How could she not like you? Mom loves you the most. She just thinks that necklace is too old-fashioned. When Muan raised the necklace in her hand again, explaining, this one suits you and is even more expensive than the one you want. Just wear this for now, and in a few years, I'll buy you that necklace. After a few seconds, Wenli reluctantly took the necklace from her hand, pouting, alright, thank you, sis, when Muan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Reaching out to ruffle her hair, what are you thanking me for? Come downstairs to eat. You haven't had lunch, and neither has mom. Okay, Wenli placed the necklace in the drawer and followed her downstairs. Doing looked at her with red-rimmed eyes, urging, let's eat. Wenli approached and took her hand, swaying it back and forth, saying, Mom, let's eat together. Sure. Doing wiped her eyes and smiled, after when Muan left. Wenli went back upstairs, pulled out the necklace, and searched for it online, discovering it was worth 15 million. When Muan and Doing were willing to spend on her and invest their thoughts in her. But aside from the Lu family, she couldn't think of anyone else worth her attention. After pondering for a moment, she tucked the necklace away and made her way to the Fu residence. There was only a maid at the Fu house. She placed the necklace in her bedroom, but before she could hide it properly, she heard footsteps. Her eyes brightened as she opened the door. Before her stood a man in a well-tailored suit, one hand resting on the doorknob, about to push the door open. Though it was his own home, he bore the demeanor of a thief. Fu Zhang. Fu Zhang seemed equally surprised to see her at the Fu residence at this hour. He froze for a moment before turning to her with a neutral expression. After speaking, he took a step back. Wenli noticed this, about to say something, but he pushed the door open and entered, quickly closing it behind him. Hearing no further movement from outside, Fu Zhang grabbed a shirt and headed to the bathroom. Half an hour later, he emerged. He opened the bedroom door to find Wenli crouched on the floor, initially engrossed in her phone. Upon hearing the sound, she looked up, her face brightening with a spark of life. Her lively and stunning eyes stirred something within him. He bit his lip and asked in a husky voice, what is it? Wenli instinctively rose to her feet, but having crouched for too long, she toppled forward, her head colliding with the wall. She dramatically covered her head and let out a pained hiss. Fu Zhang, my head hurts. Lifting her gaze, her eyes brimmed with tears. 3 parts of her distress were feigned, while 7 parts were genuine pain. Fu Zhang instinctively bent down to inspect her forehead. Within seconds a small bump had formed, his brow furrowed, and in the next moment, his palm rested gently upon her forehead. Rubbing it lightly a few times, after half a minute, he withdrew his hand and announced, let us go to the hospital. All right. Wenli obediently nodded, stealing a glance at him from the corner of her eye. Unable to suppress a smile that quickly turned into a tight-lipped expression, she whimpered again, Fu Zhang, it hurts. Fu Zhang momentarily paused in his stride, abruptly turning to face Wenli. Her heart skipped a beat, fearing he had discovered her secret, and she prepared to shed a few tears. In the next instant, she found herself lifted into Fu Zhang's strong warm embrace, a comforting woody fragrance enveloping her senses. She tightened her grip around his neck, resting her head against his chest, her eyes fluttering shut as she continued to whine, Fu Zhang, it hurts. Feeling her breath against his neck, Fu Zhang's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed, and he tilted his head slightly, his strides lengthening. The driver opened the car door for them, and Fu Zhang gently placed Wenli in her seat, releasing his hold, yet her arms remained wrapped tightly around his neck. He looked down at her delicate face, her eyes closed in feigned slumber. It was evident she was pretending to sleep. A hint of helplessness flickered across his expression, mingled with an inscrutable emotion. Mr. Fu, do you need my assistance? The driver inquired, noticing the scene. Fu Zhang's voice grew a notch hoarser as he replied, no need. He then settled into the back seat with Wenli perched on his lap. Hearing the door close and the engine roar to life, Wenli cracked her eyes open a sliver. Fu Zhang dared not meet her gaze, turning his head to look out the window. So skilled at avoiding me, yet incapable of letting me go, old man. At the hospital, at Fu Zhang's insistence, the CT scan of her brain was conducted, revealing no issues. The doctor prescribed several medications, apply 4 to 5 times a day. Painkillers twice a day. Do you remember? Wenli looked at Fu Zhang, who blinked, an inexplicable heat coursing through his body. He reached to unbutton his collar but swiftly reconsidered, fastening it again. The two exited the hospital. A sleek black luxury car flashing its lights at the roadside. Wenli, a male voice called from a distance, soon drifting into her ears. Wenli, what happened to your forehead? Song Yuan rode up on his bicycle, his feet planted firmly on the ground as he tilted his head to examine her. The once soft-spoken Wenli straightened her posture and replied with a normal tone, it's nothing, just a bump. That looks rather serious. Your forehead is swollen, Song Yuan expressed concern. Just as Wenli was about to respond, Fu Zheng unexpectedly handed the medication to Song Yuan, his tone icy. I have matters to attend to. Please take her home. Song Yuan quickly took the medication. Don't worry, uncle, I promise to get her home safely. Uncle, you may leave now. Without a glance back, Fu Zheng entered the car. While outside, the young man removed his shirt jacket. Placing it on the back seat, he withdrew his gaze, closing his eyes, his fingers resting stiffly atop his thigh. The luxury car vanished down the road, and Wenli returned her focus, taking the medication from Song Yuan's hands. Her sincerity evident as she declared, Song Yuan, I like Fu Zhang. Song Yuan instinctively looked at her, seeing her earnest expression, and momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he stammered, Isn't he your uncle? He is not my uncle. The Wen family and the Fu family share no blood relation. Wenli was unwilling to let him harbor any false hopes. In a previous life, she might have considered Song Yuan. But in this lifetime, her heart was solely for Fu Zhang. She continued, Fu Zhang is the most important person in my life. Although Lu Zongwei treated her well, Fu Zhang was the only one who remained concerned for her even when she treated him poorly. He seemed to have never expected anything in return from her. This revelation struck Song Yuan like a bolt from the blue. He had prepared for the worst, assuming that the boy Wenli liked would merely have reciprocated her feelings. He could wait a few more years. He was confident he could surpass any boy, but he lacked the confidence to compete with Fu Zhang. The Fu family was well off, and Fu Zhang was a shrewd businessman. His family often praised him, and he was even more accomplished than his sister, let alone Fu Zhang. For a moment, he stood there dazed, unsure how to process this information. Wenli said nothing further. Simply raised her hand to hail a taxi, and departed. To her, Song Yuan was indeed a friend, and she did not wish to obscure anything between them. Just as she stepped out, Song Yuan arrived on his bicycle. Panting, Wenli, can we still be friends? Wenli nodded, and Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we're friends, I'm heading back. With that, he rode away, clearly not ready to give up. Wenli silently approached the Fu family's entrance, standing still for a moment before delivering a swift kick to the door, followed by another. Fu Zhang had upset her, and she needed something to blame. The Fu family's grand entrance looked particularly unappealing today. So ugly. On the day the college entrance examination results were released, Wen Rong waited at home, along with Du Ying and Wen Nuan, all displaying a facade of familial warmth. However, Wen Li knew it wouldn't be long before their true colors were revealed. At 10 o'clock, when Nuan assisted in logging in, typing in the numbers while comforting her, It's alright, don't be nervous. Without a hint of hesitation, she clicked confirm, and in an instant, a screen popped up displaying a score of 0. How could it be 0, sister? How could you score 0? Wen Li was momentarily stunned, instinctively frightened, but as her thoughts shifted, the panic subsided. She anxiously huddled next to Wen Nuan. I don't know. I answered every question. Wen Rong slammed his palm down on the table. What nonsense! Who in their right mind gets a 0 on the college entrance exam? You've embarrassed me beyond measure. You might as well forget about college. Wen Rong, don't say that. The score isn't everything. We could pay for her to study abroad. Doing comforted from the side. Pay for what? With this score, no amount of money will help. The Wen family will inevitably be ruined under your stewardship. Wen Rong retorted angrily, the company will be entrusted to your sister, while you sit at home, living off others. Dad, how can you say that about my sister? Wen Nuan defended. Wen Li scanned the three of them, lowering her gaze, speaking with a tone that suggested indifference. I don't care for your company. Fine, if you don't care, then get out. This house is mine. Without me, you wouldn't even be able to pay the property fees. From today onward, I'll give you not a single cent. Enraged, Wen Rong stood up, his hand raised, but he halted midway. If you don't give, then don't. I have money. Wen Li turned and ascended the stairs. Just as she reached the top, the living room erupted with loud noises, Wen Rong's furious voice echoing, Look at her, what a brat! From now on, none of you are allowed to give her money. If anyone does, I'll immediately freeze your cards. Not long after entering her bedroom, Wen Li received a notification that Du Ying had frozen her card, followed closely by the freezing of her own account. However, it didn't affect her much, for Fu Zhang had given her a card when they were young, although she hadn't checked its balance in years. She was certain that at least 10 million entered it annually. She decisively linked this card, feeling no mental burden. One day, she would be Fu Zhang's wife, and it was only natural for a wife to use her husband's money. Approaching noon, when Nuan visited her bedroom, handing her 20,000 in cash, Here, little Li, use this for now, I'll give you more in a few days. When they went out for lunch, their father was still fuming. Wen Li acknowledged with a simple "oh," and, with Wen Nuan by her side, stepped out of the Wen household, effectively being cast out. Having experienced this for the second time, the sting of it was far less than the first. Back then, she couldn't comprehend why Du Ying and Wen Nuan would want her to leave at that moment. shouldn't they be more concerned for her? Now she understood that she was the superfluous one in that family. She pulled out her phone and messaged Fu Zhang. Fu Zhang, I've been kicked out of my house. After a moment's thought, she added a pitiful emoji, allowing him to easily envision her current plight. The next second Fu Zhang's call came through immediately. Wen Li rubbed her nose before answering, her voice soft. Fu Zhang, where are you? Wu Fu Zhang's voice was LOW.AT your front door. Wen Li rubbed her nose a bit too vigorously, unable to suppress a sneeze, making her voice sound even more off. Go to my bedroom. Fu Zhang exited the conference room directly. Wen Li obediently responded, okay, as she made her way to the Fu residence. Heading straight for Fu Zhang's bedroom, she felt wronged and brazenly asked, Fu Zhang, can I sit on your bed? Fu Zhang's tone noticeably softened, could you give me the photo on your bedside? Fu Zhang, do you like me? The line fell silent, and Wen Li pouted, realizing the older man was rather stubborn. She didn't receive an answer but noted that the call had not been disconnected. Intermittent sounds of commotion could be heard on the other end, and after an indeterminate amount of time, there was a knock at the bedroom door. In the next moment, the door swung open. Wen Li sprang to her feet and rushed toward the silhouette in the doorway, wrapping her arms around his sturdy waist, inexplicably feeling a surge of grievance. Fu Zhang, she would still feel wronged for the sake of those people. Fu Zhang replied with a soft raising his hand hesitantly for a few seconds before resting it on her back, gently patting her a few times. I'm here. That inexplicable sense of security made Wen Li's eyes well up with tears as she buried her face in his chest. Fu Zhang's waist unconsciously bent, his voice shedding its coldness, laced with a hint of tenderness. I'm here. Chapter 24, Male Model, it's you. It turns out he is one who responds better to softness than to harshness. Taking advantage of the moment, Wen Li embraced him a bit longer. After a few minutes, she looked up and said, I'm hungry. Fu Zhang cast a glance at her thin dress, then took off his jacket and handed it to her. Wen Li raised her hand, signaling for his assistance in putting it on. When he did not move, she sniffed softly. Still no reaction. She sniffed again. Fu Zhang's gaze flickered, and his breath suddenly grew heavier. Finally, he shook out the garment and draped it over her shoulders. How did Wen Rong send you out? She asked. He said I could only live off others and told me to get lost. Fu Zhang, I have no home anymore, Wen Li replied, tilting her head. Fu Zhang's jaw tightened, and his expression darkened. You have a family. Where is the family? Wen Li blinked innocently, knowing she was trying to draw him out. Fu Zhang nonetheless stated, the Fu family is your family. Wen Li's eyes brightened, and she was about to say something when he added, I am your little uncle. She immediately let out a soft hum. You are not my little uncle. Then she made a bold statement, I want to be your wife. Perhaps having mentally prepared himself, Fu Zhang maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly ignoring her last comment, let us eat. Wen Li chose not to press further, otherwise, the older man would likely retreat home like a thief. It had been several days since she had seen the elder Fu and his wife, and she instinctively asked, Uncle, where have auntie and uncle gone? Fu Zhang paused momentarily, his brow furrowing as he contemplated her words. After a few seconds, he finally registered what she said and felt a twinge of pain in his temples. He couldn't help but rub his forehead. You should call them grandpa and grandma. Wen Li pretended not to hear, glancing sideways and adding softly, in the future, I'll call you mom and dad. The living room fell silent, and after a while, the man removed his jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and headed to the kitchen. Wen Li was not particularly curious about Fu Zhang's cooking skills. During a time when she was picky about food in elementary school, Fu Zhang, then a senior in high school, would come home every day at noon to learn how to cook for her. He had always treated her well, but she had been blind to it from the very beginning. She walked into the kitchen, I'll wash the vegetables. Fu Zhang glanced at her and went to the living room. I won tea. Wen Li grabbed some greens from the side and stood at the sink washing them. Fu Zhang pressed the switch with a serious demeanor, you're about to have your period. Wen Li belatedly exclaimed, oh, pulling her hand back to look at him with a mysteriously serious expression. Fu Zhang, do you know that only boyfriends pay attention to a girl's menstrual cycle? I am your little uncle. Fu Zhang turned to open the refrigerator, his gaze falling on the vegetables, his large hand reaching inside without knowing what he was grabbing, his thoughts somewhat disordered. Suddenly, Wen Li's face appeared before him, whispering, you are not my little uncle unless you show me your household registration. With that, she turned and walked out. Her heart raced suddenly, and Fu Zhang pulled out a box of beef from the fridge. Stepping to the other side, he placed the beef on the cutting board and suddenly rubbed his chest, feeling a dull ache. An hour later, Fu Zhang emerged with the prepared dishes, setting them on the table. He untied the apron around his waist. There is something at the company, I have to go. Okay. Wen Li naturally would not disturb him at work, and she knew Fu Zhang was beginning to evade her once again.
Fu Zhang grunted, "If you need anything, contact Auntie." After changing into another set of clothes upstairs, he came down and stole a glance at the living room, where Wenli was eating demurely. Suddenly, she looked up. Their eyes meeting, and before she could look away, she called out, "Fu Zhang." Startled, Fu Zhang walked out of the Fu family without looking back, stumbling slightly on the flat ground before quickly striding to his car and shutting the door. His large hand unconsciously tugged at his collar, causing a button to pop off and fall onto his lap. Go to the Wen family. Wen Rong's assistant recognized Fu Zhang and hurriedly led him to Wen Rong's office. Wen Rong and Wen Nuan were discussing company matters. Upon Fu Zhang's entrance, both paused their tasks and turned to him. Wen Rong spoke, Nuan, you go out first." Wen Nuan glanced at Fu Zhang and left the office with her documents. Closing the door behind her. Fu Zhang sat down on the sofa, crossing his long legs, leaning slightly forward, resting his hand on the edge of the sofa, and coldly stated, "Wen Rong, are you not clear about our agreement? What right do you have to drive Wenli away? The Wen family does not belong to you, nor to Du Ying and Wen Nuan. It belongs to Wenli." Wen Rong's complexion paled. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet he still attempted to explain, "She scored 0 on the college entrance exam." Fu Zhang scoffed, his gaze tinged with disdain. "When has there ever been a 0 score on the college entrance exam? Kyoto has a 0 score protection policy." Wen Rong was well aware of the protection policy, but it was impossible for Wenli to score within the top 10 of the city. Only those in the top 10 received such protection. Wenli could never. Fu Zhang's narrow eyes turned cold, his tone icy. "How could she not? You can cheat during your marriage. Why can't Wenli score in the top 10? If Bai Siyuan were present, he would undoubtedly record this, for his tongue was not the sharpest. That honor belonged to Fu Zhang, though he often remained silent. When he spoke, it was lethal. Many, however, did not believe him, claiming he spoke nonsense, mentioning infidelity. Wen Rong's expression soured. "Fu Zhang, this is my private matter. Private matter. What right do you have to claim it as such?" Fu Zhang ridiculed. He raised his gaze to meet Wen Rong's. "If I were to withdraw my investment, the Wen family would go bankrupt by tomorrow. It is not Wenli who is merely surviving, it is you." Wen Rong. As he spoke, the air in the office seemed to solidify. Wen Rong's face flushed, and he was rendered speechless. The Wen family had indeed developed step by step, relying on the Fu family. Fu Zhang remained unfazed, each word resonating like pearls. "You all live off Wenli. If anyone needs to leave, it is you." With that, he stood up, casting a casual glance at Wen Rong as he strode out. Wen Nuan, standing outside, instinctively called out, "Little uncle." Fu Zhang halted, his words sharp. "When have I ever been your little uncle?" There were others nearby, and Wen Nuan's expression quickly changed, forcing a smile. In the afternoon, around 2 or 3 o'clock, Fu Zhang received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, are you Wenli's guardian? I am the admissions director of H University. Does Wenli have any interest in attending our school? Our campus is very beautiful, and the faculty and students are friendly. We will consider it." Fu Zhang exchanged a few pleasantries before hanging up. Shortly after, he received 3 or 4 more calls from different schools, clearly indicating that Wenli had achieved excellent scores on her entrance exams. Fu Zhang noted the names of these institutions and began searching for them on his computer. When his assistant knocked and entered, she inadvertently caught a glimpse and asked instinctively, "Did Miss Wen's scores come out?" Fu Zhang replied, his expression softer than usual. "How are these schools? They are quite difficult to get into. I nearly missed the scores myself. However, these are out-of-town schools. Mr. Fu, are you comfortable with Miss Wen attending university out of town?" The assistant inquired. Upon hearing out-of-town schools, Fu Zhang's eyelids twitched, and he pursed his lips. She should be independent. The assistant wanted to voice that he would surely be worried, but she refrained from exposing him. Meanwhile, Wen Rong received a text from the Education Bureau reminding him to check Wenli's scores. He searched on his computer. The screen displayed a total score of 723. After recovering from his shock, he carefully verified the name. It indeed read Wenli. After a while, he finally processed this information, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, his face revealing a hint of joy for him. Wenli inheriting the Wen family company was the most fitting outcome. With the support of the Fu and Lu families, the Wen family would only continue to thrive. This was why he had been so attentive to Wenli's results. He dialed a number. Nuan, come in. A few minutes later, when Nuan entered the office, "Dad, what's up? Come look, Wenli's college entrance exam score is not 0. Wen Rong's tone was noticeably filled with satisfaction when Nuan paused, not quite grasping his meaning, and asked while walking, "What score did she get?" 723, third in Kyoto. Wen Rong replied. When Nuan's expression changed dramatically, but she quickly regained her composure, staring at the score on the computer. Wanting to say it was impossible, yet the numbers were undeniably real, she murmured, "How could she score so high? Could it be a system error?" Wen Rong considered that possibility and hastily logged out.
Attempting to log in again, only to be met with a refresh failure. How could Wenli possibly score 723? Am I losing my mind? As he spoke, the screen suddenly displayed, Wenli total score 723. When Nguyen refreshed the page multiple times, and it remained at 723. Her usually soft expression darkened slightly, but she ultimately managed to smile. Sister really did score 723. She clearly saw the joy on Wenrong's face. She had known for a long time that he lacked paternal love, only ever valuing personal gain. Whoever benefited him, he would favor. Wenrong smiled. Have your mother unfreeze the bank card, let her use it. Okay, Dad, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll head out first. When Nguyen turned and left. At the same time, Wenli checked her scores, which were slightly higher than her mock exam results, indicating she had performed exceptionally well. This score would certainly secure her admission to the prestigious Kyoto University, perhaps even garnering their eager invitation for her to enroll. Her first step seemed to have been accomplished. Lin Baju called to inquire about her results. Lily, did your scores come out? Zhou Qin's scores had just been released at 706. I guessed yours would come out around now. Is it better than hers? 723, when Li replied. Lin Baju exclaimed with genuine admiration. Lily, you are truly remarkable. Treat us, no problem, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, when Li replied, having long sought an opportunity to invite them out. Considering how well they had looked after her at school. Alright Zhou Qin, and I will come to pick you up. Are you at home? I'm next door, just give me a call when you arrive. Wenli responded. Before she could finish her sentence, Wenrong's call came through, and she only called back after ending that conversation. She still needed to coax Wenrong, her tone betraying her lingering displeasure. What's up? The college entrance examination results are out. You didn't score 0, you got 723 points. Come home tonight. I've already had your card unfrozen by your mother. For the first time, Wenrong spoke to her in a gentle tone. Wenli, she said, clearly taken aback. I have plans to dine with my classmates today, so I don't have time. Then let's do it tomorrow. Wenrong generously added, if you want anything, just let me know. I want a necklace, a limited edition, worth over 10 million. Wenli was utterly unreserved. Alright, send me the picture. Wenrong agreed without a moment's hesitation. Good. After hanging up, Wenli removed Wenrong from her blacklist and sent her the image. She could almost envision the expressions on Duing and Wenwan's faces upon seeing that necklace. They would surely be anxious. Around 4 or 5 o'clock, Lin Baju and Zhou Qin arrived to pick her up. As soon as she got into the car, they leaned in closer, exclaiming, Xiaoli, you are amazing. Wenli chuckled, it's just average, the third in the city. Instantly the three burst into laughter, as their scores were quite similar. And there was no doubt they would attend the same university. Zhou Qin, aware of Lin Baju's desired university, asked Lili, are you applying to Jing University? Yes, for management. Wenli nodded. Lin Baju and Zhou Qin chimed in unison. So are we. Sitting in the middle, Lin Baju held onto one of them, looking left and right. We can be together again. My brother said I could go to a bar today, shall we go? Seeing the anticipation on both their faces, Wenli decided to accompany them. Let's go, but my brother wants to come with us. Li, do you mind? Lin Baju inquired. Wenli shook her head. I don't mind. After dining, they headed straight to the bar. Lin Baju's brother had already booked a private room. Upon entering, Lin Baju lamented, why a private room? It would have been so much better outside, but at least we can drink a bit. My brother loves alcohol, and I want to taste it. A tall and handsome waiter entered with several bottles of red wine, pouring each of them a glass, likely having been advised not to drink too much. Lin Xiao will be here shortly. Having tasted red wine in her previous life, Wenli was not particularly curious. However, seeing the two of them drinking, she took a glass and sipped. The rich flavor indicated it was a fine vintage. Zhou Qin, who likely had a low tolerance for alcohol, hadn't consumed much and foolishly said, I feel dizzy. Lin Baju burst into laughter. Qin, you're useless, look at me. After saying that, she downed her glass of red wine in one go. Both of them turned their gaze to Wenli, who cooperatively finished her wine, probably knowing there was no danger. She kept pace with Lin Baju, drinking glass after glass, after a few varieties of red wine. They quickly finished them all. Although Wenli had tried red wine before, her body was experiencing the effects of alcohol for the first time, and unfortunately, she began to feel tipsy. Lin Chen could not possibly accompany several young girls to drink, so he naturally brought along Fu Zhang and others. Fu Zhang had initially planned not to come, but he agreed upon hearing Wenli would be there. When he pushed the door open, everyone froze in place. The three girls were huddled together, their cheeks notably flushed, looking rather dazed. Fu Zhang frowned immediately, but before he could speak, Lin Baju suddenly exclaimed, there's a male model. Zhou Qin struggled, let me see. Wenli also tried to sit up to see towards the door, her gaze sweeping left and right, suddenly pointing at Fu Zhang in a tipsy state. That male model is handsome, I like him. Bai Siyuan couldn't help but chuckle, nudging Fu Zhang, urging him to go over. Male model, we're talking about you. Chapter 25, Fu Zhang, can I sleep next to you tonight? The male model's lips pressed into a cold line as he turned to glare at Lin Yichen. His voice icy. Who allowed you to give her alcohol? Lin Yichen, well aware of Fu Zhang's precious niece, acknowledged his guilt and awkwardly replied, I thought a little drinking would be fine. Then, recalling something, he strode over. Frowning, Lin Baozhu, did you order a male model? I've ordered hundreds of male models, Lin Baozhu boasted, her demeanor indicating she was not lying. After her grandstanding, she added, don't worry, I have money. She turned to point at Wenli and Zhou Qin. You choose, and I'll pay once you've made your selection. My brother gave me several million. As Fu Zhang spoke, Wenli's drunkenness subsided a bit, and she tried to focus on him, though her vision remained blurry. Seeing only 3 or 4 figures, she shook her head, attempting to see more clearly. To others, it appeared she was earnestly selecting a male model. Bai Siyuan laughed so hard he couldn't stand upright. Playfully patting Fu Zhang's shoulder, male model, hurry up. Fu Zhang shot him a warning glance, causing Bai Siyuan to tone it down. These young ladies needed to be put in their place. Daring to order male models was too much. It seemed that their plans for drinking that night were foiled. While speaking, he slapped Gu Lianming's shoulder. Let us go. We'll leave first, you two stay. Take Zhou Qin back to the Zhou family. Lin Yichen instructed. Bai Siyuan shot him a glance as if fully aware, we'd better not get involved. If Zhou Qin finds out we took her sister out drinking, neither of our families will have peaceful days. Zhou Qin's gentle and obedient demeanor stemmed from having a fiery older sister, Zhou Qin, who was fiercely protective. Anyone who dared to harm her sister would find themselves facing a squad of bodyguards. Help me get them to the car. I'll take them home, Lin Yichen said. The 3 men escorted the 2 girls out, leaving only Fu Zhang and Wenli in the private room. Wenli couldn't discern Fu Zhang's expression but sensed that he was indeed angry. As older men tended to fixate on people in silence when upset, she instinctively tried to stand, but after several attempts, she realized she couldn't get up, likely due to the stubbornness that alcohol induced. After a few moments of silence, she suddenly stood up, only to have a large hand land on her head, pushing her back onto the sofa. After finally managing to stand, she was once again pressed down. As irritation bubbled up, it vanished the moment she fell into a solid chest. Not angry anymore, not angry anymore. Fu Zhang was holding her. She looked up, the man's face blurred in the light, swaying slightly. Which frustrated her. How could he sway? Suddenly Fu Zhang froze, lowering his eyelids as her delicate hand cupped his face. With wide eyes, she earnestly instructed, don't move. Fu Zhang's throat bobbed, his gaze darkening as a hint of blush crept into his cheeks. He freed one hand to remove hers, but she stubbornly placed her hand back on his face, asserting seriously, don't move. Let me see clearly. Where are your eyes? Don't move. Her hands roamed over his face haphazardly. And Fu Zhang's voice turned hoarse, gripping her wrists tightly. Wenli instinctively struggled, but the hand that restrained her remained unyielding. She stared wide-eyed, her pupils like blooming flowers caught in a whirlpool. Fu Zhang felt breathless upon meeting her gaze. Releasing her wrists to cover her eyes, then took a step back, moving more hurriedly than before. In a flurry, he said, I can't see. Wenli grasped his hand, managing to peek at him for a moment before his large hand covered her vision again. The short journey felt like an eternity as Fu Zhang's handsome face flushed slightly. He leaned down to fasten her seatbelt before exhaling in relief, then settled into the driver's seat. He caught a glimpse of her small face beside him. Quickly averting his gaze, Wenli leaned against the seat, tilting her head to look at the driver for a while, feeling drowsy, and eventually closed her eyes. After a short while, she opened them again. Rubbing her forehead, feeling dizzy. Fu Zhang glanced at her, slowing the car's speed, then rolled down the window. Wenli leaned against the window, letting the breeze revive her slightly. She turned her head to observe the man in the driver's seat, whose usually neat hair was now tousled across his forehead, likely due to her earlier meddling. His suit was also somewhat wrinkled. She couldn't help but stare at him, repeatedly thankful for the opportunity to respond to Fu Zhang. She couldn't bear to imagine how heartbroken he would be after her demise. Fu Zhang, tonight, can I sleep next to you? Is that all right? What she meant was that she would sleep on the sofa. Of course, the bed would be even better. Suddenly, the car came to a screeching halt, and she bumped her head against the windshield, tears streaming down her face. Fu Zhang. Soon, the car stopped by the roadside. And Fu Zhang unbuckled his seatbelt, leaning down to look at her. Her forehead, which had been somewhat better, was now swollen again. He pressed his lips together, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes as he reached out to rub her forehead. Wenli exaggeratedly whimpered, it hurts, it hurts. Seizing the opportunity, she asked, Fu Zhang, can I sleep at your place tonight? No. Fu Zhang pressed his lips together, refusing without hesitation. It hurts, knowing she was being deliberately dramatic. Fu Zhang took a deep breath and conceded, you can sleep in the bed.
I'll take the sofa, okay, Wenli readily agreed, her eyes brightening, her smile radiant. It doesn't hurt anymore. Fu Zhang fastened his seatbelt once more. Choosing not to utter another word meanwhile, Wenli's intoxication began to resurface, prompting her to close her eyes and rest. The Fu family's vehicle came to a steady halt, and Fu Zhang unbuckled his seatbelt. Casting a glance at the girl beside him, who had tilted her head against the car window, clearly fast asleep, he opened the car door and moved to the other side, gently unlocking the passenger door. Instantly, she collapsed into his embrace. Despite such a significant movement, Wenli remained oblivious, lost in her drunken slumber. Fu Zhang supported her back with one hand, bending down to reach inside the car to unfasten her seatbelt. Then tenderly lifted her into his arms. In the living room, Grandpa Fu and Grandma Fu were watching television, initially unaware that it was Wenli. They only noticed Fu Zhang returning home with a woman. And Grandpa Fu's eyes lit up as he nudged Grandma Fu. The couple sat in silence, aware that they should not speak lest Fu Zhang feel embarrassed and not bring a woman home again. While others worried about bringing women home, the Fu family was concerned that Fu Zhang might not bring one at all. As Fu Zhang carried her upstairs, Grandpa Fu quietly inquired, "Is it that girl from last time?" Grandma Fu shook her head, indicating that they had not seen clearly. Grandpa Fu did not dwell on the matter. Fu Zhang had brought someone home, which meant preparations for marriage could begin. However, Grandma Fu was not in a rush for Fu Zhang to marry. "What's the hurry? It's better to marry for love," she remarked. Grandpa Fu had considered this, but Fu Zhang had never shown interest in any woman throughout his life. By the time he developed feelings, he might have been gone for several years. With a sigh, he thought that living a few more years would be nice. Grandma Fu patted his hand, reminding him not to overthink, as the doctor had advised against it. "Alright, I wish to live a few more years," Grandpa Fu consoled her. Upstairs, passing by Wenli's bedroom, Fu Zhang hesitated for a few seconds before swiftly entering his own room with her in his arms and placing her on the large bed. He crouched down to remove his shoes and then pulled a thin blanket over her. Standing at the bedside, he gazed down at Wenli, his deep gaze softening gradually. However, he soon turned and entered the bathroom. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window, gently falling on Wenli's eyelids, causing her to awaken. The gray curtains felt somewhat unfamiliar. Instinctively, she sat up and reached to touch her clothes. In the next moment, her eyes landed on Fu Zhang, still asleep on the sofa. He leaned against the sofa, clad in a slightly open black satin nightgown, revealing his defined abdominal muscles. How had she fallen asleep last night? Surely she could have at least stolen a kiss while drunk. At that moment, Fu Zhang opened his eyes, and their gazes locked for a few seconds in silence. Fu Zhang then stood up and said indifferently, "If you're awake, return to your own room." Wenli obediently replied with an "oh" and was about to leave when Fu Zhang suddenly asked, "Have you booked a male model?" Wenli paused for a moment, then realized what he meant. Before she could respond, Fu Zhang continued, "Now that you've graduated, you can date. I want a date." Wenli shot him a sideways glance and cheekily added, "But you won't date me." Fu Zhang's jaw tightened, his voice deepening as he reiterated, "Wenli, I can only be your uncle. I won't interfere with your dating. Do as you please." Upon hearing this, Wenli opened the door and slammed it shut as she entered the opposite bedroom. Muttering, "Old man, you won't interfere with dating, do as you please." She scoffed at his words. She pulled out her phone, noticing that the three members of the Wen family had called her over a dozen times. Temporarily setting aside thoughts of the old man's stubbornness, she selectively returned a call to Wen Nuan, saying, "Sister, what's up?" Wen Nuan's voice sounded urgent on the other end. "Little sister, have you seen the news? They're saying you faked your exam results and are going to review your papers." Wenli was not surprised by this. She had already suspected that Wen Nuan and the others would take action. Likely believing that the Lu and Fu families were manipulating her scores from behind the scenes, she replied in a panicked tone, "I didn't cheat. I don't know why I scored so high." "If you didn't cheat, let them review. It will clear your name. Don't be afraid," Wen Nuan encouraged, though she fundamentally did not believe that Wenli could achieve a score of 723. Given that she had been at the bottom of her class during senior year, unfortunately for her, Wenli proved her wrong. "I'm a bit scared," Wenli confessed. "Don't be afraid. I'll accompany you to review your papers and clear your name. There are several media outlets at the entrance, and they will follow us," Wen Nuan reassured her. While her words seemed caring, it was evident that she had her own agenda. Wenli expressed her reluctance, saying, "Sister, I don't want to go. I have no idea how I answered the questions. What if the teacher made a mistake?" "No way, how could the teacher make a mistake? Someone is clearly framing you. If you don't go, people will suspect your results." Wen Nuan insisted, "Even if the teacher made a mistake, that's the teacher's issue and won't affect you." Under her persuasion, Wenli reluctantly agreed.
After hanging up, she changed her clothes and headed downstairs. Upon exiting the Fu residence, she immediately spotted a throng of reporters at the entrance, about a dozen of them. If her scores were indeed falsified, she would struggle to establish herself in Kyoto for the rest of her life. Her so-called sister revealed her true colors. As she approached, the reporters quickly surrounded her, bombarding her with questions. Wenli, did you cheat on your exam? We heard you were at the bottom of your class from freshman to senior year. Is it true that your grandfather is Liu Zhongwei? Wenli chose not to answer their questions. And when Nuan stepped forward protectively, stating, "We refuse to answer these questions." To prove her innocence, we are willing to review her papers together. I believe my sister would never cheat. If she did, I would publicly apologize to all the exam candidates on her behalf. Wenli looked at her sister with a mixture of realization, discomfort, and relief, ultimately lowering her gaze. With Wen Nuan's protection, she entered the car. On the way, Wen Nuan kept her arm around Wenli's shoulders, offering comfort, saying, "It's okay, don't be nervous, I'll be with you the whole time." If one looked closely, they would notice that Wenli's eyes were slightly red, confirming the suspicions in her heart. This entire ordeal was difficult to accept. She had no feelings for Wenrong, but she shared a deep bond with Duing and Wen Nuan. In a low voice, she questioned, "Who reported me?" "My scores were confidential, only family members knew, but my parents and sister Wen Ti report me." Wen Nuan squeezed her cheek affectionately. "Why would we ever report you? We dream of you scoring even higher." "Perhaps someone found out," Wenli replied, her tone self-deprecating. The media frenzy surrounding this event was immense, with principals from various schools in Kyoto and the head of the Education Bureau attending to ensure the integrity of the college entrance examination results. The conference room was filled with dozens of reporters, all focused on Wenli, leaving her nowhere to hide. When Nuan announced, "We can begin the review," the principal interjected, "Please hold on a moment." After a brief wait, the quiet conference room was interrupted by hurried footsteps as the principal rushed over. "Mr. Fu, the Fu Group had always been a prominent investor in Kyoto, thus qualifying them to participate in this review." Fu Zheng cast a glance at Wenli before quickly averting his gaze. Standing alongside her without saying a word, the principal addressed the reporters, "Everyone is present. We will officially begin the review. Please make sure to record everything accurately." Wenli lifted her gaze to Fu Zheng, feeling a sense of calm wash over her, standing a bit straighter as she declared, "I accept the review. But I will not tolerate slander." The head of the Education Bureau nodded. "If it is confirmed that there was no cheating, we will demand that all media outlets clarify and apologize. We will thoroughly investigate the source of the rumors." "Alright," Wenli agreed. As dozens of cameras recorded, sealed paper bags were opened, revealing the examination papers within, which were then shown to the reporters. The teachers responsible for grading the 7 subjects re-evaluated the papers before displaying the results to the journalists. The scores remained unchanged. The principal was not surprised by this outcome. The college entrance examination was graded by machines, ensuring strict standards. Wenli's score of 723 was indisputable. Wen Nuan's gaze remained fixed on the papers, tracing Wenli's handwriting from beginning to end. How could this be? How could she possibly score 723? Chapter 26. Admit it, you like me too. After the review concluded, the principal and the head of the Education Bureau made a statement in the conference room. Fu Zheng, Wenli, and Wen Nuan were the first to exit. Wen Nuan linked arms with Wenli, her tone filled with reassurance and praise. "It's all cleared up now. Don't worry, Lili. You're truly amazing." Despite her seemingly natural demeanor, Wenli could sense a hint of forced cheerfulness. If what Wen Nuan desired was an alliance between the Wen and Lu families, then Wenli undoubtedly posed a threat to her now. They weren't afraid of her being alive, they were afraid of her ambition. Letting out a sigh of relief, Wenli patted her chest, exclaiming, "That scared me. I was so afraid. I am really lucky." Yet, Wen Nuan did not exhibit her usual trust. 723 points requires both time and effort. It's impossible to achieve solely through luck. You'll have good fortune in the future as well. Wenli was well aware that her sister would doubt her, but she chose to feign ignorance. The group reached the ground floor, where Fu Zheng's private car awaited them. He turned to Wenli and said coolly, "Get in, Grandpa is looking for you." Presumably concerned after seeing the news, Wenli nodded and entered the vehicle, while Wen Nuan instinctively followed. Fu Zheng coldly interjected, "I don't allow strangers in my car." Wen Nuan's expression stiffened for a moment before she quickly forced a smile, saying graciously, "Sister, you go with uncle first." Wenli shot Fu Zheng a glance, feeling a sense of secret delight inside. But she softly replied, "Fu Zhang, let my sister come with us." She is aware that Fu Zhang will not act differently. He has consistently been indifferent towards Wen Nuan and Duing since childhood. displaying his worst demeanor towards the three members of the Wen family. Were it not for her surname being Wen, she would not doubt that Fu Zhang would annihilate the Wen family without hesitation. Fu Zhang grunted in acknowledgement, but once in the car, the driver promptly shut the door and soon departed from the original location. Wen Li caught a glimpse of Wen Wan's expression changing through the corner of her eye. After this incident, it is likely that Wen Wan will become wary of her. Perhaps another covert scheme is in the offing. However, Wen Li is already prepared. Suddenly, a low voice from the man beside her broke the silence. "Which school are you planning to apply to?" "Kyoto University, majoring in management," Wen Li replied with utmost sincerity. Fu Zhang fell silent for a moment, crossing his long legs and unfastening the button of his suit jacket. "If you dislike management, why pursue it?" Wen Li has never been fond of managing a company, neither in the past nor now, yet this time she will not shy away. She intends to uphold both the Wen and Lu families. Moreover, she aspires to stand shoulder to shoulder with Fu Zhang. She is determined to become a woman worthy of him, unwilling to let him suffer any indignity. "For me, management is the most suitable path," she stated earnestly. Perhaps it was this statement that made Fu Zhang realize she is truly matured, no longer the naive individual she once was. He slightly raised his eyelids to glance at her before withdrawing his gaze. He acknowledged her thoughts. "I wish to continue dancing. Could you assist me in finding a better teacher?" Wen Li requested without any mental reservations. Duing had indeed found her a teacher, yet he was merely an ordinary instructor? And for her, the significance of progress was minimal, merely a waste of time. Fu Zhang responded with another grunt. Wen Li took out her phone and noticed several missed calls from Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin. She first returned Zhou Qin's call. The connection was quickly established, and Zhou Qin's voice was filled with concern. "Li, have you seen the news?" "I have. The exam papers have been reviewed. No issues, don't worry." Wen Li reassured her. "It's strange how someone reported you. Your grades have been excellent throughout the last semesters," Zhou Qin remarked, her enthusiasm palpable. "Let me ask my sister to look into it. No need. It's already been resolved," Wen Li replied, trusting the Zhou and Fu families to uncover the identity of the informant, yet she did not wish to raise any alarms just yet. After hanging up, she returned Lin Baozhu's call. As soon as the call connected, Lin Baozhu's worried voice came through. "Li, are you alright? I heard from my brother that you were pointing at your uncle and saying the male model was handsome. Did he hit you?" Clearly she was still unaware of the report against Wen Li. Wen Li discreetly glanced to the side, once again affirming her previous statement. Indeed, he was quite handsome. If she could ask Fu Zhang, she would have already started borrowing money everywhere. "No, as long as he didn't hit you, that's good. My brother almost hit me, asking where I found the male model," Lin Baozhu lamented. "He believes the words of a drunken person. Who knows how the company hasn't gone bankrupt under his management." Wen Li chuckled, chatting with her for a while before ending the call. Not long after, the car stopped in the Fu family's courtyard. At this moment, old Master Fu was sitting beside the fish pond feeding the fish. Upon seeing Wen Li get out of the car, he hurriedly rose and asked, "How did the exam paper situation turn out? Were you wronged?" Wen Li shook her head with a smile and asked earnestly, "Grandfather, why don't you suspect that I cheated?" Old Master Fu chuckled heartily, a sense of pride radiating from him. "I know what kind of person my own family is. When you were little, we didn't allow you to eat candy. You sneaked one, and when your uncle asked, you confessed it. Besides, who can cheat on the college entrance exam? It is not like before. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. Scoring 723 points is impressive. You are almost catching up to your uncle. As a reward, let me buy you a house. Wherever you study, I will purchase a property there. Once you find a suitable one, let your uncle handle the payment. Don't hold back, buy what you like." The Fu family has always treated Wen Li with great kindness, and old Master Fu regards her as his own granddaughter. Wen Li is somewhat fearful of scaring them in the future, yet she is also unwilling to give up on Fu Zhang. Contemplating this pressure, her shoulders momentarily drooped but quickly straightened again. "She can bear this pressure." "Thank you, grandfather." "What for?" "Come here and help me check if the pearl is sick. It has been lying at the bottom of the tank." Wen Li has been fond of fish since childhood. Often, she assisted old Master Fu in feeding them, and over time, she has learned to recognize when a fish is unwell. She bent down to observe the white fish in the pond, its belly round like a dumpling. "No worries, it's probably just overeating." Old Master Fu chuckled at her words. "That might be the case. I might have fed them a bit too much last night. I was in a good mood." "Why?" Wen Li instinctively asked. Old Master Fu glanced at Fu Zhang, then beckoned Wen Li to walk a little farther away. In a hushed tone, he said, "Last night, your uncle brought a woman home. He still hasn't come down. Go check on your aunt. Let her eat something before sleeping. Tell her we are very open-minded." Wen Li immediately understood that old Master Fu had mistaken her for someone else, before she could speak. Fu Zheng's voice sounded from behind. I'm going to the company. Instantly old Master Fu shot him a glare. You should focus on your own life as matters. The company 1T run away. Come home for a meal. Your mother had someone buy a lot of dishes. Fu Zhang said nothing as the three of them entered the living room one after the other, when Li excused herself to the restroom. In the living room, only Fu Zhang and Old Master Fu remained. Old Master Fu shot a glance at him, thinking how composed he was, bringing a woman home without a single word of explanation. At last, he couldn't help but speak up. It's 10 o'clock. Let her come down for breakfast. After eating, she can sleep. Fu Zhang frowned slightly. What do you mean? What do I mean? You brought someone home yesterday. And your mother and I were watching from the living room. Old Master Fu wore a look that suggested he would not be fooled. It was when Li. Fu Zhang said flatly. Old Master Fu didn't believe him. Don't use when Li as an excuse. Do I not recognize her? We are not old-fashioned. We won't say anything if you bring a woman home, as long as it's a legitimate relationship. At that moment, when Li emerged from the restroom, and Fu Zhang caught a glimpse of her before averting his gaze, his eyelids lowering, his hand tightening on his thigh. Which family do you think is suitable? I'll go meet them. When Li paused, staring directly at Fu Zhang, this old man was clearly speaking for his own benefit, or perhaps genuinely wanted to arrange a marriage, hoping to dissuade her. Old Master Fu, momentarily bewildered by his intentions, raised an eyebrow. You brought a woman home last night, and now you want to go on a blind date. Have you had a quarrel? It's normal for couples to argue. You're man, after today, I will not agree to you anymore, Fu Zhang declared, standing up and heading upstairs. Old Master Fu hurriedly replied, all right, I'll check right away. Once he was out of sight, he turned to Wen Li and muttered, your uncle has been acting strangely lately, perhaps he is just getting old, Wen Li remarked, rolling her eyes. After a while, she too went upstairs and knocked on Fu Zhang's door. The door opened swiftly, revealing Fu Zhang in casual attire, black t-shirt and dark gray pants, his hair styled back, his facial contours strikingly defined, his eyelashes were longer than most, and in the backlight, his eye color was obscured. Deep and enigmatic. In the next moment, Wen Li stood on her toes and, catching him off guard, kissed his cheek, not allowing him a moment to react. Fu Zhang, let us go on a blind date. She introduced herself earnestly. Wen Li, 1.67 meters tall, good-natured, capable, young, and beautiful. The warmth of her side profile was astonishingly heated. Fu Zhang's pupils constricted sharply, taking a step back as he stared at the girl by the door. His expression darkened, and he raised his voice, Wen Li, I am your uncle. Wen Li took a step closer, tilting her head to look up at him, boldly declaring, if you hit me once, I won't pursue this any longer. Fu Zhang instinctively raised his hand but hesitated, not bringing it down. The corners of Wen Li's mouth gradually curled upward as she said, you can't bear to. Fu Zhang, admit it, you like me too. The man retreated another step, turning his head away from her, clearly pushed to his limits, coldly stating, get out. Wen Li stood her ground. Fu Zhang, you can marry the woman you love, but it cannot be a casual marriage. Would you consider me? Her eyes filled with earnestness as she spoke. Get out, Fu Zhang replied, his voice cold and hoarse. Wen Li gazed at him for a few seconds before turning to leave. Just as she was about to step out the door, she heard him utter, I don't like you. From the beginning to the end, I've only regarded you as my niece, though she knew he was lying. Wen Li still felt a heaviness in her chest. She shot him a glance before walking away. After descending the stairs, she informed Old Master Fu and the others that she was heading home. Upon returning to the Wen family, she found Duing, Wenrong, and Wen Nuan gathered in the living room. Wenrong's voice broke no argument. Go fill out your application. Kyoto University, management major. Dad, let my sister consider her own choices regarding her application. Wen Nuan interjected. Duing chimed in, let her decide. It's her future, let her decide. She'll undoubtedly choose some worthless major. Wenrong retorted, the necklace has already been bought. Once you complete your application, I'll give it to you immediately. Wen Li, initially reluctant, brightened at the mention of the necklace. Can I see it first, just to be sure? Wenrong got up to retrieve it from the bedroom and soon returned with a box. Opening it for Wen Li to see, alright, I'll fill it out immediately. Wen Li's eyes sparkled with desire for the necklace as she filled out her application for Kyoto University's management major under Wenrong's watchful gaze. True to his word, Wenrong handed over the necklace, advising her, maintain good grades, and I'll buy you whatever you wish in the future. Meanwhile, Duing and Wen Nuan exchanged glances, their expressions not quite pleasant. A fact that Wen Li naturally noticed but pretended not to see. She picked up the necklace and said to sister, help me put it on. Alright. Wen Nuan took the necklace, took a minute or two before finally helping her wear it. Somewhat reluctantly saying, it looks nice, Wen Li lowered her head to look for a moment, then raised her gaze towards Wenrong, puzzled, and asked, Dad, why didn't you buy a necklace for sister? She will naturally have one when she performs well on her exams. Wen Rong replied, impartial this time. However, his attitude only darkened Du Ying's expression further, though she quickly regained her composure. Should we hold a banquet? Of course, the more extravagant, the better, Wen Rong stated, ultimately valuing face. He then turned to Wen Li. Tell your grandfather to come and stay for a few days. Wen Li pouted, clearly reluctant to get close to the Lu family. I'm not saying anything. If you want to say it, you say it. I'm going upstairs. Having said that, she stomped up the stairs. Wen Rong wanted to erupt in anger but held it back, looking at Wen Nuan and instructing, you tell the Lu family. Lu Zongwei held a grudge against Wen Rong and Du Ying, but was slightly kinder to Wen Nuan. Wen Nuan nodded. I in the bedroom, Wen Li held a photo of Fu Zhang, exerting force to flick it a few times, feeling a bit relieved to see the imprint on the photo. Then gently caressed it, trying to smooth it out. She grinned at the photo and said, old man, what are you staring at? Your nose is longer than the Great Wall, and I have to take a plane just to see you. After a few seconds she couldn't help but laugh, carefully placing the photo back in the album. Shortly after, as expected, Wen Nuan knocked on her door. After closing the door, she reached out to touch Wen Li's head and softly asked, do you not want to go to Jing University? As she spoke, she closely observed Wen Li's expression. The girl pouted and nodded, looking extremely unwilling. The strange feeling in her heart faded considerably. She whispered, you can change your major, secretly change it. When the admission letter comes, Dad can't do anything, but will he hit me? Wen Li was somewhat tempted. In the past, her eyes had not only been blind but utterly devoid of vision. How could she have thought such indulgence was love, like boiling frogs in warm water? Wen Nuan shook her head firmly. No, Dad wouldn't dare hit you. How do I change it? Sister, help me change it. I don't want to study management at all. Wen Li opened her computer, gesturing for Wen Nuan to assist her with the modification, urging, fill in K University, dance major, hurry up, assist her. Wen Nuan helped her revise her application and then submitted it, revealing a smile as she softly said, it's done. I'll keep it a secret. You must keep quiet too, or Dad will find out. Chapter 27. When she gets into trouble, the old man arrives faster than anyone else. After Wen Nuan left, Wen Li modified her major again, then changed her login password. To prevent Wen Nuan from checking her application again, she could no longer stay at the Wen family home. In the afternoon, she packed a few pieces of clothing, planning to visit her grandfather at the Lu family. That stubborn old man must miss her. Initially, because she had not been studying, Lu Zongwei had declared he would no longer care for her. In reality, he had secretly visited her a few times. She had been ashamed to see him due to her poor grades, but now that her scores were out, it could be considered a form of explanation to him. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and went downstairs, where Du Ying and Wen Rong were seated in the living room discussing the graduation banquet. She would not let Wen Rong and the others know she was going to the Lu family. Once they learned of her connection with the Lu family, both sides would likely have thoughts about them. I'm going out to play for a few days. Wen Rong had previously not intended to cultivate her, considering she couldn't even study well. Now that he had changed his mind, he said, your sister is going out to discuss business. You should go along to learn that the child is still young. What is the point of learning so early? Let her go play. Du Ying looked at Wen Li then at him, chiding. This time, however, Wen Rong did not agree with her. Tomorrow you can go play. Today, let your sister take you along to discuss business. Go change into something more formal. I don't want to go, Wen Li replied unwillingly. Although Wen Rong did not explode in anger, his tone was very firm. She had to go as it was a chance to gain experience. Otherwise, when you want to buy something next time, forget it. At that moment, when Nuan emerged in a fitted white suit, her temperament perfectly suited to the color, exuding both gentleness and a hint of maturity. She smiled and encouraged, sister, just go. A flicker of doubt crossed Wen Li's eyes. Logically, Wen Nuan would not take her to such an occasion. She responded with an "oh" and went back upstairs. However, she did not change her clothes but came back down. Most of her outfits were quite similar. Changing would be pointless. Wen Rong frowned, saying, Nuan, find something of yours for her to wear tomorrow. Take her to buy a few decent outfits. This was a treatment she had never received before. Indeed, people only received good treatment when they had value. When Nuan led Wen Li back to her bedroom, fetching a black V-neck halter dress. Go change, perhaps to cater to the client. Wen Li glanced at it and asked, sister, will it not fit? No, this black dress hasn't been worn yet. It will fit you perfectly. Hurry up and change. I'll do your makeup. When Nuan gestured for her to head to the bathroom, Wen Li took the dress into the bathroom, and after changing, she looked at herself in the mirror. The dress was modest yet beautiful, akin to a vase, but she was not a mere vase. When she stepped out of the bathroom, Wen Nuan paused for a moment, taken aback by the sight of Wen Li in the black dress that accentuated her tall figure and exquisite features. Reminiscent of the woman in the photo in Wen Rong's room, Lu Muyu, she felt a twinge of threat but quickly suppressed the thought. Come here, let me do your makeup. Wen Li had good skin. requiring only a light layer of foundation to enhance her already fair and luminous complexion, complemented by a vibrant lipstick. With the addition of high heels, she suddenly appeared a few years older. The two descended the stairs, and when Roan glanced over, momentarily stunned, his expression betraying a hint of nostalgia, evidently still harboring feelings for Lu Mu Yui. In a moment of concern, he said, "Take good care of your sister." As soon as the words left his mouth, Du Ying's expression shifted slightly, her gaze darting towards him before quickly returning to normal. Nuan, take good care of your sister. When Nuan nodded, leading Wenli to the car. Typically, when Nuan, as the good sister, would chat with Wenli during the ride, but this time, she closed her eyes the moment they got in. This change was undoubtedly due to Wenron's transformation. Wenli turned her head to look out the window, recalling something. She picked up her phone, extended her hand, and took a full-length photo. Zooming in on the image, her long straight legs appeared quite attractive. And she sent it to Fu Zhang. After waiting for a minute without a response, she reflected on how the old man was both dull and timid, wondering how he had the insight to notice someone as lively as her. She had no idea how much time passed before the car stopped at the entrance of a hotel, and the driver turned to Nuan saying, "Miss, we have arrived. Alright, today might be a bit busy. You can head back." When Nuan nudged Wenli, indicating for her to get out, Wenli, startled from her reverie, followed her out of the car. Struggling in her high heels, she walked awkwardly, opting for an outward turn gate. As soon as she entered the hotel, Bai Siyuan, lounging on a sofa in the lobby, noticed them. They walked directly to the elevator. Failing to see him, Bai Siyuan pulled out his phone, recording a video of Wenli waddling in her heels. Then sent it to Fu Zhang. "Your little girl is walking like a duck, ha, this is my first time seeing someone look like this in heels." At that moment, Fu Zhang had just finished a meeting and, hearing his phone vibrate, opened it to find the image Wenli had sent him. Instinctively, he clicked on it, and her charmingly vivid face appeared before him, along with her long straight legs. His breath hitched. Assistant Su had just wanted to discuss the upcoming work with Fu Zhang when he saw the latter collide with a valuable office plant. The precious tree wobbled slightly, indicating the force of the impact was considerable. "President Fu, are you alright?" he quickly inquired. Fu Zhang turned off his phone, took a step back, and brushed off his suit, calmly stating, "Move the plant aside." Assistant Su whispered, "But didn't President Fu say moving it would affect the feng shui?" Fu Zhang merely acknowledged with a sound, said nothing further, and strode toward his office. Finally entering the lounge, he tossed his hot phone onto the bed and turned to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face repeatedly. After a while, he leaned on the sink, looking into the mirror at his handsome face now marked with water stains, his deep-set eyes faintly revealing a hint of desire. He averted his gaze. His tightly pressed lips barely visible. He could deceive others, but he could not deceive himself. From the day when Li turned 18, he could no longer regard her as a niece. That plain little face had grown increasingly lively. After a long while, he looked back into the mirror. His mature features appeared rigid and dull, devoid of the youthful exuberance and courage he once possessed. If he were 3 or 4 years younger, he would not hesitate to be with Wenli without concern. He had the capability and the time to care for her for a lifetime. However, that was not the case. She was 22. And he was 30. She was in the prime of her youth, frivolously enjoying life, while he was at an age where settling down and being stable was paramount. An 8-year gap devoid of common topics and shared thoughts. What would she still like about him in the decades to come? The melancholy settled in his gaze. At that moment, the phone on the bed rang incessantly. After tidying himself up, he stepped out and picked up the phone. "What's wrong? What happened to you?" Bai Siyuan's voice sounded off with concern. "It's nothing," Fu Zhang replied briefly. "I just saw Wenli. She was dressed beautifully heading to the Sky Restaurant. Did you see the video I sent? I found it utterly amusing." Bai Xian chuckled lightly, then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Let us discuss the matter at hand. I just spotted that cunning old fox, Chunsheng, heading upstairs. The Wen family is currently collaborating on a project with that old scoundrel. You should keep an eye on things here. I have a pressing matter to attend to." He is deliberately creating an opportunity for Fu Zhang and himself to interact. Before he could say anything further, he added, "I have to hang up now. General Manager Wang has arrived." Fu Zhang opened the video that Bai Xian had sent him, revealing a scene where Wenli was limping slightly as she walked, her posture radiating an inexplicable joy. After watching it several times, he suddenly let out a light chuckle. In the 39th floor airborne restaurant, at a large round table near the window overlooking the most bustling district of Kyoto. When Nuan turned to Wenli and advised, "Whatever General Manager Wei says, just do as he instructs. This is one of the few major projects for the company this year." "Understood," Wenli nodded. Shortly after, a middle-aged man clad in deep blue appeared before them, exuding a certain mature charm. Wen Nuan immediately stood up, extending her hand. "Hello, General Manager Wei." General Manager Wei returned the handshake, his gaze lingering on her face for a few seconds before shifting to Wen Li, who struck him as somewhat familiar. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "Isn't she the granddaughter of Lu Zongwei?" Before Wen Li could respond, he continued, "She resembles her mother strikingly." Wen Nuan's expression faltered momentarily. Then she nodded in affirmation. "Yes, this is my younger sister, Wen Li." Wen Li greet General Manager Wei. When Nuan prompted, Wen Li stood and said, "Hello, Uncle Wei." Wei Chunsheng chuckled, settling into a chair. "I remember holding you as a child at your grandfather's place. I haven't seen you at the Lu family residence in recent years. I heard from your grandfather yesterday that you scored 723 on your college entrance examination, much more impressive than your mother." "Was my mother really that academically gifted?" Wen Li asked with curiosity, having never inquired about her mother's past, as she had no recollection of her presence since birth. Wei Chunqing nodded, praising, "Indeed, she was extraordinary. Ranking first in the liberal arts during her college entrance exams. Had she not passed away prematurely, the Lu family would undoubtedly have reached even greater heights, back when your mother was dating your uncle Wen. We all joked about a powerful union, but what a pity. As for the Wen family, it now had only one head. When shitting die in recent years, the Fu family had outshone the Wen family, previously considered equals. The Wen family had chosen to retreat from the limelight, and with Fu Zheng's business acumen, the Fu family had risen to prominence. Wen Li had met Wen Shitting once in her past life. Although middle-aged, he still retained his handsome demeanor from his youth. While Wen Rong was not lacking in charm, she paled in comparison to Wen Shitting. Wen Li could not fathom how her mother could have once been captivated by someone so striking and yet settled for Wen Rong instead. It seemed she could not afford to settle at all. Fu Zhang was simply Fu Zhang. As their conversation continued, Wen Nuan found herself sidelined. After a while, she interjected, "General Manager Wei, shall we discuss the project?" "No need to elaborate. Considering this young lady's involvement, we can proceed directly to signing." The typically shrewd Wei Chunsheng readily agreed to the project. When Nuan was taken aback, she had invested considerable effort into securing this project for the Wei family. Yet it all paled in comparison to Wen Li's mere presence. The stark contrast left her feeling twisted inside. She glanced at Wen Li and quickly forced a smile, saying, "General Manager Wei, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. Tomorrow, young lady, please bring the documents to my company." Wen Li instinctively looked at Wen Nuan, replying obediently, "Let my sister handle it. I'm not well versed in these matters, General Manager. My sister just graduated from high school and is unfamiliar with the project details." Wen Nuan interjected, "If this young lady doesn't come, I won't sign." Wei Chunqing teased, though the seriousness in his tone was unmistakable. Wen Li was somewhat surprised. The Wei family and the Lu family were not particularly close. Merely collaborators, even if their relationship were amicable, it seemed improbable for such a substantial project to be signed off so easily, yet she could not pinpoint the reason behind it. Wei Chunsheng wasted no time. Standing up and saying, "Young lady, see you tomorrow." With that, he adjusted his suit and departed. Wen Li leaned against Wen Nuan's shoulder, her innocent demeanor reflecting naivety as she blinked and said to sister, "Negotiating the project was so easy." It took less than 10 minutes. She knew that her comment would sting Wen Nuan, who had to exert tenfold effort for what she had effortlessly acquired, while she understood the nature of jealousy. She could not comprehend or forgive the desire to harm, especially since she harbored no ill intentions. Wen Nuan's expression darkened, her attempt to feign a smile failing miserably. "Sister, I'm feeling unwell. I need to use the restroom." In the next moment, she stood and walked away, disappearing from Wen Li's sight. Instead of reveling in her perceived victory, Wen Li gazed pensively out the window. The weather had warmed, yet she felt an inexplicable chill. The summer of June clashed with the winter of December, unable to merge. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Wen Nuan made a phone call, stating, "I'm at the restaurant." After hanging up, she looked at her reflection in the mirror, revealing a smile that did not belong to her face. A few minutes later, a man approached her, saying, "Miss Wen, the young lady has left. Let me escort you back." Wen Li turned to him and remained silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. "All right." She stood and walked ahead, the smile vanishing as her hands clenched tightly at her sides. Soon, she halted, apologizing, "I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me." With that, she smiled again. The man nodded, "Sure." Wen Li entered the restroom, locked the door, and sent a message to Fu Zhang. "Fu Zhang, an unfamiliar man has come to pick me up. I'm at the airborne restaurant." She knew that in the face of danger, Fu Zhang would be the quickest to arrive. Fu Zhang almost immediately replied, "Where are you, Wen Li?" "I'm in the restroom." After several seconds, Fu Zhang, "I'm at the door. Come out." Wen Li's eyes brightened as she opened the restroom door and dashed out. A tall figure clad in black appearing before her, his meticulously styled hair now slightly tousled, her eyes sparkled. "Old man," she exclaimed, playfully feigning discontent, yet deep down, he was more concerned for her than anyone else. She glanced at the man beside her, saying, "Someone is here to pick me up. You can go back now." The man took a look at Fu Zhang and instinctively nodded, turning to leave. However, he had barely taken a few steps before two towering bodyguards flanked him, causing his expression to shift to one of panic. "Miss Wen," Li assumed a serious tone, chastising, "My mother always told me not to follow strangers. Didn't your mother teach you the same?" Fu Zhang shot a glance at the two bodyguards, commanding, "Take him to the police." "Miss, the young lady truly sent me to escort you home. You can call her to verify," the man insisted. Li knew that they could say whatever they wanted at this moment since no harm had been done to her yet. But she could not risk testing that theory. She understood that a normal person would not silently arrange for someone to pick her up, especially a complete stranger. She would protect her life with utmost caution, as well as accompany the old man through his twilight years. "My sister Wen Ti sent a stranger to pick me up. Besides, you look like a bad person. Remember to cooperate with the police during their investigation. Dear ones, please leave a comment. It's rather dull writing without any input from you. Sending love." Chapter 28. The old man is just stubborn, not unfond of her. The man was escorted away by Fu Zhang's bodyguards, and when Li turned her gaze back to the man beside her, knowingly asking, "Were you also here to use the restroom?" Before he could respond, she flashed a sly smile reminiscent of a little fox. What a coincidence! Clearly baiting him, Fu Zhang shifted his focus from her to the front, replying nonchalantly, "I happen to be here to handle some matters." When Li feigned surprise, "Oh really, you arrived just in time. You should have come a bit later," she teased, gesturing with her fingers. Then, with a faux innocent expression, she added, "I was afraid I might have been abducted." Fu Zhang, unable to resist her charm, found himself glancing at her more often, ultimately pressing his lips together and rubbing his brow in exasperation. "I'll have Uncle Jiang take you home, but I haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry." When Li pouted, her eyes fixed on him, Fu Zhang remained silent for a few seconds before finally relenting. "All right." Initially believing Fu Zhang's mention of work to be a mere excuse, she was surprised when he genuinely led her to a private room. Bai Xian and two other young men were already present, drinking and discussing business. The dishes on the table remained largely untouched. Her demeanor shifted, standing a bit straighter, her earlier softness replaced with a more serious expression. Fu Zhang noticed this change, pulling out a chair for her to sit before taking a seat beside Bai Xian himself. When Li, glancing around at the others, rose to her feet and took a seat beside Fu Zhang in silence. Fu Zhang lowered his eyelids slightly, signaling the nearby waiter to pour some red wine. He swirled the glass gently before taking a sip. Bai Xian shot a knowing glance at Wen Li, aware that with a man like Fu Zhang, who often seemed conflicted, directness was the best approach. He then introduced her to the two men beside him. "This is Wen Li, the granddaughter of Lu Zongwei." Upon hearing this, the two men raised their glasses in her direction. Wen Li instinctively lifted the glass of red wine poured for her. Glancing at the man beside her, she tilted her head back and gulped it down in one go. Before she could finish, a large hand snatched the glass from her grasp and set it aside. Fu Zhang's cold voice resonated, "She doesn't drink." Wen Li revealed her perfectly aligned white teeth, affirming, "I don't drink." With that, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Bai Siyuan cast a glance at him, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, as if to suggest that Fu Zhang was thoroughly ensnared by Wen Li's little tricks. He interjected with an explanation, "He just graduated from high school this year." We were a few, engaged in conversation, while Wen Li sat nearby enjoying her meal. Once she had consumed enough of the dishes in front of her, she rotated the table, selecting those that suited her palate. It was her first time dining at this restaurant. The fish was tender and fresh, while Fu Zhang, who had never been fond of pork since childhood, had a particular fondness for fish. She boldly scooped a generous piece with her spoon and placed it directly into Fu Zhang's bowl. As he was speaking, Fu Zhang paused, instinctively glancing into his bowl, his thick eyelashes fluttering slightly before he resumed, "The materials from Sun Ming aren't very good." After a minute, noticing that Fu Zhang had yet to eat, her hand slipped beneath the table, gently tugging at the corner of his shirt. When he turned his head towards her, his brows arched in a soft curve indicating his bowl. Her delicate hand grasped the edge of his suit, as if tugging at his very heart. Fu Zhang's entire body stiffened for a moment, and after a brief hesitation, he lifted his chopsticks to eat the fish in his bowl, while Wen Li lowered her head, a smile gracing her lips. Once satiated, Wen Li remained seated, listening to the discussions around her, quietly absorbing some business acumen. Previously, she had thought Bai Siyuan incapable of handling business, yet she was astonished to see him navigate it with such ease. Speaking eloquently on the subject, with the gentle and poised Jian Shui keeping pace with her, she began to suspect that her words held a certain potency as well. Fu Zhang, on the other hand, spoke less, only offering words of significance, and her gaze gradually fell upon his profile. His chiseled jawline, prominent nose, and pronounced brow gave his features a depth that was striking when his expression was devoid of emotion.
He exuded an air of aloofness, as if warding off unwarranted advances. After half an hour, the other two men rose to leave. Bai Siyuan unbuttoned his coat, draping one arm over the back of his chair. Appearing somewhat languid from intoxication, just as he was about to speak, however, the figure in the tailored suit beside him obscured his face, prompting him to reach out and glance at the side. "Very well," he said, sitting up straight, fastening his buttons and adjusting his jacket. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." He then entrusted Wenli to Fu Zhang, casting her an encouraging glance as he departed. Once he was gone, Wenli turned to Fu Zhang, asking, "Would you like to have something to eat?" Fu Zhang shook his head, then took out his phone, but before he could dial, Wenli preempted him. Blinking her eyes, "I'm scared. I won't leave with anyone else but you," she added softly. "Today, Uncle Jiang can't come either. I have a psychological barrier." After speaking, she gazed up at him with wide eyes, feigning a terrified demeanor. How could he not realize she was acting? The man adjusted his impeccably neat black tie, loosening it slightly before removing it altogether. "Let us go." When Li's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly stood to follow him. However, her high heels proved uncomfortable, and after a few steps she decided to bend down and carry them in her hand. Hastily following Fu Zhang barefoot, her fair feet appeared even more pristine against the clean tiles. And when Fu Zhang noticed, his body came to an abrupt halt. He took a step forward before stopping once more, shedding his suit jacket and draping it over Wen Li's shoulders. He then bent down and lifted her, his large hand resting deliberately on her thigh, just above the fabric of her dress. Wen Li shot him a sidelong glance, silently leaning her cheek against his chest, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat betraying his emotions. Fortunately, the older man merely enjoyed maintaining a facade of indifference. It was clear he harbored feelings for her. It seemed he too sensed the unusual quickening of his heartbeat, taking longer strides than usual. Upon reaching the car, Fu Zhang sat Wen Li down and instinctively headed for the front passenger seat. Uncle Jiang interjected promptly, "The front seat is occupied by the old master potted plant. Mr. Fu, you should sit in the back." At his words, Wen Li suppressed a smile, subtly shifting to the other side. Once Fu Zhang settled beside her, she gazed out the window, a smile gracing her lips. "This plant is lovely. Your grandfather has exquisite taste. Not only is it beautiful, but it also possesses a keen eye," Uncle Jiang replied cheerfully as he took his seat in the driver's position. "Miss Wen, I heard you scored 723 on your exam. Congratulations. I bought you a gift. It's in the trunk. I'll give it to you shortly." "Thank you, Uncle Jiang." Wen Li expressed her gratitude. Uncle Jiang smiled, signaling that thanks were unnecessary. "You've treated me to plenty in the past." Wen Li turned to Fu Zhang, her hands outstretched. "Fu Zhang, where's my graduation gift?" "In the pocket of my suit," Fu Zhang replied, his gaze still fixed outside the window. Initially, she had presumed he hadn't prepared anything, but upon hearing his words, Wen Li felt a rush of excitement as she reached for the pocket of his suit. Inside lay a sapphire necklace, simple in design, the gem modest in size, perfect for daily wear. In the past, she might have thought Fu Zhang lacked creativity, but now she understood that he wouldn't bestow her with a gift without significance. Distracted by the necklace, Wen Li refrained from pestering Fu Zhang for a time, even as they exited the car, still pondering its meaning. "Fu Zhang, I'm going to my grandfather's house tomorrow." Fu Zhang nodded in acknowledgement. Upon arriving at the Wen household, Wen Li had scarcely entered her room when Nguyen called, her tone laced with concern. "Sister, are you home? The police just called me." "Sister, you scared me. A stranger said you sent him to pick me up." "Luckily, I was clever and snuck to the restroom to call the police," Wen Li replied, showcasing her quick thinking. "It was a last-minute decision. I didn't have time to inform you, so I sent someone to take you home." "It's all my fault. Don't be afraid," when Nguyen reassured her. Wen Li sighed. "Sister, you scared me. That man didn't seem trustworthy. He even had tattoos on his fingers. I thought he might kidnap me for ransom. After all, I'm quite valuable." "Sister, why did you suddenly have something to attend to? Was there an urgent matter at work?" "I saw the old duck at home," Wen Li inquired. The line fell silent. Seemingly caught off guard by her question, Wen Li continued, "Is it the Qin family looking for you?" "Yes, your brother-in-law had a matter to discuss with me. This is my fault, please forgive me," Wen Nguyen said softly. Wen Li was quickly pacified, her mood lightening as she replied, "All right, I forgive you, but please don't do that again. What if the police misunderstood and thought you were the one who sent someone to take me away?" Wen Nguyen felt a pang of guilt and, before she could respond, Wen Li added earnestly, "My sister would never do that.
she is the best sister in the world. Okay, next time I want tea, do it. I'll bring you something delicious when I come home later. After hanging up, Wenli's expression turned pensive as she tossed her phone onto the bed, quickly retrieving the necklace Fu Zhang had given her from her pocket. She lifted it, examining it closely. Aside from its beauty, there was nothing particularly special about it, not even a small engraving. Suddenly inspired, she snapped a picture and sent it to Lin Baozhu, who was more knowledgeable about such things. Baozhu, what do you think of this necklace? Lin Baozhu replied swiftly. How did this necklace end up in your hands? It was at the auction a few days ago. They say it's a piece from a foreign royal family. Symbolizing healing. It garnered much attention at the auction, and my brother wanted to bid on it, but he was outmatched. Wenli glanced at the necklace again, pondering its healing properties. Leaning in, she kissed it lightly before swiftly removing her current necklace and putting on the one Fu Zhang had gifted her. It seemed that Wei Chunsheng had discussed the collaboration with Wenrong for that evening. Wenrong specifically instructed her to meet with his assistant to sign the documents the following day. He didn't inquire about how Wenli had secured the contract. Given her connections with the Wen and Lu families, the Wei family had readily agreed, deeming it inconsequential. Wenli set down her chopsticks, reluctantly stating, "Why must I go again? I don't want to." "You must go, even if you don't want to. Your little temper has spoiled you," Wenrong remarked, casting a reproachful glance at Duing. "Why blame Mom? It's not her fault," Wenli retorted unhappily. "Out if you blare at Mom again, I'll blare back at you." She added to Mom, "Please don't be upset," Duing said, who had initially pretended not to see Wenrong's expression. Now, faced with the situation, her countenance stiffened, yet she still offered a comforting remark. "Little Li is the best." Wenli chuckled then, as if struck by inspiration, asked casually, "Sister, has that uncle from the police station been released?" When Nuan paused, instinctively glancing at Wenrong, who intended to dismiss the matter lightly, he asked out, "Where do you plan to go next?" However, Wenrong interjected, "What police? Today, I had a stranger take me home. I thought he was a bad person, so I called the police." Wenli playfully stuck out her tongue, adding, "It wasn't intentional." Upon hearing this, Wenrong furrowed her brow, casting a reproachful look at Wen Nuan, questioning her lack of caution. "Dad, I'm sorry. I was in a bit of a rush," Wen Nuan admitted, feeling guilty. Wenrong chastised, "Even if you're in a rush, you can't act carelessly. What would happen if something went wrong? I had initially intended for you to be the project manager, but it seems you need more training." At this, both Duing and Wen Nuan's expression soured, while Duing quickly regained her composure, supporting Wenrong's admonishment of Wen Nuan. "She's still young, she just needs a bit more training." Wenli, seemingly oblivious to their desire for the project manager position, leaned back in her chair, cheerfully exclaiming, "Sister, you'll have time to play with me this summer. We don't care about being project managers. Too much work for too little pay," Wen Nuan replied, struggling to muster a smile as she said stiffly, "All right, I'll play with you." Wenli pretended not to notice, turning her gaze back to Wenrong. "Transfer me some money. I want to go out tomorrow. Once the contract is signed, I'll have my assistant transfer it to you." Wenrong replied, now seemingly eager to acquiesce to Wenli's requests. Upon hearing this, Wenli rose and headed upstairs, closing the door behind her, and instinctively reached to touch the necklace around her neck. She let out a long sigh. The next day, in the Wei Group's presidential office, as Wenli and Wenrong's assistant stepped into the room, they immediately spotted Wei Chunsheng and another middle-aged man seated on the sofa, sipping tea. The middle-aged man lifted his gaze, his mature features exuding a certain masculine charm. Wenli recognized him. It was Wen Shitting. His eyes lingered on her face for an unusually long time, almost with a hint of peculiarity, before he averted his gaze and took a sip of tea. Wei Chunsheng rose to introduce little girl. "This is Uncle Wen." Wenli nodded. "Uncle Wei." Uncle Wen. Wei Chunsheng gestured towards the sofa. "Please have a seat. I'll have someone fetch the contract." Reluctantly, Wenli settled on the opposite side of the sofa, her peripheral vision unable to resist glancing sideways. She felt a modicum of curiosity about her mother's college boyfriend. At his age, he bore no signs of aging, appearing considerably younger than his peers. How did she ever end up with Wenrong? At that moment, when Shitting spoke, Wenli, instinctively she nodded. The man's expression seemed somewhat dazed, likely lost in thoughts of someone past. He then spoke in a low voice, "Your mother adored pear blossoms." After that, silence enveloped the room. After a while, Wei Chunsheng handed her the signed documents, and once the others had left, he turned to the man on the sofa. "Doesn't she resemble her? I thought I saw her yesterday." "Indeed, but she's not as lively as her mother." When Shitting closed his eyes, rubbing his aching brow, Wei Chunsheng, sitting beside him, patted his shoulder with a touch of reassurance. "Have you noticed how this little girl has lips similar to yours? You two share a striking resemblance. I actually don't believe that Muyu would harm your child." Perhaps a DNA test would clarify it. Upon hearing the name Muyu, a flicker of pain crossed when shitting sighs as he replied hoarsely, she would. She can be quite petty. Chapter 29, Fu Zhang. Is the moon brighter or am I? After signing the contract, when Rome had $1 million transferred into her bank account, the moment when Li received the funds, she rushed to the mall to buy several outfits and a few bags. In less than an hour, the $1 million was spent. When Rome had likely received the news, she certainly wouldn't be frugal, for when Rome at dusk, at the Lu residence, the old butler answered the door. Momentarily taken aback before a smile of delight spread across his aged face, young miss. As he spoke, he opened the door wide upon seeing him. When Li felt a pang of guilt, in her past life. When Lu Zongwei fell ill, the old butler had come to plead with her not to be angry with her grandfather, only to perish in a car accident on his way back. Had she been a tad more sensible, he might still be alive. Her eyes reddened as she softly uttered, "Grandfather." Sunday butler's son had worked for the Lu family since his 20s, having watched both Lu Muyu and Wen Li grow up. Creating a deep bond, witnessing the young girl's tearful expression, butler's son's eyes also glistened with unshed tears as he rasped, "Oh dear, come in, and the master has been longing for you, but hasn't he had the courage to seek you out?" "I am sorry." Wen Li's apology was directed towards butler's son, for all the concern he had shown her. He shook his head. "No need for such words, your presence brings joy to the master." He continued, "I heard you were coming a few days ago, and he has been waiting in the courtyard daily today. He waited for 2 hours but didn't see you, so he went upstairs to rest. The master hasn't been well lately and refuses to go to the hospital. Young miss, perhaps you could persuade him." Lu Zongwei's health had deteriorated significantly since Lu Muyu's passing. Doctors had stated it was due to emotional distress, and unless he found a way to move past it, his condition would not improve. Wen Li had never been particularly close to the Lu family and had overlooked these matters. Or perhaps she had known but chose not to care. Lu Zongwei had wished to pave a path for her, yet she had always dismissed the kindness of those who cared for her. The one who had created this deadlock was herself, and she could not blame anyone else. Fortunately, she still had a chance to make amends. She realized Lu Zongwei must have aged significantly, but she hadn't anticipated just how frail he had become. His hair was grizzled, his eyelids sagging, and he appeared exceedingly emaciated. He emerged from the bedroom, moving slowly, but his eyes lit up at the sight of her. An invisible guilt twisted Wen Li's feigned calmness, and tears cascaded down her cheeks, one after another. She almost wanted to kneel, her voice choked as she whispered, "Grandfather." Lu Zongwei would never hold her previous actions against her. He had never blamed her. His only concern was who would look after her after his passing. He reached out, taking her hand gently, patting the back of her hand in comfort. "Oh, my child." Seeing her weep uncontrollably, his voice too became choked. "Have they bullied you?" Wen Li shook her head, and in the next moment she wrapped her arms around him. In her memory, he was a tall figure standing over 6 feet, decisive and commanding. But now, he was too thin, reduced to mere bones. "Grandfather, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I was thoughtless, I caused your suffering." She could make amends to them, but she could never alleviate her guilt. She knew full well that they had died once because of her. Lu Zongwei hurried to comfort her. "It's all right, grandfather is well, do not cry." Yet Wen Li buried herself in his chest, crying as if to release all her pent-up emotions, her composure utterly gone. After a long while, she finally calmed down, wiping her tears away. Soon, she lifted her head, a smile breaking through as she said, "Grandfather, I bought you some clothes." As soon as the words left her lips, she broke down again, sobbing, "But they're too big, grandfather." "I'm sorry." Lu Zongwei chuckled through his reddened eyes, his wrinkled hands gently patting her back. "It's all right, grandfather can wear them. Don't cry, it's not a big deal. If it doesn't fit, tomorrow you can take me out to buy a couple more." "Okay." Wen Li forced herself to quickly compose her emotions, refusing to let her feelings affect Lu Zongwei's spirits. She took his hand, leading him outside. "I'll accompany you to the hospital for a checkup." Lu Zongwei had no choice but to follow her, turning his head to wipe a tear from the corner of his eye. "Grandfather is fine, no need for a checkup." "Yes, we must," Wen Li insisted. The three of them arrived at the hospital, where Lu Zongwei underwent a full-body examination, with results to be awaited the following day. They returned to the Lu residence, and with Wen Li present, the aunt prepared several extra dishes. Lu Zongwei, who usually had a small appetite, finished an extra bowl under Wen Li's watchful gaze. Wen Li intended to take Lu Zongwei for a stroll to talk, but he seemed too unwell. Settling into the sofa after dinner, she chose not to speak. After Wen Li went upstairs to her room, Lu Zongwei turned to butler's son. "Old son, please bring me the clothes that Li bought." Butler's son nodded, soon handing him the garments, saying softly, "The young miss has matured quite a bit this time. She must have faced some grievances." Lu Zongwei pressed his lips together, then took out a short-sleeved shirt. Holding it up against himself, it was a good fit. It fits well. The young miss is quite observant, knowing you dislike wearing light colors. She didn't tea by any, butler's son remarked. Lu Zongwei neatly folded the clothes. Sighing softly, this child is just like Muyu, so thoughtful a kind. His voice trembled slightly at the last word. I must have done too many wrongs in my past life. Butler's son had witnessed the tragic passing of Lu Muyu and her daughter. The Lu family were all kind-hearted individuals, yet they met such a fate. Heaven truly lacked vision. He consoled master. The young miss is here. Tomorrow, if she sees your eyes swollen, she will surely worry again. All right, enough of this. Tomorrow we shall have someone buy some of her favorite foods. Lu Zongwei gazed upstairs, his expression softening considerably. Upstairs, when Li rummaged through an old album, remembering there were pictures of Lu Muyu within it. In the past, they had held little significance, but now, seeing a woman who resembled her brought a touch of sadness to her nose. She gently brushed her finger across the images, murmuring, silly mother. If her death was tied to Du Ying and the others. Why choose the utterly unremarkable when wrong? The room responded with silence, and after a long while, she placed the album back into the drawer. Turning her gaze to the window, the crescent moon shone brightly. She wondered what Fu Zhang was doing. She took a selfie with the moon and sent it to Fu Zhang. Am I brighter or is the moon brighter? Meanwhile, Fu Zhang, amidst socializing, opened his phone. The photo appearing before his eyes unexpectedly, the girl's eyes curved like the moon, yet they held a brilliance that outshone it. The headache induced by the alcohol subsided slightly, yet the feelings buried in his heart surged uncontrollably. 1 Li. After saving the image, he closed his phone and stood up, stating flatly, I'm tired. Let us discuss this tomorrow. He grabbed his coat and left, but once in the car, he retrieved the photo again. Soon opening a particular video. A moment later, he chuckled softly before Fu Zhang could respond. When Li pressed his profile picture, quickly initiating a video call. Just as it was about to end, the call connected. The handsome man's face appeared on the screen. She displayed no hint of girlish reserve, softly saying, Fu Zhang, I miss you. After a few seconds, the screen went dark as the man evidently turned the camera around. She let out a small huff, then brought her face close to the screen, her petite visage filling the display. She refused to believe Fu Zhang would remain unmoved. With sincerity, she enunciated, Fu Zhang, I truly miss you. Through the screen, her small face seemed to be right in front of him, causing Fu Zhang's heart to stutter, his eyelids fluttering, yet he indulgently held his gaze. After a while, his large finger gently touched the screen before swiftly retracting. He turned to look out the window, his voice cold. When Li responded softly, aware of what he was about to say. She didn't appreciate being referred to as little niece, so she took the initiative and said, Fu Zhang, good night. With that, she hung up. The small face on the screen faded away, and gradually the screen dimmed. Fu Zhang raised his head to gaze into the night, where a luminous moon was ultimately replaced by Wen Li's delicate visage. The wind outside howled past his ears, seemingly carrying a voice. Fu Zhang, I truly miss you. The next day, the hospital results were revealed. Lu Zongwei still suffered from heart issues and required family intervention. When Li initially intended to ask the Lu family for assistance in investigating Lu Muyu's difficult labor, now she hesitated to let Lu Zongwei know, fearing that if it were the work of another, he would undoubtedly feel more guilt and distress. She also did not wish to approach the Fu family, nor would she. She believed her relationship with Fu Zhang should remain untainted by such matters. Ultimately, she decided to confide in Gu Lianming. In the afternoon, at the CAF, as Gu Lianming stepped through the door, he spotted Wen Li waving at him. He strode over with long strides, taking a seat opposite her. Raising an eyebrow and asking, Aren't you afraid Fu Zhang will get jealous? Wen Li replied earnestly, I am here to discuss serious matters. When an 18-year-old girl spoke of serious matters, Gu Lianming's first instinct was to laugh. Dismissing her words, crossing his legs and thinking, what serious matter? I don't need you to help me deal with my family. Can I propose another request? Wen Li stated with conviction. Gu Lianming lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Inquiring, what request? Wen Li did not respond immediately, instead whispering, You cannot tell anyone else, not even Fu Zhang, otherwise, I will leak your secret of being gay to the media. Gu Lianming chuckled softly, now convinced she was serious. He retracted his hand, straightened his posture, and said, Now that you've put it that way, what else can I say? Go on. I would like you to help me investigate my mother's hospital records from her delivery. Wen Li articulated. Upon hearing this, Gu Lianming paused, his hand hovering over his coffee. He took a sip, then locked his gaze onto her. Why not ask Fu Zhang? This would be a piece of cake for him. I like him, Wen Li replied softly yet resolutely. Gu Lianming took another sip of coffee, for the first time regarding Fu Zhang's little niece with newfound respect. You don't want to owe him a favor? We're collaborating. If you need anything, I will certainly assist you, he stated. Wen Li's face bore a hint of pleading. If Gu Lianming refused, she would struggle to find someone to investigate this matter. Gu Lianming fell silent for several seconds before agreeing. Alright, thank you, Wen Li replied, her expression clearly grateful. Just as Gu Lianming was about to speak, he caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he turned to look. Wen Li instinctively followed his gaze and saw Fu Zheng entering the CAF, clad in a black casual shirt tucked into his trousers, his long straight legs commanding attention. Beside him stood a woman in a black long dress. Her figure curvaceous and her features strikingly radiant, they were a match made in heaven. At that moment, Fu Zheng noticed the two of them as well, his profound gaze concealing his thoughts as he averted his eyes and sat at a distance with the woman. Gu Lianming's voice echoed softly. Jiang Shuyi, a renowned beauty in Kyoto, she has been pursuing Fu Zheng for 3 years. He expected to see Wen Li flustered, yet she merely sipped her bitter coffee. Muttering, fair competition, had it not been for the presence of others, she might have glanced at her chest again, the only source of her insecurity being her still developing figure. Gu Lianming chuckled, praising, quite confident. At his words. Wen Li straightened her back, responding with a soft of this amused Gu Lianming, who crossed his arms and tilted his head, laughing several times at her. However, Wen Li could not share in the humor. Despite her confident words, her gaze uncontrollably flickered towards Fu Zheng. Thankfully, the atmosphere between them remained cool and distant, as if they were merely discussing business. But why conduct business here? Suddenly she stood up, not noticing the approaching waiter, and collided with him, scalding coffee spilling onto her. She felt a burning sensation on her arm. The waiter quickly apologized, "I'm so sorry," while hastily offering napkins to help her clean up. It's alright. It's my fault. How much are these 2 cups of coffee? Wen Li asked while wiping the coffee off her clothes, only to see a pair of polished black shoes before her. Looking up, she found Fu Zheng standing in front of her, having shed his black shirt, now wearing only a black tank top, his well-defined arms exuding strength. In the next moment, he draped his shirt over her shoulders, concealing the coffee stain on her chest. His gaze fell on her reddened arm, and with a furrowed brow, he said, "We need to go to the hospital." Wen Li felt fine, but immediately clutched her arm, feigning pain. "It hurts." As she was about to leave, she turned to Gu Lianming, "Could you please pay for the other 2 cups of coffee?" Once in the car, Wen Li continued to groan softly, attempting to elicit concern from Fu Zheng, his brow furrowed deeper until he finally spoke. "Jiang Shu, drive faster." However, upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor gestured for her to indicate the burn. Looking at her unblemished arm, which was neither painful nor red, she widened her eyes in surprise. "I can't point it out." She touched her nose awkwardly, saying, "My body heals quite well, doctor, I'm fine." She cast a sidelong glance and, seeming to cover up her embarrassment, added with a smile, "Fu Zheng, I've saved you some money." The doctor chuckled at her remark, confirming she was indeed alright before indicating they could leave. As they took the elevator down to the parking garage, stopping at the first basement floor, Wen Li suddenly grasped Fu Zheng's wrist, meeting his turned head with a serious expression. "Fu Zheng, are you shallow?" His gaze fell on her wrist before he quickly withdrew his hand. But before he could respond, he heard her timid voice, "Do you think my chest is too small?" If she could not get an answer from Fu Zheng, she would likely be troubled by this question for a long time, as her small chest was not something she could change at the moment. Suddenly, her forehead was sharply tapped, causing her to wince as she looked up at the man who had just retracted his hand. Fu Zheng's face was taut, resembling that of a stern elder, as he admonished, "There won't be a next time. But if I hear those words from you again, I will deal with you." He helped Wen Li into the car, instructing Jiang Shu, "Take her back to the Lu family." He then closed the car door with a sense of urgency, likely fearing she might utter something else. Soon, the window rolled down, revealing her pale face, a noticeable red mark on her forehead. He retracted his fingers slightly, coldly averting his gaze. Wen Li pressed her hands against the window, blinking in a somewhat infatuated manner. "If you're too embarrassed to say it, just blink once. If you blink, it means you don't care." Fu Zheng pursed his lips, a hint of helplessness evident. At that moment, Wen Li added, "You blinked. In the future, you must not mind that I have a small chest." The last 2 words were mouthed silently. "Jiang Shu, drive away." The man's voice was as cold as ice. The car swiftly departed, disappearing around the corner. Fu Zheng stood still for a while, not moving. After a long moment, he raised his hand that had struck Wen Li, furrowing his brow before lowering it again, ultimately lifting his hand to touch his burning earlobe. At the Lu family residence, Wen Li did not find Lu Zongwei in the living room, so she went to the study, but he was still absent. Reluctantly, she approached Butler Sunday. Butler Sun explained, "The old master was taken away by Miss Wen. They are likely out for a meal." "Does she often take grandfather out for dinner?" Wen Li asked, a thought occurring to her every few days. She comes to take the old master out to eat, Butler Sun replied, hesitating before adding, Miss, there is something I'm unsure whether I should say. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, whenever Miss Wen takes the old master out to eat, he always seems to be in a somber mood for several hours upon returning. I'm not sure if she has said something to him. Wen Li had heard this before. Butler Sun had eventually sought her out to share such insights, cautioning her to be wary of Wen Muan. How convenient. Could Butler Sun's death be connected to Wen Muan? If so, Wen Muan must have lost her sanity by now. With this thought, she replied earnestly, Butler Sun, do not speak of this to anyone but me. Butler Sun nodded quickly, I won't say a word. I shouldn't have mentioned it in the first place, I'm just concerned for the old master's health. Wen Li understood his good intentions, but perhaps it was this very kindness that cost him his later years. Alright, after waiting in her bedroom for 2 to 3 hours, she finally heard a car pull up outside. She peeked out the window, seeing Wen Muan assisting Lu Zongwei as they exited the vehicle. Perhaps Wen Muan had never intended to kill her, or perhaps, in her desperate attempts to curry favor, Lu Leoi still bequeathed the family fortune to her, sparking her murderous intentions. Once the car at the entrance left, Wen Li turned to descend the stairs. Approaching the staircase, she poked her face to remind herself not to be swayed by the emotions of a past life. She dashed down the stairs and collided with Lu Zongwei just as he entered. Grandfather, she greeted softly. Lu Zongwei's eyes held a complex expression, but when he looked at her, a hint of joy surfaced. Have you eaten? Having yet to dine, I shall wait for your return to share a meal together. Wen Li approached him, reaching out to clasp his arm. Beside them, Steward Sun spoke up. The young miss has been saying she would wait for you to have dinner. Lu Zongwei responded with 2 affirmations. Good, let us eat. During the meal, Wen Li occasionally served Lu Zongwei, though he hardly ate, perhaps having already satisfied his appetite. After finishing, Lu Zongwei looked towards Steward Sun and instructed, Old Sun, you may return to your quarters. Understanding immediately, Steward Sun cast a glance at Wen Li before departing for the bedroom. Wen Li surmised that Lu Zongwei wished to convey something to her, and indeed, the next moment, he spoke in a low voice, all the Lu family's assets will be left to you in the future. Whatever you desire, your grandfather will do his utmost to fulfill. Aware that young people often shy away from the elderly, he continued, tomorrow, you may go wherever you wish to play, I shall arrange for funds to be transferred to your card. Presuming Wen Li was merely seeking to extract some money from him, she remained silent for several seconds before looking up and asking, Grandfather, if I say that I do not seek these things from you, will you believe me? She was uncertain of how much trust Lu Zongwei still held in her, given her past disappointments. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zongwei nodded. I believe you. Tears pricked Wen Li's eyes as she lowered her gaze to the immaculate white table, devoid of any blemish, and quietly stated, Grandfather, everyone in the Wen family has been insincere towards me, they wish to take advantage of me. Doing and Wen Muan had always treated Wen Li well throughout her life, which Lu Zongwei noted, allowing him to tolerate Wen Muan to some degree. After all, children should not bear the burdens of adult mistakes. This, he looked up at Wen Li ready to speak, but she interjected. I do not know what Wen Muan has told you, but Grandfather, please trust me one last time. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. The words of an 18-year-old were no longer mere folly. Lu Zongwei found himself momentarily speechless. He turned his head to wipe away a tear, and after a long pause, he rasped, if the Wen family dares to bully you, your grandfather will not allow them to have it easy. They have not bullied me, they have merely rendered me useless, Wen Li replied, looking at him with innocent eyes that bore thoughts beyond her years. She added, Grandfather, let me handle this myself. She wished for Wen Muan and Doing to understand that it was not their cleverness that ensnared others, but rather her love for them, love that often blinds. For the first time, Lu Zongwei felt that Wen Li had matured. He had always wished for her to be more sensible, yet now that she had reached this point, he could not help but feel his eyes welling with tears. It is I who have wronged you, for my concern has been far too scant. It has been sufficient, it is I who failed to see it. Wen Li replied as she wiped his tears with a tissue. Grandfather, let us not cry. Their emotions gradually stabilized, and after spending half an hour watching television together, Wen Li accompanied Lu Zongwei back to his room before returning to her own. Following 2 consecutive days of emotional turmoil, Wen Li's eyes were distinctly swollen. She applied cold water to her face and, gazing into the mirror, patted her cheeks. Wen Li, it is all right, you have one more chance. In the 31st chapter, what about this little ant? With only 2 minutes left to submit her college application, Wen Li dialed Wen Muan's number, her lips pouting as her voice turned teary. Sister, Wen Muan's voice came through the phone, instinctively filled with concern. What is it? Grandfather found out about my application. I changed it to Jing University. Sister, I do not wish to attend Jing University. I want to dance, Wen Li said gloomily. You changed it? When Nguyen seemed to blurt out, Wen Li felt aggrieved. Yes, otherwise grandfather said he would not buy me jewelry, and I recently set my eyes on a 20 million yuan necklace. Soon, her tone brightened, and she boasted.
Sister, I will ask grandfather to buy you a necklace too. Let them attend Jing University. I can still learn to dance there. Sister, I am so bored here. Grandfather will not allow me to return.
A long silence ensued on the other end, and after a few attempts to get a response, Wen Li called out, Sister, your signal is poor. Never mind, I will hang up. After ending the call, she realized this conversation might shatter Wen Nguyen's dreams.
And tonight she and Duing might find it difficult to sleep. In a good mood, she decided to call Fu Zhang. After the incident of her illness, Fu Zhang would no longer ignore her calls. His voice, tinged with sleepiness, was evident as he murmured, What is it? Wen Li, feeling emboldened rather than guilty for interrupting his rest, softly replied, I miss you. The line fell quiet, if not for the call indicator. Wen Li might have thought he had hung up, waiting in vain for a response from the older man. After a moment of contemplation, she hung up, quickly rising from her bed. She truly missed him. At the Fu residence, the bedroom was enveloped in darkness. After a while, soft footsteps could be heard, followed by the curtains slowly parting, letting in the light from the street lamps, with no moonlight tonight. Only the glow from the street lamps illuminated the scene. Fu Zhang took a cigarette from the pack, lit it, and inhaled slowly, exhaling a cloud of smoke into the night air, his eyes, shrouded in smoke, bore a hint of struggle. Soon reverting to calm after an indeterminate time, he discarded the cigarette but, intending to return to sleep when suddenly his phone vibrated on the bedside table, displaying the name Wen Li. The emotions dulled by the nicotine began to stir once more. He rubbed his brow and reached for the phone, attempting to mask his feelings with a cold tone. He said, However, Wen Li's unexpected words shattered his facade. Fu Zhang, I am at your doorstep. Let us meet for 5 minutes. He strode toward the balcony, where beneath the streetlight stood a petite figure. His throat felt dry as he turned and hurried down the stairs. Slowing his pace as he approached the door, the iron gate creaked open, and he gazed at the silhouette illuminated by the streetlight. Just as he was about to frown, the small figure leapt into his embrace. Perhaps due to the effects of nicotine, he felt momentarily dazed, realizing the Wen family was nearby. Wen Li quickly withdrew her hand upon sensing Fu Zhang's presence. In their close proximity, she caught a whiff of the smoke lingering on him. She had never seen him smoke, nor did she know he indulged in it. She looked up at him, even rising on her toes in an attempt to discern his expression, instinctively asking, Are you feeling unwell? Did something happen at work? A sensation clawed at his throat, struggling to escape. Fu Zhang pressed his lips together tightly, and the next moment, he tilted his head back, crossing his arms over his chest. Exuding an air of detachment and coldness, his voice, chilling in the night, carried an unprecedented weight. Wen Li, is this amusing to you? Pursuing your little uncle is quite entertaining, is it? At his words, Wen Li lowered her heels. Sensing the icy demeanor of the man before her, as the delight on her face faded, she chose not to respond, simply stating, I am going home. Once back in the car, her shoulders slumped, and she rubbed her face with her hands. Attempting to encourage herself from the outset, she had known that pursuing Fu Zhang would be challenging. He had many reservations. Had it not been for that period when he lay unconscious, she would not have comprehended his feelings for her. Sensing Fu Zhang's aversion, Wen Li refrained from contacting him for 2 consecutive weeks, choosing instead to focus on her studies at the Lu household upon learning that she was at the Lu residence. When Nguyen frequently called, urging her to return home, using the excuse that old Master Lu did not permit her to leave, she declined. During this time, when Rong visited once, ostensibly to see her, engaging in a brief conversation with Lu Zongwei. One morning, she habitually checked Fu Zhang's chat window, her fingers hovering over the keyboard before ultimately deleting her message. She softly reassured herself, just a little more time. Grabbing a nearby book, she resumed reading. After a while, her phone rang, and instinctively she turned her head, disappointment washing over her as she saw it was Gu Lianming. I found it. You can pick it up at the office, he stated. All right. Wen Li changed her clothes and headed downstairs. Lu Zongwei was at the office today, leaving the house empty. She informed steward son, grandfather son, I am stepping out for a while. I shall return for lunch. 40 minutes later, at Gu's group, guided by an assistant. When Li entered Gu Lianming's office, he was busy with paperwork and only raised his head after several minutes. He handed her a file from his desk, saying, all the information is here. After glancing at her, he bluntly added, Old Master Fu is ill. Are you aware of this? Wen Li instinctively raised her head, clearly unaware. When, is it serious? About half a month ago. It is quite serious, and he is still in the hospital. Gu Lianming stood up to pour himself a glass of warm water, taking a sip before continuing. Zhang Shuyi has been frequently accompanying Fu Zhang during this time. At such a time, men are most easily moved.
No wonder Fu Zhang had spoken harshly to her that day. Realizing this, when Li dashed out of the office, the door swinging back and forth for a while, old Master Fu had a designated doctor in ward. His health had long been fragile, and sometimes he would stay for 2 to 3 months at a time. When Li was well aware of the location, and upon arriving at the hospital room, she found Jiang Shuyi chatting with old Master Fu. Fu Zhang sat on the sofa, head bowed, peeling an apple, while old Madame Fu sat beside him. At first glance, they appeared like a family. She paused momentarily, hesitating to enter, when suddenly the man on the sofa looked up at the door, their eyes meeting. The long peel of the apple fell to the immaculate floor. Fu Zhang's eyelids fluttered as he bent down to retrieve the apple peel and tossed it into the garbage bin. Meanwhile, when Li stepped into the room greeting grandfather, grandmother, she then turned to Fu Zhang, little uncle. In that moment, she could not allow Fu Zhang to feel any additional pressure. Previously she had been too eager. It had been quite some time since she last called him uncle. And upon catching her gaze, Fu Zhang swiftly excused himself to the restroom, only emerging after a brief interval. Jiang Shuyi had already vacated her seat, yielding it to Wen Li, and sat beside Grandma Fu. She looked up at Fu Zhang and remarked, "So, you are indeed my niece? No wonder you were so anxious last time." Fu Zhang responded with a non-committal before taking a seat nearby. Grandpa Fu nudged Wen Li, exchanging knowing glances as he whispered, "What do you think of this little aunt?" Chapter 32. Could she be granted an opportunity? In Kyoto, Jiang Shuyi was renowned for her beauty and talent, hailing from a respectable family. Wen Li could not allow her status as a rival to cloud her judgment, so she nodded sincerely, stating she is quite admirable. Grandpa Fu was familiar with the Jiang family and deemed Jiang Shuyi a more suitable match than the previous woman Fu Zhang had brought home. Her family background was indeed commendable. Of course, it ultimately depended on Fu Zhang's wishes. It was hoped that he would find a woman he truly liked, not necessarily someone he adored, but at the very least, someone with whom he could converse. Fu Zhang, why don't you take Shuyi out for a meal? Little Li is here. It was evident that he wished to provide the two an opportunity to interact. At that moment, Wen Li felt like a mere third party, lacking even the courage to lift her gaze, her eyes fixated on her fingers. She had initially anticipated hearing Fu Zhang's affirmative response, but instead, he coldly declined, stating, "I have some matters to attend to at the company." Grandpa Fu shot her a disapproving look, and before he could voice his thoughts, Jiang Shuyi appeared unfazed by Fu Zhang's attitude. Or perhaps she had simply grown accustomed to it. She gracefully stood and said, "Fu Zhang has a busy schedule. Uncle Fu, please do not worry about me. Later, I will bring some soup for you." "Shuyi, there is no need to trouble yourself. I appreciate the thought," Grandpa Fu replied warmly. Jiang Shuyi smiled, "It's no trouble at all. I shall take my leave now, Uncle Fu." "Alright, Fu Zhang, see Shuyi out," Grandpa Fu instructed. This time, Fu Zhang did not refuse and stood to escort her out. Once they had departed, Grandpa Fu sighed, "This girl Shuyi is quite impressive, beautiful, capable, and a good cook." Little Li, later, discreetly inquire about your uncle's thoughts. "He never shares these matters with us. I have no idea which one he actually favors." Grandpa Fu could discern that Fu Zhang held no particular feelings for Jiang Shuyi. However, he could not rule out the possibility that Fu Zhang was simply reticent. This child had always preferred to keep his feelings to himself. Wen Li, of course, did not decline his request. "Alright, Grandpa, I will step out for a bit." She rose and headed to the doctor's office. Inquiring carefully about Grandpa Fu's health, the doctor explained that it was an ailment from his youth, one that could only be managed gradually. Grandpa Fu had been known for his relentless work ethic in his younger days, especially after Fu Zhang was born, tirelessly venturing into new business territories to secure a future for him. She understood that Grandpa Fu yearned to hold his grandchildren soon, and reflecting on her own age made her sigh. At 18, it was indeed a troubling age. The challenge between her and Fu Zhang was not merely their ambiguous uncle-niece relationship, but rather the 8-year age gap and the fact that Grandpa Fu was already 67. Coupled with his declining health, this urgency to see Fu Zhang married stemmed from his desire to witness his grandchildren. With her head bowed, she made her way out, only to collide with a solid wall of a man. Staggering back a step, raising her gaze, she found Fu Zhang staring down at her. Wen Li, who usually called out to everyone, quietly maneuvered around him, as she had yet to devise an effective plan to persuade Fu Zhang to give her a chance. Pursuing him unprepared would be akin to acting recklessly. She could not simply take advantage of Fu Zhang's maturity. Her pursuit required sincerity. The doctor, noticing Fu Zhang's silence, took the initiative to speak. "Mr. Fu, is there something you need?" Fu Zhang looked up at him, questioning her presence. The doctor recognized Wen Li, having seen her a few times before. "Miss Wen is here to inquire about the elder Mr. Fu's health." Fu Zhang turned and re-entered the ward.
his gaze instinctively falling on the petite figure beside the bed before taking a seat on the sofa. When Lee chatted with Grandpa Fu for a while, and at 11:30 she stood, saying, "Grandpa, Grandma, I am heading back to the Liu household. My grandfather will return for lunch. I will come back in the afternoon. Let your uncle take you. I am not at ease with you traveling alone," Grandpa Fu indicated with a glance, suggesting she take the opportunity to inquire. "My uncle has company matters." When Li wished to spend time with Fu Zhang, yet she needed to return and think carefully. Once she had clarity, she would pursue Fu Zhang. She could not let him think her interest was merely a fleeting whim of youth. Upon her words, Grandpa Fu recalled and remarked with mild annoyance, "Why can't he put company matters aside for once?" However, it was just a passing comment, as he understood the pressure Fu Zhang was under. Exiting the ward, when Li entered the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor, just as the doors were about to close, a tall figure stepped in. "Fu Zhang, it's difficult to get a taxi here. I'll give you a ride," he stated in a low voice. When Li, feeling somewhat disheartened, merely responded with an "oh," leaning against the elevator wall in contemplation. At 22, and with Grandpa Fu at 72. The soonest she could have children would be at 23. That would barely be on time, provided Fu Zhang was willing to marry her by then. Old men could be as stubborn as stones. Impenetrable and devoid of any cracks. With a ding, the elevator doors opened, and she instinctively stepped out, only to have a large hand grasp her wrist and pull her back inside. Not yet. When Li resumed her position against the elevator wall, wishing Fu Zhang were an egg, at least allowing her to find a crack. Exiting the basement floor, when Li took the initiative to sit in the back seat while Fu Zhang took the driver's seat. His grip on the steering wheel tightened unconsciously before he relaxed again as they drove towards the Liu household. The car remained silent, the sound of their breathing almost audible. Eventually, they arrived at the Liu residence. When Li stepped out with documents in hand, still without a solid plan, so she restrained herself from engaging in unnecessary chatter. "I'm heading back now." Fu Zhang merely acknowledged with an Noticing the girl not looking back as she departed. A strange tightness gripped his throat as he tugged at his shirt collar, an inexplicable irritation washing over him. At that moment, a white car pulled up behind them, and Lu Zongwei emerged. Recognizing Fu Zhang's vehicle, he approached with warmth. "Fu Zhang, Uncle Lu," Fu Zhang greeted through the window. Lu Zongwei smiled. "Let us have a meal together. It's been a while." Fu Zhang pressed his lips together, unsure of his own feelings, and nodded. "All right." The two entered the Liu household one after the other. Butler's son, upon seeing them, said, "Miss has just gone upstairs. I will call for her." "Where did she go?" Lu Zongwei asked instinctively. "I am not sure. She stepped out for a bit this morning," Butler's son replied as he headed upstairs, soon returning with one as she prepared to call out to Lu Zongwei. Her gaze fell upon Fu Zhang, and her already tumultuous heart grew even more chaotic. Love is indeed a peculiar thing. She could not pinpoint when she had developed feelings for him, but she was fully aware it was not out of mere gratitude, as that would make her regard him like a beloved uncle or grandfather. Lu Zongwei raised the item in his hand. "Your favorite pineapple cake." When Li's eyes lit up as she approached, opening the package and pinching out a piece. Savoring a bite. "Delicious. As long as it's tasty," Lu Zongwei chuckled, then gestured for Fu Zhang to join them at the dining table. He casually inquired, "How has your father been lately?" "Not too well," Fu Zhang replied. Lu Zongwei, aware of Grandpa Fu's health issues, sighed. "Old age brings its own set of ailments." Fu Zhang nodded, about to say something when a piece of pineapple cake appeared before his eyes. He turned to see the girl's simple, clean face, and his heart momentarily skipped. He reached out, took it, and bit into it. The overly sweet flavor was far from appealing. Lu Zongwei watched the two with a smile, remarking, "You two have grown up so fast. It feels like just yesterday when Li was trailing behind you, calling you uncle. I used to be quite jealous. She called out to you first." Perhaps reminiscing about the past softened Fu Zhang's demeanor, and he finished the last bit of pineapple cake. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Zongwei interjected, "Fu Zhang, my health has not been great these past few years, and I might not have much time left. And Uncle Lu knows you care for Li, so I must impose a request on you. After I'm gone, please look out for her." "Grandfather," when Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice resolute and unwavering, "you and Grandpa Fu will live to be 100. 100 years would be wonderful." Lu Zongwei chuckled, ruffling her hair, his gaze tinged with reluctance. "All right." As they spoke, he looked at Fu Zhang, who nodded in agreement. Lu Zongwei smiled and signaled Butler's son to bring the dishes to the table. During the meal, Lu Zongwei and Fu Zhang exchanged a few words, and after dining, Fu Zhang did not linger at the Liu household. Rising to leave, while retrieving his car keys, he discovered a few of his favorite chocolates had found their way into his pocket. Staring blankly at them for several seconds, he unwrapped one and popped it into his mouth.
Wenli stayed back to enjoy tea with Lu Zongwei in the courtyard, her hands clasping and unclasping as she gazed at him. Struggling to find the right words after several attempts, Lu Zongwei, noticing her hesitation, asked, "What's on your mind?" Wenli cautiously looked at him, weighing her words before speaking. "Grandfather, what I am about to say might be difficult for you to accept. But I still wish to say it. Go ahead, your grandfather is strong-hearted. It's nothing to worry about," Lu Zongwei reassured her, with her head lowered. Wenli whispered, "I have feelings for Fu Zhang," seeing that he remained silent. She lifted her gaze to glance at him. His expression was one of astonishment. Summoning her courage, she continued, "It is the kind of affection that desires marriage. I am not jesting." Lu Zongwei, having traversed the business world for decades, took a moment to process her words. After a thoughtful pause, he turned his gaze to Wenli. He sipped his tea and, after a prolonged silence, asked, "Does Fu Zhang know?" "Yes, he does, but he disapproves," Wenli replied. Her voice tinged with disappointment. Lu Zongwei seemed poised to speak, yet upon observing the earnest and somewhat cautious demeanor of Wenli, he ultimately said, "As long as you are happy." Wenli had anticipated his disapproval or uncertainty. So when she heard those words, she was momentarily taken aback. "Grandfather, is that true?" Having endured the loss of his wife and daughter, Lu Zongwei's only wish was for Wenli to be healthy and happy. The rest was hers to decide. Moreover, Fu Zhang was indeed a commendable young man. With him around, no one would dare to mistreat Wenli. In truth, he had his own selfish motives. "I only wish for your well-being. Beyond that, I respect your choices." Wenli felt a surge of emotion, her nose tingling as she softly remarked, "What should I do if you disapprove?" If Lu Zongwei were to object, another barrier would arise between her and Fu Zhang. And she could not simply disregard Lu Zongwei's feelings. "Your choice of partner, or anything you desire, grandfather will support," Lu Zongwei added earnestly. "Marriage is not a trivial matter. I hope you consider it carefully before proceeding." "Your mother," he trailed off, abruptly stopping his thought. Having received Lu Zongwei's support, a portion of Wenli's lost confidence returned as they lingered in the courtyard for nearly half an hour. Once back in her bedroom, she opened the documents provided by Gu Lianming, which contained various prenatal checkup records for Lu Muyu, as well as a list of doctors for the delivery. The records indicated that Lu Muyu's examinations during pregnancy were all normal. She noted down the names of the doctors and nurses for the delivery, then placed the documents in her drawer, pressing something on top to keep them secure. Later, seated at her desk, she began to write, occasionally frowning or biting her lip, indicating that her thoughts were not flowing smoothly. As dinner approached, Wenli carried the soup that the aunt had prepared and drove to the hospital to visit old Master Fu. To her surprise, Zhang Shuyi, her rival, was present in the ward. However, Fu Zhang was absent. "Grandfather, Grandma, I brought soup. Would you like some?" she asked softly. "I just had some. Save it for your uncle. He should be on his way and likely hasn't eaten yet," replied old Master Fu. At this, Wenli said nothing, placing the food container on the table and then settling onto the sofa. After about 10 minutes, the door to the ward swung open, and instinctively she looked up, only to hear Zhang Shuyi call out, "Fu Zhang." Wenli felt a pang of jealousy. She was not fond of vinegar even in the best of times, and now it was even less welcome. When she returned home, she would have the aunt throw the vinegar away. Fu Zhang responded coolly, then took a seat. Old Master Fu pointed to the food container on the table, saying, "You haven't eaten." "Have you?" "Go ahead. I've already eaten," Fu Zhang replied, not even glancing at the food container, his long legs crossed elegantly. Old Master Fu, perhaps considering Wenli's good intentions, remarked, "If you won't eat, I will." "The soup that Shaoli brought must be delicious." Upon hearing this, Fu Zhang instinctively looked in Wenli's direction before shifting his gaze back to old Master Fu, pursing his lips as he replied, "The doctor said you shouldn't eat too much." He then reached for the food container and began to eat in silence. Moments later, Zhang Shuyi's phone rang, presumably an urgent matter, and after hanging up, she left hastily. Not long after, Fu Zhang finished the last bit of soup, stood up, and headed to the restroom. Upon returning, he glanced at his watch and then at Wenli. In his cool voice, he said, "It's getting late. You should head back." Wenli slowly rose, looking at him. "Will you drive me home?" Fu Zhang replied, taking the car keys from the coffee table and stepping outside. This time, Wenli boldly settled into the passenger seat, swiftly buckling her seatbelt, meeting Fu Zhang's gaze. She smiled, her eyes sparkling. Fu Zhang's eyelids fluttered slightly before he quickly averted his gaze, turning the steering wheel as they drove down the broad road. The wind whipped past her ears, creating a ticklish sensation. Wenli rolled up her window, then stole a glance at Fu Zhang before returning her gaze to the road ahead. She gently patted her thigh, trying to encourage herself. "Fu Zhang, I've made up my mind," she paused before continuing. "When I graduate from university, I'll be just 22. We can first obtain a marriage certificate, and then we can have children. This won't delay my plans for graduate school." And it will also satisfy Uncle Fu's wish for grandchildren. Suddenly, the tires screeched against the pavement and the sleek black car came to a halt by the roadside, meeting the man's piercing dark gaze. Wen-li mustered her courage once more. I have seriously considered the issues between us. This is the solution I have contemplated all afternoon. What I mean to say is that I want to marry you. And this is not a fleeting whim. Could you grant me the opportunity to pursue you? In the corner of her eye, she noticed the youthful vigor radiating from Wen-li's face, seemingly unaware of the profound impact her words would have on her future. She planned to marry and bear children at the tender age of 22, during what should be the prime of her life. Did she not know better? Did he not know better? Wu Fu Zheng's hands rested on the steering wheel. His brow furrowed as the word good nearly escaped his lips. The logo on the dashboard blurred before his eyes. In a tone that was calm yet somewhat rigid, he stated, Wen-li, I can only be your uncle. Wen-li, having anticipated this response, remained undeterred. With her hands clasped together, she straightforwardly inquired, Are you planning to get engaged to Jiang Shuyi? Before he could respond, she added, Fu Zhang, I will be better than her. Give me 2 years, will you? If after 2 years you still feel the same, I will let go. Perhaps I may even have moved on by then. She spoke deliberately, fearing Fu Zheng's refusal. A silence enveloped the car, and after half a minute, Fu Zheng closed his eyes, only to reopen them with a penetrating gaze. Ultimately, he found himself at a loss against her resolve. I agree to your terms. After 2 years, we can only remain as uncle and niece, he said coolly. Upon hearing his agreement, Wen-li's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. She turned to him, her gaze tracing the exquisite contours of his profile. During these 2 years, you cannot treat me as your niece, nor can you refer to yourself as my uncle. Seeing him nod, she suddenly reached out, intertwining their fingers, her pinky extended. Let us make a pact. If either of us breaks it, they shall be a little dog as a child. Wen-li had always enjoyed making such pacts with Fu Zhang, and he had never once broken his word. Fu Zhang's fingers twitched slightly before he extended his right hand, their fingers locking together, sending a jolt through his heart. Instinctively, he yearned to withdraw, to retract this absurd gesture. What compelled him to agree? What was he yearning for? Fu Zhang, you are no longer a child. Yet Wen-li stubbornly tugged at his pinky, playfully insisting, 100 years of this pact, and if it changes, Fu Zhang will be a little dog. Satisfied, she withdrew her hand, sneaking glances at him throughout the drive. Fu Zhang, not oblivious, noticed her furtive glances. One hand firmly on the steering wheel, he loosened his shirt collar before fastening it again and finally rolled down the window. The wind tousled their hair, bringing a hint of warmth. At the Lu family gate, Lu Zongwei was taking a stroll, waiting for Wen-li to return home, and naturally spotted Fu Zhang accompanying her. Once they departed, he turned to Wen-li, noticing her beaming smile, and chuckled before addressing a serious matter. Yuan Rong called. She wants you to return home tomorrow. She said she received her admission letter. An academic celebration will be held at Lanyue Hotel tomorrow. Wen-li nodded, reluctantly wrapping her arm around Lu Zongwei's grandfather. I'm going back. I may not be able to visit you often. I will come back to see you in secret. She assured him. Lu Zongwei gently patted her arm, indicating that he understood. Are you sure you don't need my assistance? No need, rest assured. I have inherited your and mother's high intelligence. The Wen family won't stand a chance against me. Wen-li joked lightly. She merely possessed a god's eye view. Lu Zongwei chuckled at her jest but remained somewhat uneasy. If anything arises, go to the Fu family immediately. Grandfather Fu and Fu Zhang will surely protect you. I know, grandfather, you can rest easy, Wen-li replied earnestly. The next morning, at the Wen residence, upon entering the living room, Wen-li was greeted by a throng of people. A makeup artist was styling Yuan Rong's hair, while Du Ying and Wen Nuan were conspicuously absent. Upon noticing Wen-li, Yuan Rong signaled the makeup artist to attend to her, clearly indicating her seriousness regarding the upcoming academic celebration. After all, how many children from prestigious families could gain admission to Jing University? Moreover, this was a significant commercial collaboration. Wen-li was temporarily at the mercy of others, donning a pink spaghetti strap gown that flowed elegantly, its silky fabric hugging her figure while the skirt billowed slightly, simple yet exuding sophistication. Her hair was entirely swept up, adorned by a delicate crown designed with petals. It was evident that Yuan Rong had spared no expense on her attire and accessories. Through the mirror, she caught a glimpse of the crown, its diamonds glinting brightly. She wondered how much it might be worth, a question she would soon find answered. Du Ying and Wen Nuan emerged from the bedroom, impeccably dressed, their eyes immediately falling upon the crown atop Wen-li's head. Clearly recognizing its value, feigning ignorance, Wen-li adjusted the crown and lamented to them, "Mama, sister, this crown is so tacky. Who even wears crowns these days?"
You silly girl, this crown is a new design from H Jewelry. Your father specifically bought it for you as a gift for your academic celebration, Duing responded, subtly patting Wen Nuan's arm before retracting her hand. Wen Li pouted, her lips forming a delicate pout. It's hideous. She then turned to Wen Nuan's sister. Why aren't you wearing a crown? Do you think it's ugly too, if you don't wear one? I won't either. Wen Nuan's expression momentarily stiffened before quickly returning to normal. With a smile, she comforted her, saying, only our little princess possesses such beauty. It is not unattractive, but rather charming. Why don't you buy one for your sister? Wen Li shot an angry glance at Wen Rong. As soon as those words were spoken, the living room fell silent for a few seconds. Wen Rong, however, showed no signs of embarrassment as she adjusted her suit. After all, she had already given a gift during the graduation banquet. Indeed, dear sister, wear it. It looks lovely, just like a little princess, Wen Nuan said, attempting to ease the tension, though she was nearly infuriated herself. She suppressed her emotions to console her. Wen Li briefly raised her gaze, then quickly adjusted her crown with a hint of disdain, saying, fine. The four of them boarded a luxury vehicle heading to Lanhua Hotel. The spacious lobby was already populated with several guests. Wen Rong turned to Wen Li, taking her for her first encounter with others, as it was usually Wen Nuan who accompanied her for toasts. Wen Li pointed at Wen Nuan with a naive tone, let my sister go. I don't want to. What do you mean your sister? The Wen family legacy is yours to inherit, not hers, Wen Rong declared. Causing the expressions of Duing and Wen Nuan beside her to shift, Wen Li pretended not to hear, reluctantly responding with an O as she followed Wen Rong to offer a toast. Behind them, Wen Nuan instinctively tightened her grip on Du Ying's arm. Duing glanced down at her, placing her hand over Wen Nuan's, softly suggesting, ask Qin Feng when he'll arrive. He is already on his way. Wen Nuan replied, taking a deep breath, retracting her hand, and added, I need to visit the restroom. In an instant, she cast a glance at Wen Rong and Wen Li, her grip still unconsciously tight. Meanwhile, Wen Li found herself surrounded by various executives. From Mr. Wang to Mr. Li, Mr. Sun, and so forth. It wasn't until she heard the simultaneous mention of Mr. Fu that she raised her head, her eyes flashing with unmistakable awe. Fu Zhang was clad in a white shirt, a form-fitting black vest, and an unbuttoned black suit jacket, casually holding a glass of red wine in one hand. He raised it slightly before bringing it to his lips, tilting his head back to take a sip, thereby honoring Wen Rong. Wen Li approached Fu Zhang, holding her wine glass with both hands, her eyes crinkling playfully as she greeted Mr. Fu. Her pink spaghetti strap dress, while not overly revealing, could not hide the hint of her curves visible from Fu Zhang's elevated perspective. He instinctively lifted his gaze, just as the sound of clinking glasses reached her ears. Wen Li tilted her head back to drink some red wine, and many eyes turned towards them. Fu Zhang, naturally, did not refuse the drink, taking another sip from his glass. At that moment, a male voice interjected. Wen Li, she turned to see Song Yuan, also clad in a black suit, while he was handsome in his own right. In comparison to the mature allure of Fu Zhang, he appeared almost childlike, as though he had borrowed an adult's attire. She had never been particularly fond of peers, otherwise she would have had numerous suitors in her previous life. Yet none had captured her interest. It had once led her to believe she preferred women, but now she realized her attraction lay with mature older men. Song Yuan had recently learned of Wen Li's impressive academic achievements and raised his wine glass, saying, congratulations. Wen Li took another sip of her wine, and Fu Zhang cast a sidelong glance at her, pressing his lips together before striding off to another part of the venue. Once he left, Song Yuan pulled a small box from his pocket and handed it to Wen Li, saying, a gift for you. He added with a hint of disappointment, I will be going abroad. Initially, he had thought Wen Li would surely study abroad, but to his surprise, she had achieved admission to Jing University through her own merit. Well, congratulations to you, Wen Li replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin approached. Lin Baozhu surveyed her from head to toe, exclaiming, Lili, you look stunning. You all look beautiful too, Wen Li replied, blinking her eyes. Lin Baozhu looked around, not spotting her brother, before taking a wineglass from the table to clink with Wen Li's, saying, congratulations, Lili, on your acceptance to Jing University. Zhou Qin, having been scolded by her sister the last time she drank, shyly echoed, congratulations, Lili, on your acceptance to Jing University. After chatting with them for a while, Wen Rong came over to introduce Wen Li to various executives, likely out of respect for Fu Zhang, as Bai Siyuan and a group of aristocratic youths had also arrived, significantly enhancing Wen Rong's stature. Her face flushed with pride. Although Wen Li had only sipped a little, the sheer number of people made her feel slightly dizzy, prompting her to instinctively seek refuge in the restroom. As soon as she entered,
She heard a loud thud, followed by the unmistakable sound of a lock clicking. Turning swiftly, she found a young man behind her, his expression indicating he was not intoxicated. She stepped back, glancing at the open stalls. Realizing they were empty, this was the women's restroom. Before the young man could speak, Wen-li dashed into a stall, slamming the door shut just as he forcefully collided with it, caught off guard. She stumbled to the side but quickly regained her footing. Without her phone, she had no means to call for help. She couldn't shout either, knowing that if anyone discovered she was alone with a man in the restroom, it would tarnish her reputation. The door continued to be slammed against repeatedly, and Wen-li forced herself to remain calm. Observing the frequency of the impacts, she removed her high heels, mentally counting, and resolved to unlock the door after another hit. The moment came. Bang! The man burst through, unprepared, and fell to the floor. Wen-li seized the opportunity to strike him with her heels, careful not to use the pointed end, as she wouldn't want to be charged with manslaughter. She hit him harder each time until he finally groaned. Stop. Wen-li continued to strike until he was incapacitated, panting heavily as she finally ceased, slipped on her heels, and turned to unlock the door. Just then, she heard a familiar voice from outside. It was Wen Muan, calling out with concern, "Sister, are you there?" Immediately following, she heard, "I saw my sister go in. Why is no one responding? Kick the door down. I'm worried she might be in trouble." Wen-li could easily deduce that a crowd had gathered outside, and regardless of the circumstances, she would undoubtedly make the news in Kyoto the following day. She quickly scanned her surroundings, her gaze landing on a large trash bin nearby. After a moment of silence, she pinched her nose and opened the lid, finding it filled with refuse. Closing her eyes, she leaped into the bin and covered herself, leaving a small gap for air. An indescribable odor assaulted her senses, and she stifled a gag, quickly regaining her composure. Moments later, the door was kicked open from the outside, and through the gap Fu Zhang was the first to enter, followed closely by others. Spotting the unconscious man on the floor, Wen Muan continued to call out, "Sister, sister." They checked several stalls, finding no one else, and she looked back at the man on the floor, then at the others, asking, "Could something have happened to my sister?" Fu Zhang's gaze fell on the man sprawled on the ground, his brow furrowing. Suddenly his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of pink fabric near the trash bin. Instinctively he stepped forward but quickly halted, addressing the others. "What could have happened? She isn't in the restroom. She is likely outside. This man is drunk. Get security to take him away." The security personnel soon arrived and carried the man out while Fu Zhang remained in the women's restroom, coldly commanding, "Everyone else, please leave. I need to use the restroom." Assuming it was a men's restroom, the crowd hesitated to point out the obvious, but seeing Fu Zhang's icy demeanor, they silently exited. He locked the door behind him, and the next moment, Wen-li sprang up from the trash bin. Inhaling deeply, she reached out to Fu Zhang, her voice laced with feigned innocence. "Fu Zhang, please carry me out. It stinks." Without a moment's hesitation, he strode over and lifted her from the bin. He scanned her from head to toe, relieved to find no injuries, and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" "I just entered the restroom when he came in attempting to assault me, but I knocked him out with my heels," Wen-li explained. Glancing down at her dress, now marred with stains, though beautiful, it was now tarnished. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhang's brow furrowed again, his lips forming a thin, cold line as he took out his phone, dialing, "Send the latest Star Series. Size M" to the women's restroom. He often arranged for clothes to be delivered to Wen-li, remaining attentive to the brands and styles. After about 10 minutes, there was a knock at the door. Fu Zhang opened it and took a bag from Assistant Su, ensuring the main power supply for the hall was turned off. Once the door was closed again, Wen-li quickly changed into a clean dress in the restroom. Placing her soiled one into the bag, the lights in the restroom went out, and the commotion from the hall echoed inside. Fu Zhang opened the door and softly said, "You can come out now." Wen-li stepped out into the now dark hall, glancing sideways, her eyes darted around before she playfully kissed Fu Zhang's cheek. Then, feeling a rush of excitement, she scurried away, unable to contain her laughter at the stunned expression he wore. Afterward, she requested ice cream from a server and re-entered the hall, where the lights had been restored. As soon as Wen-rong spotted her, she marched over, her face taut with concern. "Where have you been?" "I went to find a server for ice cream," Wen-li replied, feigning confusion as she took a couple of spoonfuls. Just then, Wen Muan approached, scrutinizing her with an odd expression. "Sister, there was a drunk man in the women's restroom earlier. I thought you were in there. You scared me." "What man?" Wen-li asked, her curiosity piqued as she offered her sister a spoonful of ice cream. "Sister, this ice cream is delicious." Chapter 34. Which brave woman dared to steal a kiss? At that moment, Bai Siyuan's astonished voice rang out. "Fu Zhang, why do you have lipstick on your face? Could it be that some daring woman took the opportunity to kiss you in the dark?" The conversation had not yet concluded when laughter erupted from the crowd. It is a rare sight to witness Fu Zheng embarrassed, thus it was only natural for others to take the opportunity to tease him. Wen Li quietly cast a glance in his direction, noticing the handsome profile of the man adorned with a conspicuous lipstick mark. She felt a pang of guilt, biting her lip momentarily before quickly indulging in another spoonful of ice cream, followed by a tentative lick of her lower lip. Surely the color had faded by now. Soon Fu Zheng's cold voice pierced through her thoughts, commanding silence. Moments later, he vanished from the view of the gathered crowd. Appearing somewhat as if he were fleeing the scene, Wen Li continued to focus on her ice cream, which was quite delectable. She was referring to Fu Zheng's face, which resembled a block of ice yet was surprisingly soft. If the older man were to discern her musings, he would likely adopt a stern demeanor and declare, "Wen Li, I am your uncle." Bai Siyuan patted Gu Lianming's shoulder, unable to suppress a chuckle. "You've really suffered a loss this time. I wonder who had the audacity to do such a thing." Gu Lianming glanced over at Wen Li, setting down his wineglass. "Perhaps you should be more concerned about your ex-girlfriend." "I say, you," Bai Siyuan nudged him playfully, chiding him for bringing up the topic. As the banquet drew to a close, in a secluded corner devoid of onlookers, Wen Muan stared at the unreturned calls on her phone. Her expression tense, she then rose to inquire with the hotel security, "Excuse me, could you tell me which hospital the gentleman from the restroom was taken to?" The security officer replied, "We reviewed the surveillance footage and discovered he deliberately headed towards the ladies' restroom. So he was taken to the police station." "The police station?" Wen Muan's tone involuntarily heightened, although she quickly regained her composure. The officer nodded. "Yes, Mr. Fu has already arranged for someone to take him there. We will ensure this matter is addressed." Wen Muan's expression shifted subtly as she recalled that the hotel belonged to the Fu family. She tentatively asked, "May I view the surveillance footage?" "Certainly." The officer proceeded to show her the footage of the man entering the restroom. "Is there no footage of what happened before?" Wen Muan inquired. The officer shook his head. "We do not have access to that. The footage was sent directly to the police station, which is why we can show you this." "Rest assured, Miss Wen, we will handle this matter appropriately." Just as Wen Muan was about to respond, Wen Li suddenly leaned in from beside her, asking, "Sister, what are you discussing?" "Nothing, just inquiring about a guest," Wen Muan replied with a smile to the officer before leading Wen Li away. After taking a few steps, Wen Muan turned to her sister, her tone laced with concern. "Sister, I didn't see you come out of the restroom earlier." Wen Li mischievously took her hand and whispered, "Sister, I actually knocked that man out. As soon as I entered the restroom, he followed me in and startled me. Thankfully, I had my high heels. I hit him a few times, and he passed out. It was too crowded earlier, so I didn't dare admit it. I was afraid others would misunderstand and think something happened to me." She shook Wen Muan's hand, grinning. "Sister, am I clever?" She had no intention of hiding this from Wen Muan, knowing she would soon be exposed. If the man were to connect the dots, it would be clear that she was the one who had struck him. By revealing it herself, Wen Muan would not suspect her but rather view her as fortunate. Wen Muan's expression immediately turned to one of worry. "Did he do anything to you? Let me see," she said, scanning Wen Li for any sign of the man's advances. If there were even the slightest mark, Wen Li could be certain it would make headlines by the next day. Not at all. He was a scrawny fellow. What could he possibly do? Her small face displayed a hint of pride. "But why did he follow me? If I weren't worried about my reputation, I would have reported him to the police." Who knows, perhaps someone is envious of my admission to Jing University." Wen Muan felt a jolt in her heart and instinctively glanced at her sister, who appeared irritated, as though she had spoken without thinking. "You absolutely must not go. This matter must remain confidential, or the media will run wild with it." Wen Li, wearing a knowing expression, replied, "I understand. That's why I didn't dare say anything earlier." Just then, Lin Baju jogged over, exclaiming, "Li, come play at my house for a while." Without casting a glance at Wen Muan, who she clearly did not favor, Wen Li nodded. "All right, sister, I'm going out to play. Please let Gaga know." With that, she linked arms with Lin Baju and left. The Lin family's villa was far grander than the Wen family's, resembling a small castle. Wen Li had never seen a home so extravagantly opulent. Lin Baju, accustomed to the expressions of those who visited her home, sheepishly remarked, "My family is quite extravagant. My grandfather says I'm a little princess and should live in a castle." Lin Baju certainly appeared to be the cherished little princess of her household. Her carefree demeanor devoid of guile, reminiscent of her past life. However, the Lin family was not the Wen family, and Lin Baju was not her. Wen Li agreed. Indeed, a little princess should reside in a castle. The exterior was luxurious, and the interior was no less impressive. Lin Baju had her own floor, complete with a studied game room and movie theater, all one could desire. She led Wen Li directly to her bedroom, closed the door, and then faced her, saying, "Lily, I have something astonishing to tell you, but you must not share it with anyone." When Li's expression turned serious as she raised her hand in promise.
"I want to tell a soul." Despite her vow, Lin Baoju hesitated, eventually sitting on her bed before saying, "What if I told you that Zhou Qin likes my brother? Would you believe it? Would you be surprised?" Had Wen Li not harbored feelings for Fu Zhang, she might have been taken aback by this revelation. However, in comparison, she could easily accept that Zhou Qin had affections for Lin Yichen. She sat beside Lin Baoju, attempting to mitigate the shock through comparison. "If I were to say that I like Fu Zhang, would that lessen your astonishment regarding Zhou Qin's feelings for your brother?" Lin Baoju blinked in surprise, her playful expression turning blank as she mechanically replied, "You like your uncle." Wen Li earnestly clarified, "There is no blood relation. He merely holds a higher generational status than I do." Lin Baoju responded with an "oh," before falling silent once more, ultimately managing to utter, "Well, that adds another layer to my astonishment. Does your uncle know?" "He does, but he rejected me," Wen Li admitted, feeling both forthright and aggrieved. Lin Baoju, recovering from her shock, inquired curiously, "What will you do now?" "I'll continue pursuing him." Li, "I've realized you truly possess great courage. Zhou Qin's affection for my brother is kept under wraps. If I hadn't accidentally seen her diary, I wouldn't have known." Lin Baoju pouted, perplexed. "I don't understand why she likes my brother. He is both arrogant and unattractive. If feelings are difficult to articulate and uncontrollable," Wen Li remarked. "True, so should I try to play matchmaker for them? Let Zhou Qin decide for herself. Some people prefer to keep their feelings to themselves. We shouldn't meddle in their affairs." Upon hearing this, Lin Baoju pondered for a moment and agreed. She did not want to lose Zhou Qin as a good friend over such matters. "Alright, I won't say anything." As they exited the Lin residence, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. Given the proximity to Minqing Hospital, Wen Li decided to make a stop there. On the 7th floor, in the obstetrics and gynecology department, Wen Li scrutinized the doctor introduction board, noting that not a single attending physician was named Liang Mei. She approached the office of a seemingly older female doctor. "Hello, doctor. I would like to ask if you know Dr. Liang Mei." The doctor adjusted her glasses and looked up at her, seemingly recognizing the name. "Dr. Liang, she resigned many years ago. Why are you looking for her?" "Many years ago? It's nothing serious. I just got into college this year, and my mother said it was thanks to Dr. Liang's assistance during my birth, so I wanted to express my gratitude." Wen Li smiled innocently. The doctor chuckled, offering her congratulations. "Dr. Liang hasn't worked in the hospital for many years. I'm not sure if her old phone number is still active, but I can give you one." Wen Li's eyes lit up as she replied, "Thank you, doctor. By the way, do you know when Dr. Liang left the hospital? My mother mentioned she was quite skilled, and I'm curious about her reason for resigning." With no patients in the office at the moment, the doctor had time to elaborate. "It's been around 17 or 18 years, quite a long time. When she resigned, it was said that her mother was ill, and she returned to K City. If she knew that someone still remembered her, she would surely be pleased." With that, the doctor handed her the written phone number. "I can't guarantee it will work. You can try calling." "Thank you, doctor." Wen Li left the office, clutching the phone number. 17 or 18 years, about her own age. What a coincidence. Shortly after the surgery, her mother fell ill, and she was also from out of town. It was quite unusual for a doctor from a different region to resign with such ease from Minqing Hospital in Kyoto, where local medical students found it challenging to secure a position. Wen Li dialed the number on the slip of paper, only to find it was no longer in service. This was hardly surprising. Soon, she called Gu Lianming. At that moment, Gu Lianming was seated in a private room with Fu Zhang and a few others, enjoying their weekly gathering. As everyone happened to be free that day, he glanced at his phone and instinctively looked towards Fu Zhang before answering. "Xiaoli, what's up?" As he spoke, Fu Zhang and the others turned their attention to him. Gu Lianming lounged with one leg crossed over the other, resting an arm on the sofa while listening intently to the voice on the other end. "Could you assist me with one more thing? Please help me investigate the current address of Dr. Liang Mei at Minqing Hospital." Wen Li's voice was somewhat subdued, as one does not request favors too forcefully. Furthermore, she felt a little guilty for not being able to assist Gu Lianming in any way at present. Gu Lianming replied with a casting a furtive glance towards Fu Zhang before saying, "We can discuss it tomorrow when we meet. No need, just find the information and send it to me." Wen Li had not finished speaking when the call abruptly ended, leaving her somewhat perplexed, though she chose not to dwell on it. Gu Lianming placed his phone on the table, and Lin Yichen gave him a light pat on the shoulder.
Exclaiming in surprise, "You can't possibly have any feelings for Fu Zhang's niece, can you? The young lady is quite intriguing, and besides, your uncle has already given his consent." Bai Siyuan, unable to contain himself, spat out a mouthful of red wine and turned to Gu Lianming, saying, "Your uncle's name rolls off your tongue so easily. I truly admire you, however. Being with Wenli seems to be quite favorable. At least, we needn't worry about you mistreating her." As they conversed, both stole furtive glances at the silent Fu Zhang, who remained unresponsive even after a considerable pause, clearly indifferent. Nevertheless, the fingers gripping his wineglass turned slightly pale before he quickly released it. Investigating a person was an effortless task for Gu Lianming. He promptly sent her the details that very evening. The address was located in the city center of K-City, appearing to be within a villa district. It was not unusual for a doctor at Minqing Hospital to be affluent. Wenli noted the address and was just about to tidy up when she heard faint footsteps nearby. Instinctively, she shut her phone, shielding the paper with her arm, and turned to see Wen Nuan standing behind her. Having arrived unnoticed, with a pout of dissatisfaction, she exclaimed to sister, "Why didn't you knock? I thought you were engrossed in something serious, so I didn't want to disturb you. What are you being so secretive about? Do you and your sister have secrets now? Let me see." When Nuan smiled gently, reaching for the paper beneath her arm, Wenli immediately leaned over it, feeling a bit shy, and protested, "Sister, you mustn't look. What's this? Have you fallen in love?" When Nuan's gaze scrutinized her, Wenli buried her face in her arms, her muffled voice tinged with embarrassment. "I've engaged in an online romance. I'm meeting my online friend tomorrow." After saying this, she handed over the paper, adding, "I'm going to meet here." Thankfully, she had only jotted down a general location, leaving no room for Wen Nuan's suspicions. When Nuan glanced at the location on the paper, finding nothing particularly remarkable, and smiled as she returned it, saying, "All right, I shall keep it a secret. Do you need me to buy your plane ticket for tomorrow? Our little Lee has grown up and is now dating." "What does this young man do?" "Apparently, he runs a tattoo shop. He seems quite cool." "Sister, you mustn't tell Dad. I'll be back after a few days." When Lee's pleading gaze, hands clasped together, implored her to keep it confidential. "Okay, but you must take care of yourself and ensure your safety," Wen Nuan gently reminded her. When Lee's face flushed instantly, and she covered her cheeks, saying, "Sister, you are an adult now. There is no need to feel shy." After a few more words, Wen Nuan turned to leave, eventually entering Du Ying's room, where Wen Rong had not yet returned. Once the door was locked, she whispered, "Wen Li is going to K-City tomorrow to meet an online friend. The person is a tattoo artist. Let her go." Du Ying replied with a glance, then added softly, "Do you think Su Changchun might expose you?" "No, he is too inebriated to provide any incriminating evidence." Wen Nuan assured her. "Wen Li, how does she always manage to evade capture?" Du Ying's voice bore a hint of confusion. Wen Nuan too found it puzzling. However, Wen Li had never concealed anything from her. Perhaps it was simply luck on her part. The following day, Wen Li dragged her suitcase out the door. Encountering Du Ying in the living room, she rose and inquired, "Where are you off to?" "Mom, I'm going out to have some fun," Wen Li replied, her demeanor slightly evasive, clearly not wishing to reveal the truth. Du Ying pretended to be oblivious and cheerfully said, "Off you go then. Enjoy yourself for a few days. I'll handle your father's concerns." "Thank you, Mom," Wen Li said as she left with her suitcase. 2 hours later, Du Ying called Wen Rong, her tone laced with worry. "Little Lee left this morning with the suitcase. Is she going to meet an online friend? I've noticed she has been glued to her phone for days." Wen Rong furrowed his brow and replied, "Why didn't you stop her?" "I didn't think of it then. It only occurred to me later. I just asked Wen Nuan, and she mentioned that little Lee seems to have a tattoo artist as an online boyfriend." Du Ying, feeling guilty, urged, "You must find her quickly. What if she is being deceived by some man?" Wen Rong hung up the phone immediately, managing to trace Wen Li to K-City, but he could not ascertain her precise whereabouts. He promptly called Fu Zhang. "Little Fu, Wen Li has gone to K-City to meet a male friend online. Could you help me look into this?" Chapter 35 can be reserved for future use. Assistant Su noticed that Fu Zhang had answered the call and soon stood up to leave, his steps brisk, clearly in a hurry. He quickly informed the executives in the meeting, "President Fu has an urgent matter to attend to. We shall reconvene later." After speaking, he hurried out, making his way to the office. Before he could utter a word, Fu Jing turned to him, his voice low and grave, "Trace Wen Li's current location." Upon hearing this, Assistant Su immediately pulled out his phone. Wen Li's device had a location feature enabled. Before long, he pinpointed her exact whereabouts. She was currently in Longqing Alley. "K-City, President, should I head over?" "I'll go. Book a flight," Fu Jing instructed. Just then, his phone rang again, this time from Wen Rong. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Little Fu, I heard from Wen Nuan that Wen Li's online boyfriend is a tattoo artist. I can't reach her by phone. Do you think something might have happened? I'll handle it, Fu Zheng said curtly before hanging up, pulling off his tie and tossing it onto the table. Loosening his collar to reveal part of his collarbone. He then dialed Wen Li's number, but it showed as unreachable, a flicker of urgency crossing his brow. Curry, understood, President. The ticket has been booked. I'll take you to the airport right away. Assistant Su replied promptly. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Zheng strode purposefully out the door. Moments later, in the car, Assistant Su could sense the atmosphere was unusually tense, glancing at the man in the back seat, whose typically stoic face seemed taut. He dared not inquire further. In K City, Wen Li planned to stay for a few days, so she was in no rush to find Dr. Liang Mei. She needed to familiarize herself with the surroundings first, otherwise she might not gain access to the villa district where Liang Mei resided. She booked a room at a 5-star hotel, and after stowing her luggage, she stepped out to explore. Halfway through, she discovered an issue with her SIM card, which displayed an error message. She had to visit the service center, taking half an hour to resolve the problem. Concerned that her act might not seem genuine upon her return, Wen Li made a special trip to a tattoo shop, applying a sticker on her arm that bore a string of English words, making it appear as if she had gotten inked. The message read, "You are the love of my life." Later, she visited a supermarket, purchasing a box of condoms, opening it to keep only a few, discarding the rest to imply that they had already been used. Given that she had been accepted into Jing University, both Wen Nuan and Du Ying had grown wary of her, and her current capabilities were insufficient to counter their scrutiny. Especially since she possessed no evidence, she needed to convince them that she was a hopeless case, allowing them to continue their actions so that she could gather proof. Only when she had amassed sufficient evidence would she ensure they could never escape from their consequences. Upon returning to the hotel, Wen Li tossed her belongings into the suitcase without closing it. After showering and changing into comfortable clothes, she lay back on the balcony, enjoying the breeze, suddenly thinking of Fu Zheng. She quickly took out her phone to call him, but the call could not be completed, likely because the older man was once again preoccupied with matters. Time passed, and suddenly she heard the sound of a keycard being swiped at the door. Instinctively, she turned her head, and the door swung open. A staff member from the front desk entered. "What's the matter? I've already checked into this room." Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon the tall man who had entered, his dark eyes radiating an icy demeanor. "This is troublesome. Please leave." The front desk attendant promptly retreated and closed the door. Fu Zheng surveyed the room, his gaze landing on the condoms in the suitcase. His eyes narrowed slightly as he turned toward the bathroom, which remained empty. The mirror reflected his expression, rife with a simmering rage, and he slowly closed his eyes before reopening them, restoring his usual indifference. He turned to face Wen Li, who instinctively sensed his unusual demeanor. "What brings you here?" Fu Zheng's eyes immediately fell upon the tattoo on her arm, and he could hardly contain his anger, stating, "Wen Li, you are now an adult. Do you not think before you act?" Wen Li was momentarily taken aback by his reprimand, instinctively thinking he was referring to the incident from the previous day. She touched her nose and quietly suggested, "Why don't you kiss me back?" The room fell silent in an instant as Fu Zheng rubbed his temples, diverting his gaze as he coldly replied, "You should wash off the tattoo on your arm." Upon hearing this, Wen Li instinctively glanced at the tattoo, suddenly realizing, and quickly clarified, "This can be washed off with a solution. I was just playing around." "Is that so?" Fu Zheng scoffed, pointing at the condoms in her suitcase with a hint of disdain. "And what about this, just for fun as well?" Wen Li had completely forgotten about the condoms. Bewildered as she followed his gaze, the mint-scented extra-large package lay quietly atop her clothes. She had quite a knack for selecting the largest size. The older man likely knew she had come to meet her online tattoo artist. Her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively covered her face, raising her eyes to meet his, cautiously asking, "If I said that, would you believe me?" The man's gaze lingered on her, then swiftly averted. He took a deep breath, saying, "Wen Li, I do not oppose your desire to date. It is your freedom to do so, but do you lack common sense? Have you never encountered a man before?" It was as if he viewed her as a carefully nurtured little princess, sullied by an unknown, scruffy-haired individual. If only it were Song Yuan, he would not have uttered such words. Wen Li shook her head while covering her face, then quickly nodded, "I do have common sense. Once again, it involves tattoos and condoms, a complete theatrical performance," leaving her with an unsettling sensation of having a voice yet being unable to use it. Fu Zheng spoke in a deep tone, "Gather your things and return with me." Wen Li shook her head, setting her hands down. "I have other matters to attend to." Fu Zheng fixed his gaze upon her, on the verge of speaking, when suddenly she dashed over, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. He stiffened momentarily, his body tensing up. Wen Li lifted her head to explain, "Fu Zheng, I do not have an online romantic partner. In a few years, I promise to clarify everything. Can you believe me? Had Fu Zhang known of Wen Muan and Du Ying's actions, he would undoubtedly seek justice for her, yet he had already aided her sufficiently in his previous life. She could not rely on him for every little thing, his own burdens were ample. It was needless to say how exhausting it would be to concern himself with her as well. Before Fu Zhang could respond, she raised her hand to assure him, "I will definitely keep that condom." For US.as she spoke, her voice dwindled to a softer tone filled with bashfulness. When Fu Zhang's voice rose and fell as he reached out to push her away, his anger palpable. "I see you." The reprimanding words hung unspoken in the air. He took a moment to regain his composure and, after a brief silence, remarked, "You are no longer a child. You should understand." He had articulated his thoughts clearly. How she chose to act was entirely up to her. With that, he turned to leave the room. When Li hurriedly positioned herself in front of the door, gazing at Fu Zhang, her hands clasped together earnestly. "Fu Zhang, just trust me this once." As she spoke, her eyes reflected a hint of pleading. With his emotions gradually stabilizing, Fu Zhang turned his gaze towards her and, after a few seconds of contemplation, relented. "I will stay here with you." When Li's eyes sparkled at the prospect of his company. "Great," she added, "I will take the sofa, and you can have the bed." Before he could respond, she continued, adopting a sensible demeanor, "Otherwise, you won't feel at ease with me." "What if I—" Her sentence trailed off as he interrupted her. "I will sleep on the sofa." The room then fell into silence. When Li sat at the desk, holding her phone, scribbling notes and sketches, she heard Fu Zhang's voice. "Found it. She is here on vacation." No matter how irate or distrustful the older man might have been, he still defended her in front of others. When Li cast a glance at the condom that Fu Zhang had just discarded into the trash, her ears flushing with warmth. Surely it would come in handy someday. After half an hour, she turned to Fu Zhang. "The travel itinerary is ready. We can visit the nearby attractions tomorrow." Perhaps fearing she would seek out her tattooed online partner, Fu Zhang did not refuse and simply responded with a murmur of agreement. When Li lowered her head, suppressing a smile, her expression one of triumph, she then stood up. "Let me accompany you to buy some clothes." Fu Zhang said nothing as they exited the room, with Wen Li trailing closely behind him. Stealing glances at him from time to time, the hotel's second floor housed a shopping mall, and they entered a menswear store where Wen Li eagerly selected clothes for Fu Zhang. She had grown somewhat visually fatigued by the sight of his daily attire of shirts and suits. She picked up a light beige knitted V-neck short sleeve and handed it to him. "How about this one?" Fu Zhang remained silent, taking the garment into the fitting room. Moments later, he emerged, the knitted top fitting snugly, subtly accentuating his well-defined physique. Wen Li observed for a few seconds, nodding in approval, then selected several more items for him, noting that he was indeed the perfect clothes hanger, looking good in anything. Within less than half an hour, they exited the store, passing by a neighboring shop. Wen Li halted, captivated by the display window. Fu Zhang followed her gaze, spotting two mannequins, one tall, the other short. The female model was dressed in a white round-neck short dress, while the male model sported a white short-sleeve shirt paired with black trousers. Presenting a couple's outfit, Wen Li glanced at him, pointing toward the display. Fu Zhang, "Let's buy matching outfits." If she had referred to them as couple's attire, Fu Zhang would likely have declined. After a moment of silence, fully aware they were not actually matching outfits, he nevertheless responded with an unintended agreement. When Li's eyes lit up, "Really?" "Yes." Fu Zhang strode directly into the shop, relaying their sizes to the attendant, exiting the store. Wen Li stole another glance at him but chose to remain silent. Indeed, one must endure a bit of stimulation. As dawn broke, Wen Li faced the grueling trials of her senior year. At precisely 7 o'clock. She opened her eyes and instinctively glanced towards the man on the sofa. The tall figure, curled up on the 1.80 m sofa, was particularly noticeable with long legs. His previously styled hair now lay in disarray, partially obscuring his brows, softening his typically stern demeanor. Fu Zhang appeared far from old. In fact, he looked younger than many in his age group, though his thoughts were quite antiquated, having cared for her from a young age. He had unconsciously taken on the role of an adult. As soon as she stepped out of bed, the man on the sofa sat up, casting a glance in her direction before rubbing his temple. In front of him, Wen Li retrieved the matching outfit they had purchased yesterday and entered the bathroom. After a brief period of time, she emerged, fully dressed. "You should change as well." Fu Zhang caught a glimpse of her. The white dress suited Wen Li perfectly, enhancing her already fair complexion, while her dark hair cascaded down her back, tucked behind her ears. Her small face was no larger than a palm, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. He diverted his gaze, rising to fetch another set of clothes. Wen Li fixed her gaze on him as he entered the bathroom, waiting for the door to close before pouting and muttering, "Old man." She had known he wouldn't dare. Upon leaving the hotel, Fu Zhang noticed the girl's cheeks puffed up, clearly in a mood to ignore him. He lowered his head, suppressing a smile, and soon resumed his normal demeanor. In City, a renowned attraction, took the form of a dolphin-shaped shopping mall, bustling with visitors eager to capture the moment. Numerous photographers were present, and upon noticing the two of them, several approached. "Would you like a photo? I take beautiful couple shots. Take a look, take a picture of her." Fu Zheng intended to step aside but was suddenly tugged firmly by Wenli, who leaned against his arm, clinging tightly. "Please take our picture." Fu Zheng bit his lip, attempting to withdraw his hand, but Wenli held on steadfastly, her weight resting on his arm as she addressed the photographer. "Please hurry, my boyfriend is shy." Fu Zheng's pupils constricted, his lips parted slightly, but before he could utter a word, he caught sight of the girl's beaming smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief, causing his heart to flutter. By the time he regained his composure, the photographer had already captured the moment. He withdrew his hand, his expression cool. Once the photographer departed, he turned to Wenli. "Wenli, I was wrong, and I will correct it next time." Wenli's eyes sparkled as she readily admitted her mistake, effectively silencing his unfinished thought. Fu Zheng took a deep breath, pursing his lips, seemingly at a loss for how to manage her. They strolled nearby, passing through the luxurious villa district of Longqing Alley. Wenli glanced at the opulent security booth, but with Fu Zheng present, she had no time to inquire. Upon returning to the hotel in the afternoon, Fu Zheng had work-related matters to attend to. Seizing the opportunity, Wenli said, "I am going out to buy a few things." Seeing Fu Zheng rise, she quickly added, "I'm just going to buy sanitary napkins. I'll be back in half an hour." Fu Zheng paused, settling back into his chair, responding nonchalantly, "Don't wander too far." Upon hearing the door close, he ran his fingers through his hair, ruffling it slightly before tugging on the collar of his already loose shirt. Meanwhile, at the security booth of the villa, Wenli stood at the entrance. "Hello, I need to find someone inside." Dr. Liang from Building 7. The guard instinctively examined her, noting her unfamiliarity, and asked, "What do you need, Dr. Liang for?" "She is my mother's doctor. I need to speak with her." "You need to register." Wenli nodded, "Thank you." After completing the registration, the guard allowed her entry. Upon reaching the entrance of Building 7, Wenli rang the doorbell. Shortly after, an elderly lady appeared, asking from behind the iron gate, "Child, who are you looking for?" "Hello, I'm looking for Dr. Liang," Wenli replied softly, presumably recognizing her as a mere child. The elderly lady opened the door. "She is upstairs. I will go call her." "Thank you, Grandma." Wenli stepped into the living room, and not long after, she heard footsteps descending the stairs. She turned to see a slightly gaunt middle-aged woman. Liang Mei's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Wenli's striking resemblance to her mother, and she instinctively took a step back. Had she not been a remorseless person, encountering the visage of a deceased victim would certainly evoke panic. The resemblance was too stark. In that fleeting moment, Wenli felt a surge of anger on behalf of her mother, whom she had never met. She stood up and declared, "Dr. Liang, I am Wenli, the daughter of Lumuyu." Chapter 36. She is manipulating Fu Zheng. Upon hearing the name Lumuyu, Liang Mei's aging face turned even paler. "I do not know her." In truth, whether she acknowledged it or not was inconsequential. Wenli merely sought to uncover any potential secrets surrounding her mother's difficult labor, and now she didn't need to ask to know there had been foul play. "You should remember her difficult labor under your care, Dr. Liang." Liang Mei stood silent, visibly trembling, her voice hoarse as she said, "Come with me upstairs." However, Wenli remained rooted to the spot, extracting a note from her pocket and placing it on the table. "If you wish for a lighter sentence, please call this number once you have reflected on your actions. I trust you do not wish to spend the rest of your life in prison. You may also disclose who compelled you to undertake this task, but, Dr. Liang, it seems you have not fared well over the years, living in such a grand villa, yet devoid of any sense of enjoyment. Do you often regret your past decisions?" She turned to leave, but after a few steps Liang Mei called out to her, her eyes glistening with tears. "Wait." Wenli turned to look at her, and Liang Mei's body momentarily slumped, enveloped in a mix of fear and guilt. "Years ago, when my mother was gravely ill and required a substantial sum for surgery, just days before your mother gave birth, someone approached me, suggesting that the child in your mother's womb should be terminated." She continued, "Indeed, your mother was in a breech position and should have prioritized her health, yet she clutched my hand tightly, pleading for me to save you. The situation was dire, and I had to choose between saving her or the child." Wenli was taken aback, and Liang Mei's voice echoed in her ears. "Afterwards, that person gave me 3 million. I was in desperate need of money and tacitly accepted responsibility for the deed." "Impossible," Wenli replied calmly. "If the child was in a breech position, it should have been evident during the prenatal checkups." Liang Mei coughed, her face flushing slightly. Once she regained her composure, she said, "Your mother's position was consistently abnormal. I suggested several times that she consider terminating the pregnancy. The prenatal report was falsified. She insisted on protecting the unborn child from external harm. In an instant, when Lee's vision blurred, she lowered her gaze to her toes. Filled with self-loathing for not visiting Lumuyu even once over the years, she gently lifted her foot, pondering, why didn't I save her? I intended to rescue your mother, but she warned me that if you did not survive, she would ensure my unemployment. She truly loved you, Liang Mei said, her voice tinged with helplessness and remorse. The realization struck her that it was she who had truly caused Lumuyu's demise. Had it not been for her, perhaps Lumuyu would still be alive today. Throughout her life, she had dismissed the notion of a motheress love as something grand, having grown up without a motheress affection. Little did she know that her mother had bestowed upon her all the love she could muster at the moment of her birth. A wave of emotion washed over Wen Li, and she asked, do you remember who that person was? I don't know who she is, but she has a small mole near her earlobe, Liang Mei rasped. If necessary, I can serve as a witness. She had worked tirelessly from a young age to gain entrance to the best hospital in Kyoto, and by the age of 40, she had become a renowned director. Her future had been bright. Yet all her efforts had been rendered futile for the sake of money, and nevertheless, if given the chance to relive her life, she would make the same choices, as she could not foresee her mother's passing at that moment. Yet her conscience would forever bear the weight of guilt. Duing had a small mole on her earlobe. As a child, she often inquired about it, innocently complimenting her mother, Mom, your mole is like a fairy. Wen Li lowered her head and, after a protracted silence, finally raised it to say, I will contact you then. With that she turned and exited. A knock echoed through the room, and Fu Zhang stood up to approach the door. Upon opening it, he had yet to discern who was at the threshold when he felt a sudden tightening in his arms. Looking down, he saw a small head of dark hair. He pursed his lips and said casually, What's wrong? Have you been bullied? The small head shook gently, and after a moment, it slowly lifted to meet his gaze, the little face serious. Fu Zhang, when we have children in the future, you must accompany me to the delivery room. Fu Zhang furrowed his brow, his tone neither harsh nor soft, carrying an air of warning. Wen Li. Sighing, Wen Li's eyes sparkled with mischief, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Adopting an innocent demeanor, she glanced around the room. Noting the piles of documents on the table, clearly indicating Fu Zhang's busy schedule, understanding, she suggested, shall we head back? Fu Zhang closed the door and strode back into the room, resuming his seat on the sofa. Intent on finishing a few more documents, after a brief pause, he crossed his legs and mentioned, there's a cruise tonight. At his words, Wen Li's eyes lit up as she turned to him. Instinctively asking, are you taking me with you? Her eyes sparkled like grapes, and Fu Zhang blinked, diverting his gaze to the documents, adopting a businesslike tone. I'll be conducting inspections, yet his affection had long been revealed in a previous life. Wen Li let out a playful "oh," her soft voice laced with mischief. So the president is off to inspect the cruise as well. Fu Zhang, you really are working too hard. Her voice trailed off in a teasing manner. Fu Zhang paused momentarily with the documents in hand, quickly returning to his reading as if her playful tone were a persistent refrain in his ears. So the president is off to inspect the cruise as well? Fu Zhang, you really are working too hard. The warmth crept into his earlobes, and he couldn't resist touching them briefly before letting his hand drop. Finally, in a fit of frustration, he tugged at his collar. He picked up the phone and walked out to the balcony, saying, Assistant Su, could you email me today's documents? Assistant Su, who had just arrived downstairs, was taken aback. Hadn't he just delivered the documents? Mr. Fu, do you really need them emailed? Is there something unclear? Fu Zhang rested one hand against the balcony railing, gazing down with furrowed brows. No need. Has old Fu's tree been delivered? Assistant Su was puzzled. When had Mr. Fu ever inquired about old Fu's tree? Besides, it had already arrived yesterday, prominently displayed in the office. It felt as though Mr. Fu was searching for conversation. Had he been dissatisfied with his work lately? With this thought, he cautiously replied, the tree has arrived at the office. Good, Fu Zhang said, hanging up the phone before returning to the living room to sit down. The older man put on an impressive act. And Wen Li made a face at him, though Fu Zhang was oblivious to it. Content, she lay back on the bed, not realizing when she had fallen asleep, after Fu Zhang finished his documents and stood up. His peripheral vision caught sight of her long fair legs. The white skirt, already short, appeared even shorter as she lay on the bed, her unguarded posture causing a slight ache in his brow. He approached her and draped a light blanket over her. His gaze falling upon the tattoo on her arm, momentarily pausing before he averted his eyes. On the balcony, Fu Zhang sat in a wicker chair, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He took one out, lit it, and inhaled gently, exhaling towards the outside. His craving for cigarettes had intensified recently, seemingly beyond his control. The bright day suddenly darkened, followed by a flash of lightning and a thunderous roar. The man instinctively stood up, glancing through the glass window to see the girl still peacefully sleeping on the bed. His eyes trembled. As the cigarette burned down, singeing his fingers, he regained composure and discarded the butt into the ashtray. Rubbing his temples, he settled back into the chair, and after a few rumbles of thunder, the sky rapidly brightened, sunlight breaking through the clouds. At 8 in the evening, aboard the cruise ship on the top deck. The waiter opened the door to the room, addressing Fu Zhang and Wenli. "Mr. Fu, this is your room." Once the waiter departed, Wenli stood by the transparent glass window, gazing out at the illuminated scene beyond. The lights reflecting beautifully on the water's surface, dazzling and captivating. Fu Zhang, let us hold our wedding on the cruise ship in the future. Perhaps due to her frequent nonsensical remarks, Fu Zhang paused momentarily. Pretending he hadn't heard, and sat down on the sofa. Wenli stole a glance at him, satisfied as she shook her head. She called out playfully, "Fu Zhang. Fu Zhang. Fu Zhang." Fu Zhang raised his hand to rub his temples. Turning to look at her, the smile on her small face was unmistakable. He swallowed hard. Wenli is seemingly oblivious to his tone. She gazed at him with bright eyes and emboldened, said, "Fu Zhang, let us go outside to watch the performance." Fu Zhang, likely unwilling to remain alone with her in the room, stood and walked out, with Wenli quickly trailing behind him. They traversed the long corridor. The top floor was sparsely populated but offered numerous attractions. Once they selected a spot, they settled in to watch the performance. Those who could afford to be on the top deck were either wealthy or influential, and it wasn't long before a woman in a red spaghetti strap dress, holding a glass of red wine, sat down beside Fu Zhang. Her exquisite figure was unmistakable. She raised her glass and addressed Fu Zhang. "Hey, handsome." Fu Zhang's expression remained cold as he kept his chin raised. Fixated on the stage, suddenly the woman reached out, her fingers brushing against Fu Zhang's arm. Reflexively, he attempted to pull away, but before he could react, a soft hand slapped the woman's hand away. The woman gasped in surprise as Wenli grasped Fu Zhang's arm. Her politeness tinged with rudeness. "Excuse me, that's my boyfriend." As she asserted her claim, Fu Zhang felt a tightness in his throat, and just as he intended to withdraw his hand, Wenli's soft hand slipped into his. Gripping it tightly, he glanced down sharply, noticing her delicate fingers resting on his arm, and his heart raced unexpectedly. At that moment, the woman stood up, flicking her hair with a hint of defiance as she cast a glance at Wenli's chest before strutting away, her long black waves cascading behind her. Wenli looked down at her still developing figure, momentarily considering breast enhancement. Then, Fu Zhang withdrew his hand, frowning slightly. Wenli. Under his piercing gaze, Wenli extended her right hand to lightly pat her left hand. A playful reprimand. She looked at Fu Zhang with earnestness, claiming, "I've taught it a lesson." In response to her demeanor, Fu Zhang slowly closed his eyes, reopening them moments later, his voice low. "Wenli, are you having fun?" At his words, Wenli retracted her hand sheepishly, remaining quiet as she watched the performance, occasionally stealing glances at him. The tension in his jaw remained taut, and his icy demeanor intensified. After 2 hours, the cruise concluded, and the gentle evening breeze wafted along the riverbank. Wenli instinctively covered her skirt with her hand to prevent it from blowing up. In the next moment, the man who had been behind her silently moved to the windward side, casting a shadow over her. A flutter of excitement coursed through her, and she looked at his broad shoulders, stepping into his shadow as they moved forward. The following day, at the entrance of the Wen residence, Fu Zhang accompanied Wenli back to her home when Nguyen was alone inside, and upon seeing the two enter, she was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile and greeting. "Sister." Wenli quickly dashed over, grasping her hand, and exclaimed, "Sister," her expression morphing into one of feigned grievance as she spoke. After placing the suitcase down, Fu Zhang said nothing and turned to leave. It was only after he exited through the front door that when Nguyen turned her attention to Wenli and inquired, "How come uncle came to pick you up?" "I was caught by him," Wenli replied, her voice laced with indignation. When Nguyen, startled, gasped, "How did he know?" She then reassured her, "What happened? Didn't he scold you?" "Did he?" "He did," Wenli pouted. Just then, a figure appeared at the door, causing Nguyen to pause momentarily before she quickly smiled and remarked, "It seems you've grown closer to uncle lately." Of course. The old duck mentioned that our family business relies entirely on the Fu family, so I thought I'd help you share the burden and charm him, Wenli declared, wearing an expression of cleverness, blissfully unaware of the man's return. And meanwhile, the figure at the door halted before swiftly stepping inside. Upon hearing the commotion, Wenli turned sharply toward the entrance, her gaze meeting Fu Zhang's cold, stern face, sending a jolt of unease through her. The man retrieved Wenli's phone from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. His eyes did not linger on Wenli, nor did he utter a single word. As he walked straight out the door, when Lee's gaze followed his departing figure, her foot poised to step forward but hesitating. At that moment, when Muan whispered in her ear, "Sister, it seems Uncle heard us." When Lee realized this and anxiously stamped her foot, exclaiming, "Oh no, he will surely target our family now, I must go explain." With that, she hurriedly dashed outside. Just as she stepped out, Fu Zhang was already getting into a sleek black luxury car, which soon drove away. She instinctively dialed Fu Zheng's number, but the call went unanswered, her fingers tightening around the phone in frustration. At that moment, when Muan emerged, concern etched on her face. "What should we do?"
"Let it be. I never really wanted to placate him anyway. He can't possibly hold a grudge against a child like me."
Wen Li shrugged, stretching her arms and yawning. "I'm exhausted. I'm heading upstairs." As she took a few steps, she quickly rolled up her sleeve to show Wen Muan her tattoo, exclaiming, "Sister, look at my tattoo. Isn't it beautiful?" Wen Muan complimented, "It's lovely. Why not get more? I'm afraid the old duck will see it." "I'll wait until I'm in college to get more, sister. I'm off to sleep now." Once upstairs, Wen Li pulled out her phone to call Fu Zheng again, although it didn't indicate that the phone was off. No one answered. It was clear that her earlier words had hurt Fu Zhang. She shut the door and dialed several more times, still met with silence. She smacked her lips in frustration. Now she had truly complicated matters. It was already difficult to pursue the older man, and now it seemed even more daunting. Realizing this, she smacked her lips once more. Chapter 37, Wen Li forcefully kisses Fu Zhang in a private club. Within a secluded booth, Bai Siyuan pushed open the door to find several empty wine bottles on the table. He glanced up at the man seated in the booth, his expression remaining unchanged. It was precisely this demeanor that led him to believe that something was amiss. "Why the wine? You don't even like it," he remarked, shedding his coat and tossing it aside as he sat beside Fu Zhang. "What is going on?" "Nothing," Fu Zhang replied, lightly swirling the wine in his glass before downing it in one gulp. Despite this, his throat remained parched and uncomfortable. "Of course, the old duck mentioned that our family business relies entirely on the Fu family. So I thought I'd help you share the burden and charm him." Fu Zhang's veins visibly throbbed on the back of his hand, yet his expression remained unchanged. "Given your demeanor, it seems this is about Wen Li. Did she truly go meet her online tattoo boyfriend?" Bai Siyuan had heard about this from his mother. Initially, he dismissed it as impossible, considering Wen Li had professed her feelings for Fu Zhang. But witnessing Fu Zhang's current state, he feared it might indeed be true. Before he could voice his thoughts, he winced. When did this little girl learn to seduce men? The last part of his statement was tinged with coldness. It wasn't merely because Fu Zhang was his brother, it was because Fu Zhang treated Wen Li, his non-blood-related niece, with exceptional kindness. If one were to say that Wen Li was Fu Zhang's biological daughter, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. If she were truly heartless, that would be a different matter altogether, especially when it came to manipulating Fu Zhang's feelings. If Fu Zhang didn't harbor any feelings, it would be one thing, but the fact remained that he did. The man's dark, icy gaze bore into him, prompting Bai Siyuan to raise his hands in a gesture of surrender, casting a sidelong glance and saying, "I was actually hoping to play matchmaker for you too, but never mind, Wen Li isn't suitable for you. She is far too young. You'd end up treating her like a revered ancestor. I'm not trying to be harsh, but the Wen family is currently relying on you, hoping to profit from the Fu family. If I were in their position, I would be too ashamed to behave this way. Do not utter such words again." Fu Zhang's voice was low and laced with warning. Fine, I won't say anything. Who would dare speak ill of the little ancestor, Wen Li?" Bai Siyuan raised his wineglass to clink with Fu Zhang's, adding, "If she is in an online relationship, what can you do about it? No one can control the budding feelings of youth." As he spoke, he stole a glance at Fu Zhang. Like this guy, who only figured it out at 26. Realizing that Fu Zhang could hardly manage his own feelings, he doubted that Wen Li could do any better. Let her hit a wall, and she'll see who truly cares for her. You're too protective of her. She is already 18 and still lacks awareness. Doing had even brought up Wen Li's online relationship, indicating that she was not a good influence. Ironically, Wen Li believed that her stepmother and stepsister were kind to her, but ultimately it would lead her to misfortune. I'm not saying this lightly. If it weren't for your connections with the Liu family, she wouldn't know how much worse off she could be. Before he could finish, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He took it out and upon seeing who was calling, muttered in discontent, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." He answered the call, glanced at Fu Zhang, and stood up to step outside. Just as he reached the door, he spoke in a sarcastic tone, "Little ingrate, what do you want? Where is Fu Zhang? I can't get through to him." When Li's voice came through the phone, tinged with urgency, Bai Siyuan leaned against the railing, responding with mockery, "What do you need him for? Is one online relationship not enough? Are you seeking another? I need to find Fu Zheng urgently, thank you. When Nguyen's voice softened, a rare display of vulnerability however, Bai Siyuan remained unmoved. He had little affection for Wen Li had it not been for her previous promise that raised his opinion of her. He wouldn't have bothered to answer the call. His tone grew stern. Wen Li, if you don't genuinely care for Fu Zhang, don't toy with his feelings. He is a man of deep emotions. If you have any conscience at all, at the very least, don't deceive him. Of course, if you lack conscience, I have nothing more to say. Silence enveloped the line for a few seconds before Wen Li's serious voice broke through. I am not deceiving him. Enough with the lies. You can fool Fu Zhang, but not me. Bai Siyuan interrupted, cutting off the call abruptly. He re-entered the booth, noticing Fu Zhang pouring another glass of red wine. He approached decisively and took the glass from Fu Zhang's hand. Stop drinking. If you keep this up, you won't be able to face the Fu family. Fu Zhang remained silent, and after a moment, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. Seeing this, Bai Siyuan understood that Fu Zhang was in a very poor emotional state. Fu Zhang rarely drank or smoked unless he was exceedingly troubled. Yet Bai Siyuan didn't stop him from smoking. If he didn't, he might suffocate from his own pent-up feelings, like a man in his 40s trapped in a youthful body. He had never seen Fu Zhang cry. Even during his breakup, he was merely distraught. After more than half an hour, the door suddenly swung open. Bai Siyuan instinctively looked up, spotting Wen Li breathless and flustered. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, look who is clever enough to find this place. Wen Li ignored his sarcasm and focused on the man beside him, shrouded in shadows, the cigarette in his hand glaringly evident. She softly called out, Fu Zhang. The man instinctively lifted his head to meet her gaze. Yet his deep-set eyes held a hint of disappointment, merely watching her in silence. Wen Li's heart twisted painfully at the sight of Fu Zhang's wounded expression, the very image she dreaded most. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself for her careless words. Desperate to speak, she found herself at a loss, her mind whirling as she mechanically approached him, their eyes locked, freezing the moment in time. Bai Siyuan was about to speak when he suddenly widened his eyes in shock, witnessing Wen Li cup Fu Zhang's face and kiss him forcefully, lips pressed together. He had never seen anything more shocking than this. Even when Fu Zhang lost billions. Fu Zhang's eyes flashed with astonishment, and instinctively he pushed her away. In that moment, he lacked the strength to resist, causing Wen Li to stumble backward and fall to the ground. She couldn't suppress a wince but quickly stood up. Despite her ankle throbbing painfully, she looked at the furious man and softly said, Fu Zhang. Bai Siyuan snapped back to reality, clearing his throat as he stood up. I'll step outside for a smoke. I need to calm down. It was evident that Fu Zhang was likely intoxicated, and he had just witnessed Wen Li forcefully kiss him. Once he stepped outside and closed the door behind him, Wen Li remained motionless, gazing at Fu Zhang with misty eyes. Fu Zhang, I'm not deceiving you. My feelings for you are genuine. Not if I'm lying. May I remain a vegetable for the rest of my life. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. There was no oath more damning than to become a vegetable. Lying immobile and voiceless on a hospital bed, the man continued to remain silent. And she lowered her gaze, saying, Fu Zhang, they want to take advantage of you through me. I refused. In that instant, Fu Zhang abruptly lifted his gaze to meet hers, his voice sharp as he asked, What have they done to you? Wen Li's voice was remarkably steady, as she endeavored to suppress her emotions. I do not wish to discuss these matters with you. You are already fatigued, and I do not wish to rely on you from childhood to adulthood. I have always been a source of trouble for you, perpetually causing you concern. I aspire to exert myself more, to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, so that in the future, I too can protect you. I apologize. Before he could respond, she continued, I sought Gu Lianming to assist me in investigating my mother's childbirth records. My trip to K-City was to find the doctor from that time. The online relationship was merely an excuse, as was the tattoo. After uttering these words, she stood waiting for Fu Zhang to speak. She had laid everything bare, whether it was due to excessive smoking, overindulgence in alcohol, or the sudden kiss. Fu Zhang's typically clear mind felt muddled. The heartbeat in his left chest was unmistakable. Noticing his silence, Wen Li felt a twinge of anxiety. She was not a person of integrity, having said too many hurtful things to Fu Zhang, yet she knew he would continue to treat her kindly. Fu Zhang, I do not wish to become a vegetable. Her implication was that she would not deceive him. Suddenly Fu Zhang rose, bent down, and lifted her into his arms, placing her onto the booth. He crouched down to examine her ankle, which was visibly swollen, and in a voice hoarse to the extreme instructed, Wait for me here. All right. Wen Li nodded. At the entrance, Bai Siyuan, who had been eavesdropping, unexpectedly met Fu Zhang's gaze and forced a laugh. I didn't hear anything. Fu Zhang bypassed him and quickly returned with 2 ice packs, shutting the door behind him to shield them from Bai Siyuan's prying. Bai Siyuan clicked his tongue, acknowledging Wen Li's prowess, as if she had cast a spell on Fu Zhang. Inside the private room, Fu Jing elevated her foot onto the booth and placed the ice pack on her ankle, using his large hand to secure it in place. The room fell into silence, with only the faint sounds of music from outside. After a long while, Fu Zheng's deep voice broke the stillness. I have never considered you a burden, Wenli. I am your uncle, and it is my duty to protect you. You are not my uncle. Wenli insisted. She cast a quick glance at him before lowering her head, adding, I will only marry you in this lifetime. Of course, if you encounter someone you like, I will not intrude, but you do not have anyone now. So I can pursue you. I am willing to marry and have children at 22. Fu Zheng's prominent Adam's apple bobbed as he attempted to reason with her, his tone cold. Do you not have your own life aspirations at 22? I do, Wenli cautiously pointed at him, then declared firmly, you. Clearly Fu Zheng had drunk too much. His heart felt like an ancient bell, striking forcefully again and again, yet he could not permit himself to act recklessly. He was 8 years her senior, a mature adult with a clear understanding of the stakes involved. It's impossible. Song Yuan is quite decent, and the Song family is respectable. It was evident he had investigated the Song family. I do not like him. I only like you. With those words, silence enveloped the room once more. After 20 minutes, Fu Zheng retrieved the ice pack, placed it on the table, and in the next moment bent down to lift her again, saying, I will take you home. Wenli glanced at him, cautiously wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his broad shoulder as her gaze fell upon his face. She quickly pecked him and then closed her eyes. Fu Zheng staggered slightly before striding toward the elevator, descending swiftly until the doors opened. He placed Wenli in the back seat and said coolly, Uncle Jiang will take you home. Wenli sensed that his mind was likely in turmoil and needed solitude, so she refrained from saying anything, watching the car drive away. Fu Zheng's hand, which hung by his side, suddenly lifted to his lips, only to be quickly retracted and hidden in his pocket. What was he thinking? As Wenli entered the living room, the sight of her family of 3 led her to predict the imminent confrontation. She lowered her gaze and ascended the stairs. Stop, Wenli, you are truly out of control. An online relationship. You seem to be capable of anything, Wenrong exclaimed, striding toward her, pointing accusingly at her wrist. You are truly insane. At that moment, when Nuan approached with an apologetic demeanor, saying, It's my sister's fault. I'm sorry, Dad. He kept asking me. Without waiting for Wenli to respond, Wenrong furiously berated. You might as well give up on college and stay home to wait for death. Look at the other children. After the college entrance examination, they begin gaining experience in their family businesses, while you run off to engage in an online romance. Tell me, did you have relations with that man? Dad, my sister is grown up. She has the right to make her own decisions, Wenwan softly interjected. With a resounding slap, Wenrong struck her, exclaiming, What right, at such a young age, not learning properly? If she ends up pregnant, her life will be ruined. Wenwan seemed taken aback by Wenrong's action, covering her face as she looked at her, while doing hurried over, fuming. How could you hit a child? Dating is the freedom of the youth nowadays. I see it's you who spoiled her. Lacking any sense of right and wrong, Wenli regarded Wenrong, thinking that even a criminal is interrogated. Was she a beast? If you wish to scold me, go ahead. This tattoo is merely a temporary one, easily removed with a solution. I went to K City to buy you medicine. After saying this, she turned and ascended the stairs, shortly tossing a box of medicine down from the second floor. It was glaringly the health supplements Wenrong regularly consumed. Wenrong paused, bending to pick up the medicine, then looked at Wennuan, her anger dissipating as she furrowed her brow. What is going on? Wennuan and Duing were equally surprised that Wenli had produced a box of medicine for Wenrong. Duing, regaining her composure, forced a smile. I believe Nuan wasn't aware. It's my fault for thinking she was meeting someone online. Please refrain from speaking of such matters in the future. Tomorrow, transfer 500,000 to her bank account so she can buy some clothes. With that, Wenrong entered her bedroom. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Wenli knocked on Wennuan's door, which soon swung open to reveal Wennuan's pale face, one side swollen. She lowered her head, feeling guilty. Sister, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Quickly, she added. Thankfully, I was clever enough to buy him a box of medicine. Otherwise, I would have been doomed today. As sister, let me massage your face. She reached out to rub Wennuan's face, which was already painful, intensifying the discomfort. Wennuan winced, and in a moment of frustration, snapped, Let go. Wenli was startled and immediately withdrew her hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she sniffled. Sister, are you angry with me? I am sorry, I didn't know he would slap you. Wennuan, coming back to herself, softened her tone. I'm not angry. It's fine, as long as you're okay. Wenli, with a naive smile, expressed her relief. That's good, I'm grateful to you. It was when I saw you buying him medicine that I learned what he was taking. Moreover, I have also made peace with Uncle. Chapter 38, Fu Zheng fights emerging from Wennuan's room. Wenli rubbed her small face, the absence of triumph evident on her countenance. there was nothing to celebrate in such matters, the sister she had grown up with, the mother who had nurtured her since childhood. At that moment, the door to the other bedroom opened, and when Rong stepped out, their eyes met, and he cleared his throat, his concerned tone sounding somewhat awkward. "What happened to your foot?" "It's nothing." Wen Li replied curtly, heading upstairs. When Rong called out, "I'll have the family doctor take a look," Wen Li pursed her lips, "Do as you please." With that, she went upstairs and shut the door. Half an hour later, Duing brought the family doctor upstairs to examine her foot. After addressing it, the doctor departed. Duing turned on the air conditioning in the room and covered Wen Li with a blanket, saying, "Do not stoop to your father's level. We won't engage with him. Tomorrow, I will make you some pork rib soup." "Thank you, Mom. You are truly wonderful," Wen Li said, grasping her hand. Duing gently patted her hand, then sat at the edge of the bed. "Your father must have heard someone say you were meeting someone online and took it out on your sister. She only revealed it after he got angry." "Do not be angry with your sister. I would never be angry with her. It's all that old duck's fault, an old fossil. Online romance is all the rage now," Wen Li retorted. Seeing this, Duing felt somewhat relieved. Smiling, "Do not speak carelessly. If your father hears, he will scold you again. Rest now." After hearing the door close, it took Wen Li a minute or two to rise, shut her door, and return to bed. Checking the time, she sent Fu Zheng a good night. Knowing he would not reply, she instinctively began to put her phone down when at that moment, it vibrated. A simple appeared on the screen. Even though her mind felt tangled, he still responded. Wen Li smiled at her phone, then lifted it to take a selfie to send him. Fu Zhang, good night. At that moment in the Fu household, old Master Fu sat beside Fu Zhang. Noticing him staring at his phone without moving, instinctively, he leaned in to take a glance. Just as he was about to see, Fu Zheng promptly turned off the phone, tucked it into his pocket, and said coolly, "Do not interfere in the Wen family's business from now on." Upon hearing this, old Master Fu recalled the serious matters at hand, speaking in a low voice, "The Wen family is truly ungrateful. The Fu and Lu families have offered them so much business, hoping they would treat Wen Li well. They cannot see the bigger picture. Look into that incident regarding Wen Li's mother. This child has never been one to lie. She must have discovered something. She should have informed us about such a significant matter. I suspect she has found out something." As memories of Wen Li flooded his mind, Fu Zhang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he rubbed his temples. He then rose and said, "You need not concern yourself with the affairs of the Wen family. If Wen Rong requires anything, simply direct him to me. What can I manage at my age? I can't even oversee your marriage." The elderly Mr. Fu shot him a glance and added, "Invite Shu Yi over for dinner tomorrow. She has taken care of us in the hospital for quite some time. I don't particularly like her, but if you do, then marry her." After delivering this statement, Fu Jing ascended the stairs. Mr. Fu glared at him, exclaiming, "You dislike this, and you dislike that. There isn't a single woman in all of Kyoto that you fancy. Even Xiaoli has praised Shu Yi. Don't set your standards too high, for the older you get, the harder it becomes to find someone nowadays. Young people are enamored with those little puppies and wolf cubs, and you seem completely disconnected from that." Fu Zheng paused on the stairs for a brief 3 seconds, turned his head, and replied coolly, "What others like has nothing to do with me." Mr. Fu was momentarily taken aback, glaring at him once more. "Just you wait. Tomorrow I'll have Xiaoli teach you a lesson. Only she can keep you in line. You strut around in front of me. Let's see you do the same in front of Xiaoli." Responding to him was the tall silhouette of a man, who continued upstairs as the door closed behind him. Wen Li's foot had been swollen for 4 or 5 days, and once the pain subsided slightly, her longing to see Fu Zhang soared to the heavens. She visited the Fu residence, only to learn that Fu Zhang had gone on a business trip and would not return for a month or two. Upon returning from the Fu family, she found Wen Rong and Duing engaged in conversation in the living room. When Nguyen remarked, "Dad, I asked Qin Feng for assistance to try something out." Wen Rong's face bore a frown as he sighed. "All right." At that moment, several individuals noticed her return, and Wen Rong inquired, "Have you upset your uncle? Did you say something unpleasant to him?" Upon hearing this, Wen Li realized that Fu Zhang had not assisted with the Wen family's matters and replied discontentedly, "He isn't even my real uncle." With that, she dashed upstairs. Meanwhile, when Nguyen comforted Wen Rong, "I'll go ask Qin Feng." She stood up and made a phone call. Returning to the sofa a few minutes later, Dad, Qin Feng said he spoke with Mr. Sun, and this matter is not an issue. Wen Rong sighed in relief. Taking a sip from his teacup, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration, "You should still advise her when you have the chance. She can't be allowed to do whatever she pleases. Offending the Fu family would mean losing a large portion of the Wen family's business. She should also avoid mingling with the Lu family." "Dad, my sister is right. After all, Fu Zhang is not her biological uncle. Now that she is an adult, trailing after Fu Zhang all the time only makes others think we are selling our daughter. When Nguyen added softly, the Qin family can also assist with business matters. So there is no need to rush, you needn't worry about grandfather, he has only one granddaughter. After she spoke, the frown on Wenrong's face eased somewhat, and he fell silent to eye in the following period. Wen Li rarely saw the others, likely due to the overwhelming business matters, and she relished the peace, yet she missed Fu Zhang immensely. However, she persevered, maintaining her routine of visiting the library daily, occasionally accompanied by Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin. On the eve of the new semester, Wen Li took the initiative to message Fu Zhang. Tomorrow marks the start of school, could you possibly give me a ride? She appended a pitiful emoji. Hoping to tug at the heartstrings of the older man, the dialogue box indicated that he was typing, but soon fell silent. She quickly sent another message. Lin Baozhu's brother and Zhou Qin's sister will be taking them. I'm the only one left, I'm scared. Fu Zhang replied, I'll have someone take you. I have matters to attend to. Wen Li tapped her phone screen and then set it aside. There was no rush. She had 4 years of university ahead of her, and she did not believe she could not catch up to Fu Zhang. After all, older men were often wary of tenacious women. She was even more determined than a tenacious woman. The next day, at 10 o'clock, when Wenrong and the others were occupied with their own affairs and could not escort her, leaving only the household maid to accompany her, had it been in a past life, she might have cared, but now it mattered little. She told the maid, Auntie, you needn't see me off. At the entrance of the Wen family home, Fu Zhang's sleek black business car sat quietly, with Uncle Jiang opening the door for her and placing her suitcase in the trunk. As Wen Li got into the car, she glanced inside with anticipation, only to find no sign of the man she hoped to see, prompting a soft huff of disappointment. Kyoto University was located on the outskirts of Kyoto. Requiring a 2 to 3 hour drive, Wen Li occupied herself with her phone for a while until Song Yuan messaged her. Happy new semester, she replied with gratitude. Then she opened Fu Zhang's chat window. Contemplating what to say, yet ultimately refrained. If Fu Zhang truly had no pressing matters, he would have certainly accompanied her to school. She chose to be more understanding. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the car finally halted at the entrance of Kyoto University. Uncle Jiang unloaded her luggage, saying, Miss Wen, I'll go park the car. Please wait here a moment. Uncle Jiang, you can head back, I can manage on my own. Thank you for your trouble. Worried about him returning too late and being unsafe, she took out a few hundred yuan in cash and handed it to him, adding, Auntie, why not have a meal nearby before heading back? Uncle Jiang quickly waved his hand, insisting, No need, I have money, just wait for me. I'll park the car and take you in. No, thank you, Uncle Jiang, please just be careful on your way back. Wen Li gestured for him to get back in the car, then pulled her suitcase toward the school. At the school gate, numerous upperclassmen were welcoming new students. Seeing Wen Li's beauty, 3 or 4 young men quickly gathered around her, their scent of summer sweat overwhelming. Freshman, can I help carry your suitcase? Which major are you in? Wen Li waved her hand indicating that it was unnecessary. I can manage it myself. I'll escort you. Kyoto University is vast, and you might not know the way. Come on, I'll show you. A young man with curly hair reached for the handle of her suitcase, striking a pose he deemed charming. Wen Li did not release her grip of senior, there's no need, before she could finish her sentence. A large, well-defined hand rested on the suitcase, applying gentle pressure. The man's cool, magnetic voice interjected, She has someone to accompany her. It's unnecessary. Recognizing the familiar voice and fragrance, Wen Li turned abruptly to the side. Noting the man's slightly gaunt profile, he wore a white diagonal collared shirt that revealed a hint of collarbone, adorned with a simple silver necklace, and black loose-fitting trousers below. His once meticulously styled hair had been trimmed shorter, now casually tousled, shedding some of its maturity for a youthful vibe fitting his age. Wen Li, who had previously doubted that someone's appearance could cloud one's intellect, now believed that Fu Zhang could truly render her foolish. A smile graced her lips. Fu Zhang's eyelashes fluttered, and he responded with a soft as he took hold of her suitcase, leading the way. Wen Li unabashedly gazed at him, her eyes sparkling in the sunlight, and remarked, Fu Zhang. The man's gaze remained fixed ahead. Wen Li let out a soft huff, testing her luck. I knew you would come to see me off. Fu Zhang's footsteps faltered momentarily, yet he remained silent. As a student at Kyoto University, he was well acquainted with the layout, guiding her to the School of Management. After completing her enrollment, they proceeded to the dormitory, where Wen Li shared a room with another girl who was already unpacking. The dormitory only required basic living necessities. After ushering Wen Li inside, Fu Zhang retracted his hand and said in a low tone, I'll head back now. In the next instant, the girl grasped his wrist. Her voice soft, I'm hungry. The girl unpacking across the room glanced over but quickly returned her focus. Fu Zhang furrowed his brow, instinctively attempting to pull his hand away, yet he remained still. Even when Li's other hand joined in, As if to say he could not leave without feeding her, let us go. Fu Zhang pursed his lips in reluctant agreement. Wen Li promptly released his hand, and the two of them descended the stairs.
Fortuitously encountering Lin Yichen and Lin Baju. Lin Yichen, surprised to see Fu Zhang, greeted him. "Oh, you're back. Weren't you on a business trip to Peace City? Did you finish your tasks? I asked by Siyuan yesterday.
And he said you wouldn't be back for another half-month. She starts school today," Fu Zhang succinctly explained. Lin Yichen glanced at Wen Li and realized, of course, that he would return for his niece's school start. "You haven't eaten, right? Let me treat you to a meal. We'll be just a few minutes. Weren't you supposed to take me shopping later, Lili? I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. Let us hurry." Lin Baju tugged at Lin Yichen as they headed toward the dormitory. Lin Yichen chided, "How rude, can't we eat first and then go shopping? You have no manners. I don't see what good qualities you possess." Lin Baju pouted, "You're as clumsy as a pig, yet Zhou Qin likes you." Lin Yichen had recently noticed her penchant for teasing him. "What did I do to deserve this? I'm your brother, show some respect." And with that, he playfully tapped her on the head. Meanwhile, Wen Li and Fu Zhang found a nearby restaurant at random. Wen Li took the initiative to order and handed the menu to the waiter. Noticing Fu Zhang engrossed in his messages, she remained silent. After a while, she realized he was still texting. This confirmed her suspicion that he simply did not wish to converse with her, or perhaps was apprehensive about doing so. She quietly took out her phone and messaged him, "Is my phone not as attractive as I am?" The next moment, the man abruptly lifted his gaze, his dark eyes fixated on her. Her lightly made-up face radiant in the sunlight, piercing his heart. An uncontrollable heartbeat ensued. He promptly averted his eyes, placing his phone aside, and rose to excuse himself to the restroom, turning on the faucet. He cupped his hands to splash water on his face, attempting to stabilize his emotions, yet, within him burned a flame that threatened to consume his reason. Her small face danced before his eyes. Swaying incessantly. At that moment, two young men entered, casually conversing amongst themselves. "Did you see? The girl in the skirt is truly beautiful, with long, straight legs and fair skin. I wish I could touch them." As the words left his lips, a sudden blow struck the boy's cheek, causing him to stagger. Fortunately, another boy nearby caught him. They turned to face a man towering over them by a significant height, the boy who had been struck. Though defiant, felt a flicker of fear as he shouted, "Who the hell are you? Just hitting people at random." But before he could finish, he received another punch, and that was the last straw. The two boys immediately charged at him. While Wen Li was still pondering how long Fu Zhang had been hiding in the restroom, she suddenly heard someone shout, "There is a fight in the restroom, hurry." She didn't suspect it was Fu Zhang. But he was inside. Instinctively she got up and rushed over. The men's restroom was now surrounded by a crowd, and she squeezed her way in her line of sight. Fu Zhang wore an icy expression, radiating hostility, as he held one boy by the neck with one hand, making the boy's face turn crimson. Another boy sat on the ground, rubbing his head, seemingly dazed. She had never witnessed Fu Zhang in a fight. He was quite mature among his peers, and she instinctively called out, "Fu Zhang." Hearing her voice, Fu Zhang turned his head towards her. The girl was dressed in white casual trousers, not revealing any skin. He momentarily froze, gradually retracting his hand and lowering his gaze, saying, "I'll cover the medical expenses." If Bai Xian were present, he would undoubtedly quip that Fu Zhang had lost his reason. Chapter 39. The old man deceives her. The boy clutched his neck, coughing repeatedly, and pointed at Fu Zhang, declaring, "Call the police, I want to report him." Wen Li rushed in front of Fu Zhang. Though she was significantly shorter than him, her stance was that of a protective mother cow. "What is happening? Did they bully you?" Soon, she turned to the two boys, asserting, "Call the police. Let us see whether it's your fault or is that he wouldn't strike someone without reason." The two boys hadn't called the police yet when the officers arrived. Two police officers burst in, commanding everyone, "Calm down. Who was fighting?" One of the boys who had been struck continued to point at Fu Zhang, stating, "He attacked us. He even choked me just now. This is attempted murder." "You're talking nonsense. Who would attempt murder on you? You're not worth much, and who would commit murder in public?" Wen Li retorted, "Enough. Come with me to the police station, and bystanders, please leave." The officers gestured for everyone else to disperse. Wen Li instinctively wanted to accompany Fu Zhang, but he coolly said, "You stay here and eat." She shook her head, glancing at the police, whispering, "They'll definitely need family members to claim him." After a pause, she added, "I am family." Fu Zhang swallowed hard, his gaze drifting from her as he walked out directly. The four were split into two police cars, stopping at the entrance of the police station. As the officers began taking statements, they asked, "Why were you fighting in the restroom? What was the reason?" One of the boys replied, "As soon as we entered the restroom, he started hitting us. I suspect he has some mental issues." "You're the one with mental issues," Wenli shot back. Die in her peripheral vision, her fierce expression caught Fu Zheng's attention as he crossed one leg over the other, his demeanor shifting to calm and steady after the initial chaos. "Whatever punishment is necessary, I accept it," he stated. Wenli instinctively looked at him, unable to believe he would hit someone without provocation. He wasn't the type to endure humiliation unless there was something he couldn't articulate. Hearing this, the two boys demanded, "Compensate us for medical expenses, 20,000, and apologize to us." The officer frowned. "Medical expenses can't be determined so casually." At that moment, a boy wearing a sleeveless white shirt rushed in. His crew cut neat. "Officer, I'm here to be a witness. Just now, these two were insulting a girl in the restroom, saying how her legs were long and straight and that they wanted to touch them. I initially intended to deal with them myself, but this big guy acted first." Wenli immediately glanced at Fu Zhang, realizing he had fought because of her. The older man always pretended, but in reality, he couldn't hide a thing. He cared for her deeply. The boys who had been struck protested, "We were just speaking. We didn't actually touch anyone." The officer tapped the table, saying, "Learn to respect women." Don T just talked big. However, it's not right for him to hit anyone either. You'll receive a reasonable amount for medical expenses. Do you agree? The two boys had nothing more to say. Fu Zheng's phone was still in the restaurant, and Wenli paid 5,000 for the medical expenses, then turned to the boy who had testified, saying, "Thank you." The boy, likely an athlete, shrugged nonchalantly. "What's there to thank? Those kinds of scum should definitely be taught a lesson. I have things to do. I'll be off now." With that, he turned and dashed out of the police station. Wenli and Fu Zhang walked out of the police station side by side. As she glanced sideways, just about to speak, her gaze suddenly fell on his arm, which was scraped and bleeding. Instinctively she lifted his hand, exclaiming, "Fu Zhang, you're hurt." The touch of skin ignited feelings that were hard to suppress. And Fu Zhang quickly withdrew his hand, replying, "It's nothing, you wait here." Wenli surveyed the surroundings and noticed a pharmacy diagonally across the street. Immediately rushing over, suddenly, a large hand gripped her wrist. And a raspy voice said, "There's a car." Their eyes met, and Wenli's eyes sparkled as she pointed to the sidewalk. "I'll go that way." She could distinctly sense that Fu Zhang was no longer resistant towards her as he had been before. Perhaps the past 2 months of business trips were mere pretexts. Contemplation was the true purpose. An inexplicable excitement fluttered within her. The girl's south figure crossed the road and entered the pharmacy. Fu Zhang, feeling the urge to smoke, called out to a passing man, "Could you spare a cigarette?" The man clicked his tongue and generously handed him a cigarette, even lighting it for him without asking for payment. Fu Zhang took a puff of the cheap cigarette, its harsh taste choking him, yet it briefly dulled the turmoil within his heart, but soon overwhelming emotions surged forth. He took another deep drag, exhaling slowly as his gaze fell upon his arm. After a few seconds, he extinguished the cigarette and tossed it into a nearby trash can. Not long after, Wenli returned with a band-aid, tearing it open and applying it to his arm. "Let us go back to the restaurant." The two walked in silence. As soon as they entered, the waiter handed them a phone, stating that someone had called repeatedly, likely with urgent news. "Thank you." Fu Zhang took the phone. It was a call from Madame Fu. He called back, "Mom, what's wrong? Your father suddenly fainted. He has been taken to the hospital." Madame Fu's voice trembled with emotion. "Don't worry, your sister is here. I'll return immediately." Fu Zhang hung up, looking at Wenli, his gaze complex, his lips pressed tight as he said, "There's something at home. I need to go back." "All right, take care," Wenli replied, sensing his troubled expression and guessing that old Master Fu was unwell. She wanted to accompany him but had to report to school that evening. At 5 in the afternoon, the hospital. Fu Zhang strode into the ward, observing old Master Fu with an oxygen mask and 4 drip in his hand, and the wrinkled skin on his hand marked with bruises from the infusion. His fingers instinctively clenched. "What's wrong?" Fu's eyes were red as she gestured for him to step outside. They stood at the stairwell, and Fu said, "He had a cerebral infarction. There is no immediate danger to his life, but one side of his body is immobile. The doctor says the chances of complete recovery later are slim. It cannot happen again." Upon hearing this, Fu Zhang instinctively reached into his pocket but found nothing. He lowered his brow and murmured, "I'll contact a doctor abroad." Fu gently patted his shoulder and said softly, "Xiao Zhang, I didn't want to mention your marriage, but Dad wants to see you married. You might want to consider it. It would ease Dad's worries." His gaze fell on the conspicuous band-aid on his arm. And Fu Zhang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he leaned against the wall. After a long pause, he finally said, "All right, you go back. I'll stay here. I'll go back and bring Dad some clean clothes." Fu said, gently patting his shoulder once more. Fu Zhang remained silent at the stairwell, his expression unreadable, leaving others unsure of his thoughts. After a few minutes, he tore off the band-aid from his arm and tossed it into the trash can. Returning to the ward, Fu Zheng sat on the sofa, glancing at the person on the bed. After a long while, he turned to Madame Fu, saying, "Mom, you should rest. I'll keep watch here." Madame Fu shook her head gently, her voice softening. "Your father has led a hard life. He struggled in his youth and has often been ill in his old age." Fu Zheng remained silent, his hand resting on his thigh, his fingertips pressing against the fabric of his trousers. Once he is discharged, he would go to the Jiang family to propose. Madame Fu glanced at him but didn't respond immediately. "Your father wants you to get married. But more than that, he wants you to be happy. Your mom knows you don't have feelings for Shui." After a pause, her voice became even softer. "Tell me the truth, do you have feelings for Shaoli?" Fu Zheng stiffened, raising his eyes to meet hers, neither affirming nor denying. At that moment, Madame Fu understood everything. Over the past year, he had always deliberately avoided Wenli but was deeply concerned about her matters. She sighed gently. "Mom hopes for your happiness. You don't need to worry about anything else. However, please don't tell your father about this for now. He is old-fashioned and might not be able to accept it immediately. We can discuss it once he recovers. Shaoli is a good girl. I trust her." Mom, the man's lips parted slightly, attempting to deny it, but no words came out, his eyes feeling somewhat dry. He cradled his face in his hands, bowing his head. "Is it really possible? Is he truly going to ruin Wenli's youth?" At 10 o'clock in the evening, Wenli hurriedly arrived at the hospital ward. Panting heavily, her gaze immediately fell upon the man standing by the window. Although Fu Zheng appeared cold and aloof, he was, in fact, deeply sentimental. It was understandable that, after so many instances of his grandfather's illness, Fu Zheng had never revealed his emotions in his previous life. At that moment, he must have been internally tormented, forced to choose between two sides. She clasped her hands tightly and softly called out, "Fu Zheng." The man slowly turned around, his expression somewhat dazed, perhaps believing he was seeing things. He did not take a step forward, merely staring at her intently. When would this dissipate? The next moment, the girl dashed towards him. Just as before, burrowing into his chest, her clear reaction causing his body to stiffen. A small hand gently patted his back, offering a semblance of comfort. After a long pause, the man raised his hand, for the first time slowly resting it on her back. In the next instant, he embraced her tightly, his voice hoarse as he murmured, "Wenli, why do you have to provoke me? Can you bear the consequences?" Can he bear the consequences? "I can, Fu Zheng, I can take responsibility for my actions." Wenli's voice was light yet firm, the once dilapidated walls of resistance now crumbled, and Fu Zheng tightened his grip, ultimately allowing desire to outweigh rationality. "Very well, no one is permitted to retreat." He would shoulder the pressures from the Fu family and the external world. She merely needed to refrain from withdrawing at the last moment. Wenli struggled to free herself from his embrace, extending her pinky finger. In the dim light, the glow from outside barely illuminated her blurred face. She declared, "Whoever retreats is a little dog." Fu Zheng closed his eyes, quickly reopening them, extending his fingers to intertwine with hers. Good. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door, and the two swiftly parted. The next second, Fu Yu entered, spotting the contrasting silhouettes of a tall man and a shorter girl. "Little Li, it's me, Aunt Fu," Wenli replied softly. Fu Yu responded, "Isn't school starting today? Why are you back? I heard that Grandpa Fu isn't well, so I rushed back." "You child, it's unsafe to return so late. You have military training early tomorrow morning, right? Let Uncle Jiang take you back. I'll leave in a bit, alright? Keep an eye on things for us while I accompany your uncle to see the doctor." "Okay." Once they exited the ward, Wenli sat beside Grandfather Fu's bed gazing at him, and gently adjusted the blanket's corners. About half an hour later, they returned. Fu Yu softly said, "Little Li, you should head back. It is too late, you need to rest well, or you won't have the energy for military training tomorrow." "Okay." Wenli stood up, having walked only a few steps when Fu Zheng quietly said, "I'll walk you down." The two descended the stairs in sequence, soon entering the parking lot where a black business car awaited not far off. Fu Zheng halted, his dark gaze resting upon her before quickly averting his eyes. "If anything happens, call me immediately." "Alright." Wenli obediently nodded, glancing around. With no one in sight, she tiptoed to kiss the side of the man's face, saying, "Fu Zheng, no backing out." Before he could respond, she dashed towards the black car and entered. Moments later, she rolled down the window and called out, "Fu Zheng, good night." During the days of military training, temperatures soared to 38 degrees, and nearly everyone participating became several shades darker. One afternoon, Wenli finally met up with Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin. Upon their reunion, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhou Qin was particularly amusing, sporting glasses during training, leaving her eyes pale while the rest of her face was tanned. Lin Baozhu quipped, "Qin. You're now a national treasure." Zhou Qin covered her face and replied, "I'll whiten my skin after military training." Lin Baozhu stood between them, one hand grabbing each of their arms, and continued, Lily, I've seen in the school group chat that people are constantly asking for your contact information. It's true that you shine wherever you go. Our school does have some handsome boys. I've seen quite a few. I despise my brother. He forbids me from dating, claiming that with my brain, all I'll end up with is heartbreak. When Lee and Joe Chin couldn't help but laugh. And when Lee agreed, your brother makes a valid point. Alright Lily, you're doomed, Lin Baoju teased, tickling her, and when Lee, who was ticklish, had to dodge back, accidentally bumping into someone. I'm sorry, turns out you're also from Peking University. The speaker was the boy who had previously testified for Fu Zhang. When Lee instinctively nodded, thank you for the last time. No need to thank me. Su Muan, clad in military training attire, appeared healthy and handsome with his sun-kissed skin. Once the boy walked away, Lin Baoju and Joe Chin simultaneously turned to her, and when Li raised her hands in surrender, saying, I have no thoughts on that, Lin Baoju seemed to want to say something but held back. Casting a glance at her and then at Joe Chin, likely puzzled over why someone so young would fancy older men. After their meal, when Li returned to her dormitory and snapped a photo to send to Fu Zhang when a news alert popped up. Heir of the Fu family spotted on a date with the daughter of the Zhang family at a CAF, a match made in heaven. She clicked on the image, where the side profiles of the couple were exquisite enough to rival those of entertainment industry stars. Silently she opened the chat with Fu Zhang, composing a lengthy message only to ultimately send a single word, dog. She knew Fu Zhang would not easily concede. The old man, both elderly and deceptive, specifically preyed on naive girls like her. Old man, she was genuinely upset. Chapter 40. When Li, are we still playing? Not long after sending the message, her phone displayed a low battery warning, and without a moment's hesitation, it powered off, staring at the dark screen. When Li poked at it, then got up to search for a charging cable, only to realize after a few seconds that she had lent it to her roommate. However, her roommate had not yet returned. And she couldn't rummage through her drawer. She simply tossed the phone onto her desk. As the time for afternoon military training approached, her roommate finally returned. Li Chin, my phone is dead. Upon hearing this, Li Chin immediately flipped the table, then apologetically patted her head, saying, oh no, it's at my boyfriend's place. I'm sorry. Can I give it to you this afternoon? School had only just started, and Li Chin had already begun dating a senior. Although when Li found it somewhat unreliable, it was ultimately someone else's affair. Besides, she was still tangled up in her own feelings. No worries, just bring it to me this afternoon. As military training was imminent. When Li donned her cap and headed for the training ground around 3 in the afternoon, while standing in formation, the sky suddenly darkened. She glanced up occasionally, anxious that thunder might suddenly strike and embarrass her. The instructor appeared beside her without her noticing, teasingly saying, hoping for rain, shall I go to the podium to pray? I'll bring you 2 incense sticks. Only, thankfully, there was no sudden thunder. It was only at 6 o'clock that the weather turned ominous, clearly indicating rain was on the way. The evening's military training was tentative. If it didn't rain by 7, they would continue. Perhaps too many students were hoping for rain. As it began to drizzle before she could even reach the dormitory, a light rain fell, quickly dotting her face with tiny droplets. When Li hurried her pace as she approached the dormitory door, only to stop abruptly among a group of girls in military uniforms. A man holding a large black umbrella stood out like a crane among chickens. He wore a simple white t-shirt, resembling a matching outfit with his nephew. His hair styled by a professional, the man strode towards her, naturally tilting the umbrella to shield her. Their eyes met, and Fu Zhang pressed his lips together, revealing a hint of emotion as the soft patter of rain echoed. His voice chillingly clear. Who is the dog? When Li did not expect him to come to school to find her, after a moment of surprise, she fixed her gaze on him and pouted, saying, you're the dog, old dog. Fu Zhang's gaze fell on her attire. Go change your clothes. He paused and added, I'll be waiting for you. When Li responded with an oh, then sprinted towards the dormitory. A few minutes later, she ascended the stairs and retrieved a white dress from her wardrobe. After changing, she quickly applied some lipstick, glancing in the mirror several times. Not bad, though her skin was a tad darker. Just as she was about to leave, Li Chin returned, handing her the charging cable and glancing at her, asking, are you going out? Yes, initially intending to grab her phone, when Li remembered it was dead and decided against it. At that moment, Li Chin spoke up. When Li, my boyfriend's roommate wants to add you on social media. Are you interested? Not interested. When Li smiled politely, then opened the door and headed downstairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the dormitory, she noticed 2 girls giggling shyly while speaking to Fu Zhang, even pulling out their phones. Clearly, they were trying to add him as a friend. Just as she was about to approach, Fu Zhang suddenly looked at her, his voice resonating in her heart. My girlfriend. When Li froze, staring at him in shock, as the old man's stark reversal was too evident. However, Fu Zhang did not give her time to react, stepping closer under the umbrella and calmly asking, What do you want to eat? Wen Li regained her senses, her eyes sparkling with disbelief as she asked Fu Zhang, "What did you just say?" Fu Zhang, however, remained silent, gesturing for her to walk. The rain was growing heavier, the sound threatening to shatter the umbrella. Wen Li's dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her fair thighs. She instinctively covered the hem of her dress, taking smaller steps. Noticing her discomfort, Fu Zhang paused, extending the umbrella towards her. Under her gaze, he swept her up in his arms, one large hand securely holding her dress in place. His handsome face was obscured by shadows, yet his deep-set eyes appeared softer than usual. It turned out the old man hadn't deceived her. He meant it. The rain pattered around them. The man explained in a low voice, "It's not a date. I was telling her not to come to the Fu family anymore. I have a girlfriend now." In a sudden flutter, Wen Li's heart skipped a beat. She switched the umbrella to her other hand and wrapped her arms around his neck, whispering, "I thought you were deceiving my feelings." "Grandfather, how is Uncle Fu?" "He is undergoing rehabilitation therapy. His foot can move now, but his hand is still immobile," Fu Zhang replied. "I will visit him when I have time," Wen Li stated earnestly. Fu Zhang cast a glance at her. Her fair complexion had darkened considerably from the sun, yet her beautiful eyes remained bright. He bit his lower lip and asked, "Is military training exhausting?" "Yes, I've tanned quite a bit," she replied. "That's healthy." As soon as Fu Zhang finished speaking, warmth crept onto his cheeks. He paused momentarily before striding ahead. Once inside the car, Wen Li settled into the passenger seat while Fu Zhang took the driver's seat. "What do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine. My boyfriend gets to decide," Wen Li said playfully, winking. Despite the rainy weather, she felt an undeniable warmth. Fu Zhang started the engine and turned the steering wheel. The two remained mostly silent during the drive. And as the rain intensified, Wen Li felt relieved about not having military training that evening. As they approached a luxurious residential area, Wen Li instinctively asked, "Are we having private cuisine? Have you eaten here before?" "Yes," Fu Zhang replied. He opened the umbrella to escort her out of the car and led her towards one of the buildings. The elevator stopped at the 5th floor, where there was one unit per floor. Just as Wen Li sensed something was amiss, the man used his fingerprint to unlock the door. "I will do it," he said. He placed the umbrella at the entrance, bent down to retrieve a pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet, and handed them to her. "This house belongs to my grandfather." Realizing he had misspoken, he pressed his lips together and added, "It was given to you by my father." Wen Li responded with a soft "oh," changed into the slippers, and glanced around the room's decor, which appeared to be a newly purchased, finely furnished European-style apartment. "Are there any dishes?" "Yes, just let the aunt know in advance when you want to come, and she will prepare everything," Fu Zhang said as he turned to enter the kitchen. Wen Li stood at the kitchen door, tilting her head to gaze at him, feeling a silly grin spreading across her face. "Fu Zhang, can I borrow your phone? I want to ask Baozhu if we have military training later." Fu Zhang, his hands wet from washing, flicked them lightly and said, "Come and get it." Wen Li stepped closer, extending her hands towards him like an obedient little rabbit. Fu Zhang caught a glimpse and paused for a moment before quickly retrieving his phone from his pocket and placing it in her hands. "The password is 6 zeros. It would be better not to set a password at all. Should I change it for you?" Wen Li queried as she unlocked the phone, hearing Fu Zhang's nonchalant mum. She efficiently modified the password without a hint of embarrassment. "It's my birthday." She then dialed Lin Baozhu's number. A serious voice answered on the other end. "Uncle Fu, is there something wrong?" "It's me, Wen Li," she replied. Lin Baozhu let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought it was your uncle. Has he come?" "Yes, my phone is dying. I wanted to ask if we have military training later." "No military training. There was a notification in the group chat." "Okay, thank you." Wen Li hung up and placed the phone back in his pocket. "We don't have military training tonight. I can stay here." Fu Zhang dropped the vegetables he was rinsing into the sink and picked them up again, seemingly oblivious to her words. However, his body betrayed him, a faint blush creeping onto his earlobes. Wen Li noticed and playfully poked his earlobe, teasing Fu Zhang. "Your ears seem to be allergic. Oh, they are getting redder. Should we see a doctor?" As she spoke, she poked him again. In the next moment, his damp hand grasped her wrist, and Fu Zhang's voice turned hoarse with a hint of warning. "Wen Li, go sit on the sofa." The older man was clearly flustered, and Wen Li, recognizing the moment, nodded obediently and retreated from the kitchen. Just as she reached the door, she turned back and said, "Your face is red too." Fu Zhang, am I your first love? She was unsure if Fu Zhang had ever dated during his student years, but she recalled him having a female university classmate with whom he had been quite close, likely considering engagement at that time. Fu Zhang took a deep breath, dried his hands, and approached Wen Li, his gaze fixed on her with a cool, somewhat menacing maturity. Sensing the shift, Wen Li instinctively stepped back. But the next moment, something gripped her waist, preventing her from retreating any further. Fu Zhang gently pulled her closer, and she found herself pressed against his chest, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, her voice barely above a whisper. Fu, are we still playing? Fu Zhang leaned slightly, his gaze unwavering, his tone indifferent. As an adult, he was aware that Wenli could not play him. Her heart raced, threatening to leap from her chest. She quickly shook her head and transformed into a timid turtle. I don't want to play anymore. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhang released her, only to scoop her up in the next instant and stride toward the sofa, setting her down gently before retrieving his phone and handing it to her. If you need anything, buy it yourself. Before she could respond, he turned back to the kitchen. Wenli stared at the phone, clutching her chest and murmuring, the charm of an older man. The aroma from the kitchen wafted into the living room, and she tilted her head to catch a glimpse of the man at work. Just then, Fu Zhang's phone rang. It was a call from old Master Fu. She promptly made her way to the kitchen. Uncle Fu is calling. Answer it, Fu Zhang said, stirring the vegetables with one hand while glancing at the recipe with the other. Old Master Fu's voice came through the phone. Today, the Zhang family came by, saying you bullied Shuyi. What did you do to her? I told them I didn't like her, Fu Zhang replied, plating the food. Old Master Fu did not reprimand him. Even if you don't like her, you should be more tactful. Have you seen Xiaoli? She's right here, Fu Zhang said. Wenli instinctively chimed in. Uncle Fu, grandfather, how is your health? I'm much better. How are you doing at school? Pretty good, she replied. Have your uncle buy you something? If you need anything, just ask him, old Master Fu said with a warm smile. While you're in college, don't just focus on your studies. If you meet a suitable boy, it's alright to date. Otherwise, like your uncle, he still doesn't have a suitable girlfriend. Wenli found herself at a loss for words. She didn't want to deceive old Master Fu, but given his health, she couldn't be completely honest. Just then, Fu Zhang interjected, you should take your medicine. Don't watch TV tonight. Old Master Fu clearly grew tired of his words. Xiaoli, grandpa is hanging up. Don't ever look for a boyfriend like your uncle. Otherwise, he'll control your life. Wenli couldn't help but feel guilty. Not only had she found one, but he was also exactly like him. She sheepishly replied, grandfather, take care of your health and rest early. Alright, you don't need to worry about me. I'm fine, old Master Fu said affectionately. After hanging up, Wenli held the phone and inquired, when can we be honest with Uncle Fu? It's not good to keep it from him. Wait until you reach the legal age, Fu Zhang replied that he would certainly tell old Master Fu, but not just yet. They had only just begun. It was better to wait until things were stable before informing old Master Fu, as any unexpected changes would likely upset him the most. Of course, Wenli had no turning back. It was she who had chosen to provoke him. Alright, she nodded. After a while, dinner was served. Fu Zhang preferred silence during meals, and the atmosphere at the table felt uncomfortably quiet. Wenli stole a glance at him and tentatively asked, could you say a few words? Fu Zhang paused with his chopsticks, adding some vegetables to her bowl, and casually inquired, are the boys in college handsome? Wenli blinked in surprise, looking up at him, uncertain of his intent. She answered honestly, some of them are quite handsome. Fu Zhang responded with a simple placing a piece of food in his mouth, then stated matter-of-factly, you have no chance to regret it. Hearing this, Wenli finally grasped his meaning. She blinked rapidly, I won't regret it. After that, Fu Zhang said nothing further. Once dinner was over, he headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Seizing the opportunity, Wenli wandered into the bedroom and noticed the new clothes in the wardrobe, indicating that everything was well prepared. When Fu Zhang emerged, she started a movie, a youthful romance drama, but the beginning was unexpectedly intense. She quickly fast-forwarded, stealing a glance at Fu Zhang, whose expression remained unchanged. Seemingly accustomed to such scenes, she was still too young, having never experienced anything like this in her past life. After an hour or two, Wenli found the plot somewhat tedious and struggled to keep her eyes open, while Fu Zhang remained fully engrossed. Finally, when the movie ended, she stood up and said, I'm going to take a shower. Fu Zhang remained silent, and when Wenli emerged, the living room was empty. The door to the guest room closed, clearly. The older man had retreated to the bedroom. She glanced down at her unremarkable chest and quietly approached the door to knock. After a brief pause, the door opened from the inside. Fu Zhang, clad in a black satin nightgown, blocked the entrance and asked, what is it? Wenli understood that they wouldn't rush into anything. Fu Zhang would never make a move on her at this stage. He, like old Master Fu, held somewhat traditional views. However, she felt playful and pointed toward the room. Fu Zhang, shouldn't we share a bed? Chapter 41, why not steal a kiss now? The man's eyes narrowed slightly, a captivating yet dangerous glint in them. The next moment, Wenli felt a sharp pain on her forehead, instinctively retreating a step while gazing up at Fu Zhang with wide eyes, utterly incredulous. After all, who playfully flicks their girlfriend's forehead while dating, old man, she exclaimed, humph. After finishing her words, she turned and dashed into the bedroom across the hall, just as she was about to shut the door. A faint voice from behind her drifted in. If you wish to entice me, wear less, wearing more is of no use to me. Such uncharacteristically irreverent words had never escaped Fu Zhang's lips before. Caught off guard, Wenli collided with the door with a thud and swiftly slammed it shut with a resounding clap. So the old man turns out to be a seasoned wolf. One wonders how he managed to endure all these years leaning against the pristine white door. Fu Zhang lowered his head with a smirk, and after a moment, he turned back to the bedroom. After a while, Fu Yu called, and after discussing the old master's condition, she fell silent for a long time before speaking. I heard from Mom that you have romantic feelings for Wenli? Fu Zhang remained silent, yet did not deny it, merely responding with a soft Fu Yu fell silent again, rubbing her temples. How could you possibly have feelings for Wenli? Well, matters of the heart are unpredictable. How do you plan to discuss this with Dad, or how do you feel about it? You are 8 years apart, and Dad's health is not great. I know. Fu Zhang stood by the window, gazing up at the moon, a crescent so bright it resembled a human's eye. Sister, I want to fight for myself this time. I will bear the consequences. And no matter what the outcome, he was willing to accept it. Hearing this, Fu Yu sighed. You've carried a heavy burden over the years. We'll discuss this matter later. I also wish for your happiness. At 8 o'clock, military training commenced. Wenli rose at 7, moving quietly so as not to disturb Fu Zhang's slumber. However, upon entering the living room, she found Fu Zhang sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. He looked up at her and remarked, I ate breakfast. I'll send you to school. The mature man's way of courting lacked flowery words. His serious demeanor seemed far removed from that of a man who would utter such words as he did the previous night. Indeed, old men can be unexpectedly passionate, she responded with an "oh." Taking a seat at the dining table and inquired, will you be returning later? There are matters at the company. I will come by when I can. Fu Zhang set aside his phone and moved to sit beside her. Wenli stole a glance at him, noting that today's fitted black suit accentuated his physique. She wondered how it would feel to the touch. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. She was not as innocent as she appeared. Taking a large sip of milk, she quietly consumed her bread. After a few minutes, they got into the car, reaching the school gate in about 7 or 8 minutes. Fu Zhang drove directly onto the campus. Stopping beneath the dormitory, Wenli unbuckled her seatbelt and said, I'm getting out now. Be careful on your way back. Fu Zhang responded with a sound of acknowledgement, suddenly placing his hand on her shoulder. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his gaze was gentle yet soft. Why not steal a kiss now? Wenli's round eyes widened, still processing his words when she felt a faint warmth on her lips. Quickly, Fu Zhang straightened up. Get down now. Wenli, despite being in her 20s, felt her youthful shyness returning, her face betraying her with a blush. It was not the old man's dullness she feared, but rather his unexpected expertise. How could she have thought Fu Zhang was the type to be boring and uninteresting? He was clearly a big bad wolf. She opened the car door and stepped out, reminding him, be careful on the road. And send me a message when you get home. Without waiting for his response, she closed the door and made her way to the dormitory. The man in the driver's seat rested his hands on the steering wheel, his elongated brows curving slightly before he let out a soft chuckle and drove away. Once in the dormitory, Wenli changed into her military training uniform, donned her cap, and checked her phone to find multiple missed calls from Wenrong. And when Nguyen, she opted to return Nguyen's call, who answered with a sleepy voice. Sister, where did you go last night? Dad called your counselor and said you weren't in the dorm. Wenli was not surprised. It was just like those years abroad, where whatever she did was always known to Wenrong. Of course, it was only the bad news that reached her. She coughed lightly. I was ill and went to the clinic for an IV. Li Qin glanced at her before quickly exiting the dormitory. Wenli caught a glimpse of her from the corner of her eye, her expression turning cold. Sister, I have to go for military training now. Alright, be careful. When Nguyen replied. By the time she arrived at the training ground, most people had already gathered, just as she stood in line. Her counselor called out to her, Wenli, come here for a moment. Wenli stepped out of line, and the female counselor softly asked, where were you last night? Your family couldn't get in touch with you. I was at the clinic due to illness, Wenli replied. The counselor nodded and said, go back to training. Wenli returned to her spot in line. At 10 o'clock, there was a 20-minute break, during which Lin Baoju ran over to her, taking her hand and whispering, you weren't in the dorm last night? How did you know? Wenli asked, astonished. I heard from a classmate that Wenli from finance class 1 didn't return last night. Lin Baoju added, I already told her not to speak of it. When Nguyen and Duing were indeed trying every means to tarnish her reputation, Wenli had grown accustomed to it and confessed. I was with Fu Zhang yesterday. I figured as much, but I didn't say anything. I was afraid others would embellish the story, Lin Baozhu, puzzled, remarked. It's perfectly normal for college students to stay out at night. Why is everyone focused on you? Wenli shrugged, teasingly responding, perhaps it's because I'm beautiful and outstanding. Hearing this, Lin Baozhu burst into laughter, somewhat charmed by her spirited demeanor, wishing to make them all envious. I have to go back now. If anything happens, you must tell me. Alright, Wenli had intended to share the news of her relationship with Fu Zhang, but the time was too brief, and she doubted Lin Baozhu could process it. She decided to wait until after military training to find a suitable moment. After standing in a military posture for an hour or two, during the break, Wenli directly seated herself on the ground to rest and massage her legs. At that moment, Li Qin approached, crouching down beside her. Wenli, let's have lunch together. My boyfriend is treating. Wenli didn't need to guess. She knew she had been bought off by Wen Nuan without refusing. She stood up and replied okay. The two walked out of the training ground together, and Li Qin waved at a couple of boys, who quickly ran over. Li Qin's boyfriend, Bai Songxi, was slender and tall with an artistic flair, while his roommate was quite handsome, embodying the current trend of the little milk dog type, fair-skinned, with long lashes and an air of delicacy. When Li's assessment paled in comparison to Fu Zhang. Bai Songxi introduced, this is my roommate Liang Wenxin, this is my girlfriend's roommate. Wenli. Liang Wenxin, somewhat shy, extended his hand to Wenli. Hello, I'm sorry, my hands are too dirty. Wenli politely declined. The group walked toward the school gate, and Wenli naturally caught Liang Wenxin's gaze. It was hard to see how Wen Nuan thought she would be interested in such a young man lacking in substance. She had never liked them in her past life, and certainly did not in this one either. Halfway through, she bumped into Su Muan, who was dressed in military training attire. Su Muan glanced at Bai Songxi and his companion, then turned to Wenli, saying, I need to talk to you for a moment. Wenli instinctively followed him to the side. Su Muan, not one to meddle in others' affairs, had a good impression of Wenli due to their previous encounter. He spoke in a low voice, those two sophomore boys are not good people. They specifically target freshman girls. Be careful. Wenli thanked him. I know. Don't worry. Seeing this, Su Muan said nothing more, but recalled something. Remember my number. Call me if anything urgent happens. Grateful for his kindness, Wenli did not wish to make him uncomfortable, especially in a public setting. She took out her phone to save his number, then walked back toward Li Qin and the others. Li Qin, linking arms with her boyfriend, asked, is Su Muan pursuing you? Wenli shook her head. How do you know him? I don't really. I've just heard his name mentioned. Li Qin clearly did not want to discuss Su Muan, and Wenli did not pry further. The group arrived at a restaurant near the window, where it felt slightly chilly. Bai Songxi removed his jacket and draped it over Li Qin's shoulders. Noticing this, Liang Wenxin also took off his jacket, likely due to a habit of charming the ladies. Without asking, he placed his jacket over Wenli's shoulders. Thank you, Wenli said, then leaned down to sniff it, making a face of distaste. Why does it smell so much like body odor? As soon as the words left her mouth, the table fell silent. Realizing her mistake, Wenli quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to imply you have body odor. I meant the jacket might have picked up someone else's scent during military training. She took off the jacket and returned it to him, adding, there's a laundry detergent that works well for body odor. You should buy some from the supermarket. Liang Wenxin's fair face turned crimson, and he appeared at a loss for words, yet, Wenli seemed oblivious to social cues and continued, I'm really sorry, I'm just sensitive to those kinds of smells. Li Qin, regaining her composure, chimed in to ease the tension. It's probably just the jacket picking up someone else's scent during military training. Wenli, you should order, she suggested. Okay. Wenli took the menu and began ordering, stating, don't order the pig intestines, they smell too strong. She swiftly ordered 2 dishes and handed the menu to Li Qin, who then checked her messages on her phone. At 10 o'clock, Fu Zhang sent her a message to say he had arrived at the company. She glanced at the 2 boys beside her, who were sitting in silence, and discreetly messaged Fu Zhang, it seems they found a little milk dog to entice me. Meanwhile, Fu Zhang was in a meeting, speaking while also checking his phone. If the project doesn't go well, resign and make way. His voice abruptly halted as his gaze fixated on the screen. In the next moment, another message appeared. What little milk dog could compare to your allure? Fu Zhang, you are the most captivating. His pupils momentarily contracted, and he gently tapped his fingers against the table. After a brief pause, he slammed his phone onto the surface, indicating the need for revisions on the project, which was to be submitted by tomorrow. Just moments ago, he had exuded an air of icy detachment, but now his demeanor softened slightly, leaving the senior executives around him feeling somewhat disoriented. After the meeting concluded some 10 minutes later, Fu Zhang returned to his office and addressed Assistant Su. Concentrate on the afternoon matters before 3 o'clock. Has General Wen visited these past few days? General Wen has indeed come by.
But I informed him you were on a business trip, so he left, Assistant Sue replied. The Chin family has been negotiating deals for the Wen family recently. Should I convey anything on their behalf?
Not necessary, Fu Zhang said, pausing for a moment, lost in thought. Assistant Su, observing him intently, assumed he was contemplating work-related matters. However, the next moment, he inquired in a business-like tone, what is generally appropriate to gift a girlfriend?
Assistant Su, taken aback, exclaimed, "Huh," and quickly added, "I allocate my salary to my girlfriend, and after work, I often go to the cinema. Occasionally, I use my personal funds to buy her flowers." Fu Zhang merely nodded, indicating for him to leave. Meanwhile, Wen Li, who had not received a response from Fu Zhang, decided to focus on her meal. Once finished, she announced, "I shall take my leave now." Not wishing to take a nap during lunch, Wen Li headed straight to the library. The dormitory felt like a watchful eye, with warmth seemingly observing her every move. She was not afraid of being discovered. Rather, she relished the thought of retaliating against those who had belittled her. Having been raised as a burden, the thought of her not conforming to their control must have left them feeling utterly defeated. Additionally, there lingered the question of whether her previous life's accident was a mere misfortune or a deliberate act. To maintain her cover, Wen Li changed after her evening military training and prepared to go out. Just as she was about to leave, Li Qin inquired, "Where are you off to?" "I'm going out for some fun." "I won't be back tonight," Wen Li replied, admiring her reflection in the mirror. She donned a charming black and white floral long dress complemented by a delicate black knit sweater and sandals adorned with fine rhinestones. Her hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. After a final touch of light lipstick, she stepped out of the dormitory. A minute later, Li Qin made a phone call, having noted her departure, mentioning that she wouldn't be returning that night. As soon as her words faded, the dormitory door swung open abruptly. Wen Li hurried back inside to retrieve her phone from the table, nearly forgetting it in her haste. Having left, she turned and exited the dormitory. Once outside, she activated her phone, which displayed that it was recording. After saving the audio, she replayed it. "I won't be back tonight." Wen Li stored the recording in a file, which also contained another audio clip from her last visit to Dr. Liang's home. These pieces of evidence would serve as crucial testimonies for Wen Wan and Du Ying in the future. Her motives extended beyond her own interests. They encompassed the love of a mother she had never met. In the brightly lit community, Wen Li entered her password to unlock the door. The living room's opulent main light illuminated the space brilliantly, momentarily blinding her. She instinctively assumed that Fu Zhang had forgotten to turn off the light before leaving and snapped a photo to send him. "You forgot to turn off the light." No sooner had she sent the message than she heard footsteps approaching. She raised her gaze to the source of the sound, the story's male protagonist, clad in a bathrobe, his hair and face still glistening with water. With a frigid tone, he asked, "What brings you here?" "This evening an unexpected matter arose, and I had to work late at the company. By the time I arrived, it was quite late, and I thought I'd contact you tomorrow." Wen Li responded, her eyes lighting up with excitement. "They have arranged for surveillance in the dormitory, and I'm merely playing along." Fu Zhang furrowed his brow slightly but refrained from commenting, respecting Wen Li's decisions and actions. Understanding that some matters were beyond external meddling. "If there is anything you need to discuss with me, don't hesitate." "I won't hold back," she replied with eager anticipation, her shyness surfacing. Fu Zhang. "May I embrace you?" Fu Zhang raised an eyebrow, his hands instinctively lifting slightly. In an impulsive motion, Wen Li lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his waist, the scent of his freshly showered skin enveloping her. "You smell delightful." "Fu Zhang, may I kiss you?" Chapter 42. Unable to kiss Fu Zhang, a man of few emotional fluctuations, had never been particularly interested in girls during his high school years, preferring to return home to observe Wen Li instead. He would watch her at home, pondering whether she had been mistreated. Later, in college, when the physical desires of young men typically surged, he remained untouched by such urges, even after taking over the family business. Where encounters with women were commonplace, he never indulged. The scent of perfume or any other fragrance from women repulsed him. Bai Siyuan and the others labeled him as aloof, a label he had accepted until Wen Li's 18th birthday celebration. Dressed in a voluminous white gown with her hair flowing gracefully behind her, her eyes sparkled like the moon. An inexplicable heartbeat surged within him, and suddenly, his feelings toward Wen Li shifted from familial affection to something far deeper. This abrupt transformation plagued him at night, causing him distress and turmoil. He found himself unable to act on his feelings, even shying away from admitting his affection for her. After all, he was her uncle. Had it not been for Wen Li's initiative, he would have concealed his emotions for a lifetime. Her lack of suggestive words ignited a wildfire within him, leaving him feeling feverish. He dared not lower his gaze at the woman in his embrace and gently pried her away.
His voice strained yet composed. Go take a shower, you'll smell even better afterward. Wen Li was taken aback by his suggestion, pondering the peculiar mindset of older men. This ensemble, while not overtly seductive, was undoubtedly an effort to look appealing. Since middle school, she had attracted numerous admirers, so it baffled her that he found her lacking allure. With a tilt of her head, she asked, Fu Zhang, be honest with me. Do you dislike me for having a small chest? Fu Zhang fastened the buttons of his bathrobe, rubbing his temples before bending down to lift her and place her atop a nearby 1-meter-high cabinet. The height difference is quite pronounced, he remarked, his voice deepening. Wen Li, I am perfectly normal. You hold a significant allure for me, however, you are still young, give it a few years. At that time, you won't need to say anything. As he spoke, his voice gradually softened, measured, and rational, that he knew that when the time came, he would not let her slip away. At that moment, Wen Li felt as if she were suspended against a wall. Compliant and quiet, murmuring, please put me down. Fu Zhang gently lowered her, but before releasing her entirely, their lips brushed, and in an instant, Wen Li had already stepped toward the bedroom. Her triumphant yet bashful voice echoed back to him, Fu Zhang. Good night. Turning his gaze toward her, he heard the door click shut, only to have a fluttering hem of her skirt caught in the doorway, reminiscent of her vibrant spirit. Soon after, the door swung open again, revealing a glimpse of her fair leg, followed by her youthful face tinged with a rosy hue. His lips curled into a smile, his voice low and magnetic. Wen Li, good night. As the door closed once more, Wen Li flopped onto her bed, rolling back and forth in glee before tumbling to the floor with a thud. She feigned nonchalance as she scrambled to find her clothes for a shower. In the adjacent room, a phone on speakerphone blared by Si Yuan's voice, sounding slightly exasperated. Fu Zhang, where have you been? I haven't seen you around lately. If it weren't for the absence of your romantic involvement, I might suspect you were dating someone. Fu Zhang chose not to divulge his romantic entanglement, especially since it involved Wen Li. He intended to provide her with an escape route. He was willing to allow her the chance to reconsider, but he himself would not waver. If you have something to discuss, speak up. I'm here to see you. Bai Si Yuan responded, I'm currently out of town. Bai Si Yuan paused before asking, is Jian Ningxue still staying with you? Not sure, Fu Zhang replied, having paid little attention to Jian Ningxue. Had it not been for Bai Si Yuan's persistent requests for assistance in accommodating her, he would never have allowed her to reside in his home. Women these days seem to change their affections at a whim. She had not been like this when she pursued him. Bai Si Yuan, perplexed, continued, so she just up and left. What am I supposed to do? I am sorting things out with my mother. Her departure is inconsequential. Though he had feelings for Jian Ningxue, his family opposed their union. As she came from humble beginnings, they had argued over this matter countless times, leaving Bai Si Yuan torn between his mother and his girlfriend. No matter which side he supported, someone would end up hurt. Fu Zhang, hypothetically, if your girlfriend behaved like this, what would you do? The reflection in the glass window revealed Fu Zhang's robust physique as he leisurely donned his sleepwear. Responding nonchalantly, with my capabilities, she wouldn't be able to escape Kyoto. Bai Si Yuan fell silent for a moment, contemplating whether being persistent would seem particularly undignified. If he made a fuss over a woman, Gu Lianming and the others would laugh him to scorn. I know you won't, because you don't even have a woman to speak of. You have no right desiring purity while also seeking accolades. You wish to have it all. Fu Zhang stated the facts, then added, Gu Lianming is currently too preoccupied to mock you. His situation is quite chaotic. What do you mean? Bai Si Yuan inquired, intrigued. Fu Zhang abruptly hung up the phone, and moments later a message appeared. Fu Zhang, I think I might miss you a little. Could you come out for a moment? In the next instant, another message followed. Just a quick glance will suffice. The image of her youthful face flooded his mind, and his body felt rejuvenated. He chuckled softly, tapping the screen. Open the door. As he approached to unlock it, the door across from him swung open simultaneously, revealing Wen Li clad in gray pajamas, adorned with a black bow at the neckline and her damp hair cascading down either side of her face. Come in. Fu Zhang suddenly beckoned. Wen Li stood in a daze. Perhaps taken aback by Fu Zhang's invitation to enter the bedroom, she felt a twinge of anxiety, contemplating retreat. After all, Fu Zhang was nearly 27 years old. In her past life, he had cared for her for 3 years. So it was only fitting that she contribute a little more in this life. It's fine, Wen Li reassured herself, just close your eyes and the night will pass. Before she could utter a word, he had already turned and entered the bedroom. Wen Li glanced down at her unremarkable pajamas, wondering how they could possibly stir Fu Zhang's interest. Hesitantly, she made her way into the bedroom, attempting to relax. The next moment, she saw Fu Zhang emerging with a hairdryer in hand. He gestured towards the bed and said coolly, sit here, I'll dry your hair. Wen Li stared at the hairdryer, incredulous. The older man did not harbor any inappropriate intentions. He merely wished to help her with her hair. After Fu Zhang plugged in the device, he took the hairdryer and positioned himself beside her, his fingers weaving through her dark tresses. After several minutes, as her hair was nearly dry, he set the hairdryer down, glanced at the time, and said, "You should get some rest. We have military training tomorrow." Wenli was mindful not to linger too long. After all, a poor night's sleep would make the next day's training unbearable. She recalled a boy who had fallen asleep standing and collapsed onto the instructor. She certainly did not wish to embarrass herself. "All right," she said, rising and taking a few steps before tentatively asking, "Can I not sleep next to you?" She simply wanted to be closer to Fu Zhang, as they had little time to meet during the day. And only this moment at night. Fu Zhang pursed his lips, sighed, and finally conceded, "Go get a pillow and blanket." Wenli's eyes lit up as she turned to fetch them, and upon returning, she found Fu Zhang sitting on the sofa with a blanket and pillow in his arms. "I should just go back to sleep. You have work tomorrow," she said, though her feet did not move. Fu Zhang's deep gaze remained fixed on her, and soon after, he placed the pillow and blanket on the bed. Wenli swiftly climbed into bed, covering herself with the blanket and shifting to one side to leave him space. Before long, Fu Zhang joined her, turning off the main light while leaving the bedside lamp on. Wenli could clearly see the man's thick eyelashes, but the sense of security she had felt from their 3 years together made her feel at ease beside him. "Fu Zhang," she murmured, "I dreamed I became a vegetable, and you took care of me for 3 years. In the dream, you always secretly wiped away your tears." At her words, Fu Zhang did not immediately respond, his peripheral vision catching the sight of Wenli's small face. "You won't become a vegetable." "Of course not," she replied confidently. "I have my grandfather in you. No one in the entire capital would dare harm me." Wenli added with a smile, "But if I really did become a vegetable?" "Fu Zhang, please don't cry, okay?" Fu Zhang turned to face her. "Wenli, I dislike these hypotheticals. Asleep now." He reached out to gently pat her head a few times. Oh, Wenli closed her eyes, the faint scent in the room mingling with Fu Zhang's presence, her taut nerves relaxing as she gradually drifted into slumber. However, Fu Zhang found sleep elusive. As a normal man, it was hard not to have thoughts at such a moment, yet reason ultimately prevailed. The next day, the sky remained hazy. Wenli awoke before her alarm, her gaze falling upon the man so close to her. His angular features were smooth, his countenance both grand and delicate. Fu Zhang was the most handsome man she had ever seen. She propped herself up and boldly planted a kiss on his cheek. In an instant, the man opened his eyes wide. Just as Wenli prepared to smile, her hand wavered, causing her to tumble into him. Feeling like a thief, she scrambled to her feet and briskly exited the bedroom. Some part of her had already been awakened, leading Fu Zhang to helplessly rise and head to the bathroom. After a brief spell, he emerged, and upon realizing Wenli had yet to come out, he turned to the kitchen to prepare warm milk and toast. Moments later, he heard footsteps behind him and turned to see Wenli in an alluring outfit, a sleeveless collared shirt adorned with beautiful floral patterns on her chest. Paired with a black high-waisted pleated skirt, even in slippers, her shapely legs were captivating. Fu Zhang withdrew his gaze, focusing on the toaster, but gradually, the image of her legs replaced his thoughts. He inhaled deeply, resting his hands on the kitchen counter. "You should step outside." Yet, Wenli did not comply. Instead, she reached up to tug at her neck, feeling for any marks, then asked, "Do you see any redness on my neck?" Upon hearing this, Fu Zhang turned to look, noticing a faint redness on her neck, his brow furrowed in concern. "Does it itch?" "No, but when you stay over, there are bound to be some marks." Wenli shot him a sidelong glance, muttering, "You won't dare kiss my neck, so I have to do it myself." Fu Zhang felt a twinge of discomfort at her words. Aware of her youthful age, he had restrained himself for years. Yet, here she was, disregarding any consideration for a man's desires. Rubbing his temples, he finally waved her off, saying, "Just go outside, Wenli. So it seems I shouldn't have any expectations of older men." She turned and left, only retracting her hand once she had a clear mark on her neck. Once again, he escorted her to the dormitory entrance. This time, without waiting for Fu Zhang to say anything, she boldly planted a kiss on his cheek as she exited the car. In the dormitory, as Wenli entered, Li Qin had just risen and was seated on her bed, regarding her with curiosity. Wenli busied herself tying her hair up, revealing the red mark on her neck, then slipped into her military training uniform, the collar conveniently covering the mark. After all, she had no desire to tarnish her reputation at school. Li Qin stepped off her bed and asked, "Wenli, are you in a relationship?" Wenli felt a rush of shyness, as though her secret had been discovered, and she dared not meet her friend's gaze. "How did you know? There's a hickey on your neck." Li Qin said, a gossipy glint in her eyes. "Is your boyfriend from school?" "No, he didn't attend." Li Qin's eyes widened in surprise. "Your boyfriend is from outside the school?" "Yes, his family isn't well off. He started working at 18. Thankfully, I have money to support him. Wen Li gestured for her to keep it a secret, then placed her phone on the table to charge. I have to go. A month of military training passed. And Wen Li had tanned several shades darker. However, Fu Zhang had never expressed any disdain upon seeing her. During this time, they had met several times in the evenings, and their relationship had progressed slightly. At least she felt comfortable bringing her pillow and blanket to Fu Zhang's room, and he no longer insisted on sleeping on the sofa. After military training concluded, the school granted a 5-day National Day holiday. Naturally, Wen Li rushed to the Fu Corporation since Fu Zhang was at work. A fortune smiled upon her as she encountered Assistant Su downstairs, who allowed her to accompany him to the top floor using his access card. Assistant Su led her to the president's office, informing her, President Fu is currently in the marketing department. He should be back in about 10 minutes, Miss Wen. I need to deliver some documents downstairs. Alright, go ahead, thank you. Wen Li glanced around Fu Zhang's office, which was decorated in an austere black tone. After sitting on the sofa for a while, she ventured into the break room to use the restroom. Just as she was about to exit, she heard footsteps opening the door. Her mouth fell slightly agape as she saw the man unbuttoning his long shirt, his hands working on the 5th button, revealing his sculpted chest. At that moment, Fu Zhang caught sight of her and instinctively buttoned up his shirt, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Why didn't you have me come pick you up? I wanted to surprise you. Wen Li replied, her cheeks flushing as she pointed at his chest. Quite a surprise. Having spent some time together, Fu Zhang had learned that she enjoyed playful banter. Whenever he made a move, she would stammer. He said nothing in reply, instead retrieving a clean shirt and heading into the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. A few minutes later, he emerged, stating, I have a meeting soon, in half an hour, wait for me here. Alright, go ahead. Wen Li nodded. Fu Zhang approached her, bending slightly to meet her gaze, his profile turning slightly. Wen Li smiled coyly, then mischievously kissed him on the lips instead of his cheek. Her playful demeanor elicited a tender gaze from Fu Zhang, who chuckled softly, cupping her face in his hands, compelling her to focus on him. His cool voice, laced with teasing, asked, Don't you want a kiss? I can teach you. Chapter 43. She went out to have fun with her uncle. Upon hearing this, Wen Li closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly. After a moment of silence, she opened one eye only to find the man gazing at her with a smile. The normally aloof Fu Zhang now radiated an undeniable allure. Just as she prepared to tease him, the world around her darkened as their lips met, sending a delightful shiver coursing through her. Noticing his pause, she looked up at him, and Fu Zhang removed his tie, tossing it onto the nearby bed before unbuttoning his shirt to reveal his long neck. Though he tried to mask his emotions, Wen Li sensed his hesitation. You can't be inexperienced, can you? Fu Zhang's body stiffened, his gaze darkening slightly before he finally admitted in a husky voice, Yes, I haven't kissed before. Wen Li's eyes widened in surprise. Just as she was about to respond, a firm hand gripped the back of her head, pulling her closer, while another hand tightened around her waist. Though Fu Zhang had never kissed before, it didn't mean he wasn't willing to learn. In fact, he was quite clever. As their lips met, the heat in his gaze intensified. Wen Li felt herself growing weaker, her body gradually succumbing to the sensation. If Fu Zhang hadn't supported her waist, she might have crumpled to the floor. After a minute or two, he released her, waiting until she regained her balance before saying hoarsely, Wait here for me. Wen Li nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Once he left, she sat on the bed, clutching her heart, feeling as though she had just consumed the finest wine. Her mind swirling, she covered her face with her hands, the corners of her mouth betraying her glee. Meanwhile, Assistant Su observed President Fu exiting his office. Sensing something was amiss, the usually meticulous man appeared somewhat disheveled today. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances, and only after a while did he finally notice something, promptly reminding Mr. Fu, Your tie is not fastened. Fu Zhang halted his steps, instinctively reached for the collar, cleared his throat, and buttoned his shirt. After all, he lacked the courage to return home at this moment. He was an adult, yet a hint of timidity lingered. No need to wear it. No one is allowed to enter the office without my permission, understood. Assistant Sunada Dai in the break room. Wen Li reclined on the bed, responding to messages from Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu. Zhou Qin, I'm hosting a birthday party tomorrow and have prepared beautiful dresses for you. Come to my house to change. They are particularly stunning, designed by a designer my sister invited from abroad. Lin Baozhu, I'll come early tomorrow. Wen Li, I'll come too. After a moment, Zhou Qin sent a somewhat veiled message. Will you both be coming alone tomorrow? I need to prepare. Wen Li guessed she was hoping for Lin Yichen to show up, and Lin Baozhu suspected the same. Despite not sharing her friend's taste, nevertheless, she would still fulfill her birthday wish. Lin Baozhu, my brother, that little shadow, will definitely come with me tomorrow. Shaoli, will your uncle be coming? As Wenli chuckled to herself, she caught the last message, pondering for a long time but deciding not to mention her uncle as her boyfriend to them. After all, old Master Fu was still unwell. And if he heard about it from outsiders now, it would likely worsen his condition. It wasn't that she didn't trust them, she simply had to be cautious. She no longer possessed the luck of a second chance.
I don't know. After chatting for a while, Wenli put down her phone, feeling a bit bored. She stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery outside. Time passed, and she heard footsteps behind her. Instinctively, she wanted to scare Fu Zhang, hiding behind the curtains, leaving a small gap to peek outside. If Fu Zhang approached, she would leap out and hug him, planting a kiss on his cheek. However, the person who entered was not Fu Zhang but Bai Siyuan. Dressed impeccably in formal attire, and now it was awkward for her to step out, yet it was equally awkward to remain hidden. After all, who would secretly hide behind curtains unless they intended to steal something? She thought it best to wait until Fu Zhang came in before revealing herself. At this time, he should be returning soon. Bai Siyuan sat on the sofa and immediately answered a phone call. A minute or two later, more footsteps approached. Fu Zhang fixed his gaze on Bai Siyuan on the sofa, furrowing his brow before turning towards the bathroom. Still not seeing anyone, he instinctively inquired, "Where's Wenli?" Bai Siyuan responded with a perplexed "hm," and asked incredulously, "Are you asking me about Wenli? Am I mistaken? I have no." Before he could finish, Wenli's voice came from the other side, "I'm here." They both looked over, only to see the curtain sway as Wenli awkwardly emerged, her face flushed, gazing down at her toes. She wished she could just disappear. Bai Siyuan, bewildered, asked, "What were you doing hiding behind the curtains? Were you trying to steal something?" Before Wenli could respond, Fu Zhang interjected, "Step outside." Bai Siyuan glanced at Wenli. Seeing she remained still, he reminded her in a theatrical manner, "I said to step outside." "I'm telling you to step outside," Fu Zhang said, his gaze coolly fixed on him. Bai Siyuan, taken aback, murmured, "Oh," with a hint of disbelief, feeling as though the act of hiding was somehow his fault. "Fine, I'll step out." Once he exited, Fu Zhang shut the door, locked it, and crossed his arms, his voice revealing a hint of curiosity. "What were you hiding for? I thought it was you, and I wanted to scare you. But when I saw it was him, I didn't feel comfortable coming out," Wenli explained. Hearing this, a flicker of amusement crossed Fu Zhang's eyes as he reached out to gently ruffle her hair. "Let's go. I'll take you to dinner." Bai Siyuan, still seated on the sofa, caught a glimpse of the two as they emerged and curiously looked at Wenli. As expected, Fu Zhang did not seem to mind. It was evident that he enjoyed the way she could leave a layer of mud over people's eyes. Fu Zhang turned to Bai Siyuan, saying directly, "If there's anything, let's discuss it this afternoon." "Alright, you're busy." Bai Siyuan waved them off. Once the two stepped out of the office, Bai Siyuan sighed, realizing that Fu Zhang's life was now in Wenli's hands. Remembering something, he took out his phone to make a call. But once again, he encountered the same cold voice. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not reachable." It seemed he too was caught in a snare. The two dined at a Western restaurant near the company. Knowing how busy he was, Wenli decided not to disturb him further, suggesting, "You should head back to the company. I'll buy some things for my grandfather. No rush. I'll take you to buy some clothes." Fu Zhang replied, foregoing any flowery words for practicality. Unable to resist, Wenli glanced at him and playfully suggested, "Shall we buy matching outfits?" Fu Zhang simply replied with an as a couple strolled by. Hand in hand, their demeanor intimate. He lowered his gaze towards her, then reached out, taking her small hand in his, gently tightening his grip. This hand had held hers since childhood, yet it felt distinctly different now. Wenli instinctively lowered her head before quickly looking back up at him, subtly shifting closer until their shoulders brushed against one another. They first went to buy a few items for Lu Zongwei, then browsed for clothes. The attendant, perhaps lacking in perception or simply taken by Fu Zhang's mature appearance in a suit, attempted to flatter them at checkout. "Your brother is really good to you." Fu Zhang raised an eyebrow slightly, responding coolly, "She is my girlfriend." Wenli nodded in agreement from the side, and the attendant's expression faltered as she realized how young Wenli appeared. "Here are your clothes. We hope to see you again." As she spoke, she cast an odd glance at Wenli, likely assuming she was a university student being spoiled. Fu Zhang lightly tapped his fingers on the counter, his gaze icy as he stared at the attendant. "Is there something wrong with your eyesight?" The attendant's face changed instantly, and she hurriedly apologized. "Sir, I'm very sorry." Wenli tugged at Fu Zhang, guiding him out of the clothing store. Once outside, Fu Zhang caught her eye, and she was surprised to find him looking back at her. He spoke in a low voice, addressing her with the seriousness of someone who had seen the world. "In the future, when you come out with me, you'll encounter such situations. The disparity in their ages would inevitably attract many voices and discussions, both good and bad. I'm prepared for it," Wenli replied, her expression steadfast as always.
Fu Zhang paused for a moment before resuming his steps. Wenli delivered the items to Lu Zongwei, but Butler's son informed her that Lu Zongwei had gone to the company and would not return until the evening. She handed the items to Butler's Sunday grandpa. I bought 2 vests for you to wear when you go out in the morning. It's getting a bit chilly. Alright, young lady, you won't be here tonight? Butler's son asked kindly. Grandpa has been missing you lately. Wenli had to return home that evening as her family needed her for a performance. I'll come tomorrow afternoon and stay for a few days. We have a 7-day holiday. Good. I'll have the aunt prepare some of your favorite dishes. Young lady, you've tanned a bit from military training, but you look healthy, Butler's son said as he escorted her out. As soon as Wenli left, Lu Zongwei returned, and Butler's son helped him out of the car. The young lady just left. She bought you 2 vests and said she would come over tomorrow afternoon to stay for a few days. Hearing this, Lu Zongwei sighed. What luck I have. I should go buy some of the young lady's favorite foods. Yes, sir, this morning, Miss Wen came by. I mentioned you were at the company, Butler's son informed him. Lu Zongwei's face darkened slightly. What did she say? She mentioned that the young lady is in a relationship and expressed some concern for her, Butler's son replied. Lu Zongwei scoffed. I see that Xiao Li's reputation outside is poor. All thanks to them. Next time she comes, don't open the door. Understood, Butler's son responded eagerly as he held no good impression of Wen Li. At that moment, the Wen family was at work, after changing into a different outfit. Wenli sat at her desk to study. Around 6 in the evening, when Rong and the others returned home, the aunt immediately announced, Mrs. back. When Rong took off his suit and handed it to Duing, instructing her to call for Wenli, the aunt promptly went upstairs, soon bringing Wenli down. The 3 individuals on the sofa simultaneously turned to look at her, though this was her home. It felt as if she were an outsider. When Rong angrily remarked, I heard you've been out overnight for several days. Who were you out with? He directly accused her. Duing and Wen Nuan's behavior was largely enabled by Wen Rong, as he did not regard her as a daughter but merely a tool suitable for taking over the Wen family. Dad, let us speak calmly. Don't get angry just yet. Wen Nuan tried to mediate. Calmly, do you think she will listen? Wen Rong retorted, I see you've only grown in stature, not in wisdom. Wen Rong pressed further, which man were you out with? Wenli met his gaze. Am I supposed to admit to this? Should I confess to gallivanting with men? Grandpa Fu bought me an apartment near the school. Is there a problem with me living there? If you claim I gallivant with a man, then I'm gallivanting with my uncle. If you don't believe me, I can call him. She pulled out her phone, but when Rong immediately shouted, don't call. Wenli responded irritably, you scold me whenever someone says something bad about me. Yet you lack the ability to think. Maybe you should go see a doctor tomorrow. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs. When Rong furrowed his brow, turning to Duing and Wen Nuan. Scolding, what nonsense are you two spouting? Don't just listen to what others say. Duing and Wen Nuan exchanged glances, and Duing's eyes suddenly welled with tears. I only mentioned it because I was worried about her. And you blame us instead. Even when Nuan urged you to speak kindly. With that, she turned and left as well. Warmly and softly comforting Wen Rong, she said, Dad, it's alright. I'll go comfort my sister. You should attend to Mom. She has spent 2 hours preparing chicken soup for you today. Wen Rong sat on the sofa, massaging his temples, and turned to the aunt, saying, prepare some dishes that the young lady enjoys. Warm's hand tightened imperceptibly. And after a moment of stillness, she ascended the stairs and entered Wenli's bedroom. Once the door was shut, Wenli began to pat her chest repeatedly, winking at Warm with a look of having escaped a calamity. Sister, that was close. I almost got scolded to death by the old duck. Thankfully, I'm clever. He definitely wouldn't dare to ask uncle. After saying this, her gaze fell on Warm's face, perhaps unaware that she too would resort to their usual tactics. Warm's gentle smile held a hint of forced cheerfulness as she reached out to pinch Wenli's small face. You've learned to lie now, which is not good. Don't do it anymore. No matter what, your mother and I will speak up for you. Wenli shook her head. I don't want to. The old duck's scolding is unbearable. Dad is also concerned about you. If you confide in him, he won't be angry with you. What were you doing out of the dormitory the other day? Warm inquired. Wenli, blushing, replied, I was in a relationship. His family isn't well off, and he didn't go to college. But he is a bit older. The old duck would definitely disapprove. I'll tell him in a few years. Sister, he said he wants to marry me. After saying this, her face radiated innocence and longing. Warm scrutinized her expression and finally chuckled softly. As long as you like him, it's fine. A slightly poorer family is no obstacle. We can support him in the future. Sister, you're so nice. Wenli understood that Warm must be feeling reassured now. However, if she knew that the older man was Fu Zhang, it would probably be more distressing than if she were killed. Warm gently patted her hand. Let us go downstairs for dinner. After saying this, she took her out. Once Wenli was seated on the sofa, Warm went to Du Ying's room, and soon the two of them emerged. Wen Rong cast a glance at Du Ying and recalled something. asking, "Has the young lady from the Zhou family sent you an invitation?" Duing, clearly not angry with him, replied, "I'm not familiar with Mrs. Zhou, she is rather difficult to get along with, the Zhou family rarely holds a banquet." "Warm, could you ask Qin Feng if he can take us along?" Wenrong needed to collaborate with the Zhou family for business, naturally requiring connections. Previously, with the support of the Fu family, business had been good. But recently it had been sluggish. Warm shook her head. The Qin family isn't familiar with the Zhou family either. This time, the Zhou family only invited those they are on good terms with. Leaning sideways on the sofa, Wenli interjected, "Is it Zhou Qin? She invited me to her birthday party tomorrow." She didn't look at Warm and Duing, likely anticipating their ire, as she effortlessly obtained what they had desperately sought. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 44, Fu Zhang, "You're in a relationship instantly." Wenrong and the others turned their attention to her. Warm smiled gently and explained to her, "It's the Zhou family from Beihai. The young lady from the Zhou family has never appeared in Kyoto. She is said to be abroad." Initially, Wenli was unaware that Zhou Qin belonged to the renowned Zhou family in Kyoto, only realizing it during their visit to the bar when she learned that Zhou Qin had an elder sister. Moreover, Zhou Qin always spoke with an air of scholarly elegance, gentle and soft, which led her to make the deduction, it seemed the Zhou family had not disclosed this to the public for Zhou Qin's safety, as there were many who wished to associate with the Zhou family, not fewer than those from the Fu family. Her Wenrong probably held no favorable impression of her acquaintances, believing them to be frivolous and irresponsible, and skeptically asked, "When did you meet the young lady from the Zhou family?" "I know her, my sister knows her too. We went to the library together, and you told them not to bully one of my friends," Wenli said, looking at Warm with an expression of having forgotten something important. To know that Warm was eager to forge good relations, realizing that she had offended the young lady from the Zhou family, would likely lead her to regret it immensely. Indeed, Warm's hand stiffened momentarily as she forced a smile. "Is that so? I didn't pay much attention." Just then, the aunt walked in holding an invitation. "Sir, miss, here is the invitation." Wenrong, who had been somewhat skeptical, immediately raised his hand, signaling her to hand it over upon receiving the invitation and seeing its design. He recognized it belonged to the Zhou family. Only the Zhou family's invitations featured hand-painted inkwash art, a hallmark of old master Zhou's craftsmanship. Upon opening it, he found Wenli's name inscribed within. Affectionately referring to her as Lily, it was evident that their relationship was quite close. Wenrong looked at Wenli, seemingly puzzled, as he realized that she was not someone lacking awareness. The daughter of a wealthy family was no fool and would never fawn over someone from a lesser background. He handed the invitation to Wenli, his tone softening. "Since they've invited you, you should go tomorrow. Do you have a dress?" "I do." Wenli nodded. Wenrong then turned to Duing, saying, "Go get that set of jewelry we bought last time for Warm." That set of auction jewelry was worth over 60 million. For families like theirs, it was already exorbitantly priced. Duing's expression shifted. She, who usually was eager to provide anything for Wenli, clearly hesitated. "That set is for Warm's wedding. It wouldn't be appropriate if she used it later. The Qin family would surely think we don't value Warm. As expected, whenever it involved money, their true colors would emerge." Wenli cast a glance at Duing but feigned ignorance, saying nothing. "We can buy it again later. Can't you tell what's more important? With the Zhou family connection, business will improve significantly." Wenrong admonished. Warm's hands clenched tightly together, soon relaxing as she empathetically advised, "Mom, let my sister wear it. It represents our family's image." Duing had no choice but to rise and retrieve it. Shortly after, she returned with a sleek black box. Wenli reached out to take it and opened it to reveal a stunning necklace combining white and pink diamonds, the pink diamond pendant the size of a pigeon egg, sparkling brilliantly under the light. In her previous life, Warm had worn this very set of jewelry when she married. It had even made the news, proclaiming her as the granddaughter of the Liu family. At that time, Warm had already triumphed. "It's beautiful. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad." She faltered at the last part. Wenrong said nothing further but instructed, "When you go to the Zhou family, be mindful of your words and actions. Warm, help her with her makeup and preparations tomorrow." "Alright." Warm's nails dug into her flesh, causing her some pain. After dinner, Wenli went upstairs early. Shortly after entering her room, Fu Zhang's call came in. She immediately answered, her tone clearly joyous. "Are you off work? Are you coming to the Fu residence?" Fu Zhang asked. "I'll be there shortly." After changing her clothes, Wenli stepped out upon hearing she was visiting old Master Fu. Wenrong said nothing. Just as she exited the Wen family's door, Wenli spotted Fu Zhang, dressed in a suit, standing under the streetlight, clearly having called her as soon as he arrived home. The older man had always been tight-lipped and remarkably patient. She jogged toward him. Just as she was about to take his hand, Worm's voice called from behind, "Sister, I'll accompany you to visit Grandpa Fu." Wenli immediately retracted her hand, hugging it to her chest and rubbing her arms. So Cold Worm emerged with her belongings and spotted Fu Zhang. "Uncle," she said warmly. Fu Zhang cast a cool glance her way, saying nothing, while out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Wenli rubbing her hands and touching her nose. Appearing guilty and somewhat endearing, he suppressed a smile, removing his jacket and draping it over her shoulders. This gesture was not unusual, as Fu Zhang had always treated Wenli well, but she felt she couldn't accept his jacket like that. Reluctantly, she pushed it back to him, saying, "I don't want it." After glancing at the man's profile, she saw him drape the jacket over her again. His cold voice carried a hint of reproach. Not listening, Wenli bit her lip, nearly laughing out loud. This old man certainly had a flair for theatrics. She pouted slightly and retorted, "Old fossil." After saying this, she took a few quick steps into the Fu household. Fu Zhang paused, gazing pensively at the vanishing figure. "Old fossil." At that moment, Worm approached, apologizing on Wenli's behalf. "My sister has that kind of personality. Uncle, please don't be angry." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I must admit, her beauty was striking, almost irresistible to men. She tilted her head slightly toward Fu Zhang. Unfortunately, Fu Zhang didn't spare her a glance, his voice icy as he replied, "Who is your uncle?" Worm's expression stiffened, and in the next moment, the man strode into the Fu residence. When Worm entered the Fu home, Wenli was already seated beside Old Master Fu, inquiring about his health. Old Master Fu displayed clear joy at Wenli's presence, as if she were family, while Worm's grip on the gift she held tightened unconsciously. Why could Wenli so effortlessly obtain everything she desired? Worm gently asked, "Grandpa Fu, how is your health?" Old Master Fu lifted his head, his expression dimming slightly, yet he maintained his composure. "I'm well." "Why are you visiting so late? Don't come this late next time." It was evident he regarded her as a guest. "All right, as long as Grandpa Fu is well." "I am relieved. It's getting late. I'll take my leave now." After placing the gift down, Worm turned to exit. Once outside the Fu residence, her expression soured, her demeanor twisted. She closed her eyes, then slowly opened them again. At the Fu residence, Wenli accompanied Old Master Fu in the living room for a few laps. Old Master Fu could walk, but his left hand lacked strength. After falling ill, his spirits were not very good, and he needed to retire to his bedroom by 9. Fu Zhang personally assisted him with his bath, as old Madame Fu could not support Old Master Fu. After half an hour, his white shirt was soaked through, faint outlines of his abs visible. Meeting Wenli's unabashed gaze, his throat bobbed a few times, and he said steadily, "Wenli, come upstairs. I have something to discuss with you." Wenli obediently replied, "Okay," and ascended the stairs under the watchful eyes of the aunts. As the two individuals entered the bedroom, one following the other, Fu Zhang raised his hand to close the door, locking it with a decisive click. His voice, cool yet tinged with a hint of sulkiness, inquired, "Who is the old relic?" Wenli replied, "I merely mentioned it in passing." "Is that so?" Fu Zhang retorted, nonchalantly unbuttoning his shirt and donning a comfortable outfit before stating, "Am I an old relic? Is it my age, or my thoughts?" The disparity in their ages was apparent, and he certainly needed to make some adjustments. A bit in terms of thoughts. Wenli gestured vaguely. Fu Zhang responded with an "oh," then approached her, leaning down to scrutinize her, lifting her chin with his hand. "It is not that my thoughts are antiquated. Rather, you are simply too young. Wenli, if you were 3 years older, you should be lying in bed by now." The image that flashed in her mind made Wenli instinctively cover her cheeks with her hands, murmuring, "Fu Zhang, you are shameless." Fu Zhang chuckled softly, leaning down once more to place a kiss on her lips. Imbued with a touch of possessiveness, Wenli was compelled to tilt her head back, her hands resting on his waist. After a moment, Fu Zhang released her, leaving a delicate blush on her cheeks reminiscent of a masterfully crafted painting. His heart softened like clouds as he gently stroked the top of her head. "Let us stay here tonight." Wenli nodded without a trace of modesty. "Tomorrow is the Zhou family's birthday celebration. Will you attend? If you go, I will too." Fu Zhang was indifferent to such gatherings, but with Wenli it was a different story. She relished the overt affection he displayed, embracing him tightly. Her fingertips traced circles on his lower back as she straightforwardly asked, "Fu Zhang, do you like me a lot?" Fu Zhang's gaze quivered slightly. "Yes, I like you very much. I like you too, a lot." Wenli raised her hand in a solemn vow, declaring, "Fu Zhang, Wenli, will never betray you or change my heart." The man chuckled lowly once more, then swiftly lifted her off her feet, placing her on the office desk, his hands propping himself up on the surface. With a self-deprecating tone, he quipped, "What is there to like about me? I am both old and dull." At that moment, Fu Zhang resembled a big, despondent dog, prompting Wenli to reach out and touzle his hair. unabashedly expressing her admiration for him from head to toe. Afterward, she leaned closer, planting a kiss on his eyelid, her voice earnest and laced with guilt. Fu Zhang, I am sorry for the past, I was blind to your worth. A hint of crimson tinged the corners of Fu Zhang's eyes, embodying a mature allure as he fixed his gaze upon her. It is I who failed to protect you. Wen Li's eyes glistened, her lashes fluttering as she lowered her gaze. Soon, she pressed her cheek against Fu Zhang's, feeling that it was enough. For the following day, Wen Li and Lin Baozhu planned to visit the Zhou family. The Zhou residence, adorned in traditional Chinese style, welcomed them with its antiquated decor. Zhou Qin resided in a separate courtyard, filled with blooming flowers and playful kittens and puppies sprawled on the ground. It was Wen Li's first visit to Zhou Qin's home, and she could not help but exclaim, "It is so beautiful." Zhou Qin, clad in her pajamas, ushered them into her room, exclaiming, "Look at the dresses I picked for you. Do you like them?" 3 matching blue evening gowns awaited them. Lin Baozhu gasped, her eyes sparkling as she teased, "Qin, are you not worried we will steal your thunder?" With a radiant smile, Zhou Qin replied, "Not at all, we will all be beautiful together." "Baozhu, you should wear this fluffy skirt. You will look like a little princess. Li, with your height and figure, this fitted gown is perfect for you." Lin Baozhu sighed with envy, "I wish I could wear that fitted gown, but I can't. Lili, I envy your figure, and your face too." Zhou Qin added, "I envy you both." Zhou Qin's gown was a modestly styled long dress embellished with delicate rhinestones. This way, Wen Li and Lin Baozhu would not overshadow her. Not that she minded, she simply worried about what others might say. In truth, with Lin Baozhu's prestigious background, no one would dare criticize her, leaving Wen Li to bear the brunt of any judgment. Aware of this, Wen Li chose not to wear the jewelry Du Ying had given her, opting for a subtle makeup look instead. Even so, she remained breathtakingly beautiful, her understated elegance captivating all. Noticing Wen Li's lack of accessories, Zhou Qin, fearing she might be looked down upon, retrieved a modest necklace from her drawer, offering it to her. "Lili, wear this. I've never worn it." Wen Li shook her head, explaining, "I can't wear it. If your family sees, they might think I am trying to deceive you for your jewelry." She winked playfully at the end. Zhou Qin paused, realizing the inappropriateness of the situation. "Then I won't wear it either." Both Wen Li and Lin Baozhu chimed in unison. "No way." Lin Baozhu removed her own necklace, stating, "I won't wear it." Wen Li, caught between amusement and warmth, insisted, "You both should wear it." "I am fine without it." Not wearing it, Lin Baozhu insisted. At 11 o'clock, the banquet commenced, Bai Siyuan and his companions being on good terms with the Zhou family, naturally attended. To their surprise, Fu Zhang had also arrived. The man donned a beige V-neck sweater paired with black trousers, casual yet refined, and none of the attendees wore formal suits, considering it a family gathering. It would be inappropriate to address one another with titles like President Fu, President Bai, or President Gu. Lin Chen glanced up and remarked, "Fu Yi, what brings you to the banquet this year? You have the time." "Why wouldn't I?" Fu Zhang replied coolly. He casually pulled out a chair at the table, and as Bai Siyuan and the others moved to sit beside him, Fu Zhang's hand rested on the chair to his left. "There is someone there, who?" Lin Chen asked curiously. "Did you successfully matchmake?" Gu Lianming and Bai Siyuan exchanged knowing glances. Seeing Fu Zhang's lack of understanding, Bai Siyuan deadpanned, "Who else could it be? It must be his little niece." Lin Chen's curiosity waned. "I thought the iron tree had finally bloomed." At that moment, voices arose around them. "The young lady of the Zhou family has arrived. Who is that girl beside her?" Instantly several men turned their attention to the entrance, where 3 young women, freshly groomed, exuded the vivaciousness of adult women. Fu Zhang's gaze remained fixed on Wen Li, who wore a strapless gown, a matching ribbon adorning her neck flowing gracefully as she walked. The slit of her dress reached her thigh, revealing her long legs in a tantalizing glimpse. She had truly matured. Beside him, Bai Siyuan sighed, "These girls have grown up. We are getting old." Lin Chen's gaze shifted from Lin Baozhu to Zhou Qin, affirming, "Indeed, we are." Fu Zhang reached for a glass of red wine nearby, tilting his head back to take a sip, his tone icy as he stated, "Do not include me." Immediately, all 3 turned to look at him, for he was the least qualified among them to make such a statement. While not the oldest, he certainly carried the weight of maturity. Gu Lianming raised an eyebrow, declaring, "Fu Zhang, you must be in a relationship." As soon as he spoke, Bai Siyuan and Lin Chen turned their attention to Fu Zhang. His expression remained nonchalant, seemingly unfazed by their speculation. Lin Chen leaned on his chair, jesting, "If Fu Yi has indeed found someone, what does that mean for the rest of us? We should all get married." For the first time, Bai Siyuan found himself in agreement. Indeed, however, instead of denying it, Fu Zhang crossed his arms, lifting his eyelids slightly, and replied, "You will be disappointed." Bai Siyuan exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, are you serious? Is it Jiang Shuyi? You two actually make a decent pair." Although he was unsure how Fu Zhang had moved past Wen Li,
It was undoubtedly for the best. After all, their relationship had no future, and it would not drain Wenli, but it would certainly take a toll on Fu Zhang. Not quite, Fu Zhang replied, his gaze drifting to the distance where a girl was secretly watching him. Only to quickly avert her eyes. A fleeting smile crept onto his lips, barely perceptible. Lin Yichen pressed on, who else could be better than Zhang Shuyi? Objectively speaking, she has good grades, looks, and comes from a respectable family. If you like her, then marry her, Fu Zhang retorted, propping himself up beside the chair and pulling out his phone. He raised it to his eye level, calmly opening the camera and snapping a picture of Wenli. Fortunately, Gu Lianming and the others were not in the habit of checking each other's phones, or else his unrestrained behavior would have been exposed. Lin Yichen chuckled, but she has to be willing as well. At that moment, Lin Baozhu's voice rang out, brother, hurry and wish Qin Qin a happy birthday. The three, who had been standing a distance away, now approached the dining table. Lin Yichen raised an eyebrow, teasing Zhou Qin. Call me brother, if you do, there will be a gift. Zhou Qin's face flushed, and she momentarily struggled to respond, prompting Lin Baozhu to playfully smack her brother's head, scolding, hurry and give it to her. Her brother was utterly shameless, trying to charm an 18-year-old girl. No wonder Zhou Qin had fallen for him, Lin Baozhu quipped, which family allows their brother to be hit, though Lin Yichen spoke in jest. He was not angry. He retrieved a birthday gift from nearby, presenting it to Zhou Qin. Happy birthday. Fu Zhang and the others also gifted her presents, and Zhou Qin expressed her gratitude, thanking Lin Gu. Bai Gu and Gu Gu. When it came to Fu Zhang, she naturally elevated the formality, saying, thank you, Uncle Fu. Fu Zhang lightly tapped his fingers on the chair, correcting her, from now on, call me whatever they do. Otherwise, you will have to call me Uncle Tu. In the past, it did not matter, but now it did. When Li cast a sidelong glance at him, his intentions as clear as day, she raised her hand to touch her nose. Zhou Qin looked between Wenli and Fu Zhang, contemplating before saying, I will call you Lili, otherwise it will create confusion between us. Lin Yichen playfully patted Fu Zhang on the shoulder, saying, alright, don't scare her. She is timid, speak freely, call me whatever you wish, even uncle will suffice. Lin Baozhu tilted her head towards him, inquiring, so what shall I call you, uncle brother? Lin Yichen. Fu Zhang glanced at Wenli, gently patting the chair beside him. Signaling her to come and sit, Wenli explained, we will join you after we help Qin Qin finish cutting the cake. Subsequently, the three of them made their way towards the cake table, which stood a meter or two high, where over a dozen members of the Zhou family gathered to sing a birthday song for Zhou Qin. It would be a lie to say Wenli was not envious. She once believed herself to be quite fortunate. Although her family was not well off, they provided her with a good life and love. Reflecting on it now felt almost ironic, when Li and Lin Baozhu each took a piece of cake and distanced themselves from Zhou Qin. As the family needed to converse, and they remained outsiders, naturally, when Li sat beside Fu Zhang, with Lin Baozhu next to her, she had taken 2 spoons, one of which she offered to Fu Zhang, suggesting he take a taste. Fu Zhang accepted it, just as he was about to dip it into the cake when Bai Xian's voice echoed in his ear, your little uncle doesn't tea like cake. He simply detested Fu Zhang's unyielding demeanor before Wenli. It was hard to believe that the decisive Fu, who dominated the business world, would display such a side before her. He knew he should not meddle in these matters. Yet he wished to awaken Fu Zhang to the reality that Wenli did not care for his likes or dislikes. Wenli genuinely had no idea that Fu Zhang disliked cake, and instinctively reached to reclaim the spoon, but Fu Zhang did not release it. He scooped a spoonful and placed it in his mouth, stating nonchalantly, I don't dislike it. Bai Xian was about to retort when Gu Lianming kicked him, cryptically advising, mind your own business, you should be more concerned about yourself. Don't speak of me, you're no different. Bai Xian retorted. A few days prior, when he discovered that Gu Lianming was gay, he was so shocked that he thought Gu had feelings for them. However, upon learning about his partner, he felt relieved. Nonetheless, Gu's choice was much worse than Fu Zhang's. Being attracted to the young was one thing, but taking action was another. The Zhao family was notoriously formidable, known for not being trifled with. He awaited the impending fallout. A few empty seats at the table were soon filled by several young women, all from affluent families. When Li noticed them glancing towards Fu Zhang, and she subtly placed her hand on the back of his hand beneath the table. And the next moment, a sudden thud echoed as Fu Zhang's elbow collided with the edge of the table while holding the cake spoon. Bai Xian, relishing the moment, remarked, Fu Yi, is the cake really that delicious? You seem quite excited. Fu Zhang dismissed him, scooping another spoonful of cake into his mouth, while his peripheral vision caught a girl beside him with her head down and a slight smirk, reminiscent of a cat caught in mischief. He suddenly felt inclined to adopt a cat. After the meal, when Li felt a bit bloated and expressed her desire to use the restroom, instinctively standing up,
she announced. "I'll go to the restroom." Fu Zhang stood up as well but then sat back down. Upon her return from the restroom, two women shot her a glance, before she could say anything. One of them tossed a necklace at her feet and then approached, grabbing her wrist, exclaiming, "Why are you stealing my things?" Wen Li was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated being directly framed in such a manner. While it might not work on others, for someone from a humble background like her, it was a predicament impossible to argue against. The woman, Wang Ai, attempted to drag her away, but Wen Li firmly stood her ground. Reminding her, today is Zhou family's young lady's birthday. She had no intention of ruining Zhou Qin's birthday celebration, yet, the woman mockingly looked at her and continued to pull her out, shouting, "Everyone, come quickly, this person stole my necklace." And I caught her. Instantly, all eyes at the banquet turned towards them, and Wen Li calmly asserted, "I did not." Another woman, Wu Qian, wearing a light-colored long dress, sneered, "Are we really going to wrongfully accuse you? Do we look like the type to do that? We certainly are not in need of that necklace, but you, it seems, are without any jewelry at all. Can you not afford it?" Fu Zhang and his group naturally noticed the commotion and approached with cold expressions. Commanding, "Let go," Wang Ai was startled and instinctively released her grip, casting a stiff, suspicious glance at Wen Li, wondering if she had a connection to Fu Zhang. In the next moment, Fu Zhang's icy voice cut through the air again. "What business do our Fu family have in stealing your worthless trinkets?" At this juncture, Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu rushed over, standing beside Wen Li, their eyes silently inquiring about her well-being. Wen Li shook her head, indicating she was fine. She then turned to the crowd, raising her voice, "Call the police. Have the necklace examined for fingerprints, to see if any of mine are on it. Let us determine whether you are framing me or if I am envious and stole your belongings." Before anyone could respond, she took out her phone and dialed, "Hello, I wish to report a theft. Someone is falsely accusing me of stealing." The two women visibly panicked, and Wu Qian quickly interjected, "Today is Zhou family's young lady's birthday. Please do not involve the police over something so trivial." As Zhou Qin insisted, "No, we must call the police. Such an incident occurring at my birthday party implicates the Zhou family." Zhou Qin genuinely believed in Wen Li's integrity. Had she been the greedy type, she would not have rejected their earlier proposal. Furthermore, Wen Li's little uncle was Fu Zhang. The Fu family could easily provide her with more than a mere necklace. Clad in a sharp suit, Zhou Qin approached, affirming, "My sister is right. The Zhou family holds some responsibility, and we will await the police's arrival." How could this be investigated? The restroom had no cameras. If she had indeed stolen something, she would not have done so openly. Wu Qian retorted defensively, "You can't prove she did it. She could have used a paper to conceal it." Wen Li softly challenged, "Did you see me steal it with your own eyes? Or are you merely suspecting me?" "Of course, we saw it with our own eyes," Wang Ai asserted without hesitation. Wen Li smiled faintly, "Since you claim to have witnessed me stealing, then surely you know whether I used a paper to conceal it." Wu Qian quickly adjusted her statement, "We came out of the restroom and saw you after you had stolen it, holding the necklace. Oh, so I am foolish enough to steal something and then hold it openly for others to catch me? And your implication is that my hand was still holding the necklace?" Wen Li paused before adding, "Then let's check the fingerprints." She held out her hands before everyone, shaking them slightly, and declared, "I am not wearing any jewelry." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to perceive the inconsistencies, casting odd looks at Wang Ai and Wu Qian, while Fu Zhang's gaze remained fixed on Wen Li, revealing a hint of intrigue. He understood better than anyone the transformation Wen Li had undergone, from an innocent child to a profoundly perceptive adult. What had the Wen family done to her? His brow gradually furrowed. Wen Li continued, "If my fingerprints are found on the necklace, I will not hire a lawyer and will willingly accept imprisonment. If they are not, and you have wronged me, then you shall face imprisonment." At her words, Wang Ai and Wu Qian exchanged startled glances. Wang Ai attempted to ease the tension. "It's a trivial matter. If she didn't steal, then let it go. There is no need for such an uproar. We will give the Fu family some face." "What face?" Fu Zhang scoffed. "My Fu family has never needed anyone's favor, especially not from families of your stature. Just wait here." Although Bai Xian was not particularly fond of Wen Li, he had known her since childhood and did not believe she would resort to theft. All she had to do was ask Fu Zhang for anything, and he would likely buy it for her. Even if it meant financial ruin, naturally that trivial item would not bankrupt the Fu family. "Picking on the weak, apologies, but you have stumbled upon a hard nut to crack. Wen Li is our little niece, and you suggest we cannot afford a mere necklace for her." Wen Li rarely attended banquets, and since the Fu family had not formally acknowledged her as a niece, many were unaware of her connection. Had they known, they might have thought twice before provoking her. Zhou Laozu approached with his cane, fuming, "The Zhou family despises these roundabout tactics. We must get to the bottom of this, for the first time." Everyone stood in solidarity with Wen Li. In her past life, she had always been speechless in such situations, naively relying on others for assistance. She straightened her posture. Suddenly, warmth enveloped her back as a large hand gently rested on her lower back. Instinctively, Wen Li looked to her side, her eyes slightly curling with a smile. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the police sealed the necklace in a bag and promptly sent it for forensic examination. An hour later, the fingerprint comparison revealed no prints belonging to Wen Li, only those of Wang Ai. Wang Ai's expression soured. However, this evidence alone was insufficient to prove her wrongful accusation against Wen Li. And the police completed their statements before temporarily departing. Naturally, Wang Ai and Wu Qian were the first to leave, and soon after, others began to disperse. Wen Li changed her clothes in Zhou Qin's room and apologized. Qin, I'm so sorry. Zhou Qin shook her head. It has nothing to do with you, but Lili, you were so clever. I was just wondering what we would do without cameras. Lin Baozhu nodded. I was so worried. Thankfully, you were smart, otherwise, they would have framed you. Lili, do you have any past grievances with them? I don't know. Perhaps they are jealous of my beauty and grace, Wen Li joked. Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin laughed heartily, and Wen Li glanced at Fu Zhang, who was surrounded by a ring of cats and dogs, likely familiarizing themselves with the scent. I'll take my leave now. Let us meet up again sometime. As she exited the room, she called out Fu Zhang. Fu Zhang turned to her, and in the next moment he extended his hand. Wen Li hesitated for a brief moment before whispering. This is too obvious. After all, she had yet to mention anything to Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin. Such a sudden gesture would surely astonish them. Fu Zhang wore a subtle smile as he pointed at her bag. Wen Li briefly froze, lightly nudging him with her foot before swiftly exiting the courtyard, with Fu Zhang leisurely following in her wake. Inside the car on their journey home, Fu Zhang occupied the driver's seat while Wen Li sat beside him in the passenger seat. A thought crossed her mind, and she glanced at him. I had no idea you disliked cake. After all, every year on her birthday Fu Zhang would partake in her birthday cake, leading her to believe he enjoyed it. With one hand casually steering the wheel, Fu Zhang stole a glance at the rearview mirror, navigating securely along the road, before casting a sidelong look at Wen Li. He displayed no flair for conversation. Merely stating, it suffices to accompany you as you grow. I simply do not relish others' birthday cakes year after year. He had never missed a single birthday celebration, even during the years she spent abroad. He would traverse great distances to deliver cake and celebrate her special day. At that time, she often regarded him as a meddlesome elder. A hint of moisture welled in Wen Li's eyes as she earnestly proclaimed. Fu Zhang, in the future, I shall accompany you into old age. This was both her debt and her affection. Chapter 46. Her iron tree uncle has blossomed. Fu Zhang needed to visit the company in the afternoon. And after spending some time with old Master Fu, Wen Li returned home to gather her belongings before heading to the Lu family. Aware of her impending arrival, old Master Lu was in the courtyard playing chess with Butler Sun. And upon spotting her, he immediately rose, asking, have you eaten? Yes, grandfather. A friend is celebrating a birthday. Wen Li approached old Master Lu, glancing at his attire, and expressed concern. Grandfather, did you wear a vest? It's still a bit chilly today. Young people may not mind, but the elderly must take care. Lu Zongwei chuckled as he unzipped his coat to reveal a thin vest beneath. Yes, I'm warm, old son, let them prepare dinner. Alright. Seeing Lu Zongwei in good spirits made Butler Sun happy as well. And he turned to Wen Li to report, Miss, you weren't here at noon, and the old master hardly ate anything. Grandfather, Wen Li immediately rebuked. Lu Zongwei chuckled again. Make sure to eat a bit more later. Do you know how to play chess? No, but grandfather, teach me to. I'm quite clever, Wen Li replied as she took Butler Sun's seat. Your mother used to say the same. Lu Zongwei reminisced. Mother must have been very clever. Wen Li praised. Remembering something, she asked, Grandfather, may I inquire why mother married Wen Rong? At the mention of this topic, Lu Zongwei sighed, still carrying a tinge of self-reproach after all these years. Back then, your mother was dating someone from the Wen family. But I don't know what happened. They suddenly broke up. Less than half a month later, your mother announced her marriage to Wen Rong. No matter how much she insisted, I should not have agreed. However, after their marriage, Wen Rong did take good care of her, and even though I knew his motives, the Lu family was willing to lend him a hand. I bear him little grudge. It was Du Ying's appearance that stirred my resentment. I do not care whether my son-in-law is wealthy or from a good family. I merely wish for him to treat my daughter well. Wen Li found it hard to believe that someone could marry another so soon after a breakup. If she were to part ways with Fu Zhang, she couldn't imagine doing the same. Pooh. I will not part with Fu Zhang, Lu Zongwei continued. As for how he treats you now, the Lu family will not offer any support to the Wen family. Wen Li had a term in mind to describe Wen Rong, a leech. Even if the Lu family would not support the Wen family,
It would only be while Lu Zongwei was alive. Once he passed, the Lu family would essentially fall into the hands of the Wen family. This likely explained why she would inherit the Lu family only to pass away shortly thereafter. As no one would care about the truth, perhaps Fu Zhang would investigate, but it would surely deal a heavy blow to his spirit grandfather. You must stay healthy. I look forward to holding my great-grandchild. Yes, I will ensure my health, Lu Zongwei replied. After dinner, when Li sat on the sofa watching television with Lu Zongwei when she received a call from Wen Rong, his voice still laced with defiance. What is it? Where are you? Come home now, I'm at grandfather's. Come back immediately. Upon hearing this, when Li surmised it was related to today's events, she said nothing, simply replying, all right. She knew what kind of scene awaited her. But she needed to see it clearly, reminding herself not to waver. Rising, she said, Grandfather, I'm going back for a bit. I'll return later. I'll drive you, Lu Zongwei offered, standing up when Li wished for Lu Zongwei to remain unaware of the situation. Grandfather, please wait here for me. I'll be back shortly. Exiting the Lu residence, a chill enveloped her, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Suddenly, Lu Zongwei's voice called from behind, Shali, take a jacket. Turning to look, she saw Lu Zongwei holding out one of his coats, likely concerned she would find it uncleaned. It's clean. When Li accepted the jacket with both hands, fortunately the darkness concealed her reddened eyes. In the next moment, she embraced Lu Zongwei tightly. Grandfather, wait for my return. After watching her get into the car, Butler's son remarked softly, the young miss is becoming more like a young lady. Lu Zongwei shook his head. No, she is not like Lu Muyu. I do not wish for her to resemble Lu Muyu. It's a hard life. At the Wen family home, Wen Muan was absent, leaving only Wen Rong and Doing at the dining table. Upon seeing Wen Li return, the maid promptly fetched bowls and chopsticks. Mississippi, I've eaten, Wen Li replied, sitting on the sofa, awaiting Wen Rong's words. After a while, Wen Rong approached, retrieving a document from the drawer and handing it to Wen Li. This is a settlement agreement. Please sign it. Wen Li accepted the document and skimmed it briefly before looking at Wen Rong with a questioning expression on her plain face. Why should I sign this? They accused me of stealing. If I sign it, those unaware will think I actually stole something. Sitting nearby, Wen Rong urged, the Wang and Wu families have both come to apologize. This matter isn't significant. How is it not significant? Is having a daughter who steals something to be proud of, or did the Wang and Wu families offer you some benefit? Wen Li's blunt remarks caused Wen Rong's expression to darken. He frowned. It might just be a misunderstanding. There's no need to escalate the situation. Doing approached to persuade Wen Li. Shaoli, your father has his considerations. The Wang and Wu families are not to be trifled with. It is better to settle this amicably. Wen Li tossed the settlement agreement into the trash can, her eyes reddening as she declared, are you all bullying me because I don't have a mother? If my mother were here, she would never allow anyone to misunderstand me. With that, she stood up and ran away. Upon hearing her words, Doing and Wen Rong panicked, the former worried about her carefully crafted image of a good mother collapsing, while the latter fretted over the Fu and Lu families. Indeed, they were all taking advantage of her lack of a mother to bully and deceive her. If only she had her mother, she would undoubtedly be a protected little princess. Doing reacted faster than Wen Rong, hastily pursuing her, but she was still a step too late. Wen Li had already gotten into a car and left. Inside the vehicle, Wen Li silently gazed out at the passing streetlights. After a considerable time, she brushed away the tears at the corners of her eyes, then tilted her head slightly, attempting to draw the useless tears back into her eyes. She felt unworthy, but not because of them. She felt unworthy of the family she had once cherished. Her phone rang, and glancing at the screen, Wen Li saw it was Wen Muan calling. She pretended not to hear. And the phone rang several more times. The driver, through the rearview mirror, glanced at the girl who turned her head toward the window, clearly unwilling to answer. Just off work, Fu Zhang stared at his phone screen. Still no one picking up. He frowned slightly, then strode toward his car, heading to the Lu residence. A black car was parked at the entrance of the Lu family home, and the driver honked a few times, signaling not to park there. Wen Li instinctively looked toward the front of the car, where a man stood by the door, phone in hand, the light reflecting off his brow, revealing a handsome profile. Uncle, please stop here. Once the car came to a halt, Wen Li pushed the door open and dashed toward Fu Zhang. Fu Zhang approached her, wrapping his arms around her securely, gently stroking her head as he whispered, why didn't you answer the phone? Instinctively, Wen Li reached for her phone, quickly recalling it was in the car, explaining, I thought it was Wen Muan calling, so I didn't pick up. Wen Rong asked me to sign a settlement agreement. Fu Zhang's brow furrowed tightly, his voice icy. Has he lost his mind? Wen Li smiled up at him, then buried her head against his chest, stating matter-of-factly, he just doesn't love me. Her words struck a chord in Fu Zhang's heart.
And he tightened his grip slightly, hoarsely declaring, "I love you." When Lee abruptly lifted her head, his deep and earnest gaze meeting hers, rising on her toes, she pressed a kiss to his cheek, just as she was about to say something. A cough interrupted them, and they instantly released each other, turning to see Lu Zongwei standing at the door, watching the two. Fu Zhang maintained his composure, though his hands awkwardly hid behind his back. "Uncle," when Li corrected him, "call him grandfather." Fu Zhang's brow twitched, instinctively glancing at Lu Zongwei, who showed no discernible reaction, likely deducing what when Li had said grandfather. Lu Zongwei gestured for them to enter, and once in the living room, he turned to Wen Li saying, "Xiaoli, please go to my bedroom and help me find a black box." It was clear he was trying to separate them. Wen Li instinctively looked to Fu Zhang but ultimately trusted Lu Zongwei and headed toward his bedroom. Once she left, Lu Zongwei turned to Fu Zhang and quietly asked, "How far have you and Xiaoli gone?" Without waiting for an answer he added, "I have no objections to your relationship, but Xiaoli is still quite young." "I understand," Fu Zhang replied, his legs straight and hands resting on his thighs. He continued, "I will wait until she completes her studies or pursues what she loves." Lu Zongwei nodded, naturally trusting Fu Zhang. Yet he expressed his concern. "Does your father know?" "Not yet, we'll discuss it once he recovers," Fu Zhang replied. Lu Zongwei sighed, "There's no rush with your father. His health isn't great. If you two need to talk, make sure it's done properly. To be honest, I'm not entirely in favor of it either, but that day, Xiaoli told me she has feelings for you, feelings akin to love and marriage." Fu Zhang pressed his lips together, acknowledging, "All right." At that moment, when Li emerged with a black box, instinctively glancing at Fu Zhang, seeing his expression unchanged, she turned to Lu Zongwei. "Grandpa, is this it?" Lu Zongwei smiled and stood up. "Is there really a black box?" It was evident she was eager. After saying this, he patted Fu Zhang's shoulder and added, "Come by when you have time. I'll take a rest now." Once he entered the bedroom, Wen Li sat beside Fu Zhang, looking as if she feared he might feel wronged. "What did Grandpa say?" "Nothing of consequence," Fu Zhang replied, suddenly reaching out to place his hand atop her head, his gaze intensely fixed on her face. "We will marry." Before Wen Li could fully process his words, he stood up and said, "It's getting late. I should head back." "Wen Li," she exclaimed, quickly following with a reluctant, "Let me see you out." Fu Zhang suppressed a smile, taking her hand as they walked outside. "Let us take a stroll." Wen Li's eyes sparkled. She leaned against his arm, her height just reaching his chin. They strolled around the villa, and just as they were about to reach the car, Fu Zhang bent down to kiss her forehead, asking, "Do you need my help with the Wen family matters?" "No need. If there's something, I'll ask for your help." "I won't overexert myself," Wen Li replied, catching a glimpse of Uncle Zhang's gaze. She whispered to Fu Zhang, "Uncle Zhang knows." "All right, let's head back," Fu Zhang said. He waited until she entered the Lu family gate before bending to get into the car, which then drove out of the villa area. Fu Zhang spoke in a low tone, "Let's not mention this to the old gentleman for now." Uncle Jiang, having just recovered from his shock, responded, "Understood." At that moment, Fu Zhang's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he found a selfie from Wen Li. The young lady seemed oblivious to any shyness. Her message read, "If you miss me, just look at me." Fu Zhang paused in silence, then opened the camera, lifting his hand awkwardly, clearly unaccustomed to such actions. He quickly snapped a picture of himself, not caring about its quality, and sent it to Wen Li, unprepared for this angle. Wen Li was stunned for a good 10 seconds when Fu Zhang's impeccably handsome face appeared on her screen. Coming to her senses, she covered her mouth in laughter before glancing again at the screen. Noting his awkward yet undeniably attractive demeanor, she hesitated to imagine how unnatural Fu Zhang's selfie pose must have been. Reaching out, she touched his face on the screen, finally leaning in to plant a kiss, murmuring, "Admitted, you really like me." As she awaited his response, Fu Zhang tapped back on his photo, thinking he looked anything but youthful, and rubbed his temples. If only he had asked his assistant to edit it. His long fingers tapped on the screen a few times. "Don't like it." Meanwhile, when Li's message came through, "Fu Zhang, you're so handsome," accompanied by a cheeky emoji. Fu Zhang chuckled helplessly, attempting to look out the window to regain his composure, but he couldn't help but laugh repeatedly. "Tomorrow, I'll let you kiss." Later that night, at the Fu residence, Fu Yu accompanied the elderly Master Fu during his rehabilitation exercises. Holding a photograph, the elder said to Fu Zhang, "Come here, your Uncle Li's comrade's daughter is quite good. She's an artistic soldier, remarkably talented and attractive." Fu Zhang approached and sat on the opposite sofa. "No need to introduce her to me. I'm already in a relationship." Fu Yu and Grandma Fu instinctively glanced at him, then exchanged wary looks with Elder Fu, both momentarily silent as they braced for an impending storm. Elder Fu, who had previously lacked strength, now picked up the training ball, astonished. "What did you just say?" "You're in a relationship?" He burst into laughter. "Being in love is wonderful. young people ought to fall in love. Good, good, bring her home tomorrow. Fu Zhang replied nonchalantly, let us wait until you recover. Elder Fu glared at him. Are you trying to fool me? What is there to deceive you about being in love? Leaning back on the sofa, Fu Zhang replied, I'll bring her home when you're well again. Elder Fu realized Fu Zhang had no reason to mislead him. Alright, I need to recover quickly. I can't let my daughter-in-law see me frail and elderly. Dad, Fu Yu chided him, don't say such things. He can recover well. Elder Fu continued to pry into Fu Zhang's relationship. What is your daughter-in-law like? What does she do? Still in university, Fu Zhang answered calmly. Elder Fu didn't mind the age difference as long as Fu Zhang's partner was okay with him being older. What is her name? Fu Zhang shot him a glance. Why don't you look it up? Caught. Elder Fu coughed, hastily reaching for his phone. I need to tell Xiaoli. Her iron tree uncle has blossomed. Chapter 47. Your uncle is a bull eating tender grass. When Li had just finished speaking with Lu Zongwei and was heading upstairs, preparing to call Fu Zhang, when Elder Fu's call came through. Perhaps feeling guilty, her hand trembled slightly before she quickly answered, Hello, Grandpa Fu. Elder Fu's hearty laughter came through, his tone rife with mystery. Xiaoli, your uncle is in a relationship. Clearly elated, he reiterated, he is in a relationship. Isn't that surprising? They say she is a university student. Your uncle is quite the bull-chasing tender grass. I wonder what your future aunt thinks of him. Upon hearing this, Wen Li fell silent for 3 seconds. Took a sip of water, and finally congratulated her uncle. Your uncle refuses to bring her home, saying he'll wait until I'm better. Xiaoli, what do you think your aunt likes? I want to be prepared. Elder Fu's words were filled with joy. Wen Li couldn't help but imagine how furious he would be if he knew his future daughter-in-law was her, but there was no turning back now. She couldn't let go of Fu Zhang. Moving forward, she resolved to present herself well before Elder Fu. Your future aunt might enjoy food, she suggested. The man beside Elder Fu, upon hearing this, pulled out his phone and leaned back on the sofa. Browsing snacks online, Elder Fu, appearing quite relaxed, replied, let her eat as much as she wants. The Fu family has plenty of money. He then turned to Fu Zhang, advising, don't be too stingy with her. You need to spend a little. The girls need to be pampered. Understood, Fu Zhang replied without looking up, adding item after item to his shopping cart. After exchanging a few more words, Wen Li concluded with, Good night, Grandpa Fu. Good night, Grandma Fu. Good night, Fu Zhang. Hearing this, Fu Zhang slightly lifted his head, responding in a low voice, Good night. If it were anyone else, Elder Fu might have suspected their sincerity, but with Wen Li, he felt assured. Good night, rest early. After hanging up, he praised, Xiaoli is such a good child. After finishing his compliments, he stood and said, Fu Zhang, help me out for a walk. The sooner he recovers, the sooner he can meet his daughter-in-law. Fu Zhang tucked his phone away and extended his hand to support him as Elder Fu, likely feeling eager, began to inquire before they had taken many steps, does she have long or short hair? Long. Fu Zhang replied calmly, long hair is good. Long-haired girls are clever. Elder Fu clearly was running out of compliments. He needed Fu Zhang to know he was satisfied with his future daughter-in-law. How tall is she? Is she from Kyoto? No, if not, we can settle elsewhere. The Fu family doesn't insist on returning to one's roots. As long as there is some connection, Elder Fu insisted. Fu Zhang remained composed. She is about 167 centimeters from Kyoto, no need to move elsewhere. Close is good. Elder Fu beamed. Tell her we won't trouble you for care. We have a maid. Once the two stepped outside, Grandma Fu chuckled, shaking her head. I wonder how he'd react if he knew it was Xiaoli. However, she felt reassured since Xiaoli had grown up before their eyes. She was a good child. Fu Yu, reflecting on the matter, felt a mix of helplessness and amusement, pondering how to inform Mu Yu that her daughter had been swept away by Fu Zhang this year. We should definitely have him formally introduce himself. She concluded, let us go together. That poor child has had a tough fate. Grandma Fu sighed. After all these years, Fu Yu still feels a bit hurt. If given another chance, she would still choose Xiaoli. When Rong didn't wait for Wen Li's consent and proactively reconciled the two families, the next day, news of Wen Li allegedly stealing spread like wildfire. The Wen family issued no statement, likely prioritizing business over her. She herself felt undisturbed. Wen Li lay in bed, scrolling through her phone before tossing it aside. She rose to wash up and headed downstairs, finding Lu Zongwei had already left for work. The housekeeper had prepared a lavish breakfast for her. After finishing her meal, she announced, Grandpa son, I'm going to the library and will return before noon. Alright, the master has matters to attend to and cannot return for lunch. Butler's son explained. Wen Li nodded. Then please prepare 2 portions for lunch. I'll take them to eat with Grandpa. Understood, Butler's son replied, promptly arranging for her transportation to the library. After finding a single-occupancy study room, she settled in for the entire morning. At 11, her alarm rang. prompting her to get up and head downstairs. Outside, rain poured down, the wide streets slick and wet, with pedestrians' pant legs soaked, some huddling under small umbrellas. Chatting and laughing as they passed by, Wen-li retrieved her phone to call the driver. "Uncle, please come and pick me up. I'm at the entrance, and the rain is too heavy for me to make it over." The driver responded with a note of surprise and apologized. "Miss, I've already returned. Didn't President Fu come to fetch you? Butler's son instructed me to head back since President Fu was here to pick you up." "Alright, then I'll call him." Before Wen-li could finish her sentence, a shadow loomed over her. She looked up to see a black umbrella being shifted aside, revealing a man clad in a meticulously tailored suit. Standing tall and straight, in his other hand, he held a beautifully arranged pastry. A man like Fu Zhang would likely evoke deep admiration from those who fancied him and equally intense disdain from those who did not. Gripping the umbrella handle, Wen-li, under Fu Zhang's gaze, pulled it a little closer to herself, shielding herself from the prying eyes of others. In the next moment, she pressed her lips against Fu Zhang's cheek. And as his gaze darkened, he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead just as she was about to withdraw it. He was never one to shy away, rather, it was his reason that held him back. "Let us go." The two of them walked through the torrential rain, crossing the road toward the parking lot on the opposite side. Standing beside the car, Wen-li noticed that the shoulder of Fu Zhang's suit was already damp. She reached out to pat it dry, saying, "It's wet, you should take it off." Fu Zhang nodded in response, signaling for her to get into the passenger seat. Wen-li, who had been anticipating the pastry all the way, could no longer wait and pointed to the dessert in his hand, saying shyly, "Aren't you going to give this to me?" Fu Zhang chuckled softly and explained, "It's not yours, it belongs to Fu Shang." Fu Shang was the young son of Fu Yu, merely 7 or 8 years old. Fu Yu had been too busy to buy it herself today, so she had sent him on this errand. Wen-li sighed, covering her face. "Old man have no emotional intelligence at all. -points, 100 points off." He quickly opened the car door, and his gaze suddenly halted on a bouquet of vividly colored flowers on the seat. She tilted her head to look at Fu Zhang, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "This can't be Fu Shang's, right?" "It's yours," Fu Zhang affirmed. Wen-li eagerly picked them up, rummaging through the petals, and turned to Fu Zhang, asking, "Fu Zhang, can you take a picture of me?" She stood beside the car, slightly tilting her head and smiling, urging Fu Zhang to hurry. +points, an extra 1,000 points. Fu Zhang took out his phone and stepped back a bit, capturing several shots of Wen-li. Elated, she grabbed the phone to check the photos, only to find that her height of 1.60 m appeared as 1.50 m. Her little face fell, and she muttered, "Fu Zhang, can you even take a decent photo?" "No," he replied, pursing his lips, "I'll learn tomorrow." Originally feeling a bit disheartened by how short she looked in the picture, Wen-li perked up at his words. "Then make sure to study hard." The girl's expression was particularly animated at that moment, causing Fu Zhang to unconsciously lean down to observe her, just as he was about to lean closer. A voice interrupted, "President Fu, what a coincidence to run into you here." Fu Zhang straightened up and glanced towards the source of the voice, feeling somewhat irritable. After all, Kyoto 1T that large. A young man approached, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to Fu Zhang. "President Fu, we have a fashion show coming up in a few days, I hope you can make it." Fu Zhang accepted the cigarette, holding it between his fingers as he lightly declined, "I don't have time." "Alright." The young man then turned to Wen-li, but without suspecting she was Fu Zhang's woman, assumed she was a relative of the Fu family. "I'll reserve a spot for you both. If President Fu has time, he can bring this young lady along to see the show. The outfits this year are quite nice." Fu Zhang simply hummed in acknowledgement, and the young man didn't linger, exchanging a few more words before departing. Just as Fu Zhang was about to speak, he noticed Wen-li staring at the cigarette in his hand, prompting him to instinctively tuck it away. He hadn't smoked recently, it was just that there were no trash cans around. Wen-li held out her hand. "Give it to me." Fu Zhang frowned slightly, thinking she might smoke. Just as he was about to say something, she added softly, "Smoking shortens your life. You're already 8 years older than me. If you keep smoking, I could have a new husband by the time I'm 40." She exaggerated the last part deliberately. Fu Zhang's brow furrowed, and he pulled out the cigarette, placing it in her palm. "I won't smoke anymore." Once they were seated in the car, Wen-li casually glanced at the back seat, where several large bags of snacks were piled up. "To be safe," she asked, "are these mine or Fu Shang's?" "Yours," Fu Zhang replied. Remembering something, he reached into the car and handed her a black credit card, saying, "Buy whatever you want." Wen-li accepted it with a hint of embarrassment, glancing at the man. Older men are certainly more generous than younger brothers. After Fu Zhang dropped her off at the Liu family residence, he drove off as he had a meeting at the company later that afternoon. Wen-li carried the flowers and snacks into her bedroom before promptly heading downstairs to fetch food for Liu Shi Group. Since she rarely visited the company, the receptionist immediately stopped her. "I'm sorry, but you can't go up without an appointment," Wenli called Lu Zongwei, but no one answered, leaving her to wait by the side. After a while, she saw Wen Muan walk in, carrying a thermal container. The receptionist seemed to recognize her and warmly said, "Miss Wen, the chairman is in a meeting. You can go right up." Wen Muan nodded gently and, after taking a few steps, noticed Wenli sitting on the sofa. She immediately approached her, surprised. "Shaoli, what are you doing here?" She likely feared others would discover she wasn't Lu Zongwei's biological granddaughter. Wenli pouted, "I'm bringing lunch for Grandpa." The receptionist lacked insight, and when Muan chimed in his sister, "I'll go up with you." Meeting the receptionist's gaze, when Muan replied, "Yes, let us go." As Wenli passed the front desk, she playfully stuck her tongue out at the receptionist. "You're in big trouble. I'll have Grandpa fire you later." Of course, it was meant as a scare tactic. She wanted to shatter the false impression Wen Muan had created. When Muan paused for a moment, then turned to the receptionist, "She's just joking. You can get back to work." I in the elevator, when Muan caught a glimpse of Wenli beside her, even in high heels. Wenli was still a bit shorter. Over the past year, her features had blossomed like a water lily, revealing her captivating beauty. In high society, a woman's looks are a considerable asset, especially when paired with a good background. There is no fear of not marrying well. Gripping the thermal container tightly, when Muan asked, "Why are you here?" "To bring Grandpa lunch." Wenli replied earnestly, "I want to curry favor with Grandpa. Otherwise, no one will have my back in the future." When Muan's expression stiffened as she gazed through the elevator doors at the figure beside her, gently advising, "I heard from Mom that they were in the wrong. But they had no choice, otherwise others would make our business difficult." "I won't listen," Wenli stated, her expression clearly still angry, and as soon as the elevator doors opened, she stepped out. Lu Zongwei was currently in a meeting, and Wenli peered through the glass door to see him among a group of middle-aged men, exuding an imposing presence, showing no signs of illness. In truth, he had suffered greatly, losing his wife early on, followed by the loss of his daughter in middle age, and now, with such a vast company, there was no one to take over the burden or share the responsibilities. He even had to worry about his only granddaughter's future. At that moment, Lu Zongwei spotted her, and Wenli smiled at him, raising the thermal container in her hand, mouthing the words, "Lunch soon." Lu Zongwei stood up, approaching her affectionately. "What brings you here? It's pouring outside." Before Wenli could respond, when Muan interjected, "Grandpa, I made you some pork rib soup to warm you up." As she spoke, she patted her damp sleeves. She then handed the lunchbox to Wenli, saying generously, "My clothes are wet. I want to wait for you to eat today." "Grandpa, I'll go home and change." "Sister, take care of Grandpa and let him eat slowly." It must be said that Wen Muan truly excelled at acting. Her demeanor showed no signs of pretense. If it weren't for Wenli seeing through her true nature, one might genuinely believe she cared for their grandfather. In the previous life, Lu Zongwei hadn't left the company to Wen Muan solely because she had the Lu family bloodline. Had she not, she would have undoubtedly won in the office. Wenli opened 2 thermal containers and served a bowl of soup for Lu Zongwei. As she was about to hold a grudge against the soup, Lu Zongwei pushed the soup bowl toward her, saying, "Let us eat." Wenli blinked and pushed the bowl back toward him, whispering, "Grandpa, we're not stingy. Free soup should be enjoyed." Lu Zongwei chuckled at her words. "All right, if it's free, then let us enjoy it." After a few sips of the soup, he remarked, "I saw the news today. I asked your Grandpa Joe about it. When Rome is truly a piece of work." Wenli sighed internally, speaking earnestly, "Grandpa, can you promise me one thing?" Lu Zongwei nodded instinctively. Wenli spoke slowly, "From now on, please don't get angry over anything. You don't need to worry about the rest. I'll handle it." She paused and raised her hand in a vow. "I can manage the matters concerning the Wen family. Trust me." The maturity of the 19-year-old girl was heart-wrenching, and Lu Zongwei wished he could strip the Wen family of their titles after all they had put Wenli through. He also loathed himself for ever getting angry with a child. Before he could respond, Wenli added a piece of meat to his bowl. "Grandpa, you're my only family now. I just wish for your good health. When I get married, I hope you can represent Mom at the wedding. She would be so happy." Lu Zongwei's eyes glistened, and he lowered his head. "All right, I will definitely wait for that day." At that moment, when Leah's phone rang, she glanced at it and, as expected, it was Fu Zhang. She answered and switched to speaker mode, calling out, "Grandpa." Chapter 48. Your granddaughter's fiancé. Just as Fu Zhang sat down in his chair, upon hearing her words, he raised his gaze to give Assistant Su a glance. "You may leave now." Assistant Su immediately nodded, clutching the documents as he turned to leave. Upon noticing the door close, Fu Zhang instinctively tugged at his tie, his voice as composed as ever. "Grandfather." Lu Zongwei found it somewhat amusing. After all, those who typically addressed him as uncle were now calling him grandfather. One could only imagine the scene if old Fu were to find out.
Such a tangled web of relationships. Have you eaten? He inquired. Just finished, Fu Zhang replied. Wen Li, having heard their exchange, ended the call on speakerphone and held her phone to her ear, saying, I'll come find you later. Is that alright? Fu Zhang turned his gaze toward the window, where raindrops cascaded down, and instinctively replied, I'll come pick you up. No need, I have a car to take me, Wen Li responded, after finishing their meal. Lu Zongwei had some work to attend to, and Wen Li descended the stairs with her lunchbox. Upon entering the lobby, she spotted Wen Muan drenched and holding an umbrella. At that moment, Wen Muan glanced over and quickly approached her, offering the umbrella with concern. I just remembered you might not have brought one. Take it. I have things to do this afternoon, so I must leave. Despite having an umbrella, she chose not to use it. A blatant act, yet she had never realized this in her past life. Wen Li lowered her gaze but soon looked up again, saying, Sister, your clothes are soaked, hurry back and change. With a teasing glance she added, Sister, you're really foolish, the car can pull up to the door, I don't need an umbrella. Wen Muan chuckled, realizing her oversight, and said with amusement, I forgot, I just remembered you've always been fragile, unable to get caught in the rain. Alright, sister is foolish, take the umbrella, come home tonight, we haven't had dinner together in ages. Reluctantly, Wen Li shook her head, I'm not going back, my friends are asking if I've stolen something, but I haven't, I believe you. We won't let outsiders dictate our worth. Stand tall and proud. When Muan coaxed. In the past, Wen Li had thought the same way, as long as she hadn't done anything wrong, she wouldn't care what others said. It was only later she realized that when misunderstandings became widely known, they transformed from mere misunderstandings into facts. Still displeased, she said, Mom and Dad are too focused on business to care about me. That's why I'm not going home, I'm at grandfather's house. He bought me a lot of delicious food. In truth, grandfather treats me quite well. She deliberately revealed her views on Lu Zongwei, knowing this would expose their true feelings. Noticing Wen Li's shift in mindset, Wen Muan instinctively looked at her and quietly asked, Didn't you say grandfather was stern with you? Aren't you afraid now? Grandfather isn't stern with me anymore. He said if I get into Kyoto University, he'll reward me with a car. Wen Li's little face displayed a clear notion that whoever bought her gifts was good to her. Leaving no room for Wen Muan's suspicions, soon, she pouted again, saying, I'm not going back. They don't like me, so I won't like them either. Nonsense, how could Mom not like you? Have you forgotten who picked you up from school all these years? Who bought you delicious treats? When Muan insisted. In the past, anything in the house was always for you to choose first. You took the big ones, and I took the small ones. 1 year, Mom braved a heavy rain to pick you up and fell ill for a week. As for work matters, Mom couldn't make the calls, and she cried about it in front of me yesterday, saying it was unfair to you. As she spoke, she turned her head and sneezed. Wen Li exclaimed with concern, Sister, hurry back and change your clothes, you'll catch a cold, and I'll worry about you. Alright, then I'll head back. When Muan turned to leave, Wen Li looked down at the umbrella in her hands before quickly getting into the car to head to Fu's group. Okay, the driver started the engine, and after a while, he began glancing outside repeatedly. Sensing something amiss, he hurriedly said, Miss, there's a car following us. Wen Li instinctively turned to look, spotting a black compact car trailing them at a steady pace. After a moment of silence, she turned back and asked, Uncle, is there a way to make it collide with us? The driver, who was more of a bodyguard than a chauffeur, had been specially hired by Lu Zongwei for her protection. He glanced through the rearview mirror, hesitating slightly, and said, It's possible, but I can't guarantee your safety. Mississippi, it's fine. Wen Li fastened her seatbelt in the back, not treating her life lightly. Both Lu Zongwei and Fu Zhang's cars were built with high safety standards. Besides, they were on the busiest avenue in Kyoto, with a speed limit of 40 km/h. Moreover, these individuals might not have another chance to encounter them. The driver remained hesitant. Miss. Trust me, nothing will happen. I believe in you, Wen Li said firmly. The driver ceased his protests, and in the next moment, the car accelerated noticeably, weaving through traffic before making a sharp right turn and suddenly braking the following car. Caught off guard, collided with their rear with a loud bang. Due to the inertia, Wen Li was thrown against the back seat but sustained no serious injuries. She pressed her forehead, quickly saying, Uncle, call the police. The driver understood her intent immediately, exiting the vehicle. This was the busiest street in Kyoto. Even if an accident occurred, the trailing car couldn't escape, with the front of the following car crumpled and inoperable. He first called the police and then dialed for emergency services. He turned to the man who emerged from the driver's seat, asking, What's wrong with you? Can you drive? He snapped a few photos of the car while waiting for the authorities. Upon hearing the mention of the police, the man hurriedly said, Let us resolve this privately, no need to involve the police. At that moment, Wen Li opened the rear door, stepped out, and collapsed to the ground under the gaze of onlookers.
She intended to feign injury. Gasps filled the air. Someone had fallen. Quick, call for an ambulance. The driver's face turned pale as he rushed over but hesitated to move when Lee missed. He suddenly noticed when Lee's eyes slightly opened before quickly shutting again. And his anxious heart settled. After a while, the ambulance and police arrived, swiftly transporting them to the hospital. As they neared the hospital, when Lee opened her eyes, pressing her head with a weak voice. "I feel so dizzy. Am I going to die?" The nurse quickly reassured her. "Don't move. We'll be at the hospital shortly." Around 2 in the afternoon, at the Fu Group office. Fu Zheng checked his phone again. Still without any news from Wenli. Just as he was about to make a call, Assistant Su rushed in, flustered and without knocking. "President Fu, Miss Wen has been in a car accident. She is at the military hospital." Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng sprang to his feet, striding towards the exit, repeatedly pressing the elevator button. As if one press wasn't enough, Assistant Su hurried to catch up, explaining, "Miss Wen has regained consciousness, but her condition is still uncertain. President Fu, please don't worry." Fu Zhang looked up, rubbing his temples before stepping into the elevator, his voice cold as he asked, "Why are we only finding out now? What were those people doing?" "It's my oversight. I was delivering documents and didn't pay attention to my phone. I'm sorry, President Fu," Assistant Su admitted, barely daring to breathe. Fortunately, Fu Zheng didn't press further. At the hospital, when Li lay in a hospital bed, receiving in 4 drip, she turned to the driver and said, "Don't tell grandfather for now. I'll explain to him later." The driver nodded. "Miss, the police have completed their statement. Was that person from a tabloid?" When Lee whispered, "Yes, but the insurance coverage is minimal. The repairs for old Master's car will cost at least 4 million. Along with your medical expenses, he'll have to cover an additional 2 million, the driver informed her. When Lee nodded slightly, "All right, report the medical expenses at full value." Just then, the door swung open abruptly, and hurried footsteps echoed on the floor. When Lee looked up to see a man with impeccably styled hair, now disheveled, his breath uneven, she quickly said, "Fu Zhang, I'm fine, uncle, you can go outside now." Once the driver exited and closed the door, When Lee propped herself up, but a large hand pressed down on her shoulder, sternly commanding, "Lie back down." When Lee had no choice but to recline again, using her unbandaged hand to grasp his, softly explaining, "I'm okay. I was just pretending. Not on the way to your company, a car was tailing us. I asked uncle to figure out how to make it hit us." Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng's expression hardened, and he reprimanded coldly, "That's reckless. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is?" When Lee cautiously nodded, "I know, but if I miss this opportunity, I might not get another chance. Besides, a grandfather's car is safe. There is no risk to my life." "No risk? Are you a deity?" Fu Zheng's face remained cold, clearly shocked. When Lee, she clutched his long fingers, her little face adorned with an irresistible charm. "I am not a deity. I'm your girlfriend." "Fu Zhang, I wouldn't risk my life. I haven't even had the chance to sleep with you yet," she added with a serious nod. Fu Zhang's chest visibly heaved, but eventually his breathing steadied. Sitting at the edge of the bed, his voice took on a grave tone as he warned, "If you do something like this again, we're breaking up." When Lee, it was her first time hearing a man threaten a woman with a breakup, yet it held a significant weight for her. She would never part ways with him. She obediently nodded, promising not to do it again. Quickly she added, "Whoever breaks up is a dog." Fu Zhang, still uneasy, visited the doctor's office for reassurance. Fortunately, there were no major issues. She was just shaken and could be discharged soon. Over an hour later, the two emerged from the hospital. In the car, when Lee noticed Fu Zhang hadn't spoken a word, she secretly scratched his palm. The man clasped her hand in his, slightly tightening his grip. When Lee could distinctly feel the cold sweat in his palm, she cast a fleeting glance at Assistant Su ahead of her, summoning her courage to swiftly plant a kiss on Fu Zhang. Meeting his gaze, her petite face flushed crimson. Just as she intended to murmur an apology, something abruptly grasped her cheeks, and her lips tingled. Her eyes widened in surprise as her entire body instinctively leaned back. Assistant Su swore, in this lifetime, he should never have glanced into the rearview mirror. No, not just once, but twice. He forced himself to concentrate on driving, still in shock over the unexpected display of affection between the two. In the Liu household on the second floor, despite Wen Li insisting she was fine, Fu Zheng insisted she lie down and rest. He sat beside her in silence, peeling fruit. Wen Li stole glances at him. The tingling sensation from the car ride lingered. The older man was far from rigid. He simply exercised remarkable restraint in his conduct. How would she explain this to Assistant Su, as they exited the vehicle? She caught a glimpse of Assistant Su, who appeared utterly astounded, clearly unable to process the sudden transition from uncle-niece to romantic partners. Anyone else in his position would likely be equally shocked. Thinking of this, she felt a twinge of guilt towards him. Fu Zhang maintained his composure, continuing to peel the apple, seemingly fixated on this peculiar obsession, as not a single strip of the peel was severed. He offered her a piece, questioning why any explanation was necessary. Without an explanation, he might assume you are taking liberties with me, Wen Li replied candidly. Fu Zhang raised his gaze to meet hers. She flashed a smile, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, bright and cleared. It was infuriating yet impossible to remain angry. I in the future, discuss any matters with me, otherwise I will take action against the Wen family. Wen Li, munching on the apple, did not contest his statement. Alright, I will definitely consult my boyfriend from now on. Boyfriend, I'll contact that person tomorrow, is that acceptable? Fu Zhang appeared to have no resistance to the term boyfriend, his expression softening slightly. Send me the place and time. Yes, boyfriend. Wen Li saluted him playfully. Fu Zhang chuckled helplessly, handing her another piece of apple. As she bit into it, he calmly remarked, girlfriend. To be honest, Wen Li had not anticipated Fu Zhang would humor her with that term. Considering he had always been so mature for his age, rarely revealing his true nature, even she seldom witnessed this side of him, leading her to perceive him as akin to an ancient artifact, old yet priceless. She stared at him, and Fu Zhang, noticing, popped another piece of apple into his mouth, his gaze filled with mirth. She had intended to flirt with the older man, only to find herself drawn in by his charm. Her heart racing and her mind beginning to spin. Indeed, the older man was simply aged. In every other aspect, he was youthful. It was not until Lu Zongwei returned that Fu Zhang finally stood to leave. Upon learning about Wen Li's car accident, Lu Zongwei's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could voice his concerns, Wen Li interjected, grandfather, it's not true, I deliberately let the car hit me, that vehicle was likely sent by Du Ying and her crew. Lu Zongwei erupted in fury, are they taking advantage of the Lu family's absence? I am still alive, this is utterly intolerable, I will have someone reclaim the Wen family property right now. Wen Li hurriedly pacified him, grandfather, please don't be angry. I have a plan to deal with them. I intend to ensure they remain imprisoned for a lifetime. She aimed to gather sufficient evidence to secure their incarceration. Hearing this, Lu Zongwei gradually calmed down, scrutinizing her closely. Are you truly unhurt? I'm fine, Wen Li assured him earnestly. Just as Lu Zongwei was about to relax, his gaze fell upon her slightly swollen, reddened lips, prompting him to ask with concern, did you hurt your mouth? Wen Li hesitated for a moment before turning her head uncomfortably. Not wishing to cause him worry or lie, she whispered, your granddaughter-in-law kissed me. Let me share something amusing with you. I've been feeling unwell and have undergone numerous tests without discovering the cause. Today, I went to check for psychological issues, convinced it must be anxiety or depression. An elderly lady accompanying me kept comforting me. I was prepared for the worst. If Xia Huai could recover, I certainly could as well. All I needed was a diagnosis. But in the end, neither anxiety nor depression was found. Chapter 49, Fu Zhang accompanied me in my infidelity. Lu Zongwei was bemused by Wen Li's boldness and lack of modesty, reminiscent of her mother who had been secretive about her youthful romances. He playfully admonished her. Girls should be more reserved. Wen Li nodded earnestly. Rest assured, grandfather, Fu Zhang is certainly more reserved than I am. Lu Zongwei was inclined to trust Fu Zhang, having known him for decades, watching him grow up without ever stepping out of line. Unlike other young scions who often found themselves embroiled in scandalous affairs after reaching adulthood, you mustn't take such risks again. What if something truly happens? Alright, I want to do it again, Wen Li agreed. Once Lu Zongwei exited the room, Wen Li pulled out her phone to call Fu Zhang. The call connected almost immediately. Are you home yet? Fu Zhang's voice was accompanied by background noise, indicating he was not at home. No, Wen Li straightened up. Did you go out for drinks? Yes, Bai Xian has gone through a breakup. Oh, is he dating again? As Fu Zhang navigated through the crowd, he pushed open the door to the private room. His gaze landing on a heavily intoxicated man, failed to pursue someone. Jin Ningxue. Wen Li was curious about the situation between Jin Ningxue and Bai Xian, and it was hard to imagine someone as flirtatious as Bai Xian could be caught by someone like Jin Ningxue. It wasn't that Jin Ningxue was lacking, rather women of her caliber were abundant around Bai Xian. For Jin Ningxue to succeed in capturing his attention was a feat far more challenging than her own. Especially since she was aware of Fu Zhang's feelings for her. Fu Zhang acknowledged her with a grunt, settling into a booth without offering any consolation. Wen Li could guess the meaning behind his silence. Bai Xian was reluctant to part ways but felt too proud to admit it. It was no surprise, with Bai Xian's status, he must maintain a certain demeanor. However, in matters of the heart, those who put on airs are often the ones who suffer the most. She had no intention of being pretentious. She simply enjoyed being close to Fu Zhang. Oh, that serves him right. Fu Zhang chuckled softly, eliciting a reaction from the nearby Bai Xian, who looked up at him with an expression of indignation. Fu Zhang, what are you laughing at? You're not any better off than I am. You have feelings for Wen Li but can't even admit it. I merely, Bai Xian stammered, I was rejected when I suggested reconciliation. Rejecting me is her loss. Why should she lose anything by rejecting you? Fu Zhang heard Wen Li's amused laughter in the background. He decided not to end the call, holding the phone casually in his hand. Choosing not to engage with the inebriated man, it is indeed her loss. I have wealth and connections, youth, and vitality. Just as Wen Li caught the last part of the conversation, the call abruptly ended. Clearly due to an older man's desire to shield her from the exchange, after hanging up, Fu Zhang turned his attention back to Bai Xian, who was now flushed from drinking and rambling about how few men in the world could compete with him. After breaking up with me, she will never find a better man in her life. She once professed her love for me, but now she says she wants to vomit at the sight of me. Women can be so fickle. She is a good person. Bai Xian raised the wine bottle to his lips, chugging it down, his expression one of deep melancholy, evidently suffering from a serious heartbreak, likely the most significant setback in his life. Just as Fu Zhang was about to say something, his phone lit up with a new message. Fu Zhang, drink less. I'm thinking about the future when we can still go out dancing together. You wouldn't want to be in a wheelchair watching me dance with other old men, would you? He could easily envision Wen Li's playful and lively demeanor at that moment, a smile gracing his lips as he prepared to reply. Suddenly Bai Xian shouted, Fu Zhang, what are you doing? Fu Zhang merely cast a disinterested glance. You're heartbroken. I'm in a relationship. It's mutually exclusive, under the influence of alcohol. Bai Xian's responses were delayed. And after a moment, he retorted, stop showing off, if you dare, try dating Wen Li. The impact of the white moonlight is beyond measure. Fu Zhang chose to ignore him, tapping on his screen to respond, alright. He stood up, secured his phone, and casually informed Bai Xian, you keep drinking, I'm going to work out upstairs. Bai Xian stared at his retreating figure, perplexed, before raising the wine bottle to his lips again. After a while, he retrieved his phone and quickly dialed a number. I'm about to drink myself to death. Are you reconciling or not? Where am I? I'm drinking in the sky. If we're not reconciling, I'll descend to endure tribulations. Fortunately Fu Zhang had already left, otherwise if Bai Xian got drunk, he would need someone to recount the events the next day. The following day, at 10 in the morning. In a private hospital room, Wen Li lay in her hospital gown, observing the paparazzi from a distance, she dramatically placed a hand on her head, exclaiming, my head is spinning. The paparazzo, full of remorse, apologized, Miss Wen. I am so sorry, I didn't mean to hit you, the compensation is too much. I'm not worthy of it, and I have children in school. A bodyguard, Qi Yuan, seeing him approach, quickly stepped in to block him. Wen Li continued to clutch her head. My head really hurts. After a moment, she looked at the paparazzo. Alright, take out the voice recorder from your pocket. She was certainly unaware of whether the paparazzo possessed a recording device. Yet it was highly probable that those who engaged in such work did. The paparazzo's expression stiffened as he replied, I do not have one. However, Qi Yuan had already approached to search him. And indeed, there was a recording pen, which he promptly discarded onto the ground, crushing it underfoot. I shall compensate you later, he stated, prioritizing force over courtesy. Wen Li slightly propped herself up, tilting her head to gaze at him. I know you did not intentionally collide with me, but you certainly followed me with intent. I could forego your compensation. I trust you comprehend the implications of my words. She understood that had it not been for Du Ying's reluctance to part with the sum, the paparazzo would not have sought her out. For Du Ying and her associates, several million was no trivial expense, particularly since her card was a supplementary one to Wen Rong's. The paparazzo, a man in his 30s with a family of his own, realized that even selling his house would not cover such an amount. When Miss, what do you mean by that? I can not only waive your compensation, but I can also offer you a sum of money. Wen Li did not glance at him as she continued, if I provide the police with the dashboard camera footage, and I insist you were stalking me, it would escalate from a mere car accident to a case of attempted murder. The paparazzo immediately denied, I did not stalk you. Wen Li responded with a casual "oh," then turned to Qi Yuan inquiring, what is the daily cost of staying in the hospital? Qi Yuan remained silent. Retrieving the fee from a drawer and handing it to the paparazzo, upon glancing down, the man's face paled in shock. 50,000. 50,000 a day, I could easily offer more, such sums are but a trivial expense for me. Whereas your earnings, if fortunate, might take you over a decade to accumulate. Wen Li feigned an air of indifference towards money, despite the fact that it was improbable for anyone to spend 50,000 on a single meal.
After all, only a family with a century-old legacy, such as the Fu family, would be capable of such extravagance. However, the Fu family would soon become her own, so she was not entirely acting, she continued. I could remain in the hospital for an entire month at 15 million. You might find that even more burdensome. When miss, are you not putting me in a difficult position? The paparazzo's complexion changed dramatically, revealing a hint of panic. When Lee covered her head, stating, I am not making things difficult for you. I am merely speaking the truth. My headaches. I require the doctor to come check on me. When miss, he exclaimed. After a moment's hesitation he continued, if I share what I know. When miss, does that mean I will not be held liable for any costs? From the way you speak, it seems you are quite aware of the stakes. When Lee observed without immediately agreeing. Meanwhile, the recording pen concealed under the covers was secretly activated. The paparazzo, lowering his gaze, began, a lady approached me and instructed me to follow you, to clandestinely capture images of you meeting a man. Noting When Lee's silence, he elaborated, the lady was not as tall as you, with straight black hair. He then recalled, she appears to be the fiancée of the Chin family. I have seen her in reports before. When Lee nodded slightly, encouraging him to continue, the paparazzo pressed on, she offered me 200,000, if I managed to photograph you with a man, she would pay me an additional 100,000. When Lee could easily surmise Wen Nuan's intentions, she merely wished to expose her romantic involvement to those in the capital, knowing that when it came time for her to seek a marriage alliance, this revelation would undoubtedly diminish her prospects. She concluded the recording. In a few days, I will send you some photographs. You will deliver them to her. Once the matter is settled, I shall not hold you responsible for anything. Of course, should you try to play both sides, you need not worry about me taking legal action. That individual will ensure you are left destitute. The paparazzo was no fool and knew well not to play both ends against the middle. When miss, I understand. Rest assured, this is a transaction between the two of us. When Lee replied, I will contact you later. If that person inquires, simply say I am quite reasonable and that I chose not to pursue compensation out of pity for you. You may leave now. As soon as Wen Lee finished speaking, the door swung open, and several individuals turned to look. Wen Nuan, dressed in a black tailored suit and high heels, hurriedly entered. Her sister, are you all right? I just heard that you were in a car accident. She cast a quick glance at the paparazzo before her gaze settled on Wen Lee. Wen Lee felt a brief moment of panic before regaining her composure. Wen Nuan must not have heard anything, otherwise she would not have come in so casually. It's nothing. I merely feel a bit dizzy. Sister, I am so unfortunate to have been struck by a car. Rest well and do not speak, Wen Nuan instructed, then turned her attention to the paparazzo, asking, was it him who hit you? Yes, but he claims he cannot afford such a large sum, so I told him to forego compensation. After all, I am not short on money, Wen Lee said, feigning indifference. Wen Nuan nodded. Do as you see fit. My little pair has grown up and can make her own decisions. Of course, I am now an adult and no longer naive. Wen Lee lay back on the bed grasping Wen Nuan's hand and exclaimed, sister, why hasn't mother come to see me? Does she truly not love me anymore? How could that be? Mother heard about your accident early this morning and fell down the stairs. So she cannot come. Wen Nuan comforted her, then added, father is occupied with company matters and cannot make it every day. There's something to attend to. Am I less important than the company? Wen Lee pouted in frustration, her earlier proclamation of adulthood seemingly forgotten. Wen Nuan raised her hand to fix Wen Lee's hair and replied, grandfather and uncle are also busy. Wen Lee sulked in response. Wen Nuan gently massaged her cheeks with both hands, saying, the company's affairs are significant and cannot revolve solely around you. Besides, did I not come? With your sister by your side, are you not satisfied? Wen Lee pouted, sister, you are truly wonderful. You are the best sister in the world and the one who loves me the most. Right, indeed, I love you the most. Now rest, and speak less. Wen Nuan then stood up saying, I will go speak with the doctor. At that moment, the paparazzo interjected, when miss, I shall take my leave, thank you for your kindness. The two departed the room in succession. Once she confirmed they were gone, Wen Lee instructed Qi Yuan, please check the surveillance footage in the corridor to see how long she stayed, she will surely be more cautious now. Downstairs at the hospital, the paparazzo and Wen Nuan entered the same vehicle. Wen Nuan asked as she drove, she didn't suspect anything, did she? Oh no, when Mrs. Kindhearted, I followed your instructions, claiming my family is in a difficult situation. And she agreed to forego compensation, the paparazzo replied from the back seat. Wen Nuan nodded. Be more careful in the future, do not let her catch on. Have you managed to capture any photos of her in the past few days? None. When Miss has been at the Lu residence and has not gone out, perhaps due to the holiday. I expect I will be able to photograph her once she returns to school in a few days. The paparazzo responded, "Good, send them to me at the earliest opportunity." Lu Zhongwei had to leave on a business trip and, feeling uneasy about leaving Wenli alone at home, entrusted Fu Zheng to take her back to the Fu residence for a few days. Coincidentally, the Fu family was visiting that evening. Upon seeing Wenli, Fu smiled. "Today, the family is all together." Old Master Fu cast a glance at Fu Zhang, remarking, "We are still missing one person." To ensure Fu Zhang heard him, he repeated, "We are still missing one person." Wenli was tempted to raise her hand and declare, "Grandfather Fu, there is no need, it is me, I am the daughter-in-law," yet she refrained, fearing that Old Master Fu might faint from the shock. Old Madame Fu interjected, "All right, let us eat." Fu Sheng was quite fond of Wenli and insisted on sitting next to her. "Uncle, please, let me sit next to my sister." The dining table was a square one with 2 people on each side. If Fu Zhang yielded, both he and Wenli would have to sit on opposite sides. He remained firmly in place, exhausted and unwilling to move. "Humph, uncle, you are a bad person." "As sister, you sit next to me." "And dad, you can sit next to uncle." Fu Sheng tugged Wenli to the other side. Fu Sheng's father, Li Xingwen, chuckled as he stood up. "All right, I will sit next to your uncle." Fu Yu shot Fu Zheng a meaningful glance before pulling Li Xingwen to her side, saying, "Darling, sit with me, you can help me peel the shrimp." "Xiao Shang, come and sit here. Be obedient." "Fine." Fu Shang reluctantly sat next to them. Old Master Fu, feeling sympathy for his little grandson, glared at Fu Zhang. "What harm would it do to let him sit next to her?" Fu Zhang replied nonchalantly, "It won't kill me." Old Master Fu, Wenli glanced back and forth between the two, suppressing her laughter. The Fu family had a habit of dining in silence, and after about 20 minutes, the group dispersed. Wenli ascended the stairs, and shortly after Fu Zhang followed her upstairs, casually taking out clean sheets and pillowcases from the cupboard to change before going to wash up. Wenli stood nearby and suddenly blurted out, "Fu Zhang, accompany me in an affair." Finding a male model for photos was easy, but she did not wish for this matter to affect her relationship with Fu Zhang. The best solution was for Fu Zhang to cooperate with her in taking a few couple photos. Naturally, the first step was to dispose of his rigid business attire. "What affair?" Fu Zhang paused. His head tilted as he scrutinized her with a gaze that was both calm and perilous, as if her next words could lead to discomfort for her. His emotions remained stable. "What affair?" "When Nguyen intends to take pictures of me with my boyfriend, I told her that I have a poor boyfriend who has never attended university and works outdoors." Wenli, quick to gauge the situation, immediately clarified. Fu Zhang's gaze softened. How shall I cooperate? Do you have any inexpensive clothing?" Wenli asked, only to realize the futility of her question. She quickly added, "Forget it, even your cheapest clothes would not resemble those of a laborer. I will buy you 2 sets of inexpensive clothing tomorrow." Having finished changing the bedding, Fu Zhang noticed her beautiful eyes fixed on him, causing his throat to itch. He straightened up and walked toward her. Under her watchful gaze, his lips met hers, as gentle as snowflakes landing on flower petals. Softly trembling, the man's large hand encircled her waist, and in the next moment, her body was lifted effortlessly, settling securely upon the desk behind them, a desk meticulously chosen by Fu Zhang for her studies. However, at this moment, it conveniently facilitated their kissing. Wenli couldn't help but blush, her hands pressing against the surface of the desk as she tilted her chin up, responding with a blend of shyness and boldness. Her response ignited a fire within her, a fervor that consumed her entirely. Fu Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly, taking on an air of subtle aggression. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, accompanied by the voice of the elder Mr. Fu Zhang, your phone is ringing." In an effort to strengthen Mr. Fu's health, the family had assigned him various minor tasks around the house to aid in his recovery. Upon hearing the voice, Wenli startled momentarily, instinctively attempting to push Fu Zhang away. However, the man remained as immovable as a mountain. She couldn't help but thump his chest in frustration, exclaiming, "Let go, I don't want to be caught by Mr. Fu." After a brief half-minute, Fu Zhang released her, a satisfied expression gracing his features as he rasped, "He won't come." At that moment, Wenli felt as though she were engulfed in flames, her ears ringing with Mr. Fu's voice. "Fu Zhang, your phone is ringing. Are you losing your hearing at such a young age?" "Coming," Fu Zhang replied, gently lowering Wenli to the ground. The next instant, she darted into the bathroom like a frightened kitten, seeking refuge. He chuckled softly, leisurely opening the door to receive the phone from Mr. Fu, who admonished, "What are you in such a hurry for? Go to the bathroom." Mr. Fu shot him a disapproving glance and added, "Little Li is now an adult, so be mindful. If she needs to go, she should use the bathroom in her own room. Men are often ill, and you don't want to infect her." He continued, "If it's urgent, just sit down." Fu Zhang nodded, signaling that Mr. Fu could proceed downstairs. Suddenly, Mr. Fu recalled something and remarked, "Let's take a stroll downstairs. I feel like I'm almost recovered. You go ahead. I need to discuss a few things with her."
Fu Zhang replied before turning to enter the bedroom. Just as he was about to close the door, Mr. Fu nagged, "Leave the door open. If the housekeeper sees it closed, what will they say after that?" He slowly descended the stairs. Not long after, the sound of the door closing echoed through the house. Fu Zhang waited in the bedroom for 10 minutes before Wen Li finally emerged, lazily flopping onto the bed and pulling the blanket over herself. Declaring, "I'm going to sleep." Fu Zhang bent down to adjust the blanket's corners for her and then slightly closed the window, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Would you like me to keep you company tonight?" Under normal circumstances, Wen Li would have eagerly accepted his offer, but there was something peculiar about her feelings. When the older man was restrained, she felt bold, yet when he was unreserved, she felt a tinge of shyness. She silently pulled the blanket over her face and murmured, "No need." The older man was not merely a wolf but rather a cunning big bad wolf. Hearing the door open and shut, she exhaled a sigh of relief, pulling back the blanket to find him quietly standing by the door, his deep gaze twinkling with amusement, as if he were teasing a child, unable to resist. She chuckled. "Fu Zhang, you're so childish." Fu Zhang chuckled softly in response, "My door isn't locked. Feel free to come in whenever you wish." With that, he opened the door, only to close it again. Wen Li immediately rolled over in bed, muttering, "Bad man, why should I be the one to take the initiative? Can't he be the one to sleep with me?" Downstairs, as they walked side by side, Mr. Fu scrutinized Fu Zhang. "Do you think I've recovered well?" After attempting to raise his hand, he let it fall back down, stating, "I'm not a 3-year-old child." Fu Zhang gestured for him to stop pretending. Not having succeeded in his endeavor, Mr. Fu's expression drooped. "What son doesn't want to bring his girlfriend home?" he warned. "If you keep deceiving me, I'll peel your skin off." Fu Zhang caught his swaying body and steadied him, reassuring, "You'll see her during the new year." Once again reassured, Mr. Fu felt satisfied and replied, "All right, I'll see her then." Suddenly, he noticed Fu Zhang's lips, which were distinctly swollen and red under the light. "What happened to your mouth? Haven't you seen a doctor?" Fu Zhang paused, responding coolly, "Haven't you ever been in love?" Mr. Fu pondered for a moment, then continued walking, but just then, the sky rumbled, streaks of lightning illuminating the night. Fu Zhang halted, squatting down and urging, "Get on." Mr. Fu looked up in surprise, replying, "Don't worry, a thunderstorm won't bring rain immediately." No sooner had he spoken than Fu Zhang lifted him onto his back and dashed towards home, the jostling making Mr. Fu somewhat uncomfortable, yet he felt quite pleased. He chuckled, "You cheeky brat. You always argue with me, but you still care about me when it matters." A few minutes later, they entered the Fu residence. Upon seeing them, the others initially thought Mr. Fu had fallen. Mrs. Fu immediately stood up, asking, "What happened?" Nothing, just worried about the rain." Mr. Fu reassured them, stepping down from Fu Zhang's back. The next second, Fu Zhang strode up the stairs. Mr. Fu suddenly realized, feeling a tinge of jealousy, "I thought he was worried about me getting caught in the rain. Turns out he was concerned about little Li. Well, at least he would take care of the child." In an instant, Mrs. Fu and Fu Yu exchanged glances in the living room, contemplating what to say but unsure how to proceed. Fu Zhang wasn't bringing home a child, he was bringing home a wife. Upstairs, Fu Zhang pushed open Wen Li's bedroom door, turning on the light to find it empty. He strode towards the bathroom, but still no one was there. He then entered his own bedroom, where the light was already on, and the blanket was slightly raised. He closed the door behind him, his deep voice resonating with soothing reassurance, "I'm back." Before long, a head peeked out from beneath the covers. Wen Li's hair tousled and sticking to her face, blinking sleepily, she said, "Fu Zhang, I'll keep you company tonight." A smile danced in Fu Zhang's eyes as he walked over to the window, pulling the curtains. "All right, let us sleep." Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder erupted, causing Wen Li to spring up, leap from the bed, and dive into Fu Zhang's embrace. He covered her ears with his hands, only releasing them once the thunder subsided, saying, "It's over." Wen Li had been trying her best to suppress her fears, telling herself not to be scared, but in Fu Zhang's presence, she felt no need to hold back, nestled in his arms. Listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, she murmured, "Do you know why I fear thunder?" Fu Zhang chose not to delve deeply into the matter. He only knew that Wen Li had been afraid of thunder since she was little. Assuming her to be timid, "Why, when I was in elementary school, some kids took the toys you bought for me, they bullied me and hit me. That day, the thunder was deafening, and I hid in a corner, crying out for you." Wen Li's recollections were somewhat hazy. That incident occurred in her elementary school days, and she didn't understand why she was often bullied by classmates who took her belongings. During those times, warmth would always come to her defense, and she had relied on it heavily. In retrospect, perhaps she had inadvertently encouraged others to bully her. It was likely from that time onward that she began to distance herself from Fu Zhang. Feeling that he could not protect her. Fu Zhang's brow furrowed deeply, He had thought she'd grown up without being bullied, only to discover she had indeed suffered. Before he could say anything, the girl in his arms softly confessed. Fu Zhang, I'm too easy to deceive. They set traps for me since childhood, solely for money, without a shred of love. I once cared deeply for them. Fu Zhang tightened his embrace, bending slightly to comfort her. It's their loss, not yours, I know. It's not my fault. It's their twisted intentions. The earlier discomfort dissipated as Wenli looked up and smiled at him, stating earnestly, Fu Zhang, don't pity me. She wasn't asking for his pity. She merely wished to share her experiences with him. No pity, Fu Zhang replied, reaching out to gently stroke her hair. The following morning Fu Zhang left for the office while Wenli spent her time at the library until noon. After a casual lunch, she wandered into a quaint old street bustling with life. A glance revealed signs of clearance sales, rock-bottom prices, buy one get one free offers, and discounts like never before, spotting a shop with a buy one get two deal. She entered. Young lady, are you looking for clothes? Come take a look. This is this year's new collection, princess style, loli style, mature style. You would look stunning in a dress, the shopkeeper exclaimed enthusiastically when Li quickly waved her hand. Replying, I'm not buying for myself. I'm shopping for my boyfriend. He's about 1.86 meters tall and weighs around 150 jin. Do you have a suitable size for this black hoodie? Of course, we have all sizes available. Nowadays the girls are so considerate of their boyfriends. This black one is great, imported, only 88 yuan, and buy one get two. The shopkeeper showcased the quality of the garment, when Li had long given up on expecting high quality at such a price. And she continued, does it come with a pair of pants? Yes, it does, you choose. This hoodie pairs well with these jeans, the shopkeeper suggested, handing her a pair. Finding the combination satisfactory, when Li nodded and pointed to a black hat. I'll take this one too. Alright, that's yours. But I can't offer anything else, the shopkeeper agreed readily when Li sensed the implication of being an easy target in her enthusiasm, but thankfully, her boyfriend was well off. Allowing the shopkeeper to make a profit, she selected a couple more outfits, essentially revamping her boyfriend's wardrobe. After purchasing the clothes, she also snagged a few stylish hats, 3 for 10 yuan. As Fu Zhang's workday was nearing its end. When Li headed straight to his office, presumably due to Assistant Su's prior warning, the receptionist readily ushered her into the exclusive elevator reserved for the CEO. Upon seeing her, Assistant Su recalled the previous encounter and immediately pretended to be busy organizing files. Miss Wen, Mr. Fu is currently in his office attending to matters. You can wait over there and have some coffee, alright? Thank you. When Li gracefully entered the reception room and took a seat, after a brief while, Assistant Su approached with a tray of coffee. Half an hour later, Fu Zhang emerged from the office, impeccably dressed in a suit, accompanied by a woman who mirrored his attire. As they walked, the woman spoke with poise, President Fu. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you. This project will certainly meet the expectations of the Fu Group. Fu Zhang responded with a nonchalant HM, and then instructed, Su, please see President Ruan out. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently lifted and landed on Wen Li. Instinctively, he approached her, inquiring, when did you arrive? Just came waiting for you to finish work, Wen Li replied softly. Fu Zhang glanced at his watch. About to say something when President Ruan approached and, surprised, remarked, oh, it's you. Wen Li stared at her in astonishment as President Ruan smiled and elaborated, I was a judge at the classical dance competition in the first year of high school. You wore a beautiful white gauzy outfit and performed between the mountains and rivers. I was deeply impressed and reached out to your parents, hoping you would continue studying classical dance with us. However, they prioritized your academics and declined. Wen Li suddenly recalled that she had indeed participated in a dance competition in her first year, securing first place. Unfortunately, her subsequent academic struggles led to her mother forbidding her from pursuing dance. Before she could respond, President Ruan continued, are you still studying? You have remarkable talent. Teacher Li Chunyun has been eager to take you as a disciple but hasn't found a suitable candidate these past years. Wen Li was acutely aware of Li Chunyun's influence in the dance community. Being her disciple would be an immense honor and stroke of luck. Rising to the occasion, she boldly declared, I am still studying. Do I have a chance? I can perform a piece. President Ruan paused for a moment but did not wish to miss this opportunity. She turned to Fu Zhang and asked, President Fu, would that be convenient? In the office, Fu Zhang gestured, indicating for them to enter. Although Wen Li felt a twinge of nervousness without any preparation, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Approaching Fu Zhang's computer, she opened the music application and found the corresponding track. Fu Zhang, could you please press play? Wen Li positioned herself in the center, slightly bowing to President Ruan before turning to Fu Zhang. Signaling that he could start. As the music played, she moved with elegance, her slender limbs flowing gracefully, captivating all eyes in the room. Fu Zhang's gaze remained fixed on her, his previously cold demeanor softening as he allowed his true feelings to surface. At that moment, it was impossible for him to conceal his emotions. His affection for her was unmistakable, bubbling to the surface with an intensity that was hard to suppress. As the performance concluded, President Ruan regarded her with admiration, exclaiming, "Excellent. If teacher Li Chunyun hears that you are willing, she will surely be thrilled. Please share your contact information. I will have her reach out to you." When Li promptly provided her phone number, earnestly stating, "Feel free to contact me anytime," President Ruan nodded and rose to leave, saying, "President Fu, I won't take up any more of your time." Once she exited the office, Wen Li pressed her hand against her chest. Glancing at Fu Zhang, her earlier confidence now dissipated. "Fu Zhang, did I perform well?" Fu Zhang bit his lip, teetering on the edge of praise before hesitating, as if restraining himself. He soon turned away, his voice gravelly as he muttered, "I need to use the restroom." His abrupt departure left Wen Li momentarily bewildered, unsure of the connection between her performance and his need for a break. It must be said that there were moments when her thoughts were entirely innocent. After a brief interval, Fu Zhang returned from the lounge, having swapped his black trousers for a pair of grey ones. Wen Li could not resist stealing a glance at him, which did not go unnoticed by Fu Zhang, who awkwardly tugged at his collar. Instantly, Wen Li's focus shifted as she sat on the sofa, silently praying, "I hope teacher Li Chunyun grants me a chance." She had always perceived herself as unremarkable, believing she was incapable of excelling at anything, but she had begun to embrace her mediocrity. In her past life, she often felt like a mere pawn in a game. Fu Zhang, seated in a leather chair, remarked nonchalantly, "President Ruan is not one for pleasantries." His implication was clear. President Ruan's interest was genuine and not merely a courtesy extended for his sake. Wen Li, despite her trepidation, held confidence in her abilities. She knew she possessed some skill. "I understand, the timing was better back then, but now it feels less appropriate, unless teacher Li Chunyun happens to take a liking to me." With that thought, she inquired, "Is it possible to practice dance in the lounge?" The lounge was somewhat cramped, but Fu Zhang pointed to the open space in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Go ahead, will I disturb your work?" Wen Li asked, concerned. Fu Zhang replied in a deep tone, "Not at all." As Fu Zhang resumed his work, Wen Li began practicing basic movements nearby. She executed a split, her head slightly raised, the graceful curve of her long neck drawing Fu Zhang's gaze from the documents before him. He had yet to sign even 2 names in the past 10 minutes. It was only when a knock echoed through the room that Fu Zhang snapped back to reality, stating coolly, "Do not enter." Assistant Su, who had been poised to push the door open, halted abruptly and called from behind the frosted glass, "Understood, President Fu." Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Fu Zhang finally completed his workload for the day. Meanwhile, Wen Li's face had turned a vibrant shade of red, her hair damp and clinging to her forehead. Upon noticing Fu Zhang rise, she quickly stood and asked, "Are we done for the day?" Fu Zhang affirmed with a nod, his gaze lingering on the beads of sweat glistening at her neck. "Go wash up, there are clothes for you in the cabinet." Wen Li looked at him in surprise. After all, this was Fu Zhang's office, not the Fu residence. She instinctively questioned, "How come you have my clothes here? You come here often enough." Fu Zhang replied in a subdued tone. Wen Li exclaimed, "Oh," and hurried to the lounge. Upon opening the wardrobe, she found half of it filled with Fu Zhang's clothes and the other half with her own. She silently opened the lower drawer, discovering even new undergarments. This was no surprise. Every so often, Fu Zhang would have someone take her measurements and deliver clothes for her. The older gentleman was both mature and affluent. Selecting an outfit, she headed to wash up. After a while, she emerged to find Fu Zhang seated on the edge of the bed, looking up at her. "Heading back to school tomorrow? I could leave the day after tomorrow morning. I have no classes in the morning." Wen Li replied, adding, "I can stay with you for one more night." Seeing Fu Zhang changing clothes, an idea struck her, and she stepped outside, quickly returning with an outfit in hand. "Try this on. We can go to the roadside later and have someone take a few pictures. It is quite affordable. Can you wear it?" Fu Zhang accepted the clothes without even glancing, replying, before heading to the restroom. A few minutes later, Wen Li heard the door open. Instinctively, she looked up and was momentarily stunned. She had only seen Fu Zhang dress so young back in high school, clad in a simple black hoodie and jeans. His striking features and physique made the outfit appear far from cheap. She finally understood why brands sought celebrity endorsements. Unattractive clothing could only lead one to question the wearer's looks. Beneath the cap, the man's jawline was chiseled and distinct, his thin lips forming an elegant line. The thought of such a man belonging to her filled her with a sense of satisfaction. With a playful smile, she reached out to him, unabashedly declaring, "Boyfriend, come here for a hug." Fu Zhang raised an eyebrow. his gaze landing on her delicate face, those bright, lively eyes revealing a hint of mischief. He was particularly fond of her playful spirit. Striding towards her, the next moment, Wenli found herself enveloped in his embrace. The pungent scent of the new clothing was somewhat unpleasant, yet she cherished it because it belonged to Fu Zhang. He loved to ruffle her hair, finding a certain comfort in it, and then asked, "What do you want to eat?" Wenli loosened her grip and mysteriously replied, "I'll take you to a secret base." This Fu Zhang remained silent, simply bringing Assistant Su along as they left. It was Assistant Su's first time sitting in the back seat, and he seemed somewhat out of place, almost as if he were the one in charge. Wenli navigated from the front passenger seat, guiding them down a narrow alley before stopping beneath a tree. After parking, the three of them exited the vehicle. Wenli handed her phone to Assistant Su, reminding him, "Please be careful not to capture his face." Assistant Su accepted the phone, responding, "Understood." Though he appeared calm, he was quite anxious. The screen displayed a typically composed President Fu, now dressed like an ordinary college student. Truth be told, he was curious about what kind of charm Wenli possessed that made President Fu dress so casually. Wenli tugged Fu Zhang's cap lower to obscure his brow and eyes, then wrapped her arms around him, signaling to Assistant Su to begin taking pictures. A few minutes later, after reviewing the photos to ensure none revealed Fu Zhang's identity, she nodded in satisfaction. Assistant Su sighed in relief and asked, "President Fu, am I off duty now?" Assistant Su lived an hour away from here, and Fu Zhang responded in a deep voice, "Yes, drive the car away." "President Fu, that's not necessary. I'll take the light rail back." Assistant Su waved his hand dismissively. Fu Zhang reiterated, "We're going for a walk later." There was no ambiguity in that. It was clear President Fu and Miss Wen were indeed in a romantic relationship. Assistant Su exclaimed, quickly nodding, "Understood, President Fu." Seeing Assistant Su's eagerness to leave, Wenli couldn't help but chuckle softly, glancing at Fu Zhang. "Do you think Assistant Su will be scared into resigning? He is more likely to worry about being dismissed," Fu Zhang remarked, removing his cap and holding it in his hand, his long fingers exceptionally elegant. As Wenli pondered the situation, she turned and walked towards the shop, ordering 2 bowls of sour vegetable rice noodles, one without spice and the other without scallions. During the National Day holiday, the area was bustling with students dining out, and although Fu Zhang had an air of maturity about him, it was hardly noticeable now. Instead, he exuded a certain senior charm. A group of girls at the adjacent table frequently glanced in their direction, whispering and nudging one another. Eventually, one girl, her cheeks flushed, stood and approached, asking, "Senior, could I add you on WeChat? My friend says you're quite handsome." Wenli bit off a piece of the rice noodle, swallowed, and replied bluntly, "He is my boyfriend. Tell your friend to wait until her next life." Had she not feared sounding too harsh, she would have added that there was no need to wait. Fu Zhang would never be anyone else's boyfriend as long as she was around. The girl shot her a glance, then turned to Fu Zhang, embodying the youthful belief that as long as one wielded the right tools, no romantic territory was off limits. Wenli, unfazed, turned to Fu Zhang and playfully suggested, "Kiss me." Concerned he might hesitate, she subtly tugged at the hem of his shirt, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Fu Zhang leaned in and kissed her on the lips, prompting the girl beside them to turn and leave immediately. Wenli was momentarily taken aback. She had merely intended for him to kiss her cheek, not her lips. She lowered her head, taking a sip of the noodles, only to find herself unexpectedly splattered with oil, causing her to hiss in surprise and hastily grab a napkin to wipe her face. To her dismay, the more she wiped, the more it stung her eyes. Just then, a large hand grasped her wrist, offering reassurance. "Let me handle it." The cool, damp tissue gently caressed her face, and after a while, the sting in her eyes subsided. With her eyes slightly reddened, Wenli couldn't help but blink back tears. Fu Zhang lifted her chin and blew gently on her eyes, easing the discomfort. Coincidentally, Bai Xiyan had arrived nearby to take care of some business and, feeling bored, glanced out the window. He caught sight of Wenli leaning in closely to a boy, unsure if they were kissing or engaged in some other activity. Frowning, his impression of Wenli plummeted. Previously, he had merely disapproved of her attitude towards Fu Zhang, but now he felt outright disdain for her manipulative ways. Thankfully, Fu Zhang had not been deceived, otherwise, he would surely have found himself ensnared in a quagmire. After the National Day holiday, Wenli transitioned into her official university life, attending classes while meticulously preparing a birthday gift for Fu Zhang. Having never lacked for material wealth, she decided to take inspiration from the internet and knit him a scarf. With time slipping away, she and Fu Zhang had little contact for an entire week, not out of intent but because she was preoccupied with her knitting, often forgetting to eat. Fu Zhang, too, had not reached out, leading her to believe he was simply busy with work. However, Assistant Su noticed that Fu Zhang had been in a foul mood lately, exhibiting a cold demeanor during meetings and contract signings.
One day, when Bai Siyin arrived, he found Fu Zhang sternly reprimanding someone, exclaiming, "Do I have to teach you everything? Am I paying you out of sheer benevolence?" After the meeting concluded, Bai Siyin casually remarked, "What's wrong? Is your love life not going smoothly?" Fu Zhang shot him a cold glare, prompting Bai Siyin to chuckle. "It's normal for relationships to have ups and downs, you should be more attentive." Sensing the growing chill in Fu Zhang's gaze, he quickly changed the subject. "So, where are you planning to celebrate your birthday in a few days?" It seemed Bai Siyin had touched a nerve. As Fu Zhang rubbed his temples and sighed, "Just go out." Understanding his friend's mood, Bai Siyin refrained from pressing further. He knew that when Fu Zhang was upset, he preferred solitude. He stood and casually remarked, "When Li is dating someone, he wasn't meddling but rather wanted Fu Zhang to realize that when Li wasn't interested in him, while he could tolerate Fu Zhang being swindled financially, he couldn't abide the idea of him being deceived emotionally, especially not by Wen Li, whom he had watched grow up. She's not the innocent girl she once was," Bai Siyin added, crossing a line. Fu Zhang was acutely aware of Wen Li's transformation. She was no longer as naive as before, possessing a cleverness that made her all the more formidable. "I have told you not to speak of Wen Li," he replied coldly. Bai Siyin sighed. "Fine, if you want to be deceived, that's your choice." On the eve of Fu Zhang's birthday, when Li completed the scarf, with just a couple of hours to spare before midnight, she hurriedly packed her things and rushed to his home, arriving at 11:58 p.m. Having his fingerprint, she was able to enter without disturbing anyone. However, as soon as she stepped inside, the housekeeper, who was mopping the floor, caught sight of her and exclaimed, "Miss Wen." When Li gestured for her to keep quiet and pointed upstairs, indicating her assent. Meanwhile, Fu Zhang sat by the window, holding a half-burned cigarette, wisps of smoke curling around him as he stared down at his phone, the screen displaying a thread of messages that were sparse. "Good night, Fu Zhang. Good night, Fu Zhang. Good night, Fu Zhang." Further up the thread, a flurry of messages read, "Fu Zhang, Wen Li is no longer the innocent girl she used to be." His eyes felt dry as he took a deep drag from his cigarette. Exhaling slowly, suddenly, the sound of the bedroom door opening broke the silence, followed by Wen Li's unmistakable cough and clear voice. "Fu Zhang, happy 27th birthday. What's wrong?" Cough, cough. "Why are you smoking so much?" she asked, turning on the bedroom light. Fu Zhang instinctively turned to her, taking in her appearance. She wore a fluffy white sweater and light jeans, her legs long and well-proportioned, her hair was pulled back, though a few strands had come loose, creating a slightly disheveled look. Realizing it was her, he quickly extinguished the cigarette and retreated to the bathroom with the ashtray, emerging a few minutes later. As he fixed his gaze on Wen Li, a warmth ignited in his eyes. Just as she was about to present him with the scarf, he grasped her face with a firm hand and pressed his lips against hers with an assertiveness that took her by surprise. The minty taste of toothpaste enveloped them, and she instinctively recoiled, ultimately falling back onto the bed. Overwhelmed by the sensation of their kiss, she pushed him away once he released her and gasped for breath. Even so, her first instinct was to check on him, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and gazing earnestly into his eyes. "What's wrong? Are you sick again?" As her rationality returned, Fu Zhang supported himself on the bed, his tone betraying a hint of insecurity. "Why haven't you contacted me these past few days?" When Li paused, realization dawning on her. Did he think she hadn't contacted him because she was busy knitting? She hurriedly explained, "I have classes during the day and I've been knitting at night. I heard from Fu Uncle that you were swamped with work, so I didn't want to bother you." "You didn't call me either, so I thought you were really busy," she quickly added. "I made you a scarf." Fu Zhang, happy birthday. Her words. Fu Zhang swallowed hard, rising to his feet. His gaze fell on the neckline of her sweater, which was slightly open, so he draped a blanket over her shoulders. He spoke in a low voice, "Don't do that again, okay? I promise I'll call you every day from now on." When Li assured him, tucking her shirt back in place before sitting up, she retrieved the bag from the floor and pulled out a black scarf, looking at Fu Zhang with trepidation. "Do you like it?" "It's my first time knitting." Before he could respond, she added, "People online say you should knit a scarf for the person you love most in winter." Fu Zhang, "What I mean is, you are the person I love most." Her words rippled through the air, and Fu Zhang's dark eyes locked onto her face. After a moment of silence, he smiled, making a vow that felt utterly futile. "Wen Li, whoever deceives someone is a dog." Chapter 52. Fu Zhang, "I don't think of you as a father, so don't worry." Wen Li tilted her head earnestly. "I'm not a dog." In an unexpected move, she found herself lifted into the air, hanging onto him like a koala, their faces mere inches apart, their breaths mingling. The masculine presence made her cheeks flush. She closed her eyes and tilted her chin slightly, inviting him. It felt so good. It must be said, Fu Zhang could find no other girlfriend as unreserved as her. With a light chuckle, his magnetic voice broke the tension. "Help me put it on." Wen Li immediately opened her eyes,
Meeting his gaze filled with amusement, shyly she leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek, muttering, "If you want to kiss me, I will." She wrapped the scarf around his neck, twisting it twice before letting the remaining length hang down. Gently tugging at the scarf, she revealed his lips and studied them closely, nodding in approval. "You look handsome." As warmth spread around his neck and cheeks, Fu Zheng's pupils reflected the rosy hue of her face. The affection they had fought for felt almost overwhelming. Before he could speak, Wenli playfully poked his cheek, admonishing him, "Old man, sulking and smoking at midnight, why not just ask me directly?" After which she poked his lips again. "You should have called me and scolded me, asking why I hadn't called you. Am I cheating on you? Is there another man?" Though Fu Zheng had thought about it, he lacked the courage to face the potential outcome. From the very beginning, he had known that Wenli was young, her emotions unpredictable. He had been the one to indulge in this uncertainty. It was no wonder she acted the way she did. He gently set her down, removing the scarf from around her neck, meticulously folding it before placing it in the wardrobe, vowing to be more adept next time. Wenli seemed to sense his thoughts. Tugging at the hem of his shirt, "Do you think I'm so young and naive that I speak without meaning?" Fu Zheng turned to look at her. She stood firm, tightening her grip on his clothing. "I would willingly bear your children, and yet you still doubt me." Upon hearing the mention of children, Fu Zheng's eyes darkened momentarily, his throat involuntarily constricting. "All right, my mistake. It won't happen again." Satisfied, Wenli smiled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I forgive you." As she spoke, she released her hold and extended her arms toward him. "Look, my hands are calloused now. Which girlfriend is as devoted as I am?" Afterward, she let out a playful huff. Fu Zheng enveloped her hands in his, feeling the rough calluses beneath his fingertips, and then pulled her into his embrace. Wenli clung to him tightly, and after a moment, she gently pushed him away. Reluctant to part, "I must go. I have an early class tomorrow. The route to school will be congested by 7, and delays will affect my grades. Balancing love and studies is equally crucial. I'll escort you." Fu Zheng replied in a deep tone. Wenli hesitated briefly before nodding. "I miss you too." As they traversed the darkened road, the car was filled with a cacophony of sounds, punctuated by the intermittent voice of a girl. "Our professor speaks too quickly. If you're not careful, you'll miss an entire page." They arrived at the parking garage around 2:30 in the morning, Fu Zheng unfastening his seatbelt while Wenli had already succumbed to sleep against the car window. Her full lips slightly parted, under the dim glow of the headlights, he noticed the pronounced bags beneath her eyes, and his gaze softened, swiftly overtaken by a tide of affection. He removed his jacket and gently draped it over her. Then reclined the passenger seat. Adjusting his own seat, he turned slightly to face her, his cheek resting within the span of his palm. He had always admired her captivating eyes, but now he found himself enamored with her soothing words. It was only when his eyes began to feel dry that he finally closed them. A sudden bright light jolted Fu Zheng awake, his instinctive reaction being to shield Wenli's eyes with his hand. Once the brightness diminished, he withdrew his hand and adjusted his clothing. Wenli stirred, attempting to turn over, but instead bumped her head against the window, wincing as she cradled her forehead, momentarily dazed until she realized she was in the car. Instinctively she sat up, glancing around the empty vehicle before peering out the window to see the parking lot of their community. She tried to open the door, only to find it locked, prompting her to call Fu Zheng. The ring of her phone echoed through the narrow gap of the window, gradually growing clearer. In her line of sight, Fu Zheng's tall figure emerged from behind a pillar, one hand holding breakfast and the other a bouquet of unwrapped lilies. Moments later, the driver's door swung open and Fu Zheng leaned in to look at her, saying casually, "If you're awake, let us go upstairs to wash up and have breakfast." Wenli exited the car, carrying Fu Zheng's black suit, and jogged to his side. Before she could speak, a smile broke across her face. "Why don't you carry me upstairs to sleep?" Fu Zheng responded with a puzzled As Wenli wrapped her arms around his, clinging to him like she used to as a child. In novels, the male protagonist always carries the female lead upstairs to sleep. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Fu Zheng's eyes as he turned to her. "You'd only be startled." Wenli had always been a light sleeper, and she leaned her head against his shoulder, her gaze fixed on the fragrant lilies. "Did you buy these for me?" "Yes," he replied, glancing at her from the corner of his eye, slowing his pace slightly. "Can I accompany you to class?" Wenli's eyes lit up with excitement. "Of course. But then I must ask, are you not working today?" "It is my birthday. I'm taking the day off." "That is fine, but you cannot wear a suit." He agreed, and as they entered the house, he noticed it remained tidy despite his absence for a week. Wenli wasted no time rushing to wash up and tidy herself. By the time she emerged, Fu Zheng had already changed into a new outfit, a black high-neck knitted sweater paired with black trousers. His tousled hair fell over his forehead, softening his mature demeanor and exuding a hint of youthful charm. Wenli couldn't help but steal glances at him, softly asking, "Why didn't you dress like this before?" If he had, perhaps she would have noticed him sooner. After all, who could pay attention to someone clad in a suit with a perpetually stoic expression? I hadn't dated an 18-year-old girl before. Fu Zheng quipped, gesturing for her to hurry to breakfast. To her surprise, he could still tease her, prompting Wenli to laugh lightly as she corrected him. I'll be 19 soon, once I turn 20. We can apply for our marriage certificate. Upon finishing her meal, they rushed to class, only to find no seats available in the back, leaving them with the front row. Fortunately, Wenli was accustomed to sitting up front. And Fu Zhang, wearing a cap, retrieved a pair of glasses from his pocket. If he weren't familiar, one might not recognize him. Noticing Wenli's gaze, he slightly turned his head, his eyes long and deep. What? Wenli leaned in closer, raising her book, and quickly pressed a kiss to his cheek before retreating just as the professor entered. Fu Zhang, caught off guard, paused momentarily before instinctively touching his warm cheek. Quickly lowering his hand and smirking, after a morning filled with classes, as Wenli stood to leave, Li Qin approached her, whispering, "Is that your boyfriend?" while scrutinizing Fu Zheng's attire, devoid of any brand logos. Wenli nodded. "He took the day off to accompany me." After casting a few more glances at Fu Zhang, Li Qin walked away. Not long after, she reappeared behind them, snapping a few pictures of their backs to share with others. At noon, amidst the bustling crowd at the school entrance, Wenli immediately spotted Wen Muan. She instinctively tugged Fu Zheng to turn, but Wen Muan had already caught sight of her. Li, Wenli could only softly say, "You go ahead." Fu Zheng nodded and made his way into the throng, while Wen Muan approached, glancing his way a few times, finding him somewhat familiar yet not entirely so. She addressed Wenli. "Is that your boyfriend?" Wenli shyly nodded, and Wen Muan playfully chided her, "Why didn't you show him to me? Not stable yet. I'll let you know when it is." Wenli waved her hand, signaling her to drop the subject. "Sister, why are you here?" "I had some matters to attend to here and thought I'd see you." "I'd been away for the 7-day National Day holiday without a moment at home." "You quite upset this time?" Wen Muan pulled a beautifully wrapped box from her bag and handed it to Wenli, her tone softening. Wenli pouted as she opened the box, her eyes sparkling. "Is this the latest model of a ring?" "Yes, Mom said you liked it, so she bought it for you. Over $1 million, just like that." "What a stingy person. Are you still mad at Mom?" Wen Muan laughed. Wenli chuckled and shook her head. "I'm not angry anymore, but I'm still upset with that old duck. I won't pay him any mind." "Alright, you can do as you please. Today is your uncle's birthday, and Dad wants you to return." Before Wenli could respond, Wen Muan added, "If you don't want to go back, I can visit the Fu family for you." "Go ahead." "I don't want to go." Wenli shook her head. Fu Zhang wouldn't be returning today, and the Wen family wouldn't be home either. Wen Muan gently patted her hand, saying, "I've brought the gifts, so now I have to get busy." Once Wen Muan drove away, Wenli immediately called Fu Zhang. "Where are you?" "In the car." "Come over," Fu Zhang said when Wenli entered the car. Fu Zhang was on a call with Bai Siyuan. Upon seeing her, he switched to speakerphone, leaning down to fasten her seatbelt. "Not coming back today? I find your mentality strange. You're only 27 and want to celebrate your birthday?" "People in their 70s and 80s still have celebrations," Bai Siyuan remarked, puzzled. Fu Zhang started the engine, replying coolly, "It's not that I want to celebrate, it's that I want to celebrate with you all. I'll celebrate with my girlfriend." At his words, Bai Siyuan gasped in surprise. "Who is she? Can you let me know? I'm so curious about who could win you over in just a few days." At a red light, Fu Zhang turned to Wenli, urging her to speak. "It's me." Wenli could practically hear the stunned silence on the other end of the line, likely picturing Bai Siyuan's shocked expression. After a long pause, Bai Siyuan finally spoke, his tone decidedly unfriendly. "Wenli, I used to think you were just young, but now I see you're quite cunning, keeping Fu Zhang on a string while playing around with other men. You're more formidable than the Wen family." "Shut up." Fu Zhang frowned, instinctively reaching to hang up the phone, but Wenli was quicker, snatching the phone and earnestly asking, "What other man am I playing around with?" Bai Siyuan scoffed. "A few days ago, I saw you kissing a guy in a black hoodie over at Old Street. Have I not told you not to deceive Fu Zheng's feelings?" "Can't you understand?" His voice grew increasingly agitated. "Why deceive anyone? If it were someone else, it wouldn't matter. But if it's Fu Zhang, he wouldn't be so angry." Apologized Bai Siyuan, after Fu Zhang reprimanded him with a grim expression. He added, "The one in the black hoodie is me." Bai Siyuan, "Show her some respect." As he spoke, he pulled the car over to the side of the road. He turned to Wenli, who remained composed, and she earnestly replied, "I will not deceive him regarding my feelings." So the phone fell silent, and Bai Siyan, sounding somewhat pained and exasperated, remarked, "Fu Zhang, can you stop taking everything upon yourself for her? Have I not known you for over 20 years? Do you even possess tattered clothing? Do not tell me you wish to be Wenli's mistress. If that is the case, we shall never cross paths again in this lifetime."
I refuse to acknowledge it. Do you expect others to? Wu Fuzheng coldly countered. When did I ever give you the impression that I wish to be a mistress? On the other end, Bai Xiyan gradually calmed. Yet still irate, asked, so your girlfriend is Wen Li? He scoffed, no wonder you say to simply date, your affairs are none of my concern, do as you please. With that, he hung up. Fu Zhang furrowed his brow, set down the phone, and turned to Wen Li, apologizing softly. Wen Li could empathize with Bai Xiyan. In the eyes of their circle of friends, she was merely a heartless wolf, hence they would not easily trust her. She shook her head, saying, it has nothing to do with you, it is my issue. Fu Zhang, if everyone advised you to break up with me, would you? She hesitated at the end. No, Fu Zhang answered without a hint of doubt. He knew himself well enough, unless he wished to part ways, no one could persuade him otherwise. Wen Li sighed in relief and raised her hand in assurance, I promise, I will be a better girlfriend than anyone else. I will wash and cook. Fu Zhang's voice was laced with disbelief. Wen Li quickly realized her exaggeration and corrected herself. I will work hard to earn money so that auntie can cook and do the laundry. Is that acceptable? Fu Zhang remained silent for a moment before finally saying, I do not need you to do anything, just be happy. Wen Li's eyes instantly glistened. She lowered her head, wiping her eye corners, and murmured, Fu Zhang, you resemble my father more than when Rong I in her life. Fu Zhang played the roles of both father and mother. One person could substitute for an entire family. Fu Zhang's brow twitched twice, and he finally could not hold back, tapping her forehead with his right hand. I do not wish to be your father. Wen Li immediately covered her forehead, turned to stare at him, and chuckled awkwardly. Fu Zhang, I do not see you as a father, so do not worry. Chapter 53. He is the man Wen Li is seeing outside. At noon, Wen Li ordered a cake and sang a birthday song for Fu Zhang. When she looked up, despite the older man bowing his head, she still noticed a hint of moisture in his eyes. Sometimes she truly wished to slap herself. In a past life, Fu Zhang might have waited many birthdays. Yet she had always been reluctant. Or perhaps she had run off right after dinner. Some matters should not be probed. Once delved into, the guilt and remorse within her would leave her breathless. Fu Zhang lowered his brow and gently handed the most beautiful piece of cake to Wen Li, then cut a piece for himself and sat down. Suddenly a spoonful of cake was presented to his lips. He instinctively raised his gaze, reflecting Wen Li's face and his pupils. Her voice rang in his ears, Fu Zhang, this first bite is for you. I wish you peace and safety, having experienced life and death. She believed nothing was more paramount than safety. Both she and Fu Zhang needed to be safe. Fu Zhang swallowed, his throat moving, lips slightly parted as he accepted the cake, then handed her the untouched spoon. Indicating a swap, Wen Li glanced at it and, with utmost seriousness, said, we have already kissed, after which she took a spoonful of cake with the spoon he had used. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhang's gaze involuntarily fell on her lips, a rush of uncontrollable emotion swelling within him as he placed the cake down on the table. In the next moment, his palm found its way to the back of Wen Li's head. In her bewildered gaze, he leaned down and kissed her, the not-too-sweet cream melting at the corners of their lips, just as it melted between their hearts. Meanwhile, the phone rang incessantly, ringing 3 or 4 times before Fu Zhang released her to answer. His voice unusually hoarse, what is it? What are you doing? The voice of old Master Fu came through the line, resting. Fu Zhang pulled out a tissue to wipe Wen Li's mouth. Wen Li suddenly flushed, grabbing the tissue to do it herself, her gaze inadvertently glancing at the man opposite her, who had a bit of cream at the corner of his lips. It sparked a powerful jolt within her. Her heart began to race. Suddenly old Master Fu's voice interrupted this surge, asking, Xiaoli, what floor is the apartment near your school? I am downstairs. I brought her some snacks, 5th floor. Just as Fu Zhang finished speaking, Wen Li's tissue fell near his mouth as she hastily wiped, and he chuckled softly, leaning in closer. Old Master Fu, somewhat intrigued, said, after all, Fu Zhang is peculiar. He has never been fond of smiling. What would bring you joy? What did your daughter-in-law gift you? Just then a knock on the door sounded. Wen Li's hand trembled, and Fu Zhang hung up, gripping her wrist tightly. What are you afraid of? I will face it. I worry about his health. If old Master Fu were well, Wen Li would not wish to deceive him. As the knocking persisted, she immediately stood to open the door. Old Master Fu entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man carrying several large bags of snacks. Hello, Grandpa Fu, Xiaoli is here. I'll hang up. Upon seeing Fu Zhang seated with cake in hand, old Master Fu paused, sensing something was amiss but unable to pinpoint it. He then asked, what are you doing here? If you can be here, why can't I? Fu Zhang replied nonchalantly. Old Master Fu was momentarily stumped but then realized it was indeed true. Wen Li, feeling guilty, interjected, I had class and couldn't return to celebrate my uncle's birthday, so I asked him to come by at noon. Hearing this, old Master Fu had no suspicions. No wonder your uncle is so pleased. I heard from Auntie that you returned last night.
What happened? Nothing much, I just came to get something. Wen Li lied. Old Master Fu nodded and pointed at the cake. Fu Zhang, serve me some, you have high blood sugar, you shouldn't eat. Fu Zhang stood up to fetch him a glass of warm water. Old Master Fu shot him a glare. You can have a little, it's your birthday, I'm just making a gesture. Fu Zhang pretended not to hear, continuing to eat cake after Wen Li finished her portion. Noticing that Old Master Fu had no intention of leaving, she stood up. Grandpa Fu, I have to go to class now. She felt she could not linger with Old Master Fu, fearing he might ask about her aunt. The more she spoke, the more lies she had to tell. Fu Zhang stood up as well, and Wen Li quickly added, no need to see me off, I'll take a taxi to school. Goodbye, Grandpa. Once she heard the door close, Fu Zhang sat down and tidied up the remaining cake to place in the refrigerator, and indeed Old Master Fu broached the topic of her aunt. What plans do you have with your daughter-in-law today? She has class. Fu Zhang replied coolly. Old Master Fu considered this, his thoughts evident on his face. Let her come over for dinner tonight. Seeing Fu Zhang's silence, he knew it would not work and compromised. Alright, if I don't see her during the new year, I'll cry at your grandfather's grave. By the way, I heard from the Wang family that Wen Rong is arranging a blind date for Wen Li. Supposedly with the second son of the Su family. It seems he has done something good for once. The second son of the Su family is quite impressive, he is young yet accomplished. Nearly matching you, but the Su family likely looks down on Wen Li's family background. You should personally go and see him tomorrow. Fu Zhang, who had not raised his eyes, finally lifted his gaze to fixate on him. Coldly stating, am I full? Old Master Fu thought he was against Wen Li going on a blind date. It's not like they're getting married immediately, they can date for a while and marry years later. Unlike you, who waited until you were 27 to start dating. He merely thought that the second son of the Su family was acceptable, that Wen Li could meet him, and perhaps there might be a spark? Wen Li's marriage is not your concern. I have my plans. If I do not concern myself, who will? You cannot even manage your own marriage. Do you still wish to control Xiaoli's? I fear she might end up like you. Old Master Fu, when stubborn, could not be swayed, especially regarding such significant matters of children's lives, declaring, you must go tomorrow. If you do not go, I will. Seeing Fu Zhang remain silent, he shot him a few glances. We live in a new society with new ideas. How can you be such an old fossil? I will ask Xiaoli when she returns. If she agrees, I will go out. If she agrees, I will break her legs. Fu Zhang retorted, taking back the cup of water from Old Master Fu. Old Master Fu's eyes widened, sensing something was off. I am thirsty, get it yourself, Fu Zhang replied tersely. Old Master Fu stood up to fetch water himself, muttering, if Xiaoli is willing, you would agree, contact the doctor to see him later. Fu Zhang suddenly directed at the middle-aged man behind Old Master Fu. Ask the doctor how to treat excessive talking. Old Master Fu, you should be treated for your lack of speech. You are like a mute every day. No wonder Xiaoli called you an old fossil. Old fossil. In the afternoon, Fu Zhang sent Old Master Fu and the others back. Today, they had to have dinner at home. This was Wen Li's request of him. During dinner, as the family sat around the table, Wen Rong's family of 3 arrived with gifts. Wen Rong, somewhat awkward, spoke up, Fu Zhang, happy birthday. Wen Nuan followed suit, uncle, happy birthday. Old Master Fu smiled, we haven't organized a banquet, let us just have a casual meal together. He glanced at Wen Nuan again, saying there was no need to shout for Xiaoli, they could all call him uncle. Wen Nuan smiled and nodded, explaining, my sister is busy today, so she asked us to come over. Old Master Fu chided, this child is indeed filial. She just celebrated her little uncle's birthday at noon and has sent you all here again. Come and sit down. There isn't much food. Wen Rong waved her hand, saying, we've already eaten, you all should eat. Uncle Fu, are you feeling better? Oh, much better. Old Master Fu nodded in reply. After that, the two families fell into a comfortable silence. Once they finished their meal, Old Master Fu finally asked, I hear you wish to unite with the Su family. How is that progressing? Wen Rong had indeed come for this matter. The second son of the Su family was a commendable individual with great abilities. Duing and Wen Nuan were unaware of this development, their expressions stiffening. Naturally, the family that Old Master Fu inquired about would not be of mediocre standing. It was a relief that he still retained clarity regarding such significant matters. It was indeed promising that Wen Li could have some interaction with him. Upon hearing this, Wen Rong understood that Old Master Fu would be making a visit to the Su family, and he chose not to comment further. After spending some time at the Fu residence, the group departed. As soon as they entered the gates of the Wen family home, Duing could no longer contain herself, her tone lacking its usual gentleness. Are you planning to arrange a union between Wen Li and the Su family? Wen Rong gave her a sidelong glance but said nothing. A few days prior, he had observed the second son of the Su family from a distance. He seemed quite decent, although he was just a minor official at present. With the Su family's backing, his future was limitless. If it truly came to pass, both the Liu and Fu families would support him. Even if the second son of the Su family were akin to a pig, he could still flourish with the support of several families. Moreover, he was indeed capable. Why didn't you discuss this with me? Du Ying's expression softened when Rong, exhibiting a bit of a patriarchal attitude, replied, I can decide this matter. You all indulge her too much, spoiling her in the process. Keep a closer watch on her recently, and don't let her get involved with any unsuitable men. I need to step out for a while. After when Rong left, Wen Nuan's bedroom fell into a prolonged silence. Du Ying, in a fit of anger, slammed a cup on the table, exclaiming, he only thinks about Wen Li. He didn't care at all about your marriage. Wen Nuan, unfazed and accustomed to her outbursts, reassured her. Mom, don't be angry. I'm aware of the situation. Wen Li's roommate had already mentioned that she was indeed dating a young man from society who was quite handsome. Let us wait a few more months. Once their relationship stabilizes, it would be best if she were to become pregnant. Gradually, Du Ying's emotions calmed. Does the Qin family not hold you in high regard? I've noticed Qin Feng has been in the news a lot lately. At the mention of this, Wen Nuan's expression turned cold as she quickly responded, as long as they don't cancel the engagement, the Qin family accepting me is only a matter of time. With the Qin family celebrating a grand birthday, if Fu Zhang can attend, they certainly won't cancel the engagement. The Fu family rarely mingled given that Fu Zhang was younger than his peers, and the interactions were primarily among the younger generation. Du Ying nodded, suggesting, let Wen Li inform the Fu family when the time comes. She then fixed her gaze on Wen Nuan's flat abdomen, asking why hasn't there been any movement in this regard. Wen Nuan replied softly, Qin Feng hasn't come to find me in the past few days, and I also can't find him. The following day, at 10 in the morning, in the Bai Group's presidential office, Assistant Sun was working when he noticed someone entering President Bai's office directly. He hurriedly ran in, saying, hello, this is President Bai's private office. His voice trailed off as he spotted the young man already seated on the sofa, somewhat taken aback but relieved to have witnessed many significant events. Fu Zhang replied with a casual crossing his legs and looking down at his phone, replying to Wen Li's message. At the company, Wen Li responded, I have a full schedule this weekend and can't return home. Fu Zhang replied, I'll come. He then looked up at Assistant Sun, inquiring, when will Bai Siyuan arrive? President Bai is in a meeting. It's been over an hour, so he should finish in about 10 minutes. Assistant Sun continued, Fu Zong, would you prefer coffee or tea? Recently, Wen Li had been overseeing Fu Zhang's diet, forbidding him from drinking coffee and tea in the morning, insisting on warm water instead. Assistant Sun turned to head to the tea room. Meanwhile, Bai Siyuan was incensed by the incompetence of his colleagues, muttering angrily as he walked, if you can't do your job, just resign. Occupying a position without fulfilling responsibilities, Assistant Sun, hearing the commotion in the tea room, instinctively stepped out, intending to inform Bai Siyuan that Fu Zong was waiting for him. The next moment, he witnessed Bai Siyuan push open the office door and stride in without uttering a word. Fu Zong was free to enter President Bai's office at will. Upon entering, Bai Siyuan immediately spotted the young man in the black hoodie, clearly the one who had been kissing Wen Li. His first reaction was to think, well, this is convenient. Frowning, he addressed Fu Zhang, who are you? Who allowed you to enter this office? Fu Zhang, having finished his message, looked up and replied coolly, it's me, Fu Zhang. His handsome face bore no signs of cosmetic alteration, causing Bai Siyuan's furrowed brows to smooth out, replaced by shock. When Fu Zhang had mentioned that the boy was him, Bai Siyuan had been utterly incredulous. When had Fu Zhang ever dressed in such shabby clothing? It was not his usual style. He fell silent, wondering what on earth has happened to him. Fu Zhang set his phone down, crossing his arms and adding, I am the man Wen Li is seeing outside. Internally, I am also hers. I am Wen Li's boyfriend. Bai Siyuan hesitated, wanting to say something but at a loss for words, with billions at stake. His mind was as sharp as ever, yet he found himself in a muddle. When did you and Wen Li start dating? On the day the old man fell ill, Fu Zhang replied in a low tone. Bai Siyuan, regardless of how Wen Li and I progress from here, do not interfere in this matter. Do not utter a word. Whatever the outcome, it is my own will, and she is not to blame. It is not her who is holding me, it is I who am pursuing. Fu Zhang was never one to share his innermost thoughts with his friends, he usually bore his burdens alone. His feelings for Wen Li must have left him feeling lost, prompting him to confide in Bai Siyuan. Bai Siyuan finally grasped the essence of Fu Zhang's words, no matter how Wen Li behaved, she was not at fault. It was Fu Zhang who was aware of the consequences and chose to proceed. Sitting back in his chair, he sighed, we have grown up together, among all of us. You are the most sentimental, even if you often appear aloof, but if anyone bullied us at school, you would be the first to act. Initially, when I heard you were dating, I thought you had finally moved on from Wen Li. Now, it seems you cannot let her go. If it weren't for Wen Li, would you even consider marriage? Before Fu Zhang could respond, Bai Siyuan confidently asserted, you absolutely would not marry. Arranged marriages are merely a way for you to numb yourself or placate the Fu family. In reality, you have no intention. On the sofa, the man did not directly address the question but reiterated, there will be no next time. Bai Siyuan had known since childhood that Fu Zhang was fiercely protective. Only Wen Li possessed such power over him. Alright then, as long as Wen Li is sincere, I won't say anything. I'll personally apologize to her later. If Gu Lianming and the others find out that your girlfriend is Wen Li, they will likely be utterly shocked. Fu Zhang replied coolly, for now, do not discuss this with anyone else. Concerned that Bai Siyuan might not understand the gravity of the situation, he added, the Wen family has its complexities. Upon hearing this, Bai Siyuan became curious and moved closer, sitting beside him. Did Wen Li tell you this? Fu Zhang nodded. Bai Siyuan clicked his tongue, crossing his left leg. I knew she seemed much wiser than before. She must have suffered greatly at the hands of Du Ying and Wen Muan, leading her to become shrewder. The last incident of theft, I suspect they orchestrated that. Yet, Wen Rong is no fool. Trading his daughter's reputation for business, are you not planning to intervene? Fu Zhang shook his head. She doesn't want me to intervene. She can handle it. Well, she does have some backbone. Bai Siyuan fell silent for a few seconds, nudging Fu Zhang lightly with his thigh, and said softly, does your grandfather know? We'll discuss it during the new year. Fu Zhang replied. The thought of old Master Fu's expression during the new year made Bai Siyuan click his tongue. Your grandfather will be quite surprised this year. Alright then, the old iron tree has finally bloomed. After speaking, he chuckled lightly. On Wednesday afternoon, Wen Li received a call from teacher Li Chenyun. Hello, is this Wen Li? I am teacher Li Chenyun. A few days ago, Mr. Wan mentioned this matter to me. I was busy with the tour and just returned to Kyoto today. When do you have time? We should meet. Surprised that they could still be in contact, Wen Li replied with delight. Hello, teacher Li. I'm free this Friday afternoon. Does that work for you? Any time is convenient for me. I'll call you then. Teacher Li's voice was warm and enthusiastic, but she seemed busy and ended the call after a brief exchange. Wen Li knew that Teacher Li would want to see her performance. She had been preoccupied with her studies lately and hadn't found time to practice dance. After a moment of thought, she decided to stay outside for a few nights. With no classes that evening, she got up to pack a few things, planning to head out right after class. Beside her, Li Qin teased, are you going out to stay with your boyfriend again today? Yes, he is quite clingy. Wen Li wore a slightly embarrassed expression. Li Qin, with a hint of envy, remarked, your boyfriend is truly wonderful. Unlike mine, who only knows how to play basketball every day. However, one must take precautions. Otherwise, if you end up pregnant, it could lead to complications. With an air of mystery, she retrieved several condoms from her drawer and handed them over, saying, here, these are for you. Wen Li, not one to assume such kindness, thought about the cost of condoms, which were quite expensive, and considering Li Qin's average family circumstances, she guessed their monthly expenses might only amount to a couple of thousand. Feeling a bit shy, she accepted them and took a glance. These are small, my boyfriend doesn't use this size. Li Qin's expression changed subtly, and she defensively replied, they were given to me by someone else. I hadn't paid attention to the size. Wen Li, seemingly recalling something, quickly clarified, I didn't mean to suggest your boyfriend is small, I simply meant that the size differs from my boyfriend's. He usually uses large ones, but thank you, I'll have him make do with this tonight. It shouldn't be too far off. After tidying up her belongings, she reached for a spot on the bookshelf, touched it, and swiftly left with her things. As soon as she stepped out of the dormitory, she put on her headphones. Moments later, Li Qin's voice came through, informing her that she had received the items and would not be returning to the dorm that night. As she intended to spend the night with that boy, they had met quite frequently. After recording the message and saving it in a folder, Wen Li returned home after her afternoon classes. The lilies in the living room continued to exude their fragrance. She wondered what Fu Zhang was doing at that moment. Previously, she couldn't comprehend how people in love could be so inseparable. Now she understood that when one is infatuated, control becomes impossible. She spritzed some water and then took out the condoms that Li Qin had given her, holding them up to the light. She noticed some tiny pinholes. It struck her that they might be hoping for her to get pregnant. Suddenly, she recalled her past life abroad, where she was often pursued by boys. The culture there was quite liberal, and one-night stands were commonplace. While she had considered dating, the thought of those boys having been with numerous women made her hesitant to engage with them. Looking back, she felt fortunate, otherwise she wouldn't have the courage to pursue Fu Zhang now. She cherished a relationship that was both spiritually and physically pure. Upon hearing the door open, Fu Zhang emerged from the bedroom and immediately spotted Wen Li examining the condoms. He momentarily hesitated. In the next instant, their eyes met, and Wen Li, taken aback by Fu Zhang's presence, felt an urge to find a blanket to hide under. Despite her usual boldness, she set down the condoms and explained.
My roommate gave these to me. I was just examining them. Fu Zhang strode over, took them from her hand, glanced at them, and tossed them into the trash bin, declaring, no need for examination, the size is inappropriate.
Wen Li's first instinct was to ask, have you used them? Fu Zhang replied, I haven't. Wen Li pressed on, are you sure you want to discuss this here? Sensing a slight tension, Wen Li instinctively shrank back but nodded. If you have needs, I can accommodate. After a pause, she added softly, but please be gentle, I'm afraid it might hurt. Fu Zhang's gaze deepened, and he rubbed his forehead, his tone becoming more serious. Wen Li sighed, lowering her head, we are adults. We will eventually have to face this. Just as she finished speaking, a sharp pain shot through her forehead. She cradled her head in her hands and looked up at him.
Her voice tinged with dependence. Fu Zhang, I miss you. In the next moment, she opened her arms to embrace him. Fu Zhang bent slightly, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. They faced each other, and he murmured, then kiss me. The older man had such simple desires. Wen Li, naturally pleased, cupped his face and planted a kiss on his lips, then pressed her lips against his with more fervor, asking, when are we going to sleep? At 27, Fu Zhang had normal physiological needs, and Wen Li couldn't bear the thought of him holding back. If he continued to do so, it might lead to complications. His deep gaze fixed on her. His voice husky, you're still young, wait a few more years, focus on completing your studies. I'm not a child anymore. I'm about to turn 19, and I developed some, Wen Li insisted earnestly. Fu Zhang, responding almost instinctively, took a deep breath, placed her on the sofa, and turned to leave. Wen Li felt the shift. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and followed him. As soon as she stepped into Fu Zhang's room, he promptly pushed her back out and closed the door, stating, I won't be coming in for the next month. Wen Li was left speechless, wondering if it was her lack of allure or his strong willpower. She covered her flushed face with her hands, her courage depleted, and ran into her bedroom, shutting the door behind her and diving into bed. Your face is going to be the least of your worries. After half an hour, a knock sounded on her bedroom door, accompanied by Fu Zhang's calm voice. Come out for dinner, Wen Li replied with a soft "oh," and after a moment's hesitation emerged from her room. Feeling a bit shy to face Fu Zhang, during dinner, she kept her head down, avoiding eye contact. Noticing she was only eating plain rice, Fu Zhang's gaze lingered on her face. After a while, he chuckled softly and remarked, so now you feel embarrassed? Wen Li immediately lifted her head and, without thinking, shoved a piece of vegetable into his mouth, saying no more comments. Fu Zhang chewed slowly, placing some vegetables into her bowl, and explained in a low tone, I hope you think carefully before engaging in such matters. Wen Li was about to respond when he added, even if you have thought it over, it's still not advisable. Your body isn't fully developed. Her ears turned red, and she buried her head deeper into her bowl, muttering, you're such an old-fashioned man. Stop talking. Fu Zhang stood up to fetch a glass of warm water and placed it beside her, adding, I'll be going abroad this weekend. I'll return next Wednesday. Upon hearing this, Wen Li naturally had nothing to say. Both of them had their own affairs to attend to, and she nodded, replying, all right. Her overly agreeable response caught Fu Zhang's attention, and he looked at her questioning, do you not want me to accompany you? Wen Li, taken aback while drinking water, answered, no, you're going abroad for work. She added softly, if I were to act foolishly, you would surely find me annoying. Not at all, Fu Zhang reassured, placing more food in her bowl. I would not find you bothersome. Wen Li understood that Fu Zhang would not find her annoying. If he did, he would have long since ignored her. She pondered why Fu Zhang had always been so accommodating to her. It seemed irrational for someone to care for someone like her solely based on affection. If it were her, she likely wouldn't have continued caring for someone ungrateful. Pausing her meal, she looked up at Fu Zhang. What is it that you like about me? I feel I have so many flaws. Her voice trailed off, tinged with insecurity. Hearing this, Fu Zhang set down his chopsticks and, in a measured tone, replied, flawed, yet you still managed to attract me. Wen Li quickly corrected herself, actually, I'm quite excellent, but there are many other impressive women who like you. Jiang Shuyi comes from a good family, is beautiful, and has a master's degree. She pursued you for years, while I have only been after you for a month or two. Why did you choose me? Perhaps it was in a woman's nature to seek clarity on why they were chosen, to understand what made them better than others. She knew Fu Zhang liked her, but the affection felt insecure. She feared dying again, yet she was more afraid of living without Fu Zhang's affection. The mention of Jiang Shuyi's Fu Zhang's expression tightened slightly. His fingers curled, tapping the table. Eat first, the food will get cold. Wen Li thought he might be at a loss for words and merely mumbled, lowering her head to eat. Once they finished their meal, she stole a glance at Fu Zhang as she gathered the dishes.
Before she could collect 2 bowls, he had taken them from her hands. I don't like her. Why should I agree to her? He stated coolly. Do you think because I'm older, I would casually agree to things? Wenli was momentarily speechless, her mouth opening but no words coming out. The dishes on the table stacked together, and as Fu Zhang held them, he turned to her. Wenli, I am 8 years older than you. Simply saying I like you would be irresponsible. We will definitely marry in the future. Wenli's eyes widened in shock. Fu Zhang maintained his usual calm demeanor as she moved around the table and wrapped her arms around his waist. He could only look down at her, his lips pressed together. Go sit on the sofa, I'll wash the dishes. I'll do it, Wenli insisted, recalling how he had been the one cooking and cleaning. She couldn't let him continue doing everything. When she reached for the dishes, Fu Zhang had no choice but to set them down on the table, then swiftly lifted her in his arms. Carrying her toward the sofa. He placed her on the sofa without a word and walked toward the kitchen. Wenli tilted her head to watch him as he leisurely rolled up his sleeves. His head slightly bowed, his nose creating a perfect straight line. She quickly grabbed her phone from the table and snapped a couple of surreptitious photos. When they were alone, Fu Zhang habitually tidied up the apartment. Wenli watched as he emerged from the kitchen, only to head into her bedroom. Soon, he returned with a changed bedsheet and headed into the laundry room, after resting for half an hour. Wenli went back to her bedroom to change into a dance outfit, tying her hair into a bun. In the living room, she played music on her phone to practice. As Fu Zhang exited the laundry room, his gaze lifted, and he paused, noticing Wenli dressed in a flowing ink-colored dance outfit, adorned with delicate bells tied around her waist. She lifted her skirt with both hands, gracefully whipping it around. The crisp sound of the bells ringing beautifully. Meanwhile, Wenli caught sight of him, her eyes shifting like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. She lifted her skirt, her toes barely grazing the ground as she leaped towards him. The wide sleeves of her dress brushed against his cheek, and Fu Zhang's gaze darkened abruptly, yet the puppeteeress' whimsical spirit surged. She placed her hands on his shoulders, her legs arching backward within the flowing fabric, while her delicate face tilted back, revealing a graceful neck and collarbone. After spinning around, she leaned against Fu Zhang's chest. Just as she prepared to depart, her slender waist tightened unexpectedly, eliciting a startled gasp from her lips. Fu Zhang's large hand gently caressed her lower back, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "Have you had enough fun?" Wenli understood the art of knowing when to withdraw, her eyes curving with a smile as she obediently nodded, affirming that she had indeed played enough. "Now it's my turn." Fu Zhang's hand tightened around her waist, and in the next moment, he pinned her against the wall. Instinctively, she tilted her head back. While he bent down, their noses nearly touching, Wenli trembled slightly, her entire being surrendering to a tantalizing sense of exhilaration. Softly, she could not resist closing her eyes, just as the sensation on her nose vanished. His hand withdrew from her waist as well, prompting her to open one eye, only to find his figure retreating. In that moment, his voice, laced with amusement, echoed, "Let's practice dancing." Wenli thought to herself, the old man truly is an old man. Managing to resist kissing at this moment, she swiftly dashed forward, leaping to wrap her arms around his neck. Fu Zhang instinctively reached out to steady her thigh, preventing her from falling as she leaned to plant a kiss on his ear. Quickly following it with another on his cheek, she hummed playfully, muttering, "If you want to kiss me, then who will?" Before long, she noticed a peculiar flush creeping onto Fu Zhang's ears and cheeks. Fu Zhang, you blushing, Chapter 55. But she missed him too much. Fu Zhang turned his head, meeting Wenli's slightly flushed face. She may have had a delicate demeanor, but her courage was remarkable. He murmured, "Come a little closer." Wenli assumed he was about to whisper something romantic, leaning in toward his face with anticipation, asking, "What is it?" In the next instant, their lips met briefly before parting, and Fu Zhang gently lowered her back down. "Let's practice dancing. We'll head out for a movie at 9:00 this." Wenli's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What movie are we watching?" Fu Zhang settled onto the sofa, pulling out his phone to peruse options. "What genre do you want to watch?" he queried, as Wenli practiced her dance steps. After a moment of silence, Fu Zhang finally suggested war films, having been influenced by his grandfather's affinity for war movies. Fu Zhang had grown to appreciate them, though he had yet to reach the age where such films were a nightly necessity. Wenli pondered, envisioning herself and Fu Zhang in a cinema filled with people shouting battle cries. It hardly seemed conducive to holding hands. With a flick of her skirt, she declared, "No, we should watch a romantic film." Fu Zhang merely responded with a nonchalant lacking any particular interest in the subject matter, and sent a message to Bai Siyuan inquiring about recent romantic films. Bai Siyuan, having just returned home and settled onto his sofa, raised an eyebrow at the message. "How should I know about romantic films?" "You might as well ask Lin Yichen, who just went to the movies yesterday." "Are you and Wenli planning to catch a film? It's best to choose a theater far away to avoid being seen." Fu Zhang did not reply to him, instead messaging Lin Yichen directly. What movie did you watch yesterday? Lin Yichen responded, I didn't go to the movies. Who told you I did? Fu Zhang pressed. Lin Yichen replied, when did you see us? By the way, don't mention my movie outing with Zhou Qin to Wen Li or anyone else. We just happened to bump into each other. Fu Zhang arched a brow. What film? Lin Yichen replied, Future Diary. Ahem, if you're going with your girlfriend, it's suitable, but if it's with Wen Li, it might not be appropriate. There are some intimate scenes and kisses. Fu Zhang acknowledged this with a simple After purchasing 2 tickets, he glanced at Wen Li, whose fair complexion was flushed from dancing, a light sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. He knew better than anyone how hard Wen Li had worked over the past year. The Wen family had done much to her. It wasn't that he didn't want to ask, but rather that Wen Li chose not to speak of it, perhaps not wanting others to pity her. At around 8:20, Wen Li paused and headed towards her bedroom. After a brief shower and change of clothes, she emerged, exclaiming, let us go. Fu Zhang observed her in a thin dark gray knitted dress, his brow slightly furrowing. Yet he said nothing, merely retrieving a coat from the room and draping it over his arm. As soon as Wen Li stepped out of the parking garage, she felt the chill in the air, having prioritized aesthetics. She had forgotten about the temperature. Just as she hesitated about whether to go back upstairs for a jacket, a weight settled on her shoulder, warming her slightly. She turned her head to find Fu Zhang standing beside her. Slightly bent, deftly fastening his buttons, without uttering a word, he opened the passenger door for her, and when Li climbed in, leaning towards Fu Zhang in the driver's seat, she cheekily remarked, why didn't you say anything about me dressing too lightly? I could have brought a jacket. Fu Zhang's tone was calm, as though it was his responsibility. He often performed actions without pretense, yet they were more heartwarming than deliberate gestures. When Li propped herself up to plant a kiss on his cheek, and Fu Zhang's hand pressed her back into her seat as he fastened her seatbelt, presenting her with 2 choices. Would you prefer to watch a movie or return home for a kiss? Wen Li had a penchant for teasing him, and being a normal man, he was bound to have a reasonable reaction. Instantly, she straightened up, declaring, let us watch a movie. Affection could be shared at any time. But opportunities to watch a film together were scarce. Their time together was limited, especially since Fu Zhang had been sacrificing his rest for them to meet. Otherwise, they might not even have seen each other. Had Fu Zhang known that Lin Yichen's mention of intimate scenes and kisses constituted a significant portion of the film, he likely would have refrained from taking Wen Li along. This was not the first time he had witnessed the film's protagonists locking lips and engaging in intimate encounters. He tightened his grip on his thigh, his body tensing. Wen Li, in her 20s, felt a hint of embarrassment watching such a film, stealing a glance at the man beside her, who sat upright, his gaze neutral. She endeavored to maintain her composure, and when the movie finally concluded, she released a sigh of relief. The drive back was steeped in silence, so much so that they retreated to their respective rooms upon arriving home. Fu Zhang shed his coat onto the bed and retrieved his phone to message Lin Yichen, and when the call connected, he spoke in a measured tone. Are you a pervert? Lin Yichen responded. Just as he was about to explain, the call was abruptly disconnected. Coincidentally, Wen Li returned to her bedroom to find Lin Baozhu expressing a desire to go see a movie, just as she was about to advise against watching Future Diary. Given its popularity, Zhou Qin sent a message, you guys shouldn't watch Future Diary. It's quite awkward. Wen Li silently inquired, Qin, who did you go to see it with? Lin Baozhu, curious, asked, have you all seen it already? Then I'll go tomorrow, Wen Li replied. I'm quite open-minded, but this film left me feeling quite reserved, as if I couldn't show my face. Lin Baozhu responded, I just heard that there are many kissing scenes in this film, which piqued my curiosity. Now that you mention it, I'm even more intrigued. Wen Li. After a moment, Lin Baozhu sent a voice message. I found 2 tickets for yesterday's movie, Future Diary, in my brother's pocket. She probably intended to reveal this to let Zhou Qin know that her brother wasn't a good person, but Wen Li guessed that Zhou Qin was with Lin Yichen, given that she hadn't responded. In truth, Zhou Qin was quite like her, determined in knowing what she wanted, which wasn't a bad thing at all. It was worth a shot. She privately messaged Lin Baozhu, is it possible that your brother went to see it with Zhou Qin? Lin Baozhu replied, I thought of that right after sending it. Zhou Qin doesn't particularly like movies, especially not romantic ones. My brother is such a jerk, trying to punch above his weight. Wen Li, as she pondered what to reply. Lin Baozhu sent another message, who did you watch the movie with? Wen Li quietly typed 2 words, Fu Zhang. Lin Baozhu replied, I guessed it. You're quite bold for inviting him to see such a film. Wen Li felt a bit wronged. Though she was bold and thick-skinned, she would never take Fu Zhang to watch such a movie. He probably had no idea what kind of film it was either. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have brought her along. The next day, after her morning classes, when Lee returned to her dormitory to rest, shortly after Li Qin returned, cradling flowers and beaming with happiness. "Did your boyfriend send those?" When Lee asked cheerfully. Li Qin smiled before speaking. "Today is my birthday." Upon hearing this, when Lee immediately exclaimed, "Happy birthday." After a moment's thought, she retrieved a box of condoms from her bag and handed it to her. "Thanks to you yesterday, my boyfriend didn't wear a condom, claiming it was too tight, but we managed to make do with it. Check if I got the size wrong. I asked the attendant for a small size. Today, I discovered that small sizes are cheaper than large ones. If my boyfriend hadn't said it was too tight, I'd have him buy small ones next time to save some money." Li Qin's smile froze on her face, while Wen Li, oblivious, shoved the items into her hands, proclaiming, "Happy birthday, no need to thank me." Just then, the phone rang. Wen Li glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Wen Muan. Quickly answering with a playful tone, "Sister," when Muan's voice came through the line, filled with concern, "I had Uncle Lee send you some clothes and snacks. Go downstairs to pick them up shortly." "Thank you, sister. Lately I've been exhausted with too many classes. I've even thought about skipping some, but if it weren't for the money from the old duck, I wouldn't want to attend classes." When Lee vented, when Muan chuckled softly, offering, "It's fine to skip a class or two occasionally. Come home this weekend. Your brother-in-law is celebrating a big birthday. It'll be fun." She paused momentarily before continuing. "By the way, let's call Uncle. He has been taking care of you these days, and we should express our gratitude properly." "How has he been taking care of me?" Wen Li replied reluctantly. "He has gone abroad and probably won't return. So let's thank him next time." When Muan's tone grew increasingly urgent, "No, this is a significant matter for the family. We must extend the invitation regardless of whether Uncle comes or not. It's a matter of basic etiquette. Besides, if you call him, he will certainly come. Fine, I will ask him." After hanging up, Wen Li did not call immediately, knowing Wen Muan's intentions were clear. She simply wanted Fu Zheng to save face for her. In her previous life, she had always been deceived, repeatedly calling Fu Zhang, who perhaps understood their intentions but still arrived punctually each time, preserving the Wen family's dignity. Upon reflection, it was evident that Fu Zhang's affection was genuine. However, this time she truly needed Fu Zheng to step up and deal with someone like Wen Muan and Duing. It was essential to elevate them to the brink of victory before delivering a decisive blow. Fu Zhang had his own affairs to attend to, and Wen Li naturally could not sacrifice him for her own benefit. She sent Fu Zhang a message. "Wen Muan wants me to bring you to the Qin family banquet this weekend. Can I bring Fu Zhang along? After all, he can represent the Fu family, considering it's well known that old Master Fu treats his adopted daughter Fu Yu as his own." Fu Zhang quickly replied, "I will return for a while." Just as Wen Li was about to say it was unnecessary, she saw him send another message. "I am worried about you." It wasn't that he was concerned about her bringing Fu Zhang, but rather whether she would be bullied by others. Wen Li looked at her phone screen and sniffed, daringly messaging, "Fu Zhang, when you return, I want to kiss you." Meanwhile, Assistant Su noticed that President Fu was looking at his phone and was about to remind him when he saw the phone slip from Fu Zhang's grip. Landing face up, revealing a few visible words. He instinctively bent down to pick it up, but in the next moment, a pair of black leather shoes stepped on the expensive phone, and a calm voice commanded, "Continue the meeting." Wen Li did not receive a reply from Fu Zhang and guessed that the older man was unsure of how to respond. She couldn't help but chuckle softly, meeting Li Qin's gaze, and instinctively poked her in the chest, teasing, "Is it that the condom size is wrong? No one wants to hear that their boyfriend is a small size." And Li Qin was somewhat annoyed but managed to suppress it, forcing a smile and saying, "No, I have something to attend to and need to leave." On Friday, as soon as class was over, Wen Li hurried to the address provided by teacher Li Chenyun. It was the finest dance training institution in Kyoto, not only expensive in tuition but also demanding of innate talent. When she arrived, teacher Li Chenyun was already in a private studio. A woman in her 40s yet with the physique of someone in her 30s, her figure balanced and youthful. Wen Li greeted politely. Teacher Li Chenyun smiled and nodded, her gaze appraising Wen Li's stature. Noting her height had increased, making her just right. "Can you perform an improvisation?" Naturally, Wen Li could not refuse. She displayed confidence, replying, "I can." With that, she removed her long coat, revealing her dance attire underneath. Li Chenyun's eyes sparkled with appreciation. After all, opportunities are only given to those who are prepared. She took out her phone and played a fast-paced song that surged with intensity. The young woman responded swiftly, moving in sync with the rhythm, her actions embodying both grace and strength. Initially hesitant when Mr. Ruan approached her, she had wasted so many years. No matter how talented a student is, stagnation is not an option. After a brief performance, Lee Chun-yun applauded, exclaiming, "You can participate in the National Classical Dance Competition in December," when Lee planned to enter, understanding that continual competition was essential for honing her skills and enhancing her arsum. Was Teacher Lee implying she was willing to take her as a disciple? Lee Chun-yun nodded with a smile. "With your talent, I doubt anyone else could teach you. You should know that I am quite strict. During our time together, aside from learning, you will remain in the dance studio, but if you miss practice 3 times for any reason, I will no longer teach you." Without a hint of hesitation, Lee nodded. Alright. Upon exiting the studio, she promptly shared the wonderful news with Fu Zhang. "Teacher Lee has accepted me as a disciple. Isn't your girlfriend remarkable?" After sending the message, she looked up to see the man, who was supposed to be working abroad, standing at the door in a sharply tailored suit, deliberately back early. She had sensed he would not miss an important moment in her life. She hurried towards him, stopping abruptly before him, her hand raised slightly before lowering it, mindful that most people at the dance institution came from well-off families and likely recognized Fu Zhang. She exclaimed excitedly, "Fu Zhang!" Fu Zhang reached into his pocket and soon revealed a pear-shaped diamond necklace. His voice low, "Wen Li, you are impressive." Wen Li was eager to embrace the older man, covering her face with her clothes before tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, an endearingly clumsy gesture. Despite Fu Zhang's usual calm demeanor, he was momentarily taken aback by her actions, unsure of how to respond. He looked down at Wen Li, completely obscured, and after a few seconds, let out several low chuckles. He wrapped an arm around her waist, bending slightly. "You miss me that much?" Chapter 56. "Didn't you say you wanted to kiss me?" The small head nestled in his embrace moved slightly, as if in response to his words. Fu Zhang's large hand gently stroked her head, just as he had when she was younger. "Let us go." At that moment, a female voice interrupted. "Uncle Fu." Wen Li, about to lift her clothes, instinctively pulled them down a bit more, trying to conceal herself above her. Fu Zhang's cool voice responded. Jiang Qiaoyun observed the person in Fu Zhang's arms with curious scrutiny, asking, "Uncle Fu, who is this?" Wen Li recognized her voice instantly. It was Jiang Shuyi's sister, Jiang Qiaoyun, with whom she had minimal past interactions, except for a time she had kidnapped her in her previous life. Jiang Qiaoyun had been infatuated with Qin Feng and, seeking revenge on Wen Nuan, had kidnapped her in a warehouse, aiming to force Wen Nuan into a divorce with Qin Feng. Fortunately, Wen Nuan had never intervened, and Jiang Qiaoyun, lacking the courage to harm her, had not gone to extremes. However, once Fu Zhang learned of the incident, Jiang Qiaoyun had faced imprisonment. Many signs had already been present. She had simply chosen to believe they loved her. Fu Zhang sensed Wen Li tightening her grip around him. He bent down, lifting her effortlessly, without uttering a word, and strode away. Jiang Qiaoyun stood frozen, clearly taken aback that there was a woman by Fu Zhang's side. Once inside the car, after the door closed, Fu Zhang lifted the clothes from Wen Li's head, their eyes meeting. Before he could speak, she declared, "Fu Zhang, when we get married, you should lift the veil like this." Fu Zhang's expression was a mix of helplessness and warmth as he brushed a few stray strands of hair from her face, speaking in a low voice. "Alright, you can do as you please then. Do you want to go public? If you wish to, I will handle it." Wen Li nodded but quickly shook her head, grasping his hand earnestly. "Fu Zhang, please bear with me for a while. Once I resolve the matters with the Wen family, I will certainly announce my boyfriend is Fu Zhang. If Wen Nuan and the others discovered her relationship with Fu Zhang, they would undoubtedly refrain from any major actions thereafter, making it insufficient to warrant their punishment." Fu Zhang replied solemnly, "You can call on me for assistance at any time. I will definitely do so. I want to be stubborn." Wen Li truly would not be stubborn. When she found herself at a loss, she would certainly seek Fu Zhang's help. Hearing this, Fu Zhang felt somewhat reassured, glancing at his watch and noting the time was tight. "I'll take you back to school. I need to go abroad for a while and will return on Sunday afternoon." Wen Li was not disappointed. It was already remarkable that Fu Zhang could rush back. "I'll drive you to the airport, and let us have a meal together there. I'll return on my own later." Before Fu Zhang could respond, she added, "I want to spend a bit more time with you." "Alright, then I'll have someone bring you back later." After saying this, Fu Zhang turned to Assistant Su, who had been keeping his head down, pretending he hadn't overheard anything, and instructed, "To the airport." Assistant Su immediately started the car, heading toward the airport. When Li realized Assistant Su was in the front, feeling a bit uneasy, as there was still a sense of embarrassment in their budding romance, she said nothing, simply intertwining her fingers with Fu Zhang's and resting her head on his shoulder. Fu Zhang glanced down at her a few times, seemingly waiting for her to do something, but for a long while, when Li merely focused on playing with his fingers, he pressed his lips together and suddenly spoke. Privacy screen. His abrupt statement caught Wenli off guard, and she instinctively looked at him, confused. What privacy screen? At that moment, the screens between the back seat and the front rows slowly blocking Assistant Su's view and the scenery outside. The light inside the car dimmed slightly. Wenli glanced at the ceiling, then back at the screen, and finally at the man's stern face. She appeared momentarily stunned, her mind racing to comprehend his meaning. But before she could speak, a voice rang in her ear, soft yet disorienting. Didn't you say you wanted to kiss me? She remembered that remark, but hadn't expected Fu Zhang to bring it up himself. For a moment, she gazed at him, uncertain of how to proceed. Fu Zhang lowered his head to gaze at her, noticing her dazed expression and the faint curve at the corners of her lips. His voice soft and teasing. Have you forgotten? Wenli snapped back to reality, just as she was about to shake her head. Fu Zhang bent slightly, positioning himself directly before her. His impeccably handsome face caused her breath to hitch involuntarily. She was unaware of why, but when Fu Zhang acted shy, she found herself boldly uttering shameless words. Conversely, when he was at ease, she felt a tinge of bashfulness. The man's lips parted slightly, laced with temptation. Come here. Wenli's cheeks flushed almost instantaneously, yet she did not retreat, merely adopting a somewhat affected demeanor as she tilted her head to place a kiss upon his lips. Fu Zhang's eyes darkened, his throat bobbing as he, in the next moment, wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, lifting her body to rest upon his lap. Unable to restrain herself, Wenli encircled his neck with her arms, the heat radiating from her cheeks seeming to burn her skin. Fu Zhang rasped, now it's my turn. Before Wenli could utter a word, he leaned down, their lips meeting, their eyelashes fluttering gently. The warmth within the car gradually intensified, and after what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. Wenli, feeling bold, nestled her head against his chest, lowering her voice slightly. Fu Zhang, have you watched the film? It was no wonder she harbored doubts. The older man's kissing skills had become increasingly adept, far from that of a novice in romance. Fu Zhang had begun to develop a resistance to her occasional startling remarks. But still, he raised his hand to lightly tap her forehead before drawing her closer, his jaw set firmly. You are not allowed to watch those things anymore. He pressed his lips together and added, if you really want to see, I'll show you myself. It did not surprise him that she might indulge in such content. Curiosity often piqued during adolescence. He had simply been the exception. Previously, he had refrained from concerning himself with her interests, as he felt he had no right to do so, but now that they were together, a degree of possessiveness was only natural. Wenli. Today, the words of the older man made her genuinely believe he had been possessed by another spirit. She murmured, all right, such an enticing opportunity was one she would certainly not refuse. Throughout their journey, Wenli remained seated on Fu Zhang's lap, perhaps too comfortable, as she dozed off for a brief while. As they reached the underground parking garage, the sound of a barrier rising jolted Wenli awake. She hastily donned her coat and, upon exiting the car, noticed Assistant Su with his head bowed nearby, appearing as though he dared not look up. Unable to resist, she poked Fu Zhang's arm, signaling him to observe Assistant Su. Fu Zhang cast a casual glance. You go have your meal. I will send her back later. Assistant Su nodded. Understood. The food at the airport was generally unappetizing, so the two of them did not fuss and chose a random eatery. Time was limited. In mere minutes, Fu Zhang would have to board his flight. Wenli initially intended to accompany him to the boarding gate, but Fu Zhang insisted on escorting her to the car instead. On the way back, Assistant Su noticed Wenli's constant glances in her direction. Presuming she was anxious about their romantic relationship being exposed, he quickly reassured her, Miss Wen, please rest assured, I have signed a confidentiality agreement. Should I disclose anything about President Fu's privacy, I will compensate 10 million. I have no money. I cannot afford that. Wenli, she couldn't help but chuckle softly, her worries lying elsewhere, since Fu Zhang had allowed Assistant Su to be privy to their relationship. It only proved Assistant Su's reliability. No, I meant to ask if he had been staying up late for work. She had not overlooked the shadows beneath Fu Zhang's eyes. Assistant Su hesitated for a moment. Miss Wen, you probably don't count as an outsider. Yes, President Fu stayed up until 4 in the morning yesterday and was up by 8 today. After finishing his morning work, he rushed back. Wenli responded with an oh. As a thought struck her, if he stays up late again, could you send me a message? Miss Wen, that might not be appropriate. Assistant Su feared revealing Fu Zhang's whereabouts and losing his job. Do not worry, Fu Zhang would not dismiss you. I merely want him to rest well, Wenli replied. Seeing Assistant Su remain silent, she chose not to press him further and instead sent Fu Zhang a message. Could I receive a copy of the work schedule from Assistant Su in the future? Fu Zhang, On Saturday evening, when Nguyen specifically called to inquire if Fu Zhang could attend, to which Wenli responded affirmatively. The following day, after her afternoon class, the Wen family's driver came to pick her up. And when Rome and the others were waiting for her return, it seemed they were taking this event very seriously, as Wen Nuan and her companions had spent lavishly on their gowns. Opting for the season's limited editions, after all, in a gathering hosted by the Qin family, if she dressed poorly it would reflect badly on them. Once Wen Li changed into her attire, the makeup artist began her work while Wen Nuan stood nearby. Asking, "Is uncle coming along later?" The more she inquired, the more anxious Wen Li felt, responding uncertainly, "He is still abroad. He'll probably be late. Didn't you say he would be back?" Wen Nuan's voice instinctively grew louder. Wen Li turned to her, a hint of innocent grievance in her eyes. "He said he would return, his sister. Why are you scolding me?" Taken aback, Wen Nuan quickly regained her composure, smiling gently. "I'm not scolding you. How could I? I'm just a bit tired," so my voice was a tad raised. "Make sure to let them do your makeup well." With that, she exited the room. An hour later, when Rong and the others headed towards the Qin residence, where the elderly Mr. Qin was hosting a grand celebration for his 80th birthday, a highly prestigious affair. The number of attendees was considerable. Qin Feng's father, Qin Sun, was at the entrance receiving guests, and upon spotting the four from the Wen family, he did not acknowledge them, instead turning back to converse with others. Wen Li instinctively glanced at Wen Nuan. Despite the circumstances, her demeanor remained gentle. It was no wonder that at one point, Wen Nuan had been able to command respect within the Qin family. To endure such treatment from the Qin family, one could only imagine the ice-cold reception she had faced in the past. When Rong's expression darkened slightly, regardless of the situation, the Qin family should at least afford them some respect as family in-laws. When Nuan took the initiative to speak of Uncle Qin, only then did Qin Sun glance over, giving a lukewarm nod, lacking the enthusiasm he displayed when speaking with others. "You may enter." "All right, Uncle Qin, you carry on. It is a bit chilly, so make sure to dress warmly," Wen Nuan replied with a smile, taking a few steps before turning back. "Uncle Qin, uncle will be here later. Please help me receive him. I am afraid I might overlook him." Upon hearing this, Qin Sun's expression noticeably softened, and his tone grew kinder. "All right, you may go, and Qin Feng is inside. See if there is anything you can assist with." Understood. When Nuan linked her arm with Wen Rong's and softly said, "Dad, let us go in first. Uncle Qin is busy now, so we shouldn't trouble him." One could not deny Wen Nuan's eloquence, while Wen Li, with the innocence of a child, murmured, "That is quite disrespectful." Wen Rong's previously soft expression hardened once more due to her words. Doing gently tugged at Wen Nuan, whispering, "Uncle Qin is just busy." Wen Li, still self-absorbed in her grievances, continued, "He is not busy. He looks down on us." The expressions of both Duing and Wen Nuan turned sour. Wen Li persisted, "Sister is his daughter-in-law. How could he not welcome her when she arrives? It is too much. Can I go back?" With her words, Wen Rong's expression grew even darker, and he let out a sharp breath. Duing gently patted her hand. "The Qin family is undoubtedly busy with the birthday celebration today. He will attend to us later. Family members shouldn't concern themselves with such matters." Wen Li, somewhat understanding, responded with an "oh," as they entered the grand hall of the Qin residence, which was bustling and lively. The Wen family was the least conspicuous of all, with no one approaching them for conversation. If it weren't for Wen Nuan's relentless efforts to marry into the Qin family, they would never have been able to forge such connections in a lifetime. Wen Li found a corner to sit down, observing her family members smiling and mingling at the banquet, realizing that it was not easy for them either. It was a matter of putting on a facade to gain favor. She took a small piece of cake to eat, simultaneously sending a message to Fu Zhang. After waiting for several minutes without a reply, she decided to try some more food, just as she was halfway through eating. Wen Nuan, perhaps feeling a bit impatient, approached and bent down to ask, "Has uncle not arrived yet? Is the Fu family not coming?" Just as Wen Li was about to respond, she heard the announcement that Fu Zhang had arrived. Instantly, both she and Wen Nuan turned to the entrance. Compared to others, Fu Zhang's attire today was quite simple, merely a black suit. As soon as he stepped in, many approached him to greet him. Yet Fu Zhang walked straight toward them, stopping before Wen Li and Wen Nuan. In her line of sight, a bit of cake residue lingered at the corner of Wen Li's mouth. He instinctively raised his hand, briefly revealing his silver watch before lowering it again. At that moment, Wen Nuan sweetly called out, "Uncle." Upon hearing this, someone nearby expressed surprise. "Does Fu Zhang have a niece? I thought he only had a nephew?" Fu Zhang merely cast a brief glance at Wen Nuan, neither confirming nor denying, causing her to breathe a sigh of relief. "Sister, you greet uncle. I'll be off to help." Wen Li responded with an "oh," then shifted slightly to the side, inviting Fu Zhang to sit. Fu Zhang settled beside her amidst the crowd, and catching sight of Wen Li stealing glances at him, he allowed a slight smile to escape before quickly regaining his composure. At that moment, when Rong approached Fu Zhang greeting him, "Just returned from abroad," Fu Zhang replied with a curt noticing out of the corner of his eye that Wen Li was again lowering her head to eat cake. Perhaps the plate was unbalanced, as it tilted dangerously close to her dress. Instinctively, he reached out to steady the plate, only to find his hand covered in cake frosting, before Wenli could comprehend what was happening. Wenrong, fearing Fu Zheng's anger, immediately scolded her, "Can't you even eat properly?" At this, Fu Zheng stood slowly, his gaze cold as he fixed it on Wenrong. "I did not say anything." "Why do you speak?" Afterward, he retrieved another plate of cake and offered it to Wenli before heading towards the restroom. Chapter 57. It turns out he was jealous when Li delicately cradled the cake platter. Her innocent eyes fixed on the deflated Wenrong, who appeared to be torn between anger and restraint, she quietly savored a couple of bites of the cake, which was undeniably sweet. At that moment, someone approached Wenrong and inquired, "Are you a relative of Mr. Fu?" Instantly, Wenrong's expression softened. She raised her wineglass to clink with the other person's, replying, "Yes, my daughter is Fu Zheng's niece." This revelation. The other party's demeanor shifted, adopting a more inquisitive tone. "This is the first time I've heard that Mr. Fu has a niece. She must not be related by blood, right? We live next to each other, and our families have a good relationship." Wenrong smiled. Wenli cast a sidelong glance at her mother, realizing how the Wen family flaunted their connections. It was truly remarkable that Fu Zheng had tolerated them in his previous life, indicating just how much he cared for her. With that thought, she decided to leave the strawberries atop the cake untouched, opting instead to nibble on the edges of the dessert. After a while, Fu Zheng strode over with long strides, his presence commanding. Others attempted to engage him in conversation, but failed to seize the opportunity. He once again settled beside her, casting a fleeting glance in her direction, as if to say something, but then noticed the gazes of others around them. For the first time, he found himself disliking the gathering. Leaning back against the sofa, he rested one arm on its edge, adopting an air that suggested a desire for solitude, likely because everyone was aware that Fu Zheng preferred to avoid mingling with strangers. As a result, no one approached them. However, Wenli found no chance to offer Fu Zheng the vibrant strawberries from her plate, and ultimately only a single strawberry coated in cream remained. Fu Zheng, of course, noticed her actions and assumed she did not like strawberries, which was partly true, yet her reluctance to share was not due to distaste. Rather, it was because he enjoyed them. Just as he was about to reach for one, Bai Xian and a few others approached, with Lin Yichen naturally taking a seat beside Fu Zheng. Wenli instinctively scooted over a bit, trying to create some space. Fu Zheng turned to glare at Lin Yichen, feeling the space was too cramped. Upon hearing this, Lin Yichen glanced around, asserting that there was plenty of room, questioning, "Is it really crowded?" "I can shift a bit." Bai Xian, oblivious to the tension, tugged at him, suggesting, "Let's sit over there. That sofa is more spacious." "I refuse to move. I'm staying here." Lin Yichen remained steadfast, seemingly with some ulterior motive. At that moment, Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin approached in elegant dresses. Lin Baozhu spotted Wenli and exclaimed, "Wow, Lili, your figure is amazing. We tried on this feather dress, but I'm too short. And Qin is too skinny." Hearing this, everyone's attention shifted to Wenli, including Fu Zheng, who had been preoccupied with observing her subtle actions and had not paid much attention to her attire until now. He finally noticed her beautifully exposed collarbone and shoulders, accentuated by the dress that formed a pleasing curve at her chest, causing him to frown slightly. Yet he then surveyed the men in front of him and coldly remarked, "You're blocking my view." The implication was clear. "Get lost." Bai Xian picked up on this and cleared his throat before moving with Gu Lianming to another spot. Lin Baozhu urged Lin Yichen, "Brother, move aside. I want to sit with Qin." Afterward, she looked at Fu Zheng and whispered, "Uncle Fu, could you please let us through?" Lin Yichen exchanged a glance with Zhou Qin, standing up to say, "Come and sit." Initially, they thought Fu Zheng would yield, given his status as an elder, but instead, he pointed to an empty sofa nearby, indicating that there was space over there. He then settled comfortably back onto the sofa. Lin Baozhu was taken aback, pondering what Wenli saw in him, and even more so, what Zhou Qin found appealing about her brother. Aside from their age and good looks, what other merits did they possess? Just as she was about to speak, Qin Feng's voice rang out, "First of all, welcome to my father's 80th birthday celebration." Instantly, everyone's attention gravitated towards the front, and Wenli seized the opportunity to lean closer to Fu Zheng, softly urging Fu Zheng, "Open your mouth." Fu Zheng instinctively turned to her, ready to respond, but a strawberry was suddenly thrust into his mouth, which he instinctively bit down on. So the strawberries had been intended for him all along. Lin Yichen turned around, noticing Fu Zheng chewing on something yet saw nothing in his hands. Curiously, he asked, "What are you eating?" At that moment, Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin snapped back to reality, directing their gaze towards Fu Zheng. Wenli, feeling guilty, lifted the cake platter to feign finishing the last bite. "Uncle, you can go ahead. I'll chat with them." Fu Zheng acknowledged her with a grunt, standing up while giving Lin Yichen a light nudge with his foot. Soon, the two of them settled onto the sofa across from her. Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin immediately took their seats, with Lin Baozhu occupying the middle, leaning against Wenli's shoulder, whispering, "It's so boring." "I thought you'd be back, so I came with Qin Qin to keep you company," she murmured again. "How can your sister be engaged to Qin Feng? He is notoriously a playboy. No matter how handsome he is. He is not worth it." Although she was not fond of Wenli's sister, she still cared for Wenli as a friend and felt compelled to express concern, given Qin Feng's infamous reputation. Wenli longed to confide in them but struggled to articulate her thoughts. It was too complicated. Perhaps it was just a matter of liking him. Lin Baozhu pondered for a moment and agreed. "Indeed, love is a fickle thing. So the three of us must keep our eyes open when it comes to affection, right, Qin Qin?" Wenli noticed Zhou Qin visibly flustered, averting her gaze as if she hadn't heard. Clearly Zhou Qin was reluctant to divulge her feelings for Lin Yichen. Indeed, when one harbored feelings for someone, it was almost impossible to conceal, except for Fu Zhang. If it were possible, he would hide his emotions until the end of time. Zhou Qin suddenly exclaimed, then nodded earnestly. "Yes." She then shifted the topic. "My cousin has returned recently and is expected to arrive shortly. At this, Lin Baozhu's eyes brightened, her excitement palpable as she looked at Zhou Qin. "Really? I haven't seen your cousin in ages, Lili. You have no idea how handsome Qin Qin's cousin is." Quickly, her expression shifted to disappointment. "Too bad he is gay." Upon mentioning gay, Wenli instinctively thought of Gu Lianming. Knowing he was undeniably attractive among Fu Zhang and his companions, none were unattractive. In fact, they were all quite striking. She was genuinely curious, unable to articulate it. His beauty was exquisite, more so with each glance. He was skilled at playing the piano, easily found online. Just as Wenli prepared to put away her phone, and Zhou Qin called out, "Cousin!" Instantly, she turned to see a man in a simple black suit. His face undeniably refined, exuding an aura of cultured gentleness. Indeed, he was quite exquisite, but he was not her type. She preferred the mature and composed Fu Zhang. Zhao Qingyao approached, his voice soothing. "Why didn't my sister come?" "She had something to attend to. I'm here in her stead," Zhou Qin replied. Just then Fu Zhang walked over, and Zhao Qingyao raised his wineglass, greeting Mr. Fu. Fu Zhang acknowledged him with a nod, but his attention lingered on Wenli, who had been fixated on Zhao Qingyao. He took a gulp from his glass. This was the third time he had noticed Gu Lianming glancing in their direction, and Wenli began to speculate who the one might be when suddenly her vision darkened. She looked up to meet Fu Zhang's stern gaze, instinctively smiling at him. Once the gathering concluded, Wenli followed the Wen family out, and they waited for transportation in a line at the entrance. Fu Zhang's car arrived first. He opened the door and turned to Wenli, stating, "I'll drive you home." This gesture was not unexpected, as it was customary when Rong, still busy with matters, smiled and said, "Sister, you and your uncle can head back first, just in time. Our parents are going for a walk." This served as an excuse for Wen Rong and Du Rong not being able to ride in Fu's car, and also signaled to others that the Wen family and the Fu family shared a close relationship. Under the gazes of those around them, Wenli climbed into Fu Zhang's car, and soon Fu Zhang joined her, closing the door behind him. Before she could say anything, Assistant Su automatically lowered the partition. And Wenli glanced over, suddenly feeling uneasy. It felt as though she and Fu Zhang were about to engage in some inappropriate behavior. "Are the strawberries delicious?" "Yes," Fu Zhang replied, his demeanor indifferent and voice flat, clearly indicating some displeasure. Wenli was about to inquire what was bothering him when he casually asked, "Is Zhao Qingyao handsome?" "Very much so, even more refined than most women," Wenli answered candidly. Fu Zhang responded with an oath, his gaze dimming slightly as he crossed his legs. "Do you like him?" At this moment, Wenli finally grasped his underlying meaning. She tilted her head, unable to suppress her laughter, and leaned in closer, teasing, "So this is how you show jealousy?" Realizing she had seen through him, Fu Zhang did not deny it, pressing his lips together and closing his eyes, admitting, "Yes." In the next instant, her hands cupped his face, and their lips met, catching him off guard. He abruptly opened his eyes, seeing her youthful face magnified before him. "He is handsome, but I don't like him. I'm just guessing who is the one between him and Gu Lianming." Fearing he might not understand, she added, "Who is the one on top?" At her words, Fu Zhang rubbed his forehead, seemingly taken aback by her knowledge. "How do you know about this? What do you usually watch?" "Give me your phone," she said, extending her hand toward him. Wenli promptly handed her phone to his larger hand, stating, "The password is your birthday." After he entered it, the phone screen displayed only a few basic applications. Nothing unusual. Wenli chimed in, "Check the albums. I love looking at them." Upon hearing this, Fu Zhang clicked into the album section, where several album titles appeared, including one labeled Most Loved. He instinctively clicked on it but was met with a password prompt. Regaining his composure, he returned the phone to Wenli saying, "No need." Wenli, however, was not deterred. She reached to open the most loved album, inputting the password. As several small photos populated the screen, they appeared densely packed. She casually pointed to a picture of a man in the kitchen, tied up in an apron while washing dishes, who looked up at Fu Zhang. "I usually see you," she remarked. Fu Zhang, known for his usually steady emotions, was caught off guard this time. His chest felt like a drum, beating fiercely with increasing intensity, his pitch-black eyes fixed intently on Wenli's face. Perhaps he would never let go of her in this lifetime. Whether it was sin or evil, they would bear it together. She had provoked him. He was not a man without temperament. Do you know what you are doing? Wenli nodded, showing no sign of retreat. "Yes, I am confessing." After speaking, she turned her profile towards him and added, "Shouldn't you kiss me?" Fu Zhang's gaze darkened, their noses touched, but suddenly a phone rang, interrupting their conversation. Fu Zhang straightened up and answered the call. "What's the matter? Come back immediately." He turned the vehicle around. Wenli asked, "What happened?" "Gu Lianming and Zhao Qingyao are fighting at the Qin family." Fu Zhang replied. Upon hearing this, Wenli was taken aback. Though she had little interaction with Gu Lianming, she knew he was a refined man who valued his reputation. As for Zhao Qingyao, he was gentle and refined, not someone she would expect to engage in a brawl. The two fighting at the Qin family banquet, their relationship seemed quite complicated. Before long, they returned to the Qin family, where the hall was now sparsely populated, consisting only of the Qin family members and Gu Lianming's group. Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu were also present. Gu Lianming adjusted his collar and coldly mocked Zhao Qingyao. "You shouldn't be playing the piano, you should learn to box." Zhao Qingyao retorted coldly. "Perhaps I should." Bai Siyuan, unable to mediate the two, turned to Fu Zhang and said, "You should come over." These two start fighting at the slightest disagreement. Gu Lianming waved his hand and strode outside. "No need to persuade me." Perhaps he was infuriated, as even Wenli noticed something was off about his stride. Lin Yichen muttered, "What's going on with these two? When did they become enemies?" However, he didn't dwell on it, adding, "Baozhu, I'll take you back." People gradually departed, and Wenli and Fu Zhang returned to the car. Noticing her silence, Fu Zhang was about to speak when she said, "I suspect Gu Lianming is involved with Fu Zhang." He took a deep breath. Just as he raised his hand, he saw Wenli covering her forehead, looking both charming and smug. He helplessly chuckled, "I'll ask tomorrow." In the next moment, Wenli reached out to embrace him, looking up and saying, "Fu Zhang, you must like me a lot." Fu Zhang did not deny it, nearly responding with a soft As they approached the Fu residence. Wenli spoke, "I won't go back just yet. I want to check on Uncle Fu." The last two words were said a bit softly. Fu Zhang nodded, and the car drove directly into the Fu family estate. Upon entering the living room, they immediately spotted old Master Fu playing chess with a young man, while another younger boy stood nearby. This person, Wenli recognized as her schoolmate, Su Muan. Su Muan was taken aback when he saw them, then graciously said, "It's you two." Fu Zhang's gaze settled on the man opposite old Master Fu, his brow slightly furrowing, and then his lips tightened. Old Master Fu turned to them with a hearty laugh. "Yuri finally back. Shali, come help me play. My back hurts from sitting." Wenli was puzzled but instinctively nodded. Before she could step forward, Fu Zhang asked casually, "What game are we playing tonight?" Old Master Fu shot him a glare and walked over, linking arms with him. "Come walk with me." After speaking, he tugged but felt no movement. He tried again, yet it remained stubbornly unchanged. Wenli noticed Fu Zhang's unusual behavior. Just as she was about to say something, Fu Zhang walked over to the sofa, saying, "Let me handle it." "Old Master Fu, what are you doing here? It's not your turn," he added, "Shali. You go ahead and play with your uncle." Wenli instinctively nodded and naturally stood beside Fu Zhang. Su Suji glanced at her but quickly diverted his gaze. "Uncle Fu, please start." P.S. Fu Zhang has hidden feelings. Fu Zhang, "Uncle, who's your uncle? Next to you is your aunt." Chapter 58, Is she pregnant? Fu Zhang sat in his seat, tugging at his black tie before tossing it onto the sofa. "If you call me uncle, I must act like a younger one." He gestured for Su Suji to start first. Old Master Fu sensed the sarcasm in his tone, although he understood Fu Zhang's reluctance to arrange a blind date for his child. Surely one must eventually discuss marriage, yet he remembered how he had treated his own son-in-law in the past, and felt no right to criticize Fu Zhang. Clearing his throat, he attempted to ease the tension. "Suji, you go ahead. Your uncle is older, so it's proper for him to let you play." Su Suji nodded politely and placed a white piece on the board, while Fu Zhang played a black piece. Wenli, well versed in chess, quickly realized that Su Suji was quite skilled, likely from frequent practice or a strong understanding of the game. Fu Zhang, on the other hand, was not proficient. He knew a little but was not an expert. And certainly could not compare to Su Suji. Watching him lose several pieces was unbearable. She couldn't help but speak out. Place it here, old Master Fu chimed in. You should let the younger ones play. You don't usually enjoy these games. Get up already. Why are you jumping around when others are on a blind date? When it was your turn for a blind date, you were as quiet as a statue in a temple. Wen Li, fearing Fu Zhang would lose face if he lost, said, let me play. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhang stood up and moved to the nearby sofa, keeping his lips pressed tightly together. Su Muan cast a glance and subtly nudged Su Suji. The old stick in the mud, as he lacked any social savvy. Su Suji looked at him, instinctively asking, what's wrong, Su Muan? Nothing. Wen Li, with a mindset to avenge Fu Zhang, approached the game with the vigor of preparing for an exam. Carefully considering her moves, after several exchanges, Su Suji couldn't help but glance at her, somewhat impressed. Have you studied Go? Wen Li, focusing on the board, replied without looking up. I learned from Grandpa Fu when I was little. Old Master Fu took the opportunity to praise her. Xiaoli is smart. She plays Go excellently, much better than her uncle. Indeed, she was quite skilled. Su Suji's serious expression when complimenting her made it quite satisfying. Despite his usual stern demeanor, old Master Fu was pleased with him. Such a stable young man from a good family was hard to come by. Wen Li, with her playful nature, was sensible but not overly serious. Having a man to support her family was quite beneficial. Stability was indeed admirable. Not paying attention to their actions, Wen Li focused on the game and narrowly won against Su Suji. Instinctively, she looked at Fu Zhang, reveling in her victory. The joy of winning was evident in her eyes, and Fu Zhang's previously tight lips relaxed into a subtle smile. It's getting late. We should rest. Old Master Fu glanced at the time and confirmed it was indeed late. Suji, Xiaoli, let us at each other as friends. You can arrange to play together sometime. At this point, Wen Li felt a bit bewildered but promptly took out her phone, not wanting to embarrass Old Master Fu in front of others. They exchanged contact information. Su Suji politely stood up, saying, Grandpa Fu, Uncle Fu, we'll take our leave now. Alright Fu Zhang, see them off, Old Master Fu instructed. Fu Zhang said nothing, standing up and walking outside with quicker steps than usual. After they left, Old Master Fu turned to Wen Li with a mysterious expression. What do you think of Suji? Isn't he quite good? Su Suji indeed seemed quite decent, and Wen Li nodded, quickly recalling something and shyly adding, Grandpa Fu, you're not trying to set me up, are you? Seeing Old Master Fu's knowing look, she felt like covering her face in embarrassment, gently declining. Grandpa Fu, he is not my type. I prefer your son's type. I know young people usually don't favor such serious types, but choosing the right person for marriage is more important than mere liking. Look at your uncle. Though he seems like an old tree, he can stand tall when it matters. Old Master Fu genuinely cared for her future. Wen Li held no ill feelings towards him. The Fu family had treated her well as an outsider. She obediently replied, Grandpa Fu, I understand. When I get married, I will definitely bring him back for you to meet. I assure you he will be as good as my uncle. Upon hearing this, Old Master Fu realized she had no feelings for Su Suji, feeling a bit regretful but also not pressuring her. After all, happiness was paramount. Just like Fu Zhang, though he urged him to marry, he wouldn't force him if he was unwilling. Of course, he, as a father, could not impose his will. Alright, keep your eyes peeled. When Fu Zhang returned, Wen Li planned to go home. Grandpa Fu, I'm heading back now. Please rest well. After speaking, she looked at Fu Zhang, silently urging him to offer her a ride. I'll take you home, Fu Zhang said. They walked out of the Fu family estate one after the other. Wen Li glanced at him, her fingers lightly brushing against his hand, feeling a sense of pride. Isn't your girlfriend giving you quite the face? Fu Zhang halted in his tracks, looking down at her, remaining silent for a few seconds before stating coldly, Su Suji's family background is quite good, and he is stable and young. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Wen Li's expression instantly soured, revealing her displeasure. She gritted her teeth and said, Fu Zhang, if you dare suggest I consider him, I'll immediately run to Grandpa Fu and tell him we're already dating, and that we've slept together. After saying that, she turned her head to look elsewhere. No, Fu Zhang said in a low tone, noticing her avoiding his gaze. He moved in front of her, but she immediately averted her eyes. Determined not to meet his patience was commendable. He adjusted his suit pants, crouched down, and looked up at her. He spoke in a low tone, even if you say it's okay, I will not let go. You may be immature in this relationship, but you must take responsibility for your immaturity. I, too, will be accountable for my actions, and neither of us should entertain thoughts of retreating. Previously, he had held on to the hope of granting her a chance to reconsider, but now he can no longer afford that luxury. This was the first time Fu Zhang had expressed such sentiments to her, likely intending to convey that once the bow is drawn, the arrow cannot be returned. When Li's tightly pressed lips gradually curled upwards,
she desired Fu Zhang to maintain this attitude, forbidding any retreat on his part. She would never back down, even if someone were to place a knife to her throat and demand she deny her feelings for Fu Zhang. She would rather perish than disavow her affection for him. In her previous life, the love of an older man had been profoundly deep, and in this life, she aimed to respond to him with fervor and exuberance. She raised her hand, slightly bending at the waist to lock her gaze with Fu Zhang's eyes, articulating each word with conviction. I will lead if I waver or claim to dislike Fu Zhang. May I be struck by lightning, drowned, or, before she could finish, a large hand firmly covered her mouth. The man's handsome face bore a hint of seriousness, yet he playfully scoffed 3 times. Wen Li. Refrain from uttering such words in the future. Wen Li was utterly enamored with this older man, her lips slightly pouting as she reveled in the warmth of his palm. Her exposed brows and eyes resembled the crescent moon against the night sky. Fu Zhang's rugged features softened at that moment. He released his grip, his innate restraint momentarily quelled. Leaning down to plant a kiss on her lips, Wen Li had a peculiar ability to dissolve his self-control and rationality. Meanwhile, a ray of light fell upon them, causing Wen Li to feel suddenly guilty and push Fu Zhang away. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, remarking on the heat of the day. Before long, old lady Fu and Fu Yu descended from the car, casting a glance at the two. Clearly having seen everything, Wen Li felt a wave of panic wash over her, unsure of how to proceed. Her first instinct was to hide. She lowered her head and said, "Grandma Fu, Aunt Fu, I must return home. I haven't finished my homework." With that, she hurried into the Wen household. As she closed the door, she couldn't help but glance back at the Fu residence, fearful of Fu Zhang facing reprimand. After a moment's hesitation, she reopened the door and ran back to Fu Zhang, standing beside him, observing Wen Li's return. Fu Zhang slightly raised his chin, inquiring, "What's the matter?" Wen Li, nervously glancing at old lady Fu and Aunt Fu, finally clasped her hands tightly together and whispered, "Grandma Fu, Aunt Fu, it was I who seduced my little uncle." At her words, the surroundings fell silent, likely taken aback by her admission. Fu Zhang, caught between exasperation and amusement, draped his suit jacket over her shoulders and said soothingly, "Just go home, I will handle this." Wen Li remained unmoved, unwilling to let Fu Zhang bear the burden alone. "He has rejected me many times. It was I who insisted on pursuing a relationship. This is all my fault. It has nothing to do with him." Fu Yu, coming back to her senses, reached out to ruffle Wen Li's hair, offering reassurance. "We are already aware. He has told us, while we do not approve of your relationship, we will support you as long as you care for each other." Upon hearing this, Wen Li was momentarily taken aback, looking from Fu Zhang to old lady Fu and Fu Yu. Old lady Fu, with a warm expression, said, "As long as you are happy, there is no need to worry about anything else. Now go back and finish your homework." Only then did Wen Li return to the Wen household, feeling dazed as she made her way upstairs to her room, finally rubbing her face in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Fu Zhang had already spoken to them. Had it not been for her consideration, Fu Zhang might have revealed it much earlier. He truly accepted the consequences of his actions. He never spoke empty words to deceive others. Meanwhile, after escorting old lady Fu into the living room, Fu Yu stepped outside and quietly asked Fu Zhang, "When will you tell Dad? During the new year?" "Perhaps. He tends to handle pressure better than," Fu Zhang replied, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth as he recalled Wen Li's earlier behavior. Fu Yu felt somewhat reassured, saying, "As long as you have a plan." "That's good. I worry about Dad being suddenly overwhelmed. I'll head back now. Take little Li to my place for dinner sometime," she added, pausing momentarily, unable to resist advising him as Wen Li's godmother. "Wen Li is still young. Be mindful of your actions." "I understand," Fu Zhang assured her without evasion. Fu Yu smiled at him, suggesting, "This year, make a trip to see Lu Jie. You owe her an explanation that if she were alive, she would surely support you. She was quite fond of you." "All right," Fu Zhang nodded. Once she departed, he returned to the living room, where old Master Fu was discussing the day's events with old lady Fu. He noted that the second son of the Su family was young but remarkably composed. Lamenting that unfortunately little Li did not reciprocate his feelings, old lady Fu glanced at Fu Zhang, admonishing, "You need not worry about the children's marriage. Young people have their own plans." Though she said this as a parent, she couldn't help but fret over her own child. "I am just concerned about little Li. She is alone in the Wen household without support. When it comes time to marry, she must find someone who can back her." This old Master Fu turned to Fu Zhang and added, "In the future, take more interest in Wen Li. Be there for her." Fu Zhang responded with a simple "Understood," before adding casually, "In the future, do not bring anyone else home." Hearing this, old Master Fu shot him a disapproving look and complained to old lady Fu, "Your son has such low emotional intelligence.
I wanted little Li to get acquainted with the second son of the Su family, but he, of all people, failed to understand that he couldn't help but laugh, continuing, when he was younger, he would follow little Li around. Refusing to learn go from me. He deserves it. Alright, let us not dwell on this. You should rest, old lady Fu interjected, unsure of how to tell him not to introduce his wife to other men. When Li's schedule was quite packed, and with dance practice, she returned to school early the next morning, only sending a brief message to Fu Zhang. After receiving her class schedule, Li Chunyun crafted a timetable for her. Even renting a dance studio near the school and making simple arrangements to ease her burden, when Li felt quite guilty about her generosity and considered offering her money, but Li Chunyun declined. At her age, she was no longer concerned with finances, focusing instead on her reputation and her successor. For over 10 days, when Li had not seen Fu Zhan, this time, she genuinely could not spare a moment. She attended classes during the day while Fu Zhang was at work. In the evenings, she rushed to the dance studio, and although Fu Zhang had time, she feared his presence would distract her from her practice. After all, the competition was fast approaching in December, and if she did not win this year, she would have to wait another 5 years for a competition of similar prestige. One day, with no classes in the morning, when Li practiced dancing and returned for lunch, collapsing into a chair, her entire body aching. At that moment, Li Qin was also in the dormitory, seeing her with her eyes closed and appearing exhausted. She asked, "Where have you been these past few days? You're never in the dorm at night." When Li kept her eyes shut and replied, "I was at a hotel with my boyfriend. His stamina is too much for me." Just as Li Qin was about to respond, when Li suddenly bolted to the restroom, retching several times. Li Qin stood at the door, concerned. "Are you alright?" After a few more dry heaves. When Li turned her head to respond, "I'm fine. I've just been feeling nauseous these past couple of days." Upon hearing this, Li Qin hesitated and tentatively suggested, "Are you perhaps pregnant?" When Li's expression shifted to one of shock and worry. "No way. We took precautions. Precautions don't guarantee anything. Should we get a pregnancy test?" Li Qin proposed. When Li hesitated, feeling frightened, "Could you buy one for me? I'll pay you back." "Alright," Li Qin acquiesced, rushing out of the dormitory. Leaning against the restroom door, when Li felt utterly drained from the act, she couldn't fathom how actors managed to perform without tiring. After a while, Li Qin returned with several pregnancy test kits, saying, "I bought multiple just in case one isn't accurate." "Thank you," when Li replied, shutting the restroom door. She took out a bottle of cola she had prepared earlier, dripping it onto the test, and indeed, 2 lines appeared. She proceeded to test the others as well, placing the cola back in the cabinet. Opening the door, she emerged with a tearful expression, exclaiming, "It's over, I'm really pregnant." Li Qin gazed at the test strips in Wen Li's hands, a glimmer of joy crossing her features before she quickly masked it, asking, "What do you plan to do?" Chapter 59. She is already acting as if pregnant. When Li remained silent, sitting in her chair, shocked at the possibility of being pregnant. "How could this happen? We took precautions." As she spoke, she covered her face, casting a sideways glance at Li Qian. "It's normal. Contraception isn't foolproof." Li Qin gently patted her shoulder. "Perhaps you should discuss this with your family. It's quite serious." When Li remained silent for a moment before shaking her head resolutely, "I can't tell my family. I need to go to the hospital and terminate it." Li Qin quickly urged, "Think this through. You should at least talk to your boyfriend. What if he wants to keep it?" "That's true. I'll ask him," when Li said, rising to her feet and grabbing her phone to leave. Standing at the dormitory entrance, Li Qin waited until when Li had gone downstairs before taking out her phone and dialing a number. "She is pregnant. She just tested positive. She is going to find her boyfriend now. She'll probably terminated. You promised to transfer the 50,000 to me. When will that happen?" When Li listened from downstairs, knowing that soon when Nguyen would call her. Sure enough, within minutes, when Nguyen's call came through. When Li hesitated for a moment before answering, her voice tinged with guilt. "Sister, what's wrong? Why does your voice sound so small? Are you up to no good?" When Nguyen teased, when Li's voice rose slightly, imbued with an air of unintentional revelation. "I haven't done anything wrong, sister. What do you need from me? Tomorrow is your birthday. Have you forgotten? I'll come pick you up for dinner. Dad has invited Grandpa Fu and the others." When Nguyen replied, when Li retorted, "Sister, I don't want to go back. Is it possible for me to stay away?" "What, you don't want your birthday gifts?" When Nguyen continued, "Mom and Dad have prepared gifts for you. And I have one too. Be obedient. I've already come to fetch you, so get ready." Reluctantly, when Li acquiesced with a vague "oh" and stepped out of the school gate, she attempted to call Fu Zhang but assumed he was busy. As the call did not connect, instead, she sent him a message serving as a reminder for the evening. "I've reached the stage of being pregnant in the performance, so don't be too shocked tonight. Realizing it lacked persuasiveness, she followed up with another message. I haven't cheated, everything remains intact. When Fu Zhang saw these two messages, it was already half an hour later. Assistant Su noticed that the usually talkative President Fu had suddenly gone silent. Staring intently at his phone with narrowed eyes, as if contemplating a multi-billion-dollar deal, that he cautiously glanced at the phone and waited a couple of minutes before seeing Fu Zhang set it down. Deciding to handle the rest tomorrow. Where is the item you were supposed to retrieve today? It's already in the lounge. Assistant Su efficiently tidied up the items on the table before turning to leave. Fu Zhang rose and entered the lounge, observing the flowers and cake on the table. That he recalled the messages from earlier, a chuckle of amusement and affection escaping him. That he murmured "Hugh," just as he settled into the car heading home. Grandpa Fu's call came through, urging, "Today is Xiaoli's birthday, don't get too caught up in work, money is endless. Hurry back." Given the significance of the day, "Bring your girlfriend along." Fu Zhang understood the underlying emphasis and replied nonchalantly, "Alright, I'll bring hers." Grandpa Fu seemingly did not expect him to agree, his laughter ringing through the phone. Wonderful, take your time returning, your mother and I will get ready." Fu Zhang promptly ended the call and attempted to reach Wenli, only to be unexpectedly rejected. Moments later, a message popped up. "When Nuan came to pick me up. It's not convenient." Another message quickly followed. "I miss you so much, I really want to kiss you." Fu Zhang felt his earlobes flush at such candidness, surprised that a girl of 18 or 19 could fluster him so. He replied, "I miss you too." Meanwhile, when Nuan noticed Wenli's furtive behavior as she played with her phone, glancing at her while driving, "What are you being so secretive about? Chatting with your boyfriend?" Wenli, feeling somewhat guilty, covered her phone with her thigh. "No." When Nuan chuckled warmly, "Is there a secret between sisters?" "It's okay to be in love, sister, I have no secrets," Wenli replied, unable to suppress a dry heave, quickly rolling down the window to let in some air before sheepishly explaining, "My stomach hasn't been well lately. You should eat properly, make sure to have more when we get home." When Nuan noticed the girl's waning spirit, her gaze deepened momentarily before returning to normal. A slight breeze drifted through a gap in the car window, chilling Wenli's forehead, causing her discomfort as she gazed out at the passing scenery. Early November in Kyoto had begun to grow cold, with the nightfall arriving sooner than anticipated. By the time they reached the Wen residence, darkness had completely enveloped the villa, with only the light shining brightly against the night. The iron gate cast a faint yellow glow. The car came to a steady stop in the courtyard, and when Nuan gently tapped the now asleep Wenli's sister, "We're here." Wenli yawned and got out of the car, but after just a few steps, she began to dry heave again, quickly covering her mouth. When Nuan, concerned, suggested, "Should I call a doctor to take a look?" "No need." Wenli's voice rose slightly. Quickly realizing her tone was off, she softened it. "Sister, I'm fine, it's just my stomach." "Alright." When Nuan took her hand and led her into the living room. The guests had already gathered, including the entire Fu family, along with Fu Yu and her child, as well as Su Zhizhi. They had been waiting for her arrival. If they knew her boyfriend was Fu Zhang, would they be more flustered enough to wish her ill? When Li's gaze quickly swept over Fu Zhang, after not seeing him for over 10 days, he seemed to have become even more handsome. Not merely a case of love being blind, but rather, he appeared younger in his attire. Gone was the meticulously slicked back hairstyle. His hair was now casually tousled, devoid of gel, fresh and unpretentious. He wore a long black coat over a gray crewneck sweater, complemented by a simple silver necklace around his neck. She found herself entranced, unable to look away until Fu Shang ran over to hug her leg, which finally broke her gaze. Fu Shang looked up with innocent eyes. "Sister, happy birthday." "Thank you," Wenli said, playfully rubbing his chubby cheeks. When Rong, in good spirits, chimed in, "Let's eat as soon as you get back." By the way, Xiaoli, this is Su Ji, who came specifically to celebrate your birthday. Su Zhizhi stood, presenting a gift from the side. "I wasn't sure what you would like, so I brought you a go set." He spoke earnestly. Wenli naturally accepted it. "Thank you," stealing a glance at Fu Zhang. She found him indeed watching her intently. She pouted slightly, then quickly pressed her lips together. Fu Zhang noticed, his gaze darkening as he unconsciously swallowed. As they took their seats, when Rong invited Su Zhizhi to sit next to Wenli, and in the next moment Fu Zhang took the seat beside hers. Grandpa Fu, having waited long for his daughter-in-law, glanced at Fu Zhang and could not help but inquire, "When is your girlfriend arriving?" Instantly, all eyes turned to Fu Zhang, who nonchalantly picked up his chopsticks. "She'll be here." Wenli's heart skipped a beat. Before she could react, Grandpa Fu grumbled, "I knew you were just making excuses." When Rong asked, "Has Fu Zhang started dating?" mentioning this piqued Grandpa Fu's interest. "Yes, but he hasn't brought her home. Not in a rush. He will bring her back in due time." When Rong reassured, he then turned to Wenli. Take care of Suji. Suji, don't be shy, just treat it like your own home. Suji readily nodded, even offering Wenli his chopsticks. Alright, Uncle Wen. Just as Wenli was about to pick up her chopsticks to serve herself,
she felt a hand clasp her left hand beneath the table. Stealing a glance sideways, she quickly returned her focus to the table, while the hand beside her subtly squeezed hers in response. They did not hold on for long given the present company. When Muan stood to serve a bowl of lamb soup to Wenli. Tomorrow, our little princess turns 19, happy birthday in advance, thank you. Sister, Wenli replied softly. She lowered her head to take a whiff of the soup, instinctively pushing it away slightly, her left hand resting near her chest as if suppressing something. When Muan noticed and added a few pieces of meat to her bowl. Eat more, you've lost weight. Wenli obediently nodded, but just as she picked up the meat, she immediately set down her chopsticks and turned to dry heave again, drawing the attention of everyone at the table. Fu Zhang was the first to reach out, rubbing her back, but the action only intensified her dry heaving. When Rong quickly said, "Get her a glass of water," the housekeeper rushed to fetch water. And once Wenli regained her composure, she shyly explained, "My stomach isn't well." At that moment, the housekeeper returned with water, and Wenli took a few sips before turning back to the table. Only to dry heave again, looking increasingly unwell. The housekeeper directly asked, "Miss Wen, are you perhaps pregnant?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, she realized her faux pas and promptly clamped her mouth shut. Both Grandma Fu and Fu Yu turned their gazes towards Fu Zhang, whose heart raced at the implication. When Rong, maintaining her composure, scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Doing lightly tugged at him, signaling him to remain calm. "Xiaoli is just having stomach issues. Let's call the family doctor. No need, let's just eat." Wenli interjected. "You're in this state. It's best to have the doctor check on you," when Muan insisted, not waiting for others to respond as she dialed the family doctor. "Dr. Could you come over? My sister is having stomach troubles." After hanging up, she added, "The doctor will be here shortly." She then turned to the housekeeper, reproaching, "Some things should not be said lightly. Xiaoli has grown up before your eyes. She wouldn't do anything like that." The housekeeper looked at Wenli, murmuring, "Miss Wen's symptoms are quite similar to when I was pregnant. I apologize, it was just a reflex." Grandpa Fu frowned. "A reflex? Such a reflex? And you speak so freely about matters that aren't even confirmed." When Rong's expression soured as well, especially with Su Zhizhi present, scolding, "What nonsense, starting tomorrow you needn't come back." He then turned to Su Zhizhi. "Suji, don't misunderstand. Xiaoli is a good girl, she wouldn't act recklessly." "Why is Mr. Wen dismissing me?" the housekeeper argued. "Miss Wen frequently goes out with male classmates and even to bars. I only spoke out of concern. If she is pregnant, it's better to know earlier, right? She could go to the hospital and terminate it," the housekeeper retorted angrily. This left Wen Rong momentarily speechless, her anger rising, while Doing quickly interjected, "Wang Jia, please step down for now." "I'm not stepping down, I'm only concerned for Miss Wen. She must be pregnant. If not, I should just go to jail," the housekeeper declared defiantly. Grandpa Fu could not tolerate anyone slandering Wenli. He slammed his hand on the table. "If she's not pregnant, I will send you to jail." "I've never seen a housekeeper who can speak so recklessly. I am unaware of what my child is like." Fu Yu hurriedly reassured him, "Dad, please do not be angry." As she spoke, she glanced at Fu Zhang, hoping he could provide a solution. In truth, she was somewhat concerned that Wenli might genuinely be pregnant. Wenli stood there, tears streaming down her cheeks, feeling wronged as she said, "I am not pregnant, I am merely unwell." When Muan stood beside her, comforting her, "Sister believes you. Once the doctor arrives, we will clarify everything. And you shall not suffer any injustice. And Wang, if my sister is not pregnant, I will certainly hire a lawyer to sue you." The protective tone in her words was unmistakable. Wenli, overwhelmed with emotion, buried her face in Fu Zhang's chest, feeling small and helpless, her hands instinctively wrapping around the man's strong waist. "Why must I undergo an examination? I am not pregnant." "Sister, why do you not believe me?" "I clearly am not. Why should I prove it? If someone accuses me of murder, must I also provide evidence? Why must I, the victim, prove my innocence instead of them reporting it directly?" Upon hearing her denial, Fu Yu finally spoke up, "Xiaoli is right, why not report it straight away?" When Muan's words suddenly took on a different tone in front of everyone, and she quickly explained, "I am merely concerned that it would not look good if it spreads. It is better to resolve this within the family." At that moment, Su Zhizhi interjected, "Uncle Wen, I have other matters to attend to. I will head back now and come for dinner another day." It must be said that he was considerate towards the Wen family, not wanting to embarrass them. When Rong was just about to nod in agreement when old Master Fu spoke up. "Su Zhizhi, wait a moment before you leave. I know my granddaughter better than anyone. She would never do such a thing. If she says she is not pregnant, then she is not. If there is no pregnancy,
We shall report it immediately. When Li looked at him, old Master Fu had begun to gray when she was very young, and now even more gray hair adorned his once handsome face, which had become etched with wrinkles. A touch of bitterness tinged her nose. Although the Fu family was not her own, it provided her with the confidence of familial support. After several minutes, the family doctor arrived, promptly inquiring about Wen Li's symptoms. "Miss Wen, what seems to be the issue? My stomach feels unwell, I feel nauseous, and my forehead is a bit hot," Wen Li replied, hesitating to retract her hand after having held Fu Zheng for a mere 10 days. Upon hearing this, the doctor retrieved a thermometer, offering it to her, indicating she should take her temperature. Wen Li took it to the restroom and emerged several minutes later. The doctor casually shook it. 39 degrees, a fever. Having always thought she was merely pretending, Fu Zheng's brow furrowed instinctively as he removed his coat and draped it over Wen Li's shoulders, his tone serious. "You need a fever-reducing patch." The family doctor immediately rummaged through the medicine cabinet and handed one to him, which Fu Zheng gently placed on Wen Li's forehead. Seeing that no one mentioned the pregnancy matter, Wen Nuan explained. "And Wang, you see, my sister is not pregnant. She has a fever." Chapter 60. To his bedroom for a kiss, or hers? Upon hearing this, the family doctor looked at Wen Li, then at the others, unsure of how to proceed. Old Master Fu declared, "Let us check to see if she is pregnant. If she is not, I will send you straight to the police." He then shot a glare at Aunt Wang. The Wen family truly had their fair share of troubles. Even a birthday banquet could become a pitfall for his family as child. One could only wonder how many grievances they had suffered in the past. A child of 18 or 19 could be involved in such matters. While he could understand Wen Li being in a relationship, the idea of her being pregnant was utterly unfathomable. Both Wen Li and Fu Zhang were inherently traditional. Even if Wen Li were pregnant, it would undoubtedly be due to some deceitful scoundrel. He would ensure that scoundrel faced dire consequences. After all, a girl of 18 or 19 becoming pregnant could ruin her life. Noticing that Wen Li did not extend her hand, Wen Nuan gently patted her arm. "Do not be afraid. We, along with Grandfather Fu, will support you." She then grasped her wrist, urging her forward, fearful she would hesitate. A trace of mockery flickered in Wen Li's downcast eyes. All remaining doubts dissipated as she allowed her hand to extend. The doctor had no choice but to take Wen Li's pulse. After a while, he confidently stated, "Miss Wen is not pregnant. These symptoms are due to a cold." Wen Nuan and Du Ying were momentarily taken aback, while Aunt Wang also seemed stunned, immediately turning to Wen Nuan and Du Ying, exclaiming, "Impossible, she must be pregnant." "She certainly is. We can go to the hospital for a check." "Report it, Fu Zhang, hurry and report it. Send her to the police station." Old Master Fu's composed demeanor took on an unsettling intensity. Aunt Wang appeared visibly frightened, quickly glancing at Wen Nuan. Miss, sensing the situation was turning dire, Du Ying hurriedly interjected to stabilize the scene. "Sister Wang, considering your long service at our home for over a decade, we shall not pursue this matter further this time. Just pack your things and leave. You will not receive your salary for this month." She then turned to old Master Fu, explaining further, "It would not be wise to escalate this matter. The media would surely distort the truth, tarnishing Shaoli's reputation. Escalate? When has the Fu family ever feared such things? I challenge any media outlet to dare write a word against the Fu family. Should they do so, I will ensure they all end up behind bars." "Report it." "Fu Zhang, are you deaf? I said to report it." Even Fu Zhang, the cherished one, faced rebuke, indicating old Master Fu was genuinely furious. Fearing he might fall ill from anger, Wen Li rushed over to soothe his back. "Grandfather, please do not be angry. It is nothing." "How could it be nothing? You are here, and people can bully you. I cannot fathom how much indignity you have endured in the Wen family." Old Master Fu slammed his palm on the table, causing the chopsticks on it to rattle. This was family, always unconditionally defending her. Wen Li could not help but sniffle. "Grandfather, I am fine." Upon hearing old Master Fu's words, Wen Rong feared he might think they were mistreating Wen Li, and felt it would be better to handle it through the police. Wen Nuan reported. Wen Nuan nodded. Just as she was about to make the call, she hesitated and said, "Dad, Aunt Wang may have spoken without thinking. She has had her share of hardships over the years in our home. It is just a matter of one sentence. Let us each take a step back and resolve this amicably." "What, she does not get paid? What retreat? If I say you are carrying another man's child, would you accept that? Ridiculous. I know how twisted people's reasoning can be," old Master Fu retorted. Wen Li cast a glance at Wen Nuan, who seemed to be in a state of panic. She lowered her head, wiping her tears, feeling wronged. "But why must she slander me? Aunt Wang, do you dislike me?" "Dislike? I believe she did it intentionally, knowing full well there were guests present. Yet still spoke such words. She is either foolish or deliberately malicious, Old Master Fu stated without holding back when Rong frowned instinctively, glancing at Du Ying and Wen Nuan. Du Ying's expression stiffened, evidently taken aback by Old Master Fu's directness. Her eyes turned red as she said, feeling wronged, then let us report it. I was merely considering that Xiao Li is young and a tarnished reputation would make it difficult for her to find a suitor later. I am not feeling well. I will return to my room to rest. With that, she turned and left, appearing quite aggrieved. When Nuan approached Aunt Wang, softly advising, "Aunt, please do not say anything further, just leave for now." "Grandfather Fu, Dad, let us eat first. Today is my sister's birthday banquet, and Su Gu is likely hungry too." When Rong thought the same and was about to say something when Su Zhizhi spoke up. "There is no need to concern yourselves with me. Such matters should be dealt with accordingly. Reputation is crucial for a girl." Old Master Fu cast a grateful glance at him, recognizing him as a thoughtful young man. He quickly fixed his gaze on Fu Zhang. "What is wrong with you today? Are you reluctant to report it? Do you need me to top up your phone credit?" Fu Zhang, of course. Wen Li would not allow them to report it, otherwise it would expose Wen Nuan and the others, making it impossible for her to continue the charade. "Grandfather, let us eat first," and Wang may not have meant it. She then reached out to embrace Old Master Fu's arm, gently scratching at him. Old Master Fu glanced up, fell into silence for a few seconds, cleared his throat, and his anger lessened somewhat. "Then let us eat first. We will address this matter later." When Nuan secretly sighed in relief, "I will go check on Mother." Having said that, she walked toward the bedroom, locked the door behind her, and upon seeing Du Ying's red-rimmed eyes, she softly said, "Mother, you should not have left just now. The Fu family might think we are feeling guilty." Du Ying's expression hardened at her presence, and she gritted her teeth. "Did you not say she was pregnant?" When Nuan, unsure where the miscommunication arose, maintained a composed face. "The photo Li Qin sent me indeed showed when Li is pregnant. She has been vomiting all the way here. I suspect that woman is trying to extort money." Du Ying's emotions stabilized somewhat as she added, "However, the second son of the Su family might not choose Wen Li after this. You need to handle Aunt Wang carefully and ensure she keeps her mouth shut. She nearly exposed us just now. I have already warned her. I will have her leave shortly." Though Wen Nuan felt a bit anxious, she was reassured, knowing Aunt Wang's son still worked at the Wen family company. Before long, the two emerged one after the other, and no one mentioned anything further. After finishing their meal, a group of people sang a birthday song for Wen Li. Old Master Fu generously gifted her a limited edition car. Yet Fu Zhang surprisingly did not make any gestures this year. He cast a curious glance at him but did not voice his thoughts, aware that he and Wen Li were in an awkward situation. Su Zhizhi, being quite perceptive, suggested it was time to leave, and when Rong asked Wen Li to see him off, "Shall Li please accompany Su Zhizhi?" Wen Li naturally nodded, and under Fu Zhang's watchful gaze, the two exited the living room. Wen Li escorted Su Zhizhi to the car, and as he closed the door, she softly said through the window, "Thank you for today. I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend." She was aware that Su Zhi's visit this time surely indicated a slight fondness for her, and he was genuinely a good person, so she naturally would not deceive him. Moreover, she felt it inappropriate to drag an innocent individual into the fray. Although Su Zhi's cooperation in their charade would have been advantageous, she was reluctant to leave Fu Zhang. This older gentleman, in a state of unease, revenge could be pursued at a leisurely pace. But Fu Zhang must not be forsaken. She could not allow herself to become someone who resorted to unscrupulous means. Upon hearing this, Su Zhi displayed a hint of surprise, yet he did not betray any sign of anger. As the car pulled away from the entrance, Wen Li turned and returned to the living room. When Rong spoke up, saying, "You should see Grandpa Fu and the others back home. It's getting late." Wen Li readily agreed, promptly assisting the elderly Mr. Fu, as a group of people gradually made their way outside. After half a minute, when Rong, with a solemn expression, turned to Wen Nuan and declared, "Starting tomorrow, you need not go to the company. If you are unsure about how to resolve matters, refrain from speaking." When Nuan was taken aback, her face reflecting anxiety as she replied, "Dad, I'm just concerned about my sister's health. I know she wouldn't act recklessly. What do you know?" When Rong retorted, "You are well aware of how she usually behaves. If it turns out she is indeed pregnant today, the Su family will surely call off the engagement." When Rong was fully cognizant that, following this incident, the Su family would likely not consent to the union, this thought only fueled his anger further, causing his words to become sharper. "I see you are becoming more and more oblivious as you grow older. Go back to school and take some time to reflect." Du Ying, maintaining a stern visage, interjected, "How can you blame Nuan for this? She was merely worried about Xiao Li's well-being and would certainly call at the first opportunity. Nuan works at the company, leaving early and returning late. Are you suggesting she should abandon her job over this? What will others think? She is your daughter, not a servant. Mom, please don't say that." "It is my fault," Wen Muan murmured, her head bowed as tears streamed down her face. She then hastily fled upstairs, locking herself in her bedroom, her eyes reflecting a hint of darkness, her hands clenched tightly. The beautiful manicure biting into her palm, oblivious to the pain. Why was it that, despite her efforts, Wen Rong could not see her? Why was it that Wen Li, without trying, could garner the concern of so many? Why did Wen Li have what she lacked? Why was her mother not Lu Muyu? Meanwhile, at the Fu residence, seated on the sofa, old Mr. Fu shot a reproachful glance at Wen Li. "You could have at least informed me about the act beforehand. I almost contemplated uprooting the Wen family." Wen Li, with a demure demeanor, apologized. "I'm sorry, Grandpa Fu. What are you apologizing for? Fortunately, you are clever. Otherwise, you would have been ensnared." Old Mr. Fu praised. "My child is always hoping for you to be a little bit smarter." Beside him, old Mrs. Fu sighed. "You frightened us. We thought you were truly pregnant." Old Mr. Fu cast her a sidelong glance, confidently asserting, "How could that be? It's more plausible to suggest that Fu Zhang made his daughter-in-law pregnant." Upon this remark, everyone fell silent, while Wen Li, feeling guilty, touched her nose and said, "Grandpa Fu, I should be going." Old Mr. Fu chided. "Stay, and play a game of Go with Grandpa. It has been many days since I last saw you." "Are your school courses demanding?" "Quite rigorous." Wen Li nodded. Old Mr. Fu encouraged her. "Study well. I will have your uncle take you for an internship later." Then, recalling something, he added with dissatisfaction, "Just don't learn to deceive like your uncle. He promised to bring your aunt along, yet didn't he?" Her uncle's wife rubbed her nose awkwardly. "He will bring her back for the new year. If he doesn't, I'll run away from home." Old Mr. Fu threatened. "You." Old Mrs. Fu chuckled, shaking her head. "Let us go for a walk." "A walk?" Old Mr. Fu exclaimed with surprise. "Is the sun rising in the west today?" Old Mrs. Fu was notoriously averse to strolling. Fuyu, unable to suppress her laughter, remarked, "Dad, your son has inherited your lack of romanticism." Old Mr. Fu was unwilling to admit that Fu Zhang, who had trouble finding a girlfriend, took after him. "In my youth, the line of girls vying for my attention could stretch to the door. He cannot even attract a single female flight." Fu Zhang. Wen Li could not help but laugh, catching a glimpse of the older man looking at her. She blinked playfully. "Uncle, why is there not even a single female fly around you?" Both Fu Yu and old Mrs. Fu burst into laughter, turning their attention to Fu Zhang, eager to see how he would respond. Fu Zhang replied nonchalantly, "Because I am a human, and I don't fancy flies." "Come upstairs with me," he instructed, gesturing for her to lead the way. Wen Li eagerly walked ahead, and upon reaching the top of the stairs, she stood between two rooms, turning to Fu Zhang, shy yet audaciously asking, "Shall I come to your bedroom, or will you come to mine?" In truth, she was not the kind of person to act so brazenly. Yet she always yearned to respond fervently to Fu Zhang, if only to let him know how much she adored him. Fu Zhang crossed his arms, his elongated eyes narrowing slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Let us stay here, Wen Li." She turned and poked his arm lightly. "Fu Zhang, you've become quite mischievous, now that we have a child. What is there to fear?" Fu Zhang bent down to meet her gaze, their noses nearly touching. Wen Li's eyelids fluttered, unable to resist licking her lips. "So, are we going to sleep, Fu Zhang?" The corners of the man's eyes warmed slightly as his adamant throat bobbed repeatedly. And finally, unable to withstand the temptation, he raised his hand to cover her eyes. Be a little more reserved. Wen Li responded with a soft "oh," her eyelashes fluttering against his palm, her voice gentle. "I will be more reserved next time." In the next moment, her vision cleared, and her wrist tightened as his palm enveloped hers, shielding her from the chill in the air. A force guided her towards a certain direction. Gazing at his wide shoulders so close, Wen Li felt a bit intoxicated, her heart racing, her mind swirling. She even found herself wanting to cup Fu Zhang's face and kiss him fiercely. She believed Fu Zhang had cast a spell of affection upon her. As Fu Zhang opened the door and stepped into the bedroom, a soft, ethereal voice reached his ears. "Fu Zhang, I really like you." His heart skipped a beat. The next moment, a strong force pulled Wen Li into the bedroom. And with a thud, the door shut tightly behind them. Wen Li found herself pressed against the cold door, instinctively looking up to meet the man's gaze, which resembled a nocturnal predator. This was the first time she perceived a clear sense of possession in Fu Zhang's eyes. She was his possession, not an object, but a person overwhelmingly intense. She felt an inexplicable fear, yet still reached out to embrace his neck, rising on her toes to kiss him. Fu Zhang's kiss was more forceful than any previous encounters. Seemingly stripped of all rationality, driven by a primal instinct to possess her, time passed, and Wen Li gradually found it hard to breathe, her body becoming heated. In a haze, she felt something stirring around her waist. Suddenly her body stiffened as Fu Zhang's hand ventured beneath her clothing, landing in a soft spot. She trembled all over but did not retreat, turning her head to gasp for air, her earlobes flushed. She whispered. Fu Zhang, undo the button at the back. Chapter 61, You've touched me, so I must ask. His fingers brushed against the coolness of the button, causing Fu Zhang to pause, his consciousness gradually returning. In his view, Wen Li's fair face now resembled a peach blossom, quietly awaiting his touch. His pupils constricted, and he immediately withdrew his hand, pulling her shirt down. He looked down, his voice hoarse. Let us wait a few more years. After all, she was still quite young, and experiencing certain things too early would not be beneficial for her. Moreover, once they crossed that line, he doubted he would be considerate of her feelings. Wen Li stared at him in bewilderment. Likely not expecting this older man to halt at such a moment, was he perhaps incapable? She buried her face in his chest to hide her embarrassment, murmuring, Actually, it's fine, society is quite open now. I am not a minor, so you wouldn't be breaking the law. I'm traditional. Let us discuss it after we are engaged, Fu Zhang replied, his voice still laced with soft breaths, clearly suppressing something. To hold back at such a moment was difficult for him, yet he would not seek instant gratification at her expense. At the very least, it should be legitimate, rather than maintaining the pretense of an uncle-niece relationship, which could lead to scandal if discovered. He did not mind the consequences for himself, but her reputation would suffer under public scrutiny. Wen Li responded with an "oh," wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing her head tighter against him. After a few seconds she quietly asked, Is my chest not small? Her bust had grown somewhat, transitioning from an A to a B cup, although it still paled in comparison to Jiang Shuyi. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhang's left hand instinctively tightened, burning hot before releasing, momentarily at a loss for words, perhaps too shy to respond. It was his first time touching a woman's body, when he remained silent. Wen Li, feeling emboldened, lifted her gaze to his handsome face and pouted, Do you think I'm small? What kind of man are you? Touching but then complaining. Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were covered by a large hand. Fu Zhang, fearing she might utter something more explicit, spoke in a hoarse yet resigned tone. Why can you say anything? You've touched me, so I must ask, Wen Li retorted, removing his hand and softly inquiring. So is it small or not? Her persistence was evident, considering this was the only aspect of her she believed to be a flaw, a hard truth. Fu Zhang felt an urge to smoke but restrained himself, ultimately pursing his lips and saying, Not small. Wen Li's eyes brightened, her lips curving into a smile. As long as it's not small, that's fine. After saying this she sniffled. Fu Zhang, where's my birthday present? First, take your medication, Fu Zhang replied, turning to pull open the drawer of the bedside table, which contained the medication Wen Li needed when she was unwell. Wen Li possesses a rather unique constitution. Certain medications may provoke allergic reactions in her, prompting her to keep a supply of essential medicines at hand. It is likely that he is the only one in the world who fully comprehends this. Each time Wen Li observes these easily overlooked details, her heart is pricked by an unnameable pain. In those years when she felt unnoticed, what thoughts occupied his mind? After Fu Zhang retrieved the medicine, he offered her a glass of warm water, only speaking in a low tone after she finished, You mustn't treat your health lightly from now on. In truth, Wen Li had not intentionally fallen ill. It was likely due to the chilly wind she encountered upon her return, which had left her feeling emotionally cold and somewhat oblivious to her condition. She nodded obediently, declaring, I won't take my health lightly. I still want to have children with you. Fu Zhang found himself at a loss for her unabashedness, eventually raising a hand to rub his forehead. Soon, he fished out an item from his pocket and handed it to her. Something he usually carried. It was a small red triangular pouch. Wen Li didn't need to look to know it contained a safety talisman. She had received one in her past life as well. Though she had lost track of where it was kept, carefully she tucked it into her pocket, murmuring, I will be safe. Fu Zhang replied with a non-committal and then, with a pressed lip, asked, Will you sleep here tonight? Or return home? Wen Li remained silent, simply lying back on the bed and pulling the covers over herself to express her preference. Although Fu Zhang had a tendency towards cleanliness, he made an exception for Wen Li. He chuckled softly and said, Go change your clothes. Having not seen each other for about half a month, Wen Li arrived without even drying her hair, clinging to Fu Zhang like an octopus. Their heated bodies intertwined, causing Fu Zhang's muscles to tense uncomfortably as he wrapped her tightly in the blanket before finally brushing his fingers against her cheek, reassured by her moderate warmth. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the room, followed by the voice of Old Master Fu. I'm coming. The sound of his voice, Wen Li instinctively jumped up, leaping from the bed to hide inside the wardrobe. Her reaction was so swift that by the time Fu Zhang registered what had happened, it seemed as though Wen Li had vanished from the room. Staring at the closed wardrobe, he shook his head with a light laugh, then responded to the voice at the door, She is asleep. We can talk about it tomorrow. You're clever, knowing I'd come to find you, and even closed the door today, Old Master Fu grumbled. His irritation mounting as he had gone to great lengths to prepare in order to see his daughter-in-law. Little did he know that his daughter-in-law was not only present but also resting in his son's room, now hidden in the wardrobe. Pressing against the wardrobe, when Lee listened to the voices outside, her heart racing with palpable anxiety, she knew she could not let old Master Fu discover the nature of their relationship. It could very well make him ill. She certainly did not want that. Suddenly, the wardrobe door swung open, and she instinctively looked up. Her cautious and slightly teary eyes resembled those of a timid little rabbit. Fu Zhang, unable to help himself, pressed his lips together as he crouched down to meet her gaze, ultimately reaching out to pull her from the wardrobe. Don't worry, there won't be any surprises. He would not disregard old Master Fu's health simply because he was in a relationship. Nor would he introduce Wen Li to him under such circumstances. Once Wen Li lay back down on the bed, she exhaled a sigh of relief and whispered, "You scared me to death." Just then, old Master Fu's voice echoed from outside. "What did you say?" Clearly still lingering nearby, Wen Li quickly covered her mouth, fearful of making any sound. Fu Zhang remained unflustered, stating, "I'm just talking to your daughter-in-law." All right, I'm going downstairs," old Master Fu replied, satisfied. As long as his son was willing to pursue a relationship, he would wait a little longer. The new year was just a few months away. Surely his daughter-in-law would have the courage to face him by then. Fu Zhang and Wen Li lay back on the bed, the light dimmed, yet neither felt the urge to sleep, both aware that it might be a long while before they could meet again. Silence enveloped them as they listened to each other's breathing. After midnight, Fu Zheng's voice broke the stillness. "Wen Li, happy 19th birthday." Resting her head on his shoulder, Wen Li replied, "My birthday wish is to be with Fu Zheng every day." Moonlight spilled onto the bed, illuminating the man's enigmatic visage, his cold voice firm and unwavering. It will come true. The following day, when Wen Li awoke, it was already past 9, and Fu Zhang was nowhere to be found. She picked up her phone and, as expected, saw a message from him. "I'll come back at noon to take you to the dance studio." It was clear he was working overtime to handle today's matters. Hoping to free up time for her, Wen Li was scheduled to practice dancing in the afternoon, and their time together would be limited to the journey. After having breakfast, she ventured to a nearby flower shop. Scanning the vibrant array of blossoms but finding herself at a loss for words, eventually the shopkeeper approached her and inquired, "What kind of flowers would you like to buy?" Wen Li snapped back to reality, her eyes brimming with unshed tears as she replied, "Please wrap a small bouquet of every type of flower you have." This was the first time the shopkeeper had encountered such a request and wondered if it might be excessive. "Who is the recipient?" he asked. "My mother." Wen Li's voice trembled slightly. "Carnations, then? They are traditionally given to mothers," the shopkeeper suggested. Wen Li shook her head, insisting, "Just wrap one of each for me. I don't know what flowers she likes." "That seems quite wasteful," the shopkeeper remarked, attempting to save her money. "It's not wasteful. She has already passed away," Wen Li said, her gaze lifting slightly. The shopkeeper froze, falling silent as he hurriedly wrapped the flowers. Binding a large bouquet of over a dozen stems, after she paid, Wen Li cradled the flowers in her arms and set off towards the cemetery, growing increasingly anxious and guilt-ridden as she approached. She wondered if Lu Muyue would scold her. This was her first visit to her mother's grave. If Lu Muyue knew the kind of daughter she had become, would she have regretted sacrificing her life to ensure Wen Li's survival? Countless gravestones surrounded her as Wen Li struggled to lift her feet, eventually pausing on a particular step. Turning her head, she spotted a photograph on a nearby gravestone. In black and white, it depicted a woman with lustrous black hair. Her brows and eyes curved gracefully, lips slightly upturned, a picture of beauty and confidence. She should have had a splendid life, yet it was her own life that she sacrificed. It was unjust. Tears welled in Wen Li's eyes, and she quickly lowered her gaze to wipe them away. When she looked up again, she noticed a middle-aged man standing before the gravestone. When sitting, dressed entirely in black, devoid of any adornments, he seemed even more lifeless than the gravestone of Lu Muyue. It appeared he had only just noticed Wen Li glancing at her before stepping back a few paces. Perhaps he hadn't expected anyone to visit Lu Muyue today. The Wen family had never come, save for old Master Lu, who only visited once a year at the beginning of the year. Wen Li approached with the flowers, bending down to place them in front of the gravestone as she softly said, "My mother Wen Ti want you to come see her." It was evident that Wen Shiding had done something to compel Lu Muyue to marry him so quickly, something she found intolerable, leading her to leave no path of retreat. Or perhaps she had gambled her entire life out of spite. Regardless of the outcome, it seemed Lu Muyue would rather not see him. "Please don't come again." Wen Shiding stiffened, the wind biting at his face, his throat dry and unable to speak, his gaze fixed on Wen Li's face. In that moment, she bore a striking resemblance to Lu Muyue. He momentarily saw her as she had been in college. I'm waiting for her to be willing to hear my explanation, although Lu Muyue had already passed away, rendering it impossible for her to hear any of his words. It seemed he was waiting for a dead person to speak, unable to suppress the urge. When Li glanced at him, noting his simple attire, the middle-aged man exuded a mature elegance, yet his eyes were cold. Devoid of emotion, for a fleeting instant, she envisioned Fu Zheng standing by her grave if she had not been reborn. You can't hear her anymore, you should let go. Perhaps her mother, like her, did not wish to see anyone ensnared by their past. When Shiding said nothing, turning to leave, but after taking 3 or 5 steps, he paused and softly added, she liked pear blossoms, but she would have liked any flower you brought her. He then slowly faded from view. After a minute or two, when Li knelt on the ground, tilting her head to gaze at the woman on the gravestone, her voice filled with guilt as she whispered. "MOM.no one answered her. She continued to speak to herself, I'm sorry, I didn't know what flowers you liked. It was only then that she realized her mother had loved pear blossoms. That she had loved her deeply. This was the first time she understood that the love given by the deceased was no less than that of the living. A cold wind swept through, chilling her skin, yet it felt as though something was embracing her. Time passed, and she found herself enveloped in a heavy coat. Instinctively she turned to see Fu Zhang standing there, his eyes red. Fu Zhang. This is my mother. She had never introduced her mother as Lu Muyue to anyone before. Fu Zhang pressed his lips together, then knelt beside her, affirming, when Li extended her slightly cold hand to grasp his, lifting it slightly as she attempted to appear cheerful, saying, Mom, this is your son-in-law. He will protect me from now on. You can rest assured, Yuni, I will protect her, Fu Zhang declared in a voice that was low yet steady. When Li sniffled and urged Fu Zhang, call her mom. Fu Zhang replied, Mom. Long after, as they descended the mountain and entered the car, when Li sat in the passenger seat, lowering her head to compose herself. How did you know I was here? I knew you would come, Fu Zhang replied, twisting open a bottle of water and handing it to her. When Li took a few sips, cradling the bottle in her hands, her fingers tracing the label. Fu Zhang turned to look at her, then bent down to notice her trembling eyelashes. Are you cold? He adjusted the temperature in the car as he spoke. When Li shook her head, fixating on the verdant bottle cap. I might not be Wenrong's daughter. Lu Muyu had married Wenrong merely a month after parting ways with Wen Shiting. And she found it incomprehensible why Lu Muyu would take such a step. There were countless superior alternatives for resolving her issues with Wen Shiting, yet she chose the absolute worst option. It was inconceivable that she could be that foolish unless she had already conceived when marrying Wenrong. However, it was impossible for Wenrong to be oblivious to these matters, despite his indifference over the years. He had never treated her harshly and had even contemplated bequeathing the Wen family's fortune to her. To assert that he was deeply enamored with Lu Muyu was something she could not fathom. There were no discrepancies in blood types. Wenrong was type B, Lu Muyu type A, and she was type AB, yet an increasingly potent intuition gnawed at her, especially after encountering Wen Shiting twice. How could a man who surpassed Wenrong in every conceivable way win Lu Muyu's affections? Upon hearing the mention of her name, Fu Zhang's brow furrowed slightly. His acquaintance with Lu Muyu is limited. After their marriage, she frequently visited to converse with Fu Yu. Fu Yu often remarked on her poor taste, yet Lu Muyu always caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, exuding an expression of bliss. He placed a hand atop Wen Li's head, assuring her, regardless of circumstances, you have a home, you have me. Wen Li embraced him, and after a considerable pause, she leaned closer to his ear, whispering, Fu Zhang, we have already pledged our lives to one another. You must marry me. Before he could respond, she continued, I will certainly marry you. Chapter 62. Warmth is far colder than she imagined. Meanwhile, in an old house in Kyoto, Aunt Wang, observing the ordinarily gentle young lady before her now wearing a stern expression, reluctantly inquired, You want me to move out, Miss Wen? My home is right here. Where else can I go? If the Fu family reports this, it could ruin your life. When Nguyen replied, Aunt Wang, I'm doing this for your own good. She set down her bag, adding, There are 200,000 inside. You must leave quickly. If we delay further, we cannot protect you. Aunt Wang hesitated momentarily, but the lure of money compelled her. She opened the bag to reveal stacks of cash and couldn't resist pulling out a handful. Inspecting it closely, it was indeed real money. She returned it to the bag, her gaze wandering greedily as she remarked, Miss Wen, is this amount truly sufficient? If I move elsewhere, I will need to purchase a home. And 200,000 is far too little. When Nguyen's expression soured, yet she responded, I can offer you an additional 300,000, which will be transferred to your account once you leave Kyoto. Astonished by the sudden increase, Aunt Wang's greed intensified as she presumptuously attempted to leverage her advantage. Miss Wen, you are so wealthy, a few 100,000 is trivial for you. How about this? You give me 2 million. And I will leave Kyoto immediately, ensuring no one knows you coerced me into slandering you. Upon hearing the threat, Wen Nuan's expression hardened. However, Aunt Wang remained oblivious, continuing, otherwise, I fear that if I end up at the police station, I might inadvertently expose you. Very well. Wen Nuan clenched her hands at her sides, quickly managing a smile that appeared innocuous. Aunt Wang, amused, recalled something. The food in my kitchen is still warm, Miss Wen. You haven't eaten. Have you? You should have a meal before leaving. Before Wen Nuan could respond, Aunt Wang strode into the kitchen, only to discover the food had begun to burn. She gasped, rushing to find a lid. Just as she grasped the lid, a sudden pain struck the back of her head, causing her to stumble and fall. As she lay on the ground, she saw a woman holding an object, and she struggled to rise. Ultimately, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Wen Nuan coldly observed her, revealing an unprecedented ferocity, even allowing a slight smirk to grace her lips. As the flames in the kitchen grew increasingly fierce, she turned to grab a fire extinguisher from the corner of the living room. By this time, the fire had spread beyond the kitchen, and she coughed a few times before shouting, "Help! Help! There's a fire!" Soon, a middle-aged man from across the street rushed out, noticing Wen Nuan holding the extinguisher in a manner that suggested she did not know how to use it. He snatched it from her and dashed into the living room. But the flames were too overwhelming, and thick smoke billowed forth, forcing him to retreat and urge, "Hurry, get out!" Wen Nuan gasped, "No, Aunt Wang is still in the kitchen, I must save her." Without hesitation, she dashed back into the living room. Disappearing into the smoke, the middle-aged man quickly followed, managing to pull her back just in time, exclaiming, "It's too dangerous." As soon as he spoke, the woman collapsed. Without a second thought, he scooped her up and fled. Fire in Building 2 of the old district in Kyoto, one dead, one unconscious. The news quickly ascended the trending charts. Wen Li happened to see the news while in the car, her heart inexplicably racing as she recalled that Aunt Wang had indeed resided in the old district. She hesitated for a few seconds before clicking on the article, her breath hitching as she read the name of the deceased, Wang Fan. She trembled, shutting her eyes tightly. She could not believe such a sudden and coincidental tragedy had occurred. Fu Zhang sensed her distress and immediately pulled the car over. "What's wrong?" Wen Li turned to look at him, then lowered her gaze, murmuring, "Aunt Wang has died." Fu Zhang's expression faltered, his brows knitting together as he realized that neither Doing nor Wen Nuan had anticipated that someone would lose their life. However, his primary concern was for Wen Li's safety. He spoke solemnly, "You will stay at the Fu residence from now on. If I go to the Fu residence, I won't be able to gather evidence." Wen Li replied. After calming her emotions, she added, "Fu Zhang, rest assured, I won't be in any danger until I inherit the Lu family's assets. Wen Nuan and the others will not attempt to take my life. For now, I am quite safe." Fu Zhang remained silent for a long while before stating, "Wherever you go and whomever you meet, inform me at the earliest opportunity." "Understood." Wen Li nodded, before they returned to the Wen residence. Doing called, her voice tinged with distress, "Lili, your sister is in the hospital, unconscious, and calling your name. You need to come quickly." What happened to my sister?" Wen Li's expression turned cold, her voice betraying her shock and concern. Doing choked back tears. "This morning she went to see Aunt Wang, wanting her to stop spreading rumors to protect your reputation, and then Aunt Wang's kitchen caught fire. I'm on my way." Wen Li replied, hanging up the phone. At the hospital entrance, Wen Li looked at Fu Zhang and unfastened her seatbelt. "You should go home. It's best you don't appear here. They're putting on a show, and it could tarnish your reputation." Fu Zhang knew he shouldn't be at the hospital either, as the incident would undoubtedly attract considerable media attention. With police present, the Fu family held significant sway in Kyoto, and their influence could affect the investigation as progressed. It seemed that Doing and Wen Nuan needed not just her presence but also Fu Zhang's. Although Fu Zhang recognized this, he still felt uneasy about leaving her, and before he could voice his concern, Wen Li pulled out a talisman from her pocket, raising it slightly. "There will be no issues." With that, she opened the car door and stepped out. Fu Zhang watched her enter the hospital before taking out his phone and dialing a number, instructing Director Li to conduct a thorough investigation into the fire in the old district. At the hospital, in the ward, Wen Li burst through the door, breathless and hurried. "Sister, what has happened? Are you all right?" On the bed, Wen Nuan was connected to an oxygen mask, tilting her head to look at her sister with a faint smile. "I am fine." Wen Li's eyes reddened as she sat beside her, grasping her hand. "Sister, how did you end up like this?" "It's nothing. Don't cry. Are you still angry with me?" Wen Nuan weakly reached up to stroke her sister's face. Wen Li shook her head vigorously. "I would never hold a grudge against you. Sister, is Aunt Wang okay?" Wen Nuan turned her head away, her voice choked with emotion. "Aunt Wang has passed away. I wanted to save her, but I couldn't."
Her innocent demeanor evoked sympathy, leaving Wenli stunned. How could such a thing happen? Doing, standing nearby, offered consolation. This isn't your fault. Such accidents are unpredictable, and she truly had a hard fate. She lost her job just yesterday. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door, and 2 police officers entered. One female officer gently asked, "Can we take your statement now?" When Nguyen weakly nodded, immediately inquiring, "Has Aunt Wang been laid to rest? If money is needed, we will cover the expenses." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, reflecting her deep sorrow. The female officer, moved, replied, "Please accept my condolences. Let us stabilize your emotions first." When Nguyen nodded faintly, the female officer positioned herself at the bedside and asked, "What were you doing when the fire broke out?" "I was talking with Aunt Wang in the living room when I smelled something burning. I asked her if she was cooking." She suddenly remembered and rushed into the kitchen. Half a minute later, I heard a loud noise and ran to the kitchen, only to find it engulfed in flames and Aunt Wang collapsed on the floor. She told me to get the fire extinguisher from the living room. I hurried to retrieve it, but I didn't know how to use it, so I ran outside to call for help. A neighbor immediately assisted her, but the fire had spread to the living room. He urged her to leave quickly, but she thought of Aunt Wang still in the kitchen and turned back to save her. The smoke was suffocating and she lost consciousness. The female officer nodded, asking, "Why didn't you attempt to rescue her immediately?" "Aunt Wang told me to grab the extinguisher, and at that moment I didn't realize the situation was so severe." The fire seemed manageable then, when Nguyen lowered her head and coughed a few times, with Doing quickly offering her water. The female officer sighed, appearing incredulous. "In the event of a fire, one must prioritize evacuating people and call for help immediately." Observing the meticulously calculated response from Nguyen, Wenli felt a chilling surprise within her heart. She could not bring herself to believe that this incident bore no relation to her. When Nguyen's cold-bloodedness surpassed her expectations by a considerable margin, with her fingertips slightly chilled, she recalled something and firmly grasped the talisman in her pocket, gradually finding her composure after the police departed. Numerous individuals came to visit Nguyen, for she was quite popular, and many acquaintances from her circle arrived. Wenli gradually withdrew from the hospital room and made her way to the doctor's office. "Doctor, how is my sister? Is she in critical condition?" "She is stable now, but had you delayed any longer, her life would have been in jeopardy," the doctor replied. Wenli nodded. "I kindly ask that you take extra care of my sister." With that, she turned to leave. If in her past life, the car accident had been orchestrated by Nguyen and Doing, it was highly probable that it had been executed with the same meticulousness as now. Leaving no trace, had she not been reborn, Doing and Nguyen would undoubtedly have thrived on the wealth of the Liu family. In this world, sometimes, it appears that evil does not receive its due retribution. Some wicked individuals seem to flourish even more. Upon exiting the hospital, she took a taxi to the Liu residence. The elderly Mr. Liu had initially intended to visit the Wen family today, but Wenli requested that he remain at his own home. Upon entering the living room, she was greeted by a cake towering to half her height. As soon as Mr. Liu spotted her, he promptly lit the candles, his wrinkled face breaking into a deep smile. Singing "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you," Wenli rushed forward, embracing him and playfully saying, "Thank you, Grandpa." Liu Zongwei gently patted her back, chuckling, "My little princess." Blow out the candles. Releasing her embrace, Wenli clasped her hands together and wished, "I hope Grandpa stays healthy and accompanies me for a lifetime." She deliberately spoke this for his ears, sensing his unspoken burdens. If they remained unaddressed, his health would inevitably decline. Liu Zongwei replied with a jovial tone, all right, Grandpa will accompany you for a lifetime. Whoever lies is a little dog." Wenli cut a small piece of cake and offered it to him, subsequently taking a piece for herself after finishing. She broached the topic of Aunt Wang, hoping to raise their vigilance. Grandpa son, please be cautious." Liu Zongwei expressed no concern for himself but rather for her, echoing something similar to what Fu Zhang had said. Insisting she should stay at the Liu residence, Wenli linked her arm with his, shaking her head earnestly. Evasion was futile, and it was better to confront matters directly over the past few encounters. The elderly Mr. Liu had naturally noted her newfound composure, and he observed her intently. "Have you endured many grievances at the Wen family?" Wenli playfully blinked her eyes. "Grandpa, I'm clever, I alone bear the grievances they inflict. Justice would ultimately triumph over darkness," she declared, clenching her fist. Liu Zongwei chuckled at her antics, then rummaged through his pocket, producing a bank card and handing it to her. "Buy whatever you desire, no need to be frugal." Wenli readily accepted it, placing it in her pocket. "Once I earn money, I'll support you, Grandpa." All right. The elderly gentleman laughed heartily, but after a moment, he inquired with concern, "How are things between you and Fu Zhang?" Is he treating you well? He wouldn't dare bully me, he treats me like a revered ancestor, Wen Li replied with mock seriousness. Lu Zongwei chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement. I've watched that boy grow since childhood. He truly is quite exceptional. These days, he visits frequently to play chess with me. His chess skills are abysmal. I hardly wish to play with him anymore. When you have the time, teach him a thing or two. At this remark, Wen Li couldn't help but laugh, but she defended the older man. Grandpa, don't be too harsh on him. He used to look after me like a father. I am their youth. Fu Zhang had little time for himself. Upon returning from school, he would embrace her and take her out to play. There were instances in middle school when he even brought her to class. At that time, when Roan and Duing were absent from home, and Fu Zhang, concerned for his grandfather and sister, took her along to class, she would sit between Fu Zhang and his deskmate, doodling with watercolor pens while Fu Zhang would sneak her sips of water during lessons. One particularly vivid memory was when she complained about being uncomfortable lying down and insisted Fu Zhang carry her to sleep, which he did through several classes. Reflecting on it now, she felt an insurmountable debt of affection toward Fu Zhang, one that could never be repaid. Lu Zongwei was well aware of Fu Zhang's deep concern for Wen Li, otherwise he would never have agreed to their relationship, especially given their age difference of 8 years. Maturity in a man is not inherently negative, but an excessive gap can lead to a lack of common understanding. He mused. Your first word was little uncle. At that time, he was so proud, carrying you around and reveling in you calling him that. For every little uncle he would reward you with a piece of candy, nearly rotting your teeth away. He had nothing but adoration for you. After conversing with Lu Zongwei for a while, Wen Li finally rose to leave. Mindful of her afternoon classes, before departing, she sliced a piece of cake to take with her, saying, Grandpa, I'm bringing this for your granddaughter's husband. The elderly gentleman shot her a playful glare, exasperated yet amused. You child, be a bit more reserved. If anything arises, call me. Not long after arriving at the Wen residence, Fu Zhang called. Before long, he appeared in her bedroom. Wen Li was organizing her winter clothes, knowing she would need to return for another trip soon. Likely without time to come back again. Noticing her haphazard folding, Fu Zhang unbuttoned his suit jacket and effortlessly took over, saying calmly, Let me handle this. Wen Li obediently stood by, watching him work, and finally pointed at the bed where various colored undergarments lay, saying, You can fold these too. She playfully touched her nose, a smile dancing at her lips, clearly teasing the older man. Chapter 63. When he grows old, I'll help him change his diapers. She had forgotten that all her clothes, from childhood to now, had been personally purchased by Fu Zhang. He calmly took the undergarments, folded them, and placed them in the suitcase. His long, bony fingers brushed against the curved fabric, igniting an inexplicable sense of embarrassment within Wen Li, who hurriedly squatted down, insisting, I'll fold them. Fu Zhang stood beside her, watching with a faint smile, stating matter-of-factly, I used to change your diapers when you were little. Wen Li felt the urge to leap up and cover his mouth. She closed the suitcase and whispered, When you grow old, I'll help you change your diapers. Fu Zhang's brow twitched, choosing selective deafness. He bent down to lift the suitcase, resting his palm on the handle. Let us go. Just as they got into the car, Wen Li spotted Duing rushing back. Naturally, Duing noticed them too and approached. Is your little uncle taking you to school? Your sister was worried you'd have no one to escort you and asked me to arrange someone. Fu Zhang, you needn't trouble yourself. I can have someone else take her. Shall we come down? Duing called. Fu Zhang did not lift his head, starting the car instead. No trouble, Mom, don't worry about me. I am off to school, just take care of my sister. Wen Li waved at her, fearing further comments would ruin their plans. Hearing this, Duing affectionately caressed her cheek, speaking gently, Take care of yourself at school. And call us if you need anything. Alright. Wen Li suppressed her inner disdain and smiled at her. The black sedan pulled away from the Wen residence and merged onto the main road. Wen Li wiped her face, attempting to erase Du Ying's lingering scent. If Du Ying and Wen Nuan were to perform, they would surely win the grand prize. She wondered if they even recognized their own true selves. Fu Zhang glanced at her from the corner of his eye, pulled over, and retrieved a wet wipe. Just like in their childhood, he carefully wiped her face clean. Wen Li blinked her beautiful eyes, leaning in to plant a quick kiss on his cheek before pulling away, softly saying, I felt nauseous earlier, but I'm fine now. Fu Zhang said nothing, simply discarding the used wipe into a small trash bin, and unexpectedly pressed his lips against hers, deepening the kiss. Wen Li was momentarily taken aback, astonished, for they were on the roadside. It felt out of character for the older man. Her pupils gradually dilated, and warmth surged through her body. Fu Zhang withdrew, leaning back into the driver's seat, tugging at his round collar, his voice husky. I know you have your own thoughts, but Wen Li, we are family. Wen Li understood his meaning. She could always rely on him without burden, but she earnestly explained, You can always protect me, but I cannot live under your shelter forever. I also wish to protect you at times. You are not a deity.
You will fall ill and face challenges you cannot resolve, and I might not be able to either, but in those moments, I want us to strive together." She could no longer live carelessly as in her past life. At the very least, when Fu Zheng fell ill or grew old, she could stand by him, rather than him enduring sickness or frailty while still shielding her. As his girlfriend, she could enjoy the relationship without guilt but could not allow